The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire. A History of Civilization in Western Europe from 1715 to 1756, with special emphasis on the conflict between religion and philosophy, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1. Copyright 1965 by Will and Ariel Durant. Copyright renewed 1993 by Monica Ariel Mile. This recording of the full-length reading of The Age of Voltaire was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mile, Trustee Ethelby Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mile, and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1998 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. Please observe the following procedures as you listen to these tapes. If you have borrowed this book from your local library, please return it to them at the end of the agreed period. If you are one of our regular rental customers, you may keep your book for 30 days from date of receipt by you, but after that time we charge additional rental of 25 cents per day. Dates are checked by postmark. Please return this book at the earliest possible time so another subscriber can have the use of this recording. To return cassettes to us, simply make sure they are all packaged in their plastic cassette cases and in proper order in the mailing container. Kindly seal the mailing container for return. Postage is already paid. Drop in any mailbox for return to Books on Tape. Should a cassette fail to play properly, hold it flat in the palm of your hand and slap it smartly against a hard, flat surface. If this does not work, or if you cannot otherwise free the reels, and if you are a library customer, please ask your local library to contact Books on Tape for a replacement cassette. If you are one of our rental customers, please call us at our regular customer service number. Give us the name of the book and number of the cassette. We will immediately send you a replacement at no charge. Discard the broken cassette. The Age of Voltaire by Will and Ariel Durant. This book consists of 23 chapters and is 798 pages long. Part 1 consists of chapters 1 through 11. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. Volume 9 in the monumental Durant series, The Story of Civilization, The Age of Voltaire, is the biography of a great man and the great period he embodied, the story of the revolution in thought and spirit that was the forerunner of the French Revolution. The volume begins with the youth of Voltaire and the French Regency, a period of corruption and debauchery marching hand in hand with polished manners and elegant art. Here are the incomparable artists of the period creating a new world of simplicity, sensuality, and skepticism. Watteau, the painter, Lesage, the satirist, and the young Voltaire himself, brilliant, dangerously satiric, moving from the court to the salons and the theater, and from them to the Bastille. We follow Voltaire's banishment to England and study the Augustan age, England under the first two Georges, already changing with the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution, already noted for its prosperity, its laws, and its self-absorption. In politics, it is the age of Robert Walpole and the elder Pitt. In religion, the age of Wesley. In philosophy, the age of Hume. In literature, the age of Pope, Richardson, Fielding, Smollett. We examine London in the early 18th century and study the painting of Hogarth, the music of Handel. With Voltaire, we view the France of Louis XV, the complex relationships between nobility, clergy, bourgeoisie, and peasantry, in which lay the seeds of revolution. We glimpse the fabulous court in the reign of Madame de Pompadour, study the writings of Montesquieu, the art of Boucher, and the triumph of Rococo, the acting of Adrien Lecouvreur, the works of Marivaux, Crébillon fils, and the Abbé Prévost. We read about Voltaire's idyll with Madame du Châtelet in Cirey, and his departure for Germany in 1750. With that departure, we move east, from the Rhine to Berlin, studying the life and art of the major cities on the way. We explore the music of Bach and study the struggle between Frederick the Great and Maria Theresa of Austria. We trace the youth, accession, and Machiavellian diplomacy of the Prussian king and his admiration for and quarrel with Voltaire. In Frederick, we see, as Voltaire did, the age-old German conflict between art and war. We travel with Voltaire to Switzerland and examine the history, religious conflicts, and singular independence of that country. We trace the growth of knowledge, the scholarly revolution of alien cultures, and the expanding quest of science, through the life and works of men like Euler, Lagrange, Priestley, Lavoisier, Herschel, Laplace, Linnaeus, and Buffon, as well as quacks like Mesmer. The Durants described the attack upon Christianity by the French philosophes, the atheism and communism of Meslier, the materialism of Le Maître, the probings of Diderot, the atheism of d'Holbach, the campaign of Voltaire and his associates to écraser l'infâme, a campaign which reached its triumph in the fall of the Jesuits and the retreat of religion just before the Revolution. Finally, we are provided with a unique and unexpected pleasure, an epilogue in Elysium, recording an imaginary discussion between Pope Benedict XIV and Voltaire on the significance and value of religion that probes deeply and brilliantly both sides of such a discourse at the summit. Dedication to our beloved grandson, Jim. Apology. Blame for the length of this volume must rest with authors fascinated to exuberant prolixity by the central theme, that pervasive and continuing conflict between religion and science plus philosophy, which became a living drama in the 18th century, and which has resulted in the secret secularism of our times. How did it come about that a major part of the educated classes in Europe and America has lost faith in the theology that for 15 centuries gave supernatural sanctions and supports to the precarious and uncongenial moral code upon which Western civilization has been based? What will be the effects in morals, literature, and politics of this silent but fundamental transformation? The scale of treatment in each volume has grown with the increasing number of past events and personalities still alive in their influence and interest today. This and the multiplicity of topics, all aspects of civilization in Western Europe from 1715 to 1756, may offer some excuse for the proliferation of the tale. So the age of Voltaire has burst its seams and spills over into a contemplated Part 10, Rousseau and Revolution, which will carry the story to 1789. This will look at the transformation of the world map by the 7 Years' War, the later years of Louis XV, 1756 to 1774, the epoch of Johnson and Reynolds in England, the development of the Industrial Revolution, the flowering of German literature from Lessing to Goethe, of German philosophy from Herder to Kant, of German music from Gluck to Mozart, the collapse of feudalism in the France of Louis XVI, and the history of those peripheral nations, Sweden, Denmark, Poland, Russia, Turkey, Italy, Portugal, Spain, which have been deferred from this volume partly to save space, and as not directly involved, except through the papacy, in the great debate between reason and faith. This final volume will consider the later phases of that debate and the revolt of Rousseau against rationalism, and the heroic effort of Immanuel Kant to save the Christian theology through the Christian ethic. The perspective of the age of Voltaire will be completed in that Part 10 of the story of civilization. The epilogue to the present volume reviews the case for religion. The epilogue to Rousseau and Revolution, surveying all 10 volumes, will face the culminating question, what are the lessons of history? We have tried to reflect reality by combining history and biography. The experiment will legitimately invite criticism, but it carries out the aim of integral history. Events and personalities go hand in hand through time, regardless of which were causes and which were effects. History speaks in events, but through individuals. This volume is not a biography of Voltaire. It uses his wandering and agitated life as connective tissue between nations and generations, and it accepts him as the most significant and illustrative figure of the period between the death of Louis XIV and the fall of the Bastille. Which of all the men and women of that turbulent era is more vividly remembered, more often read, more alive in influence today than Voltaire? Voltaire, said Georg Brandes, summarizes a century. Le vrai roi du XVIIIe siècle, said Victor Cousin, c'est Voltaire. Let us follow that living flame through his century. Prologue. Chapter 1. France, the Regency, 1715 to 1723. 1. The Young Voltaire, 1694 to 1715. He was not yet Voltaire. Till his release from the Bastille in 1718, he was François-Marie Arouet. He was born in Paris on November 21st, 1694, and became its distilled essence till 1778. His presumptive father, François Arouet, was an affluent attorney, acquainted with the poet Boileau and the courtesan Ninon de l'Enclos, whose wills he wrote, and with the dramatist Pierre Corneille, whom he described as the most boring mortal he had ever met. The mother, Marie Marguerite d'Aumar, was of slightly noble lineage, daughter of an official of the Parlement, and sister of the Comptroller General of the Royal Guard. Through them she had access to the court of Louis XIV. Her vivacity and sprightly wit made her home a minor salon. Voltaire thought she possessed all the intellect in his parentage, as his father had all the financial skill. The son absorbed both of these gifts into his heritage. She died at the age of 40 when he was 7. Of her 5 children, the eldest was Armand, who adhered zealously to the Jansenist theology and the patrimonial property. François-Marie, the youngest child, was so sickly in his first year that no one believed he could survive. He continued till his 84th year to expect and announce his early death. Among the friends of the family were several abbés. This title, meaning father, was given to any secular ecclesiastic, whether or not he was an ordained priest. Many abbés, while continuing to wear ecclesiastical dress, became men of the world and shone in society. Several were prominently at home in irreverent circles. Some lived up to their title literally but clandestinely. The Abbé de Châteauneuf was the last lover of Ninon de l'Enclos and the first teacher of Voltaire. He was a man of wide culture and broad views. He passed on to his pupil the paganism of Ninon and the skepticism of Montaigne. According to an old but questioned story, he introduced to the boy a mock epic, La Moisade, which was circulating in secret manuscripts. Its theme was that religion, aside from belief in a supreme being, was a device used by rulers to keep the ruled in order and awe. Voltaire's education proceeded when his abbé tutor took him on a visit to Ninon. The famous hetaira was then, in 1704, 84 years old. François found her dry as a mummy, but still full of the milk of woman's kindness. It pleased her, he later recalled, to put me in her will. She left me 2,000 francs to buy books with. She died soon afterward. To balance this diet, he was entered age 10 as a resident student at the Jesuit College of Louis-le-Grand on the left bank of Paris. It was reputed the best school in France. Among its 2,000 pupils were such sons of the nobility as could bear an education. In his 7 years there, Voltaire made many of the aristocratic friends with whom he maintained an easy familiarity throughout his life. He received a good training in the classics, in literature, and especially in drama. He acted in plays presented there, and, aged 12, wrote a play himself. He did well in his studies, won many prizes, and delighted and alarmed his teachers. He expressed disbelief in hell, called heaven the great dormitory of the world. One of his teachers sadly predicted that this young wit would become the standard-bearer of French deism, that is, a religion that discarded nearly all theology except belief in God. They endured him with their customary patience, and he reciprocated by retaining, through all his heresies, a warm respect and gratitude for the Jesuits who had disciplined his intellect to clarity and order. He wrote when he was 52, "I was educated for 7 years by men who took unrewarded and indefatigable pains to form the minds and morals of youth. They inspired in me a taste for literature, and sentiments which will be a consolation to me to the end of my life. Nothing will ever efface from my heart the memory of Father Poré, who is equally dear to all who have studied under him. Never did a man make study and virtue so pleasant. I had the good fortune to be formed by more than one Jesuit of the character of Father Poré. What did I see during the 7 years that I was with the Jesuits? The most industrious, frugal, regulated life, all their hours divided between the care they took of us and the exercises of their austere profession. I call to witness the thousands educated by them as I was. There is not one who would belie my words." After graduation, François proposed to make literature his profession, but his father, warning him that authorship was an open sesame to destitution, insisted on his studying law. For 3 years, François, as he put it, studied the laws of Theodosius and Justinian in order to know the practice of Paris. He resented the profusion of useless things with which they wish to load my brain. My motto is, to the point. Instead of absorbing himself in pandects and precedents, he cultivated the society of some skeptical Epicureans who met in the temple. the remains of an old monastery of the Knights Templar in Paris. Their chief was Philippe de Vendôme, Grand Prior of France, who had enormous ecclesiastical revenues and little religious belief. With him were the Abbés Servien, Debussy, and du Chaulieu, with Marquis de la Fare, the Prince de Conti, and other notables of easy income and gay life. The Abbé de Chaulieu proclaimed that wine and women were the most delectable boons granted to man by a wise and beneficent nature. Voltaire adjusted himself without effort to this regimen, and shocked his father by staying out with such revelers till the then ungodly hour of 10 p.m. Presumably at the father's request, Voltaire was appointed page to the French ambassador at The Hague in 1713. All the world knows how the excitable youth fell in love with Olympe du Noyer, pursued her with poetry, and promised her eternal adoration. "Never love equaled mine," he wrote to her, "for never was there a person better worthy of love than you." The ambassador notified Arouet Père that Francois was not made for diplomacy. The father summoned his son home, disinherited him, and threatened to ship him off to the West Indies. Francois from Paris wrote to Pimpette that if she did not come to him, he would kill himself. Being wiser by 2 years and 1 sex, she answered that he had better make his peace with his father and become a good lawyer. He received paternal pardon on condition that he enter a law office and reside with the lawyer. He agreed. Pimpette married a count. It was apparently Voltaire's last romance of passion. He was as high-strung as any poet, he was all nerves and sensitivity, but he was not strongly sexed. He was to have a famous liaison, but it would be far less an attraction of bodies than a mating of minds. His energy flowed out through his pen. Already at the age of 25, he wrote to the Marquise de Mimeur, "Friendship is 1,000 times more precious than love. It seems to me that I am in no degree made for passion. I find something a bit ridiculous in love. I have made up my mind to renounce it forever." On September 1st, 1715, Louis XIV died, to the great relief of Protestant Europe and Catholic France. It was the end of a reign and an age, a reign of 72 years, an age, le grand siècle, that had begun in the glory of martial triumphs, the brilliance of literary masterpieces, the splendor of Baroque art, and had ended in the decay of arts and letters, the exhaustion and impoverishment of the people, the defeat and humiliation of France. Everyone turned with hope and doubt to the government that was to succeed the magnificent and unmourned king. 2. The struggle for the Regency, 1715. There was a new king, Louis XV, great-grandson of Louis XIV, but he was only 5 years old. He had lost his grandfather, his father, his mother, his brothers, his sisters, his great-grandfather last of all. Who would be regent for him? 2 dauphins had preceded Le Roi Soleil to death, his son Louis, who had died in 1711, and his grandson, the Duke of Burgundy, who had died in 1712. Another grandson had been accepted as Philip V of Spain on condition of renouncing all rights to the throne of France. 2 of the old king's illegitimate sons survived him. He had legitimized them, and had decreed that, in default of princes of the royal blood, they should inherit his crown. The elder of them, Louis Auguste, Duc de Maine, now 45, was an amiable weakling whose consciousness of his clubfoot intensified his shyness and timidity. He might well have been content with the luxury and ease of his 900,000 livre estate at Sceaux, just outside of Paris, had not his ambitious wife prodded him to compete for the regency. The Duchesse du Maine never forgot that she was the granddaughter of the great Condé. She maintained an almost royal court at Sceaux, where she patronized artists and poets, including Voltaire, and gathered about her a gay and faithful entourage as a prelude and springboard to sovereignty. She had some charms. She was immaculate in body and garb, so short and slim that she could have been taken for a girl. She had wit and cleverness, a good classical education, a ready tongue, an inexhaustible and exhausting vivacity. She was sure that under her thumb her husband would make a delightful regent. She had prevailed sufficiently with the forces about the dying king to have drawn from him, on August 12, 1715, a will that left to the Duc de Maine control of the young Louis's person, education, and household troops, and a place on the Council of Regency. However, a codicil on August 25th to that will named, as President of the Council, Philippe II, Duc d'Orléans. Philippe was the son of the old king's androgynous brother, Philippe I, Monsieur, by a second wife, the robust and realistic Charlotte Elizabeth, Princess Palatine. The youth's education had been entrusted to an abbé, whom both Saint-Simon's Memoirs and Duclos' secret memoirs of the Regency describe as a cloaca maxima of vices. The son of a provincial apothecary, Guillaume Dubois studied hard, earned his living by tutoring, married, then left his wife with her consent to enter the Collège Saint-Michel at Paris, where he paid his tuition by zealously performing menial tasks. Graduating, he accepted a position as aide to Saint Laurent, officer of the household to Monsieur. He took the tonsure and minor orders, apparently forgetting his wife. When Saint Laurent died, Dubois was made tutor to the future regent. According to the rarely impartial Duclos, the abbé felt that he would soon be despised by his pupil if he did not corrupt him. He left nothing undone to accomplish this end, and unfortunately was but too successful. Saint-Simon, who hated unpedigreed talent, enjoyed himself describing Dubois. A little, pitiful, wizened, herring-gutted man in a flaxen wig, with a weasel's face brightened by some intellect. In familiar terms, he was a regular scamp. All the vices unceasingly fought within him for supremacy, so that a continual uproar filled his mind. Avarice, debauchery, ambition were his gods. Perfidy, flattery, foot-licking his means of action. Complete impiety was his religion. And he held the opinion, as a great principle, that probity and honesty are chimeras with which people deck themselves, but which have no existence. He had wit, learning, knowledge of the world, and much desire to please and insinuate himself, but all was spoiled by an odor of falsehood which escaped in spite of him through every pore of his body. Wicked, treacherous, and ungrateful, expert in the blackest villainies, terribly brazen when detected. He desired everything, envied everything, and wished to seize everything. Saint-Simon was close to Philippe's family and must not be rashly contradicted. We must add, however, that this abbé was a good scholar, an able aide, a wise and successful diplomat, and that Philippe, knowing the man well, remained faithful to him to the end. The pupil, perhaps already botched by his paternal ancestry, took readily to his tutor's instructions and bettered them in mind and vice. He delighted his teacher by his tenacious memory, his intellectual acumen, his penetrating wit, his understanding and appreciation of literature and art. Dubois secured Fontenelle to ground the youth in science, and Homberg to initiate him into chemistry. Later, Philippe, like Charles II of England and Voltaire at Cirey, was to have his own laboratory and seek in chemical experiments some respite from adultery. He painted tolerably, played the lyre, engraved illustrations for books, and collected art with the most discriminating taste. In none of these fields did he dig deeply. His interests were too varied, and his amusements had an option on his time. He was quite devoid of religious belief. Even in public he affected a scandalous impiety. In this and in his sexual license he gave a symbol and impetus to his country and century. Like most of us, he was a confusion of characters. He lied with ease and sly delight at need or whim. He spent millions of francs, drawn from an impoverished people, on his personal pleasures and pursuits. However, he was generous and kindly, affable and tolerant, naturally good, humane, and compassionate, said Saint-Simon, and more faithful to his friends than to his mistresses. He drank himself drunk as a nightly ritual before going to bed. When his mother reproved him, he answered her, "From 6 o'clock in the morning till night I am subjected to prolonged and fatiguing labor. If I did not amuse myself after that, I could not bear it. I should die of melancholy." Perhaps his sexual redundancies had some excuse in the abortion of his first love. He developed a passionate attachment to Mademoiselle de Séry, a high-born maid of honor to his mother. He wrote poetry for her, sang to her, visited her twice a day, and wished to marry her. Louis XIV frowned, and powerfully recommended his bastard daughter, the Duchesse de Blois. Philippe obeyed in 1692, but continued his attentions to Mademoiselle de Séry so zealously that she bore him a son. The angry monarch banished her from Paris. Philippe sent her many livres, but tried with brief success to be faithful to his wife. She gave him a daughter, the future Duchesse de Berry, who became his dearest love and bitterest tragedy. The death of his father in 1701 gave Philippe the ducal title and family wealth, with no other obligation but to enjoy his life in peace and risk it in war. He had already fought bravely against the First Grand Alliance, from 1692 to 1697, receiving some major wounds. Now he won further distinction by his reckless gallantry in the War of the Spanish Succession, from 1702 to 1713. Surviving, he rewarded himself with a feast of tarts. Through all his sins, and except in his impieties, he maintained a charm of manners and a refinement and courtesy of speech reminiscent of the Sun King's idyllic youth. Only when all direct heirs to the throne had been removed by death or treaty did it occur to Philippe that he might claim the regency. Gossip accused him of having poisoned the princes of the blood to clear his way to sovereignty, but posterity has agreed with Louis XIV in rejecting this calumny. Several groups began to think of him as a lesser evil than the Duke and Duchesse du Maine. French Protestants, who had, under duress, accepted conversion to Catholicism, prayed for his accession to the regency as a man notably inclined to toleration. So did the Jansenists, suffering under royal persecution and papal bulls. So did the Esprit Fort, or freethinkers, who were delighted with the idea of a freethinker ruling France. So did the Parisian populace, tired of the late king's tardy austerities. So did George I of England, who offered him financial aid, which Philippe refused. Above all, the nobility of the sword, the titled families that had been reduced from their ancient power by Richelieu and Louis XIV to become dependent parasites of the court, hoped through Philippe to avenge itself against the royal insult of subjection to bastards in rule and to tradesmen in administration. Saint-Simon, himself among the highest-ranking nobles, urged Philippe to abandon his idleness and debauchery and fight for his right to the regency. Philippe cared more for pleasure than for power and might have preferred to be left alone. But now, prodded by his friends, he spurred himself to a flurry of action. He, or they, under the Duc de Maine's nose, bought the support of the royal household troops. They won political and military notables with promises of office, and coddled the Parlement with hopes of former privileges renewed. On September 2nd, 1715, the very day after Louis XIV's death, Philippe summoned the Paris Parlement, the leaders of the nobility and the chief officials of the state, to the Palais de Justice. The Duc de Maine came, hoping to receive the regency, but the audacity, mendacity, and eloquence of the Duc d'Orléans outplayed him. "I shall never," Philippe promised, "have any other purpose but to relieve the people, to re-establish good order in the finances, to maintain peace at home and abroad, and to restore unity and tranquillity to the Church. Therein I shall be aided by the wise representations of this august assembly, and I hereby ask for them in anticipation." That is, he offered to restore to the Parlement that right of remonstrance against royal edicts, which the late king had denied and ignored. This adroit move carried the day. The Parlement almost unanimously declared Philippe regent and gave him full control of the council. The Duc de Maine protested that these arrangements contravened the dead king's will, and that under such conditions he could no longer be answerable for the boy king's person, and must ask to be relieved of that duty. Philippe and the Parlement took him at his word, and Maine, furious but helpless, retired to Sceaux and the tirades of his wife. Philippe d'Orléans, aged 42, became for 8 years regent of France. 3. Boom and Crash, 1716 to 1720. His first task was to restore financial order and stability to the state. He inherited a bankrupt government with a debt of 2,400,000,000 livres, to which was added a floating debt of 590 million livres in the form of billets d'etat, royal promissory notes circulating in the nation and now worth hardly a third of their face value. The net receipts of the government for 1715 were 69 million livres. Its expenses, 147 million. Most of the revenue expected in 1716 had been spent in advance. Saint-Simon advised a flat declaration of bankruptcy. Duke Adrien Maurice de Noailles protested. The regent compromised with some intermediate measures of economy and reform. The army was reduced to 25,000 men. Discharged soldiers were exempted from taxes for 6 years. Those with 8 children were permanently exempt. The taille, the gabelle, the capitation, and other taxes were reduced. Abuses in their collection were denounced, and some were remedied. Hundreds of dispensable governmental office holders were dismissed. 2,400 in Paris alone. A Chambre de Justice was established in March 1716, before which all those financiers, merchants, munitions manufacturers, and others were summoned on suspicion of having defrauded the government. Here, Noailles, accustomed to military measures, instituted a veritable terror. Those who would reveal their fellow defaulters were promised lenience. Informers were promised a fifth of all funds recovered by their help. The penalty of death was decreed against interference with informers. Confiscation of property and condemnation to the galleys for life were prescribed for those who gave false testimony about their finances. Some convicted persons were hanged. Some were put into pillories before a rejoicing populace. A few financiers, hopeless of clearing themselves, committed suicide. The results were not commensurate with the methods. Most of the guilty bought exemption from examination or conviction by bribing the officials of the chamber, or the friends of the regent, or his mistresses. Corruption ran to the point where, instead of the guilty offering bribes, the courtiers solicited them. A financier having been fined 1,200,000 livres, a courtier promised to have the fine forgiven for a fee of 300,000 livres. "My dear Count," said the financier, "you come too late. I've just concluded a similar arrangement with your wife for half that sum." The edict that dissolved the Chambre de Justice in March 1717 declared, with a candor rare in governments, that corruption was so widely spread that almost all classes were infected with it, so that just punishments could not be laid upon so great a number of guilty persons without dangerously disturbing commerce, public order, and the state. The net profit to the government when the Inquisition was ended was some 70 million francs. Disappointed with these results, the regent gave ear to a remarkable Scot who offered him a new system of finance. John Law, born to an Edinburgh banker in 1671, studied banking in London, saw the opening of the bank in England in 1694, fought a duel over a love affair, killed his rival, and fled to the continent with a death sentence on his head. He was handsome, affable, mathematical. He speculated successfully in foreign exchange, and his capacity for calculating and remembering the combinations of cards helped him to butter his bread in divers lands. He watched the working of the banks at Amsterdam, Hamburg, Venice, and Genoa. In Amsterdam especially he felt the magic of the credit system, by which a bank issued paper money to many times the gold value of its reserves, putting 10 gulden to work on the security of 1, and so stimulating, facilitating, and multiplying industrial and commercial activities. And there he saw how, with a bank that businessmen could trust, transactions might be effected by a mere shifting of bank balances, without the nuisance of carrying or exchanging silver or gold. He wondered why such a national bank and credit system could not be established in France. He conceived what was later called his système. His central conception was to increase the employment of men and materials by issuing paper money on the credit of the state to twice the value of the national reserves in silver, gold, and land, and by lowering the rate of interest, so encouraging businessmen to borrow money for new enterprises and methods in industry and commerce. In this way, money would create business, business would increase employment and production, the national revenues and reserves would rise, more money could be issued, and the beneficent spiral would expand. If the public, instead of hoarding the precious metals, could be induced by interest payments to deposit its savings in a national bank, these savings could be added to the reserves, and additional currency could be issued. Idle money would be put to work, and the prosperity of the country would be advanced. In 1708, Law expounded his ideas to the French government. Louis XIV rejected them. When Philippe d'Orléans became regent, Law proposed to redeem with his system the bankrupt finances of France. He inquired why it was that only France, Spain, and Portugal, among the leading states of Europe, were still without national banks, and why it was that France, with a soil so fruitful and men so clever, was nevertheless lying prostrate in economic stagnation. Philippe agreed to let him establish as a private venture a Banque Générale in 1716. It accepted deposits, paid interest, made loans, and issued banknotes for 10, 100, and 1,000 francs, whose steady value tied to a fixed weight of silver soon made them a preferred medium of exchange. These notes constituted the first regular paper money, and Law's Bank, with its provincial branches, set up the first organized credit system in France. In April 1717, the notes of the bank were made receivable for taxes. In September, Law advanced to a more adventurous stage of his ideas. He secured from the Regent a concession to a new Compagnie d'Occident for the exploration of the whole Mississippi basin, then under French control. He sold to the public 200,000 shares in this Company of the West at 500 livres per share. It was a high price, but 3/4 of the payment could be made in billets d'etat, government notes, at their face value, which was thrice their actual worth. Glad of this opportunity to exchange depreciated paper for shares in a profit-promising enterprise, the public soon took up all the shares. With swelling optimism, Law instructed his bank to buy the Royal Tobacco monopoly and all French companies handling foreign trade. These he combined with the Compagnie d'Occident in a Compagnie des Indes, which was to monopolize all foreign commerce. A socialism of external trade seemed to some businessmen to presage a socialism of internal production and distribution. Opposition to Law began to form. On December 4th, 1718, Law's bank was reconstituted as the Banque Royale. Its notes were declared legal tender, and it was given almost full control of the nation's finances. He issued new stock in the Compagnie des Indes at 550 livres the share. It was soon subscribed. Expectation of high returns raised the public estimate of the shares' worth. They were exchanged at an ever-increasing price in a wave of speculation until they were quoted at 5,000 livres, 9 or 10 times their face value. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, passing through Paris in 1718, smiled at the sight of France submitting its economic life to a Briton. Law himself allowed his imagination to distance his judgment. The new Banque Royale not only took charge of the mint and all tax collections, it took over the national debt by giving a share in the Compagnie des Indes in exchange for 5,000 livres face value in government obligations. In this way, he thought, passive capital would become active in his varied enterprises. He further endangered the solvency of the bank by making a gift of 24,000 shares to the Regent. Despite these rash ventures, public confidence in him was unimpaired. Public enthusiasm for the Compagnie rose. Buyers bid higher and higher for its shares. Counterfeiters added to the furor by throwing false share certificates upon the market. The narrow, dirty Rue Quincampoix, where the system had its offices, was for 2 years the Wall Street of Paris. Buyers and sellers of all classes, duchesses and prostitutes, Parisians, provincials, foreigners, gathered there in numbers, and excitement mounted day by day. Some were trampled to death in the crush, or were run down by the carriages of the aristocracy. Old Maréchal de Villars, riding by, stopped to lecture the crowd for its fanatic greed. Tiny stalls in the little street fetched higher rentals per month than houses had brought in 20 years. Residents complained that the noise was unbearable. Still, the buyers shouted their competing offers. The price of a share rose almost daily, sometimes hourly. At the end of 1719, some were sold for 12,000 livres each. By that time, the market value of all outstanding shares was 80 times greater than the worth of all the known gold and silver in France. Since only 10% of its face value had to be paid for a share, turnovers were rapid and fortunes were made in a day. A banker made 100 million livres, a hotel waiter 30 million. Now, for the first time, men heard the word millionnaire. Law was the man of the hour. In 1720 he was made Comptroller General of Finances. High-flown lords and ladies fluttered in his anteroom, seeking his advice in money matters or his support in court intrigues. I myself, Voltaire would recall, saw him pass through the galleries of the Palais Royal, followed by dukes and peers, marshals of France, bishops of the Church. A duchess humbly kissed his hand. He was not visibly spoiled by the apparent triumph of his ideas or by the exaltation of his personal power. Indeed, he was alarmed by the exaggerated value that public avidity had placed upon the shares of the company. He took no advantage of his position to swell his own wealth. Saint-Simon, who opposed the system, declared, "There was neither avarice nor roguery in his composition. He was a gentle, good, respectable man, whom excess of credit and fortune had not spoiled, and whose deportment, equipage, table, and furniture could not scandalize anyone. He suffered with singular patience and constancy all vexations excited by his operations, until toward the last he became quick and bad-tempered." Some of the nobility frowned upon him as an alien and a Protestant, and noted that he and his English wife, though they seemed devoted to each other, were not legally married. To reduce this hostility, Law accepted French citizenship and the Roman Catholic faith. He used his power to spur the prosperity of his adopted country. He reduced taxes and put an end to their clumsy and corrupt collection by private agencies. He showed for the masses a sympathy unusual in financiers. He broke up, for cultivation by the peasantry, large estates held by the church or by corporations. He went so far as to propose, soon after being made Comptroller General, that the church be compelled to sell all the property it had acquired since 1600, that is, half of all its French possessions. He anticipated Turgot by abolishing duties on the movement of food and goods within France. He organized the building or repair of roads, bridges, and canals. He brought in skilled artisans from abroad to establish new industries. He encouraged industrial expansion by lowering the rate of interest on loans. French enterprises increased 60% in the 2 years, 1719 to 1720, of his ascendancy. He revived and multiplied the merchant marine by expanding trade with Asia, Africa, and America. French ships engaged in foreign trade numbered 16 in March 1719, 300 in June 1720. French foreign commerce under Law reached again the zenith it had touched under Colbert. He persuaded French nobles to finance the production of coffee and tobacco in Louisiana, and himself financed the development of the Arkansas River area. In 1718, New Orleans was founded and took the Regent's family name. Despite the many-sided efforts of Law and Philippe, the American enterprise did not prosper. Much of the Mississippi Valley was still unconquered wilderness. Every effort was made to settle the region with French colonists. Law offered dowries and 450 acres to emigrating families. When emigration proved less attractive than speculation, prisoners, vagabonds, and prostitutes were deported to Louisiana, and young men and women, like the Manon Lescaut of Prévost's novel, were pressed into the venture by stratagem or force. Such victims were so badly fed that many of them died on the way. Edicts of May 1720 stopped this barbarous impressment. In the colony itself, poor equipment, bad management, and rebellion hampered economic improvement and made the earnings of the Mississippi Company, as the people called it, far less than speculation had presumed. Hopes of gold or precious stones to be mined from the colonial soil proved illusory, though Law himself had entertained that dream. News of these difficulties must have reached France. The cleverest of the speculators judged that the shares of the company had touched their peak and that it was now time to sell. They made great profits by selling promptly. Thousands of others, equally greedy but poorer in information or judgment, were ruined by selling too late. In December 1719, the selling became more eager and competitive than the buying. Within a month, the Duc de Bourbon disposed of his shares for 20 million livres. The Prince de Conti sold his for 14 million. 3 wagons were needed to cart away the gold that Law did not dare refuse the prince for his banknotes and company shares. A Prussian speculator unloaded his holdings and departed with 30 million livres in gold. Others cashed their shares to buy land, houses, jewelry, and other articles whose worth rested on the solid base of human need or vanity. The financiers who had been punished by the Chamber of Justice revenged themselves by cashing their notes and sending the gold out of France. Law tried to stop the drain of gold from the treasury by securing from the Regent edicts forbidding the public to hold, trade, or export the precious metals, and requiring the surrender of all gold and silver above the value of 500 francs to the Banque Royale. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 1, Side 2. Law tried to stop the drain of gold from the treasury by securing from the Regent edicts forbidding the public to hold, trade, or export the precious metals, and requiring the surrender of all gold and silver above the value of 500 francs to the Banque Royale. Agents of the bank were empowered to enter homes and search for hidden precious metal. Even Louis XIV had never ventured upon such an invasion of privacy. Many people, according to Saint-Simon, hid their money with so much secrecy that, dying without being able to say where they had put it, their little treasures remained buried and lost to their heirs. As the price of shares continued to decline, Law tried to bolster it by offering 9,000 livres in paper money per share, but the consequent increase in banknotes lowered their value and raised the price of goods. By May 1720, prices had risen 100%, wages 75%, as compared with 1716. By July, a pair of silk stockings brought 40 livres. A panic of inflation set in. Men rushed to exchange paper currency and stock certificates for goods. So the Duc de la Force amassed candles, and the Maréchal d'Estrées piled up stores of coffee and chocolate. To check this flight from money to goods, law announced on May 21st a 50% reduction in the official value of bank notes and company shares. It was a serious error, perhaps due to pressure from the frightened Regent, who himself felt the pressure of law's noble and clerical foes. Philippe tried to ease the crisis by restoring all his company shares to the bank. Nevertheless, the wave of selling continued. In July, the bank was compelled to suspend payment on any of its notes above 10 francs. Holders of the notes besieged the bank, clamoring for the redemption of their paper in silver or gold. In Paris, the crowd was so great that 10 women were trampled to death in the confusion. Later, 3 of the corpses were carried in an angry procession beneath the windows of the Regent. The people, whose mad speculation had caused the collapse of the system, held law responsible for all difficulties. Attempts were made to seize and kill him. These failing, his coach was smashed to pieces in the courtyard of the Palais Royal. Repeated riots expressed the feeling of the public that it had been deceived by financial tricks, and that the upper classes had profited at the expense of the community. Parlement joined in the attacks upon law. Philippe banished it to Pontoise on July 20th. The people defended the Parlement. In August, the shares of the Mississippi Company, which at their peak had reached 12,000 livres, fell to 2,000, and the bank notes dropped to 10% of their original worth. In October, the news leaked out and spread from mouth to mouth that the Regent, during the prosperity of the Banque Royale, had drawn from it notes to the total face value of 3 billion francs, of which a large part had been consumed in lavish gifts to friends and mistresses. About the same time, a cashier of the bank absconded to Prussia with an enormous quantity of its gold. The shares of the Mississippi Company fell to 200 livres. In December, the Regent abolished the bank, dismissed Law, and recalled the Parlement. On the 14th, Law left France with his son. He had sunk his own fortune into the Compagnie des Indes and shared the fate of most shareholders. He had deposited no funds abroad. Now he took with him only 2,000 livres and a few mediocre gems. At Brussels, he received from Peter the Great an invitation to come and take charge of Russia's finances. He refused. He retired to Venice, was joined by his wife and daughter, lived in obscurity and poverty, and died there in 1729. The principles upon which he had established his bank were theoretically sound. They would have made France solvent and prosperous had it not been for the incredible avidity of speculators and the extravagance of the Regent. Law's own accounts on examination were found to be without fault. Temporarily, the French economy was left apparently in ruins. Shareholders and note-holders were demanding impossible payment. The circulation of money was almost paralyzed. Industry was hesitating. Foreign commerce was becalmed. Prices were beyond the capacity of the people to pay. The Regent summoned the brothers Paris to make some order out of the chaos. They called in all banknotes and redeemed their diverse categories with liens on the national revenue at a loss of 16 to 95% to the holders. The public, its fury exhausted, submitted patiently to this practical bankruptcy. Something remained from the debacle. Agriculture benefited from the rise in the value of its products and the depreciation of the currency. Industry, stimulated by low interest and high prices, recovered rapidly. New enterprises appeared everywhere. Internal trade profited from the reduction of internal tolls. Commerce, when the chaos subsided, resumed its extension overseas. The middle classes, in whom the pursuit of gain was natural and necessary, emerged unscathed and enlarged. Financiers multiplied in number and power. The nobility gained by paying its debts in cheapened currency, but lost face by having shown, in the fever of speculation, a concupiscence as blatant as in any class. The Regency remained tarnished with its faithlessness to its financial obligations and its continued luxury amid widespread disaster. An anonymous critic complained that it will take centuries to eradicate the evil which law is responsible for in having accustomed the people to ease and luxury, in having made them discontented with their condition, in having raised the price of food and manual labor, and in making all classes of tradespeople look for exorbitant profits. But that same commercial spirit stimulated the economy and the intellect of France, while lowering the moral tone of French society. By 1722, the French economy had recovered sufficiently to let the Regent return, with the easy conscience of a government, to his wonted ways of kindly rule and generous adultery. 4. The Regent. His German mother had warned him to check his amiability. "It is better to be kind than harsh," she told him, "but justice consists in punishing as well as rewarding, and it is certain that he who does not make Frenchmen fear him will soon fear them, for they despise those who do not intimidate them." Philippe, molded by Montaigne, admired English liberty and spoke optimistically about having subjects who would not obey him blindly, but would be intelligent enough to let him explain to them the reasons for his laws. He symbolized the spirit of his regime by abandoning Versailles and coming to live in the Palais Royal, in the heart and fever of Paris. He disliked the ceremonies and publicity of court life, and put them behind him. For further ease and privacy, he arranged that the young king should live not at Versailles, but in the chateau of suburban Vincennes. Far from poisoning the boy, as gossip alleged, Philippe showed him every kindness and all due subordination, so that Louis XV preserved throughout his life a grateful remembrance of the care which the Regent had lavished upon him. 2 days after Louis XIV had been buried, Philippe ordered the release from the Bastille of all prisoners except those known to have been guilty of serious crimes against society. Hundreds of these men had been imprisoned by secret letters, lettres de cachet, of the late king. Most of them were Jansenists accused only of religious nonconformity. Others had been incarcerated so long that no one, not even themselves, knew the cause. One man, arrested 35 years before, had never been brought to trial or told the reason of his confinement. Released in his old age, he found himself bewildered by freedom. He did not know a soul in Paris and had not a sou. He begged and was allowed to remain in the Bastille to the end of his life. The dead king's confessor, Michel Le Tellier, who had hounded the Jansenists, was banished from Paris. The Regent advised the opposing factions in the Church to quiet their disputes. He winked an eye at clandestine Protestants and appointed several of them to administrative posts. He wished to renew the liberal Edict of Nantes, but the Jesuits and the Jansenists united in denouncing such toleration, and his minister Dubois, angling for a cardinal's hat, dissuaded him. The justice refused to the Protestants by the two factions in the Church was won for them only by philosophy. The Regent was a Voltairean before Voltaire. He had no perceptible religious belief. Under the pious Louis XIV he had read Rabelais in church. Now he allowed Voltaire, Fontenelle, and Montesquieu to publish books that only a few years before would have been banned from France as imperiling Christian belief. Politically, and even when he sent Voltaire to the Bastille, Philippe was a liberal and enlightened ruler. He explained his ordinances to the people in terms so moderate and sincere that Michelet saw in them a herald of the Constituent Assembly of 1789. Offices were filled with able men, regardless of their enmity to the Regent himself. One who had threatened him with assassination was made chief of the Council of Finance. Philippe, by nature Epicurean, remained a Stoic till 5 p.m. Till then, says Saint-Simon, he devoted himself exclusively to public business, reception of ministers, councils, etc., never dining during the day, but taking chocolate between 2 and 3 o'clock, when everybody was allowed to enter his room. His familiarity and his readiness of access extremely pleased people, but were much abused. Of all the race of Henry IV, that is, of all the Bourbons, said Voltaire, Philippe d'Orléans resembled that monarch the most in his courage, goodness of heart, openness, gaiety, affability, and freedom of access, and with an understanding better cultivated. He disconcerted ambassadors and counselors by the range of his knowledge, the penetration of his mind, the wisdom of his judgment. But he shared the weakness of philosophers, the ability and willingness to see so many sides to a subject that time was absorbed in discussion and decisive action was deferred. Liberal though he was, he would not tolerate any abridgment of the traditional royal authority. When Parlement, availing itself of the privilege of remonstrance which he had promised it, refused to register some of his decrees, that is, to enter them among the recognized laws of the land, he summoned it, on August 25, 1718, to a famous lit de justice, a session at which the king, seated on a bed of judgment, exercised his sovereignty to compel the registration of a royal edict. The 153 magistrates, solemn in their scarlet robes, walked on foot to the Tuileries. The young king, following Philippe's instructions, ordered them, and they proceeded to register the regent's decrees. Since the Duke and Duchesse de Maine had continued to oppose him in council and by intrigues, he took the occasion to deprive the royal bastards of their status as princes of the blood. The legitimate dukes were restored to their former precedence and rights, to the delight of the Duc de Saint-Simon, to whom this was the greatest achievement of the Regency and the noblest moment of his memoir. The Duchesse de Maine did not accept defeat. She financed some of the wits who pricked the regent with lampoons. He tolerated these barbs with the patience of Saint Sebastian, accepting, as we shall see, the Philippique and the J'ai vu, I have seens, attributed to Voltaire. In December 1718, the Duchess entered into a conspiracy with Celamare, the Spanish ambassador, with Alberoni, the Spanish premier, and with Cardinal Melchior de Polignac, to overthrow the regent and make Philip V of Spain King of France, with the Duc de Maine as his chief minister. The conspiracy was discovered, the ambassador was dismissed, the Duke and Duchess were sent to separate prisons, from which they were released in 1721. The Duke claimed ignorance of the plot. The Duchess resumed her court, and intrigue set so. Amid these harassments, and within the limits of tradition and his character, Philippe undertook some moderate reforms. More roads were built during his brief tenure than in Louis XIV's half-century. He saved millions of francs by abandoning Marly and Versailles, and keeping a numerically modest court. Many of Law's innovations survived in a more economical and merciful collection of taxes, and the dismissal of tax-gatherers accused of corruption or waste. Philippe contemplated a graduated income tax. He tried it in Normandy, in Paris, and at La Rochelle. It lapsed with his premature death. He did his best to keep France out of war. He demobilized thousands of troops and settled them on uncultivated land. He housed the remaining soldiers in barracks instead of quartering them upon the people. With generous vision, he opened the University of Paris and the Bibliothèque Royale to all qualified students without charge. The state paid their tuition. He supported with public funds the Académie Royale des Sciences, the Académie Royale des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres, the Académie Royale de l'Architecture. He financed the publication of learned works. He established in the Louvre an Académie des Arts Mécaniques to promote invention and the industrial arts. He gave pensions to artists, scholars, and savants, provided rooms for them in the royal palaces, and loved to talk with these men about their diverse pursuits. His measures and reforms fell short of full fruition, partly because of the incubus of debt and the collapse of Law's financial revolution, and partly through the regent's own physical and moral defects. It is one of the pitiful tragedies in the history of France that this man, with so many virtues of mind and heart, was sullied and weakened with the debauchery of his class and time. Son of a sexual invert, tutored by an ecclesiastical rake, he grew up almost devoid of restraint in sexual indulgence. He would have had virtues, said Duclos, if one could have them without principles. Forced to marry an illegitimate daughter of Louis XIV, and finding no love or comfort in his wife, he took to frequent drunkenness, and to such a concatenation of mistresses as no ruler has equaled outside of Islamic seraglios. He chose his male friends among roisterers, whom he called roués, who spent fortunes in venery and furnished their homes with costly art and sexual stimulants. In the Palais Royal, or in his villa at Saint-Cloud, Philippe joined his friends, mostly young nobles, but also some cultivated Englishmen like Lords Stair and Stanhope, in petits soupers, where cultured women like Madame du Deffand mingled with actresses, divas, and mistresses in providing feminine stimulation to male wit. Says Saint-Simon, with possibly some sanctimonious coloration. At these parties the character of everyone was passed in review, ministers and favourites like the rest, with a liberty which was unbridled license. The gallantries past and present of the court and the town, all the old stories, disputes, jokes, absurdities, were raked up. Nobody was spared. Monsieur le Duc d'Orléans had his say like the rest, but very rarely did these discourses make the slightest impression upon him. The company drank as much as they could, inflamed themselves, said the filthiest things without stint, uttered impieties with emulation, and when they had made a good deal of noise and were very drunk, they went to bed to recommence the same game the next day. Philippe's restless, uprooted spirit expressed itself in the brief tenure of his concubines. They rarely reigned beyond a month, but the superseded ones bided their time till it came their turn again. His valets, even his friends, brought him ever new candidates. Women of high rank, like the Comtesse de Parabère, adventuresses like Madame de Tencin, singers and dancers from the opera, models of perfect beauty like Madame de Sabran, whose noble bearing and figure finest in the world agitated even the virtuous Saint-Simon, gave themselves to the Regent for a spell of royalty, or for pensions, subsidies, jewelry, and he lavished gifts upon them from his own income or the ailing treasury. Careless though he was, he never allowed these women to elicit state secrets from him, or to discuss state affairs. When Madame de Sabran tried to, he made her look at herself in a mirror, and asked her, "Can one talk business to such a pretty face? I shouldn't like it at all." Her sway ended soon afterward. This same paragon of promiscuity loved his mother, visited her twice daily, and meekly bore her sorrowful reprimands. He did not love his wife, but he gave her attentions and courtesy, and found time to have 5 children by her. He loved his children, grieved when his youngest daughter took to a nunnery, and let no day pass without visiting, in the Luxembourg Palace, his oldest daughter, whose life was almost as sad a scandal as his own. Her marriage with Charles, Duc de Berry, soon became an oscillation of war and truce. Having caught him in alien arms, she agreed to smile upon his infidelities if he would condone her own. A contemporary chronicle adds that they undertook to protect each other. Granddaughter of Monsieur le Sodomite, and scion of a Bavarian family with insanity in its blood, she found stability of mind or morals beyond her power, and her consciousness of her faults heated a haughty temper that alarmed all who entered her life. She took full advantage of her derivation, rode through Paris like a queen, and kept at the Luxembourg a luxurious ménage, sometimes with 800 servants. When her husband died in 1714, she entertained a succession of lovers. She shocked everyone by her drunkenness and debauchery, indecent language and scornful pride, and her fits of piety alternated with skeptical sallies against religion. She seems never to have loved anyone so much as her father, nor he anyone so much as her. She shared his intelligence, sensitivity, and wit, along with his morals, and her beauty and youth rivaled that of his choicest mistresses. The gossip of Paris, having no heart and knowing no law, accused them of incest. For good measure it added that he had committed incest with all 3 of his daughters. Probably some of these rumors were set afloat by the circle of Madame du Maine. Saint-Simon, closest to the situation, rejected them as base cruelties. Philippe himself never bothered to deny them. His complete freedom from jealousy of his daughter's lovers, and her lack of jealousy of his mistresses, hardly accord with the possessive character of love. Only one man could detach her from her father, Captain Rion of her palace guard, who so entranced her with his masculinity that she became his slave. In 1719 she shut herself in at the Luxembourg with a few attendants, and gave birth to the captain's daughter. Soon afterwards she secretly married him. She begged her father to let her announce this marriage. He refused. Her love for him turned into a mad resentment. She fell sick, neglected herself, developed an alarming fever, and died, aged 24, of a purgative administered by her doctor on July 21, 1719. An autopsy revealed some malformations in her brain. No bishop would consent to officiate at her funeral, and Philippe was humbly grateful when the monks of Saint-Denis allowed her remains to be deposited in the royal vaults of their abbey church. Her mother rejoiced at her daughter's death. Her father buried himself in the emptiness of power. 5. Society under the Regency. The growth of wealth in France between the Edict of Nantes in 1598 and its revocation in 1685, the urbanization of life, and the decline of religious belief after the religious wars and the Jansenist disputes, had produced in the nobility a relaxation of morals symbolized by Louis XIV in the youth of his reign. The marriage of the king to Madame de Maintenon in 1685, his conversion to monogamy and morality, and the sobering effect of military disasters, had compelled his court to change at least its external ways, and the self-reforms of the clergy had for a generation checked the weakening of the Church. The freethinkers had censored their own publications, and the Epicureans had kept their revels from public view. But when the stern and repentant king was succeeded by a skeptical, licentious, and tolerant regent, these restraints fell away, and the resentment of suppressed instincts broke out in a wave of irreligion and self-indulgence, similar to the sensual riot of English society in Restoration England after a generation of Puritan ascendancy, from 1642 to 1660. Immorality was now a badge of liberation and sophistication. Debauchery became a kind of etiquette. Christianity was in decline long before the Encyclopédie attacked it, even before Voltaire first aimed at it the darts of his pen. Dupuy, in 1717, complained of the large number of materialists in Paris. "Today," said Massillon in 1718, "ungodliness almost lends an air of distinction and glory. It is a merit that gives access to the great, that procures for obscure men the privilege of familiarity with the people's prince." That prince's mother, shortly before her death in 1722, wrote, "I do not believe that there are in Paris, either among ecclesiastics or people of the world, 100 persons who have a true Christian faith and really believe in our Saviour, and this makes me tremble." Few of the younger generation thought of going from Catholicism to Protestantism. They went to atheism, which was much safer. The cafes Procope and Grado, like the Temple, were the rendezvous of unbelieving wits. If irreligion shared in releasing moral laxity in the upper class, poverty cooperated with the natural lawlessness of men in producing moral chaos among the lower strata of Paris. The learned Lacroix calculated that the dangerous characters, beggars, vagabonds, thieves, swindlers of every description, formed perhaps a sixth of the people, and we may assume that among the urban poor, as among the rich, adultery tempered toil. Crime of all sorts flourished, from pickpockets in Paris to brigands on the roads. Paris had an organized police, but this could not keep up with crime, and sometimes contented itself with a part of the spoils. In 1721 the Ministry of War at last succeeded in arresting Cartouche, the Jack Sheppard of France, and rounded up 500 members of his band, which had made the highways unsafe even for kings. Only the peasantry and the middle classes sustained the moral stability of French life. But in the nobility at Paris, in the floating gentry of the town, in the addicts of literature or art, in the financiers and the abbé commandataire, the moral precepts seemed quite forgotten, and Christianity was remembered only for a Sunday social hour. The double standard, which had sought to protect the inheritance of property by making the infidelity of the wife a far graver offense than that of the husband, was left behind when the wife came to Paris or Versailles. There, the wife who confined her favors to her husband was considered old-fashioned. There, women rivaled the men in tying and untying knots. Marriage was accepted to preserve the family, its possessions, and its name, but beyond that, no fidelity was demanded by the mores of the time and class from either the husband or the wife. In the Middle Ages, marriage had been counted on to lead to love. Now, marriage has seldom led to love as love to marriage, and even in adultery there was little pretense of love. Here and there, however, a faithful couple shone as a brave exception amid the kaleidoscopic crowd. The Duke and Duchess of Saint-Simon, the Count and Countess of Toulouse, Monsieur and Madame de Luynes, Monsieur and Madame de Pontchartrain, Monsieur and Madame de Belle-Île. Many reckless wives graduated into subdued and exemplary grandmothers. Some, their charms worn out with circulation, retired to comfortable convents and distributed charity and wisdom. One of the most enterprising women of the Regency was Claudine Alexandrine de Tencin. She bounced out of a nunnery at the age of 32 into a giddy progression of liaisons. She had excuses. Her father was a successful philanderer as well as president of the Parlement of Grenoble. Her mother was a flighty coquette, and Claudine herself was conscious of a beauty that itched to be sold. Her older sister, Madame de Groslay, was only less promiscuous. In her deathbed confession at the age of 87, she explained, "I was young, I was pretty, men told me so, and I believed them. Guess at the rest." Claudine's older brother Pierre took holy orders and made his way through many women to a cardinal's hat and the archbishopric of Lyon. To save a dowry, Claudine's father entered her into a convent at Montfleury. There she fretted in reluctant piety for 16 years. In 1713, aged 32, she escaped, and hid in the room of the Chevalier des Touches, an artillery officer, with whose aid she became, in 1717, the mother of the philosopher d'Alembert. Not foreseeing the Encyclopédie in this infant, she exposed him on the steps of the church of Saint-Jean-Laurent in Paris. She passed on to Matthew Prior and Lord Bolingbroke, and Marc René de Voyer d'Argenson, and then flung herself, allegedly after posing as a nude statue, into the arms of the Regent himself. Her stay there was brief, She tried to transmute her caresses into a benefice for her beloved brother. Philippe replied that he did not like wenches who talked business between sheets. He ordered his doors closed to her. She picked herself up and conquered Dubois. We shall meet her again. Amid this moral flux, some women of Paris carried on the distinctive French virtue of assembling titles, intellect, and beauty in salons. The most polished society in the capital gathered in the architectural splendor of the Hôtel de Sully. There came statesmen, financiers, poets, Fontenelle in his silent 60s, Voltaire in his brash 20s. A more light-hearted group met at the Hôtel de Bouillon, which Lesage immortalized in an angry moment. Invited to read there his play Turcaret, and arriving late, he was haughtily reproved by the Duchess. "You have made us lose an hour." He replied, "I will make you gain twice the time," and left the house. We have noted the salon of Madame du Maine at Sceaux. Marguerite Jeanne Cordier de Launay, who was to be Baronne de Staël, served the Duchess as lady-in-waiting, and wrote bright Memoirs, published in 1755, describing the comedies, conceits, fêtes de nuit, and masquerades that left scant room for conversation amid les divertissements de Sceaux. But conversation dominated the salon that Anne-Thérèse de Courcelles, Marquise de Lambert, held in the Hôtel de Nevers, now the Bibliothèque Nationale. Rich but austere, she continued into the riotous Regency the staid and stately manners of Louis XIV's declining years. She discouraged card-playing, chess, even music. She was all for intellect. Like the Marquise du Châtelet, she was interested in science and philosophy, and sometimes, says Voltaire, she talked above her own head, but the head was pretty and titled, which made any metaphysic effervesce. Every Tuesday she entertained scientists and aristocrats. Every Wednesday, writers, artists, and scholars, including Fontenelle, Montesquieu, and Marivaux. At her gatherings, savants gave lectures, authors read their forthcoming books, and literary reputations were made. From that Bureau d'Esprit, or Ministry of Mind, this generous and ambitious hostess waged a score of successful campaigns to get her protégés into the French Academy. She was one of the hundreds of gracious, cultured, civilized women who make the history of France the most fascinating story in the world. 6. Watteau and the Arts. A revolution in art mirrored the change in politics and morals. After the collapse of Louis XIV's imperialistic policy in the War of the Spanish Succession, 1702 to 1713, the spirit of France turned from the gore of glory to the pleasures of peace. The mood of the time found no need for new churches, more use for city mansions like the Hôtel Matignon and the Palais Bourbon, 1721 to 1722. Excepting such architectural immensities, dwellings and rooms became smaller now, but their decoration was more delicate and refined. Baroque began to pass into Rococo. That is, the style of irregular forms and abundant ornament took a turn toward an almost brittle elegance, running to playful and incalculable fantasy. The delight in exquisite finish, bright colors, and surprising evolutions of design became a mark of the style Regence. Classical orders disappeared under a frolic of dainty curves, corners were concealed, moldings were lavishly carved. Sculpture abandoned the Olympian grandeur of Versailles for smaller forms of graceful movement and emotional appeal. Furniture shunned right angles and straight lines, and aimed at comfort rather than dignity. Now came the siège à deux, the armchair built for two, designed for friends and lovers resenting the pathos of distance. Charles Cresson, chief cabinet-maker to the Regent, established the Regency style, with chairs, tables, desks, and bureaus, brilliant with mother-of-pearl marquetry and gay with conscious loveliness. Philippe himself, in person, manners, and tastes, symbolized the transition to Rococo. When he moved the government from Versailles to Paris, he brought art down from the classic sobriety of Louis XIV to the lighter spirit of the capital, and he directed the wealth of the bourgeoisie to the patronage of art. He was patron ex officio and par excellence. He was rich in his own right and paid handsomely. His taste was not for grandeur or massive display, nor for the traditional pictorial themes of religion, legend, or history, but for minor masterpieces of perfect workmanship tempting the fingers and opening the eyes, like jeweled caskets, silver vessels, golden bowls, fanciful chinoiserie, and paintings of luscious women dressed in nature by Rubens or Titian, or swaying in Veronese's gorgeous robes. His art collection in the Palais Royal was thrown open to all responsible visitors. It would have rivaled any collection had it not been for his mistresses, who asked and received. Artists came to his rooms to study and copy, and Philippe went to their studios to watch and learn. To Charles-Antoine Coipel, his premier peintre, he spoke with characteristic courtesy and modesty. "I am happy and proud, monsieur, to receive your advice and to avail myself of your lessons." He would have been a highly civilized man had not he suffered from thirst and an uncontrollable appreciation of beauty. The quality of the age expressed itself most clearly in painting. Liberated by the Regent and their new patrons, artists like Watteau, Pater, Lancret, and Lemoine discarded the rules that Lebrun had laid down in the Académie Royale des Beaux-Arts. They responded willingly to the demand for pictures that would reflect the Regent's appetite for beauty and pleasure, the vivacious grace of Regency women, the warm colors of Regency furniture and drapes, the gay parties in the Bois de Boulogne, the games and masquerades of the court at Sceaux, the fluid morals of actors, actresses, prima donnas, and danseuses. The pagan mythology replaced the grim stories of somber saints. Strange figures from China, Turkey, Persia, or India let the released mind roam freely through exotic dreams. Idyllic pastorals supplanted heroic histories. Portraits of purchasers superseded the exploits of kings. Some painters already famous under Louis XIV continued to flourish in the Regency. Antoine Coipel, after adorning Versailles in the correct style of the old court, painted in the Palais Royal ladies in alluring négligé. Nicolas de Largillière, already 59 when the Grand Monarque died, carried on for 30 years more. He hangs in pride and wig, with wife and daughter, in the inexhaustible Louvre. Alexandre François Desportes, who died at 82 in 1743, was now painting spacious landscapes, like the Paysages d'Île-de-France in the Musée de Compiègne. François Lemoine, who killed himself at 49 in 1737, decorated the church of Saint-Sulpice piously, then warmed the Salon d'Hercule at Versailles with voluptuous forms that would be inherited by Boucher. And Claude Gillot, designer of scenery and costumes for the stage, engraver of landscapes and theatrical tableaux, introduced that style of fête champêtre which we associate with his pupil Antoine Watteau. Antoine was a Fleming born to a tiler in Valenciennes in 1684. Flemish influences first molded him. The paintings of Rubens, Ostade, and Teniers, and the teaching of a local painter, Jacques Gérin. When Gérin died in 1702, Watteau advanced to Paris, penniless. He earned his bread by assisting a scene painter, then by working in a factory that turned out small portraits and devotional pictures wholesale. His wages were 3 francs a week, plus enough food to keep him alive and let him develop tuberculosis. Another fever burned in him, the hunger for greatness and fame. He gave his evenings and holidays to drawing persons and places from nature. One of these sketches struck the eye and fancy of Gillot, who was painting panels for the Comédie Italienne. He invited Watteau to join him. Antoine came and fell in love with the actors. He painted incidents from their hectic lives, their reckless, shifting loves, their games and picnics, their voluble panic when Madame de Maintenon, offended by their satire, restricted them to pantomime. Watteau captured the pathos of their instability, the comical expressions of their faces, the folds of their strange costumes. And he gave these pictures a gleaming texture that may have stirred some jealousy in Gillot. In any case, master and pupil quarreled and parted, and Antoine moved to the studio of Claude Durant in the Luxembourg. There he studied with awe Rubens's pictorial apotheosis of Marie de Médicis, and in the gardens he found vistas of trees and clouds that lured his pencil or brush. Those were bitter years when French boys were being hurried off to one battlefield after another in the long war of the Spanish Succession. Their immolation was duly prefaced by patriotic parades and pathetic farewells. Watteau described them in The Departure of the Troops with such delicacy of feeling and technique that Audran in turn took alarm at being surpassed. Hoping to win the Prix de Rome, Antoine entered the competition offered by the Académie Royale de Peinture et de Sculpture in 1709. He won only the second prize, but the Academy enrolled him as a member in 1712. After many minor efforts, he reached the crest of his curve with the Embarkation for Cythera in 1717, now one of the choicest treasures of the Louvre. All Paris applauded it. The delighted Regent made him an official painter to the king, and the Duchesse de Berry commissioned him to decorate her Château La Muette. He worked feverishly, as if knowing that he had only 4 more years to live. Antoine Crozat, who rivaled Philippe himself as a patron of the art, offered Watteau board and bed in his commodious hotel. There the younger Antoine studied the finest collection yet gathered by a private citizen. For Crozat he painted 4 decorative panels, the Seasons. Soon dissatisfied with luxury, he moved from place to place, even to London in 1719. But coal dust and fog drove him back to Paris, where he lived for a time with the art dealer Gersaint. For him, Antoine painted in 8 mornings 2 sides of a signboard showing fashionable Parisians examining pictures in a shop. Over the casual realism, the delicate folds of a woman's dress cast the shimmering light characteristic of Watteau. Daily his consumptive cough grew worse. Hoping that rural air would help him, he took a house in Nogent, near Vincennes. There, in the arms of Gersaint and the church, he died on July 18th, 1721, aged 37. His long illness infected his character and his art. Slender and ailing, nervous and diffident, easily tired, seldom smiling and rarely gay, he kept his sorrow out of his art and painted life as his wishes sought, a panorama of lively actors and lissom women, an ode to wistful joy. Too frail for sensuality, he maintained amid the license of the Regency a decency of morals which was reflected in the temper of his work. He painted a few nudes, but they held no fleshly lure. For the rest, his women wore radiant costumes, tiptoeing through the vestibules of love. His brush fluctuated between the vicissitudes of actors, the rituals of courtship, and the kaleidoscope of the sky. He clothed l'indifférent in the costliest, laciest raiment he could imagine. He pictured the French comedians in a dramatic scene, and caught the Italian actor Giuseppe Balletti as Gilles the clown in a brown study and white pantaloons. He surprised a guitar player in a mood of amorous melancholy, and saw a music party entranced by a lute. He placed his figures against dreamy backgrounds of playful fountains, swaying trees, and gliding clouds, with here and there a pagan statue echoing Poussin, as in La Fête d'Amour, or Les Champs-Élysées. He loved women from a timid distance, with all the longing of one too weak to woo, and he was moved not so much by cozy contours as by the luster of their hair and the sinuous flow of their robes. Upon their garments he cast all the wizardry of his colors, as if knowing that by such raiment woman had become the mystery engendering, besides mankind, half the wit and poetry and adoration of the world. So he poured his spirit into his most famous picture, L'Embarquement pour Cythère, in which graceful women, succumbing to male agitation, embark with their courtiers for the isle where Venus, it was said, had a temple, and had emerged, dripping with beauty, from the sea. Here the men almost outshine the ladies in the splendor of their dress. But what charmed the Academy was the overhanging grandeur of the trees, and the distant island's snowy crest, tinged with the sun and touching clouds. Watteau liked this subtle theme so well that he painted it in 3 variations. And Paris responded by choosing Watteau to carry the colors of the Regency, to celebrate the pleasures of life in a regime that would die as soon as it had spent its youth. He became, by official title, the Peintre des Fêtes Galantes, the painter of urban lovers, picnicking pastorally in a tranquil countryside, mingling Eros and Pan in the sole religion of the age. A breath of melancholy passes over these seemingly carefree scenes. These pliant sylphs could not be so tender if they had not known some suffering, or could not guess the brevity of adoration. This is the quality of Watteau, the delicate rendering of perfect moments that must pass. He died too soon to savor his fame. After he was gone, connoisseurs discovered his drawings, and some preferred them to his paintings. For here the chalk or pencil had achieved a finesse of detail in hands and hair, a subtlety of nuance in eyes and pose and flirting fan, that the oils had never quite revealed. The women of Paris became especially fond of themselves, as seen in the dead artist's longing. The beau monde dressed itself à la Watteau, walked and lounged à la Watteau, adorned its boudoirs and salons as these had been in the shapes and colors of his vision. The style Watteau entered into the design of furniture, into the rural motifs of decoration and the airy arabesques of Rococo. Artists like Lancret and Pater took over Watteau's specialty and pictured fêtes champêtres, conversations galantes, musicales in the park, dances on the green, declarations of love's eternity. Half the painting of France through the next 100 years was a memory of Watteau. His influence continued through Boucher to Fragonard, to Delacroix, to Renoir, and the Impressionists found in his technique suggestive foreshadowings of their theories of light and shade and mood. He was, as the captivated Goncourt said, the great poet of the 18th century. 7. Authors. Under the easy morals and tolerance of the Regency, literature prospered, and heresy found a footing that it never lost again. Theatres and the opera recovered from the frowns of the late king and Madame de Maintenon. Philippe or some of his household attended the Opéra Comique, the Théâtre Français, or the Théâtre des Italiens, almost every evening. The Théâtre Français, while preserving Corneille, Racine, and Molière, opened its stage to fresh plays like Voltaire's Oedipe, in which the voice of a new and rebel age was heard. Barring Voltaire, the greatest writers of this period were conservatives molded under the Grand Monarque. Alain-René Lesage, born in 1668, belonged in spirit and style to the 17th century, though he lived till 1747. Educated by the Jesuits at Vannes, he came to Paris and studied law, his mistress paying his tuition fees. After sufficient service to a tax collector to make him hate financiers, he undertook to support his wife and children by writing books. He might have starved had not a kindly abbé pensioned him with 600 livres per year. He translated some plays from the Spanish and Avellaneda's continuation of Don Quixote. Inspired by Vélez de Guevara's El Diablo Coelho, the Lame Devil, he struck a happy vein with Le Diable Boiteux in 1707, which pictured an impish demon, Asmodeus, perching on a pinnacle in Paris, lifting roofs at will with his magic wand, and revealing to his friend the private lives and unlicensed loves of the unsuspecting residents. The result was a rollicking disclosure of the sordid schemes, hypocrisies, vices, and devices of humanity. One lady, surprised by her husband in bed with his valet, solves a dozen problems at once by crying out that she is being raped. The husband kills the valet, the lady saves both her virtue and her life, and dead men tell no tales. Nearly everyone rushed to buy or borrow the book, delighted to see other people exposed. Two seigneurs of the court, said the Journal de Verdun for December 1707, fought sword in hand in Barbin's shop to get the last copy of the second edition. Sainte-Beuve found almost an epitome of the age in the remark of Asmodeus about a brother demon with whom he had quarreled. We embraced, and since then we are mortal enemies. 2 years later, Lesage reached almost the level of Molière with a comedy satirizing the financiers. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued. Cassette 2, Side 1. 2 years later, Lesage reached almost the level of Molière with a comedy satirizing the financiers. Some of these had advanced news of Turcaret and tried to prevent its performance. A story, probably legendary, pictured them offering the author 100,000 francs to withdraw the play. The Dauphin, son of Louis XIV, ordered it produced. Turcaret is a contractor merchant moneylender who lives in luxury amid the destitution of war. He is generous only to his mistress, who bleeds him as sedulously as he bleeds the people. I marvel at the course of human life, says the valet Frontin. We pluck a coquette, the coquette devours a man of affairs, the man of affairs pillages others, and all this makes the most diverting chain of knaveries imaginable. Perhaps the satire here is unfair and is edged with revenge. In the most famous of 18th-century French novels, Lesage succeeded in depicting a more complex character and with greater objectivity. Following Spanish models again, The Adventures of Gil Blas de Santillane moves in picaresque style through a world of banditry, drinking bouts, abductions, seductions, and politics, in which cleverness is the supreme virtue and success pardons all. Gilles begins as an innocent youth, tender with ideals and love of mankind, but credulous, talkative, and vain. He is captured by robbers, joins them, learns their arts and ways, graduates from them to the Spanish court, and serves the Duke of Lerma as aide and pander. Before I was about the court, my nature was compassionate and charitable, but tenderness of heart is an unfashionable frailty there, and mine became harder than any flint. Here was an admirable school to correct the romantic sensibilities of friendship. He turns his back upon his parents and refuses to help them. His luck fails. He is imprisoned. He resolves to reform. He is released, retires to the country, marries, and tries to be a good citizen. Finding this to be an intolerable bore, he returns to the court and its code. He is knighted, marries again, and is surprised by the virtue of his wife and by his happiness in her children, of whom I devoutly believe myself the father. Gil Blas became the favorite novel of French readers until Hugo's Les Miserables in 1862 challenged its size and supremacy. Lesage loved his book so well that he spread it over 20 years of his life. The first 2 volumes appeared in 1715, the third in 1724, the fourth in 1735. And as in Cervantes's Don Quixote, the last was as good as the first. He financed his old age by writing little comedies for the popular Théâtre de la Foire, Theatre of the Fair, and in 1738 he issued another novel, Le Bachelier de Salamanque, padding the book with unacknowledged pilferings in the manner of the time. He had become almost deaf at 40, but could hear with a trumpet. Lucky man who could close his ears at will as we close our eyes. Toward the end of his life he lost the use of his faculties, except in the middle of the day, so that, said his friends, his mind seemed to rise and set with the sun. He died in 1747, in his 80th year. Lesage's Gil Blas finds fewer readers today than the Memoir of Louis de Rouvois, Duc de Saint-Simon. No one loves the Duke now, for he lacked the modest man's ability to conceal his vanity. He never forgot that he was one of the Duc et Père of France, ranking in grandeur only after the royal family itself. He never forgave Louis XIV for preferring bourgeois competence to noble mediocrity in the administration of the government, nor for putting the royal bastards ahead of the dukes and peers in the ritual of the court and succession to the throne. On September 1st, 1715, he tells us, I learned the death of the king upon awakening. Immediately afterward I went to pay my respects to the new monarch. I went thence to Monsieur le Duc d'Orléans. I reminded him of a promise he had given me, that he would allow the dukes to keep their hats on when their votes were asked for. He loved the Regent sincerely, served him in the Council of State, admonished him to moderation in mistresses, and comforted him in bereavements and defeats. Close to events for 50 years, he began in 1694 to record them, from the standpoint of his class, from his own birth in 1675 to the Regent's death in 1723. He himself survived until 1755 into an uncongenial age. The Marquise de Créquy set him down as an old sick crow, burning with envy and devoured by vanity. But she was writing memoirs too, and could not stomach his obstinate continuance. The garrulous Duke was always biased, often unjust in his judgments, occasionally careless of chronology, sometimes consciously incorrect in his report. He ignored everything but politics and lost himself now and then in bootless gossip about the aristocracy. But his 20 volumes are a detailed and precious record by an observant and penetrating eye and a fluent pen. They enable us to see Madame de Maintenon, Fénelon, Philippe d'Orléans, and Saint-Simon almost as vividly as Bourrienne allows us to see Napoleon. To give his prejudices freedom, he tried to keep his memoirs secret and forbade their publication within a century of his death. None of them reached print till 1781, many of them not before 1830. Of all the memoirs that illuminate the history of France, these stand unrivaled at the top. 8. The Incredible Cardinal. If we were to believe Saint-Simon, the most inspiring maxims of our youth were contradicted by the career of Guillaume Dubois. He had all the vices and every success except succès d'estime. Here Saint-Simon again on his fellow counselor. His intellect was of the most ordinary kind, his knowledge the most commonplace, his capacity nil, his exterior that of a ferret, of a pedant, his conversation disagreeable, broken, always uncertain, his falsehood written upon his features. Nothing was sacred to him. He had a declared contempt for faith, promises, honor, probity, truth, took pleasure in laughing at all these things, was equally voluptuous and ambitious. With all this he was soft, cringing, supple, a flatterer, a false admirer, taking all shapes with the greatest facility. His judgment was involuntarily crooked. With such defects, it is surprising that the only man he was able to seduce was Monsieur le Duc d'Orléans, who had so much intelligence, such a well-balanced mind, and so much clear and rapid perception of character, which should have led the acidulous author to doubt the perspicacity of his jealousy. We must confess, however, that Duclos agrees with Saint-Simon. Dubois was in his 60th year when the Regency gave him power. He was a bit dilapidated, having survived several venereal diseases, but he was able to entertain Madame de Tencin when she fell out of Philippe's arms. In any case, he must have had some intellectual acumen, for he managed foreign affairs reasonably well. He took a fat bribe from Britain to do what he thought was good for France. The Whigs in England and Emperor Charles VI in Austria were plotting to repudiate the Treaty of Utrecht and renew the war against France. Philip V, not content with the throne of Spain, was itching to be King of France, and thought an entente with England would clear his way. If England, Spain, Austria, and the Austrian Netherlands, Belgium, should unite in another grand alliance, the old circumvallation of France would rise again, and all the policies and victories of Richelieu and Louis XIV would be annulled. To forestall such a union, Dubois and Philippe signed an accord with England and the United Provinces, Holland, on January 4, 1717. This was a boon to France, to the European balance of power, and to Britain. For if France and Spain had come under one head, their combined fleets would have challenged England's control of the seas. It was also a boon to the new and insecure Hanoverian monarchy in England, since France was now pledged to give no further aid to the Stuart claimants to the English crown. The Spanish government was outwitted and was not pleased. Its ruling minister, Alberoni, joined in the plot of Celamare and the Duchesse du Maine to overthrow the regent and make Philip V King of France. Dubois unearthed the conspiracy and persuaded the reluctant Philippe to follow England in declaring war against Spain in 1718. The Treaty of The Hague in 1720 ended this conflict. To consolidate the peace, Dubois arranged the mating of Philip's daughter to Louis XV and of Philippe's daughters to Philip's sons. The marriages were contracted on the frontier island of Bidassoa on January 9, 1722, and were celebrated with an auto da fe. As the Infanta Maria Anna Victoria was only 3 years old, it would be some time before Louis XV could elicit from her an heir to the throne. If in this interim the young king should die, the regent would become King of France, and Dubois would be his perpetual minister. He climbed subtly step by step. In 1720 he was made Archbishop of Cambrai. By the humor of history, a Protestant king, George I, asked the skeptical regent to persuade the Pope to give Dubois this famous archiepiscopal see, recently ennobled by Fénelon. And the bishops of France, including the saintly Massillon, joined in the ceremonies conferring this dignity upon a man whom many Frenchmen considered an epitome of sin. Dubois felt himself inadequately rewarded for his services to France. He used French money to promote to the papacy a candidate pledged to send him a red hat. Innocent XIII sadly kept the promise, and the archbishop became Cardinal Dubois on July 16, 1721. A year later he was made principal minister of the realm with a salary of 100,000 livres. As he had an income of 120,000 livres from his archbishopric, and 204,000 from 7 abbeys, and 100,000 as superintendent of the post, and an English pension reckoned by Saint-Simon at 960,000, Dubois now had an annual income of some 1,500,000 livres. His only worry was that his wife, who was still alive, might refuse his bribes, reveal her existence, and invalidate his ecclesiastical dignities. Time caught up with him. On February 5, 1723, Louis XV came of age, and the Regency ended. Still only 13, the king, enjoying life at Versailles, asked Philippe to continue to govern the kingdom, and Dubois remained Philippe's principal aide. But on August 1st the cardinal's bladder burst, and suddenly, loaded with livres, he was dead. Philippe took over the administration, but with him, too, time had run out. Surfeited with women, stupefied with drink, losing his sight, losing even his good manners, he bore in semi-consciousness the contumely of a regime that had begun with almost universal goodwill and was ending in official abasement and public contempt. The doctors warned him that his mode of life was killing him. He did not care. He had drunk the wine of life too greedily and had reached the dregs. He died of an apoplectic fit December 2nd, 1723, falling into the arms of his mistress pro tem. He was 49 years old. Philippe d'Orléans does not impress us as a bad man, despite the gamut of his sins. He had the vices of the flesh rather than of the soul. He was a spendthrift, a drunkard, and a lecher, but he was not selfish, cruel, or mean. He was a man of mercy, brave and kind. He won a kingdom by a gamble and gave it away with light heart and open hand. His wealth provided him with every opportunity. His power offered him no discipline. It is a pitiful sight, a man brilliant in mind, liberal in views, struggling to repair the damage done to France by the bigotry of the great king, letting noble purposes drown in meaningless intoxication, and losing love in a maelstrom of debauchery. Morally, the Regency was the most shameful period in the history of France. Religion, beneficent in the villages, disgraced itself at the top by anointing men like Dubois and Tencin with high honors, so losing the respect of the emancipated intellect. The French mind enjoyed comparative freedom, but used it not to spread a humane and tolerant intelligence so much as to loose human instincts from the social control necessary to civilization. Skepticism forgot Epicurus and became Epicurean. Government was corrupt, but it preserved peace long enough to let France recover from a devastating reign of grandeur and war. The system of law collapsed in bankruptcy, but it gave a powerful stimulus to the French economy. Those 8 years saw the spread of free education and the liberation of art and literature from royal tutelage and domination. They were the years of the embarkation for Cythera, of Gil Blas, of Oedipe, of Montesquieu's Lettres Persanes. The Regency sent Voltaire to the Bastille, but it gave him such freedom and toleration as he would never know again in France, even in the hour of his triumph and his death. 9. Voltaire and the Bastille, 1715 to 1726. A characteristic passage in Saint-Simon describes a young upstart who made much noise during the Regency. Ariel, son of a notary who was employed by my father and me until his death, was exiled to Toul at this time, 1716, for some verses very satirical and very impudent. I should not amuse myself by writing down such a trifle if this same Ariel, having become a great poet and academician under the name of Voltaire, had not also become a manner of personage in the Republic of Letters, and even achieved a sort of importance among certain people. This young upstart, now 21, described himself as thin, long, and fleshless, without buttocks. Perhaps because of this disability, he pranced from one host or hostess to another, welcomed even in lordly circles for his sparkling verse and ready wit, imbibing and diffusing heresy, and playing the gallant. Shining especially at Sceaux, he pleased the Duchesse du Maine by satirizing the Regent. When Philippe reduced by a half the horses in the royal stables, Ariel quipped that he would have done better to dismiss half the asses that crowded his Highness's court. Worse yet, he seems to have set afloat some lines on the morals of the Duchesse de Berry. Voltaire denied authorship, but those lines were later published in his works. He kept up this strategy of denial almost to the end of his life, as a forgivable protection against a threatening censorship. The Regent could pardon lampoons of himself, for they were often undeserved, but he was deeply hurt by squibs on his daughter, for they were mostly true. On May 5th, 1716, he issued an order that the Sieur Ariel, the son, be sent to Toul, a town 300 miles south of Paris, famed for its odorous tanneries, not yet for the delicate fabric that later took its name. Ariel's father persuaded the Regent to change the place of exile from Toul to Sully-sur-Loire, 100 miles from the capital. Ariel went, and was received as a house-guest by the current Duc de Sully, descendant of Henry IV's great minister. He enjoyed there everything but liberty. Soon he addressed a verse épître à Monsieur le Duc d'Orléans, protesting his innocence and begging release. It was granted, and by the end of the year he was back in Paris, fluttering and rhyming, sometimes obscenely, often superficially, always cleverly. Consequently, any able satire running anonymously along café tables was ascribed to him. Early in 1717, an especially pointed diatribe appeared, in which each sentence began with "J'ai vu," I have seen. For example, I have seen the Bastille and 1,000 other prisons filled with brave citizens, faithful subjects. I have seen the people wretched under a rigorous servitude. I have seen the soldiery perishing of hunger, thirst, and rage. I have seen a devil in the guise of a woman ruling the kingdom. I have seen Port Royal demolished. I have seen, and this includes all, a Jesuit adored. I have seen these evils, and I am not yet 20 years old. Obviously, these verses referred to Louis XIV and Madame de Maintenon, and they must have been written by a Jansenist foe of the Jesuits rather than by an impious skeptic who still had a kindly beat in his heart for the Society of Jesus. The real author was A. L. Lebrun, who later begged Voltaire's forgiveness for having let him bear the blame. But gossip lauded Arouet for the poem. Literary gatherings importuned him to recite it, and no one, except the author, believed his denials. Reports to the Regent accused him not only of j'ai vus, but also, and apparently with justice, of a Latin inscription, puero regnante, a boy, Louis XV, reigning, a man notorious for poisoning and incest ruling, public faith violated, failure of law's bank, the country sacrificed to the hope of a crown, an inheritance basely anticipated, France about to perish. On May 16, 1717, a lettre de cachet directed that Sieur Arouet be arrested and taken to the Bastille. The poet was surprised in his rooms and was allowed to take with him nothing but the clothes he wore. He had no time to bid adieu to his current mistress, Suzanne de Livry. His friend Lefebvre de Genonville took his place on her bosom. Arouet pardoned them philosophically. We must put up with these bagatelles. A few years later, Lefebvre died, and Voltaire wrote to his memory verses that may exemplify the young rebel's talent for gracious poetry and the tender sentiments always deeper in him than his doubts. He remembers you and the lovely Egeria, Suzanne, in the fair days of our life when we loved one another, all three. Reason, folly, love, the enchantment of tender errors, all bound our three hearts in one. How happy we were then! Even poverty, that sad companion of happy days, could not poison the stream of our joy. Young, gay, content, without care, without a thought for the future, limiting all our desires to our present delights, what need had we of useless abundance? We had something far better. We had happiness. Suzanne married the wealthy Marquis de Gouvernay and refused to admit Voltaire when he called at her home. He consoled himself with the thought that all the diamonds and pearls that deck her now are not worth one of her kisses in the old days. He did not see her again until 51 years later he came back to Paris to die. Then, aged 83, he made it a point to visit the widowed Marquise, aged 84. There was a devil in this Voltaire, but also the kindest heart in the world. He did not find the Bastille intolerable. He was allowed to send and pay for books, furniture, linen, a nightcap, and perfume. He often dined with the governor, playing billiards and bowling with prisoners and guards. And he wrote La Henriade. The Iliad was among the books he had sent for. Why should he not rival Homer? And why limit epics to legends? There, in living history, was Henry IV, gay, bold, heroic, lecherous, tolerant, generous. Why could not that adventurous, tragic life be fit for epic poetry? The prisoner was not allowed writing paper, for this in his hands could be a deadly weapon. So he wrote the first half of his epic between the lines of printed books. He was released on April 11, 1718, but was forbidden to stay in Paris. From Châtenay, near Sceaux, he wrote letters to the Regent, begging forgiveness. Again the Regent relented, and on October 12th issued permission to Le Sieur Arouet de Voltaire to come to Paris whenever he pleases. But when and how had he come to that new name? Apparently about the time of this imprisonment in the Bastille. We find it first in the edict just cited. Some have thought it an anagram for Arouet, L for Le, and J for Jeune, taking U as V and J as I. The Marquise de Créquy ascribed it to Voltaire, a small farm near Paris. Voltaire had inherited this from a cousin. It conveyed no seigneurial rights, but Arouet, like Balzac, took the seigneurial de by right of genius and signed himself, as in the dedication to his first play, Arouet de Voltaire. Soon he would need only one name to identify himself anywhere in Europe. That play, Oedipe, was an event in the literary history of France. It was stark insolence in a lad of 24 to challenge not only Corneille, who had staged his Oedipe in 1659, but Sophocles too, whose Oedipus Tyrannus had appeared in 330 B.C. Moreover, this was a tale of incest, and might be taken as reflecting upon the relations of the Regent with his daughter, precisely the issue on which Arouet had been imprisoned. The Duchesse du Maine, at whose court the poet had conceived his play, interpreted it so, and rejoiced. With his usual audacity, Voltaire asked the Regent might he dedicate the piece to him. The Regent demurred, but permitted dedication to his mother. The premiere was announced for November 18, 1718. Two factions formed among the playgoers of Paris, those supporting the Regent and those favoring the Duchesse du Maine. It was expected that their duel of hisses and cheers would make a farce of the performance. But the clever author had inserted lines to please one faction, other lines to please the other. The Regent's party was appeased by a passage describing how King Laius, like Philippe, dismissed the costly palace guard. The Jesuits were gratified to see how well their pupil had profited from the dramas they had staged at the Collège Louis le Grand. But the freethinkers hailed enthusiastically two lines in the first scene of Act 4 that were to become the theme song of Voltaire's life. Nos prêtres ne sont pas ce qu'un vain peuple pense. Notre crédulité fait toute leur science. Our priests are not what a silly populace supposes. All their learning consists in our credulity. Each faction applauded in turn, and in the end the drama was greeted with unanimous approval. According to an old tradition, Voltaire's father, approaching death, came to the first night still breathing anger against his worthless and disreputable son, but wept with pride at the splendor of the poetry and the triumph of the play. Oedipe had an unprecedented run of 45 days. Even Corneille's nephew, the aging Fontenelle, praised it, though he suggested to Voltaire that some of the verses were too strong and full of fire. The brash youth replied with an ungracious double entendre. To correct myself, I shall read your Pastoral. Paris insisted on identifying the incestuous Oedipus with the Regent, and Jocasta with his daughter. Facing the gossip bravely, the Duchesse de Berry attended several performances. The Regent had the play produced at his palace theatre and welcomed the author to his court. A few months later, a scandal-mongering poet, hiding under anonymity, issued Les Philippiques, diatribes in which Philippe was accused of planning to poison the young king and usurp the throne. Voltaire was widely suspected of authorship. He protested his innocence, but he had lied so flagrantly in similar cases that now only the author believed him. Philippe gave him the benefit of the doubt and merely advised him to absent himself from Parisian felicity a while. He went back to the Château de Sully in May 1719. After a year, he was allowed to return to the capital. There, he was for a time a darling of the aristocracy. Convinced that money was the philosopher's stone, he put his sharp wits to the problems and tricks of finance. He cultivated bankers and was well rewarded for helping the brothers Paris secure contracts to supply provisions and munitions to the army. Our hero was a war profiteer. He stayed out of law's system, invested judiciously, lent money at interest. In 1722 his father died, and after some resolute litigation, Voltaire inherited an annuity of 4,250 francs. In that same year he received from the Regent a pension of 2,000 livres. He was now a rich man. Soon he would be a millionaire. We must not think of him as a revolutionist, except in religion. Fortunately for his education, his second drama, Artémire, failed on February 15, 1720. He ran from his box onto the stage and argued with the audience on the merits of the piece. They applauded his speech but kept their thumbs down. After 8 performances, he withdrew the play. Later in that year, he read part of La Henriade, at a gathering. There were some criticisms. In a Virgilian gesture, he threw the manuscript into the fire. Hainaut snatched the sheets from the flame and compared himself to Augustus rescuing the Aeneid. Voltaire, he said, now owed him an epic and a nice pair of sleeve ruffles. The poet easily recovered his pride when the Regent himself listened to a reading from the poem. Wherever he went, he read some part of it. In 1723 he visited Lord Bolingbroke and his French wife at their villa, La Source, near Orléans. They assured him that his epic surpassed all poetical works which have appeared in France. He pretended to doubt it. Meanwhile, he exchanged philosophies with the titled skeptic and heard of the deists who were bedeviling Christianity in Britain. He began to suspect that England had advanced beyond France in science and philosophy, but he had come to Bolingbroke's heresies before meeting him or reading the English deists. In 1722 he accepted the invitation of the Comtesse Marie de Rupelmonde to accompany her to the Netherlands. She was a widow, aged 38, and intellectual, but she was beautiful. He, aged 28, accepted. At Brussels he met a rival poet, Jean-Baptiste Rousseau, who praised Oedipe but chided Voltaire for impiety. Seldom able to bear criticism patiently, Voltaire remarked about Rousseau's Ode to Posterity, "Do you know, my master, that I do not believe this ode will ever reach its address?" They continued to snap at each other till Rousseau's death. As Voltaire and his countess continued on their way to Holland, she revealed her religious doubts to him and asked him for his own views. Bubbling with verse, he replied in a famous Épître à Uranie, which was not published till 1732 and not acknowledged by Voltaire till 40 years afterward. Every sensitive Christian youth will recognize in it a stage in his own development. You wish, then, lovely Urania, a name for Aphrodite, that, raised at your command into a new Lucretius, I should before you with bold hand tear the veil from superstitions, that I should expose to your eyes the dangerous tableau of holy lies with which the earth is filled, and that my philosophy should teach you to despise the horrors of the tomb and the terrors of the other life. The poet proceeds with respectful step. I wish to love God, I seek in him my Father. But what kind of God does the Christian theology offer? A tyrant whom we should hate. He created men in his own image, only to make them vile. He gave us sinful hearts to have the right to punish us. He made us love pleasure, so that he might torment us with frightful pains eternal. He had hardly given us birth when he thought of destroying us. He ordered the water to engulf the earth. He sent his Son to atone for our sins. Christ died, but apparently in vain, for we are told that we are still stained with the crime of Adam and Eve. And the Son of God, so acclaimed for mercy, is represented as waiting vengefully to plunge most of us into hell, including all those countless people who never heard of him. I do not recognize in this disgraceful picture the God whom I must adore. I should dishonor him by such insult and homage. And yet he feels the nobility and the living inspiration in the Christian concept of the Savior. Behold this Christ, powerful and glorious, trampling death under his triumphant feet and emerging victorious from the gates of hell. His example is holy, his morality is divine. He consoles in secret the hearts that he illumines. In the greatest misfortunes he gives them support, and if he bases his doctrine on an illusion, it is still a blessing to be deceived with him. In conclusion, the poet invites Uranie to make up her own mind on religion, in full trust that God, who has placed natural religion in your heart, will not resent a simple and candid spirit. Believe that before his throne, in all times, in all places, the soul of the just man is precious. Believe that the modest Buddhist monk, the kindly Moslem dervish, find more grace in his eyes than a pitiless, or predestinarian, Jansenist, or an ambitious pope. Back in Paris, Voltaire settled down in the Hôtel des Bernières on the Rue de Beaune and the present Quai Voltaire, this in 1723. In November he went to a gathering of notables in the Château de Maison, 9 miles from Paris, where the greatest actress of the age, Adrienne Lecouvreur, was to read his new play, Mariamne. But before that ceremony could take place, he came down with smallpox, which in those days killed a high percentage of its hosts. He made his will, confessed, and awaited death. The other guests fled, but the Marquis de Maison called in Dr. Gervais from Paris. Instead of the cordials usually given in this disease, he made me drink 200 pints of lemonade. The 200 pints, more or probably less, saved my life. It was many months before he recovered his health. Indeed, from that time onward he treated himself as an invalid, nursing the fitful life of the frail body that had to house his consuming fire. In 1724, La Henriade began secretly to circulate among the intelligentsia. It was a political broadcast on an epic scale. Taking the massacre of St. Bartholomew as a text, it traced religious crimes through the ages. Mothers offering their children to be burned on the altars of Moloch, Agamemnon preparing to sacrifice his daughter to the gods for a little breeze, Christians persecuted by Romans, heretics by Christians, fanatics invoking the Lord while slaughtering their brothers, devotees inspired to kill French kings. The poem lauded Elizabeth for helping Henry of Navarre. It described the Battle of Ivry, the clemency of Henry, his liaison with Gabriel d'Estrées, his siege of Paris. It approved his conversion to Catholicism, but it criticized the papacy as a power inflexible to the conquered, complacent to conquerors, ready, as interest dictates, either to absolve or to condemn. Voltaire had hoped that La Henriade would be accepted as the national epic of France, but Catholicism was too dear to his countrymen to let them receive the poem as the epos of their soul. And its faults leaped to the scholarly eye. The obvious imitations of Homer and Virgil, in the battle scenes, in the visit of the hero to hell, in the intrusion of personified abstractions, after the manner of Homeric deities, into the action, sacrificed the charms of invention and originality, and though the style made good prose, it lacked the illuminating imagery of verse. The author, drunk with printer's ink, had no suspicion of this. He wrote to Thériault, "Epic poetry is my forte, or I am much deceived." He was much deceived. Even so, the plaudits seemed to justify him. A French critic pronounced it superior to the Aeneid, and Frederick the Great thought that a man without prejudice will prefer La Henriade to the poem of Homer. The first edition was soon disposed of. A pirated edition was published in Holland and exported into France. The police banned the book. Everyone bought it. It was translated into 7 languages. We shall see it making a stir in England. It played a part in reviving the popularity of Henry IV. It made France ashamed of its religious wars and critical of the theologies that had inflamed men to such ferocity. Now, for a time, Voltaire enjoyed fame and fortune unalloyed. He was recognized as the greatest living poet in France. He was received at the court of Louis XV. The Queen wept over his plays and gave him 1,500 livres from her privy purse. This in 1725. He wrote a dozen letters complaining and boasting of his life as a courtier. He talked in a tone of easy familiarity with lords, noble or ignoble. Doubtless he talked too much, which is the easiest thing in the world. One night at the opera, in December 1725, the Chevalier de Rohan-Chabot, hearing him hold forth in the lobby, asked him with a very superior air, "Monsieur de Voltaire, Monsieur Arouet, comment vous appelez-vous? What really is your name?" We do not know what the poet replied. 2 days later they met at the Comédie Française. Rohan repeated his question. Voltaire's rejoinder is diversely reported. In one account he answered, "One who does not trail after a great name, but knows how to honor that which he has." In another version he retorted, "My name begins with me, yours ends with you." The noble lord raised his cane to strike. The poet made a move to draw his sword. Adrien Lecouvreur, who was present, had the wit to faint. A truce was called. On February 4th, Voltaire was lunching at the house of the Duc de Sully when a message came that someone wished to see him at the palace gate. He went. 6 ruffians pounced upon him and beat him mercifully. Rohan, directing the operation from his carriage, cautioned them, "Don't strike his head. Something good may come out of that." Voltaire rushed back to the house and asked Sully's aid in taking legal action against Rohan. Sully refused. The poet retired to a suburb where he practiced swordsmanship. Then he appeared at Versailles, resolved to demand satisfaction from the Chevalier. The law made dueling a capital crime. A royal order bade the police watch him. Rohan refused to meet him. That night, to the relief of everyone concerned, the police arrested the poet, and he found himself again in the Bastille. The family of the prisoner, reported the Lieutenant General of the Paris police, applauded unanimously the wisdom of an order which kept the young man from committing some new folly. Voltaire wrote to the authorities defending his conduct and offering to go in voluntary exile to England if released. He was treated as before, with every comfort and consideration. His proposal was accepted. After 15 days he was freed, but a guard was ordered to see him to Calais. Members of the government gave him letters of introduction and recommendation to prominent Englishmen, and the Queen continued to pay his pension. At Calais he was entertained by friends while waiting for the next boat to sail. On May 10th he embarked, armed with books for the study of English, and not unwilling to see the country in which he had heard men and minds were free. Let us see. Book 1. England, 1714 to 1756. Chapter 2. The People, 1714 to 1756. The England that Voltaire found was a nation enjoying a quarter-century of relative peace after a generation of costly victories over France. A nation now mistress of the seas, therefore of commerce, therefore of money, holding the lever and balance of power over continental governments, proudly triumphant over a Stuart dynasty that had sought to make it Catholic, and over Hanoverian kings who were the servants of Parliament's swelling purse. This was the England that had just won world preeminence in science through Newton, that had just produced the unintentionally revolutionary Locke, that was undermining Christianity with deism, that would substitute Alexander Pope for all the pontiffs of Rome, that would soon watch uncomfortably the devastating operations of David Hume. It was the England that Hogarth loved and excoriated in engravings, the England where Handel found home and audience and outshone all the Bachs as the maestro dei maestri of the age. And here, in this fortress built by nature for herself against infection, this blessed plot, this England, the Industrial Revolution began to transform everything but man. 1. Prelude to the Industrial Revolution. 1. The Sustainers. Defoe, traversing England in 1722, drew a patriotic picture of the most flourishing and opulent country in the world, of green fields and overflowing crops, of pastures rambled by golden fleece, of lush grass turning into plump kine, of peasants roistering in rural sports, squires organizing peasants, nobles organizing squires, lordly manners giving law and discipline to villages, and now and then refuge to poets and philosophers. Word peddlers tend to idealize the countryside, if they are exempt from its harassments, boredom, insects, and toil. Rural life in England of 1715 was very much as it had been for 1,000 years. Each village, almost each household, was a self-contained economic unit, growing its own food, making its own clothing, cutting its timber for building and fuel from the adjacent woods. Each family baked its bread, hunted its venison, salted its meat, made its butter, jellies, and cheese. It spun and wove and sewed. It tanned leather and cobbled shoes. It made most of its utensils, implements, and tools. So father, mother, and children found work and expression not only in the summer fields, but in the long winter evenings. The home was a hub of industry as well as of agriculture. The wife was an honored mistress of many arts, from nursing her husband and rearing a dozen children to making frocks and brewing ale. She kept and dispensed the household medicines. She took care of the garden, the pigs, and the fowl. Marriage was a union of helpmates. The family was an economic as well as a social organism, and had thereby a solid reason and basis for its unity, multiplication, and permanence. The peasants might have been content with the varied vitality of their homes if they had been allowed to preserve their ancient ways in the fields. They remembered when the landlord had permitted them, or their forebears, to graze their livestock on the manor's common fields, to fish freely in its streams, to cut wood in its forest. Now, by a process begun in the 16th century, most of the commons had been enclosed by the owners, and the peasants found it hard to make ends meet. There was no serfdom left, and no formal feudal dues, but enterprising landlords and city merchants investing in land were farming on a larger scale, with more capital, better implements, greater skill, and wider markets than were available to yeomen tilling their narrow areas. Gregory King had reckoned some 180,000 such freeholders in the England of 1688. Voltaire, about 1730, reported in England many peasants with 200,000 francs worth of property, and who do not disdain to continue cultivating the earth that has enriched them, and in which they live free. But this may have been propaganda for French stimulation. In any case, by 1750 the number of freeholders had declined. The fatter landlords were buying up the thinner tracts. The small homestead, designed for family subsistence or local markets, was giving place to larger farms capable of profiting from improved methods and machines. The farmer was becoming a tenant or hired hand. Moreover, the system of tillage predominant in England in 1715 divided the land of a village into different regions according to their fertility and accessibility. Each farmer received one or more strips in the separate localities. Cooperation was necessary, individual enterprise was balked, production lagged. The enclosers argued that large-scale operation under unified ownership increased agricultural production, facilitated sheep pasturage, and allowed a profitable output of wool, and doubtless they were right. Economic progress shut at least one eye to the human turmoil of displacement and transition. It was chiefly in the expanded farms that agricultural technology advanced. The profit motive brought wastelands under cultivation, disciplined labor to greater efficiency, stimulated the invention of new tools and ways, promoted experiments in animal breeding, and sustained the toil of draining marshes, checking soil erosion, and clearing woods. Between 1696 and 1795, some 2 million acres were added to the cultivated area of England and Wales. In 1730, Charles Townshend introduced the four-course system of crop rotation instead of the wasteful plan of letting a third of the land lie fallow in each year. He planted wheat or oats in the first year, barley or oats in the second, clover, rye, vetches, rutabaga, and kale in the third, turnips in the fourth. Then the sheep were brought in to eat the turnips or trample them into the ground, while their offal fertilized the soil. So the earth was prepared for a rich crop of wheat in the next year. His neighbors laughed at him and called him Turnip Townshend, until a 30% increase in his crops turned them to imitation. As Townshend was a viscount, other aristocrats followed him in improving their land. It became the fashion for an English lord to take a personal interest in agriculture, and the talk of the manors passed from hunting and dogs to turnips and manure. Jethro Tull was a lawyer. His health failing, he went back to his father's farm. His sharpened mind was fascinated by the miracle and profits of growth, but was repelled by the wasteful methods of tillage that he saw. Farmers broadcasting 9 or 10 pounds of seed to an acre so carelessly that 2/3 of the ground was unplanted, and on the rest 'twas so thick that it did not prosper. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 2, Side 2. Jethro Tull was a lawyer. His health failing, he went back to his father's farm. His sharpened mind was fascinated by the miracle and profits of growth, but was repelled by the wasteful methods of tillage that he saw. Farmers broadcasting 9 or 10 pounds of seed to an acre so carelessly that 2/3 of the ground was unplanted, and on the rest 'twas so thick that it did not prosper. Traveling in France and Italy, he studied agricultural methods. Returning, he bought a farm, and shocked his neighbors with inventions that doubled production. He began circa 1730 by making a 4-coultered plough that would uproot and bury weeds instead of merely shoving them aside. But his most decisive invention, circa 1733, was a horse-drawn drill mechanism that fed seed through notched funnels at a specific spacing and depth in 2 parallel rows, and then covered the seeds by a harrow attached to the drill. The machine saved seed and labor, and allowed the cultivation, aeration, irrigation, and weeding of the soil between the seeded rows. This apparently trivial change in sowing and the improvement of the plough shared in what came to be called the agricultural revolution, whose effects can be measured, even allowing for inflation, by the tenfold rise during the 18th century in the value of the lands where the new methods were used. The increased productivity of the soil enabled the farms to feed more workers in the towns, and made possible that growing urban population without which there could have been no industrial revolution. Neither the peasants nor the town workers shared in the growing wealth. Peasant proprietors were squeezed out by large-scale competition. Peasant laborers were paid as little as the fear of unemployment compelled them to accept. Hear the learned and high-caste Trevelyan. The social price paid for economic gain was a decline in the number of independent cultivators and a rise in the number of landless laborers. To a large extent this was a necessary evil, and there would have been less harm in it if the increased dividend of the agricultural world had been fairly distributed. But while the landlord's rent, the parson's tithe, and the profits of landowning farmer and middleman all rose apace, the field laborer, deprived of his little rights in the common land, and his family's by-employment in industry, received no proper compensation in high wages, and in the southern counties too often sank into a position of dependence and pauperism. The natural concentration of wealth was in some measure mitigated by taxation and organized charity. The English rich, unlike the French nobles, paid the larger part of the taxes that supported the government. The Poor Laws, which had begun in 1536, required each parish to succor persons in danger of starvation. The able-bodied unemployed were sent to workhouses, the disabled were committed to almshouses, the children were bound out as apprentices to those willing to lodge and feed them for their services. The expenses of the system were paid by a tax on the households of the parish. A parliamentary committee reported that of all the children born in workhouses, or those received in infancy, in the years 1763 to 65, only 7% were alive in 1766. It was a hard century. 2. Industry. The self-sufficient home of the countryside retarded, for good or ill, the specialization of labor and the Industrial Revolution. Why should the nascent capitalist finance a factory when he could have 100 families weave and spin for him under their own roofs and the automatic discipline of competition? In the West Riding district of Yorkshire, this domestic industry produced 100,000 pieces of cloth for the market in 1740 and 140,000 pieces in 1750. As late as 1856, only half the woolen production of Yorkshire came from factories, half still came from homes. Nevertheless, those busy households were incipient factories. The head of the family invited servants and outsiders to join in the work. Additional rooms were equipped with spinning wheels and looms. As these domestic operations increased in size and the market widened through improved roads and control of the seas, domestic industry itself created a demand for better tools. The first inventions were implements rather than machines. They could be installed in homes, like Kay's flying shuttle. Only when the inventors made machines that required mechanical power did the factory system replace domestic industry. The transition was gradual. It took almost a century, from 1730 to 1830, and perhaps revolution is too dramatic a term for so leisurely a change. The break with the past was not so sharp as the romantification of history once suggested. Industry was as old as civilization. Invention had progressed at a quickening pace since the 13th century. In Dante's Florence, factories were as numerous as poets. In Rembrandt's Holland, capitalists were as numerous as artists. But taken in its progressive stages of steam, electricity, oil, electronics, and atomic energy, the industrial transformation of the last 2 centuries, from 1760 to 1960, as compared with the rate of economic change in Europe before Columbus, constitutes a real revolution, basically transforming not only agriculture, transport, communication, and industry, but also politics, manners, morality, religion, philosophy, and art. Many factors flowed together in compelling industrial change. The wars that followed the fall of Walpole's ministry in 1742 intensified the urge to accelerate production and distribution. The growth of population, as a result of the rising food supply, offered a swelling domestic market for both agriculture and industry, and encouraged the making of better machines and roads. The machines required skills, which led to a specialization and division of labor promoting productivity. Huguenot and other immigrants brought to England their salvaged savings and their crafts. It was a Huguenot descendant who invented the first spinning machine in 1738. The adoption of protective tariffs by Parliament, for example the Calico Act of 1721 prohibiting the use of imported printed calicos, narrowed foreign competition and gave the English textile industry full control of the home market, while the growing influence of the merchants on legislation favored the extension of the British economy. In the middle and lower classes, the Puritan tradition, soon to be reinforced by the Methodist movement, encouraged the virtues of industriousness, enterprise, and thrift. Capital was accumulated, wealth was sanctioned, and the bourgeoisie seemed to enjoy the special grace of God. Meanwhile, the development of mining offered an expanding supply of coal as a fuel for industry. Wood had hitherto been the major fuel for homes and shops, but forests were being thinned to extinction. Of 69 great forests known to medieval England, 65 had disappeared by the end of the 18th century. Timber had to be imported from Scandinavia or America. It cost more, and demand rose for a cheaper fuel. But the mining of coal was still a primitive process. Shafts were shallow, ventilation was crude. Methane and carbonic acid gas choked the miners, and the problem of pumping water out of the mines remained unsolved till the steam engines of Savory and Newcomen. Indeed, this problem was the chief incentive to the development of such engines. Despite these difficulties, the production of coal mounted and spread, so that by 1750 the coal burned in homes and factories was already darkening the London sky. The importance of coal for the Industrial Revolution lay especially in its use for smelting iron ore into purer, tougher, malleable iron by separating the metal from the minerals attached to it. Smelting required fusion, which required a high degree of heat. This, since the 14th century, had been produced by burning charcoal, that is, charred wood, in blast furnaces supplied with heavy draughts of air. But now charcoal was becoming costlier through the falling supply of wood. In 1612, Simon Sturtevant recommended coal as smelter fuel. Dudley claimed in 1619 that by these means he reduced the cost of smelting iron by 1/2. But his charcoal-using rivals united to drive him out of business. Finally, circa 1709, Abraham Darby I, settling at Coalbrookdale, where coal was plentiful, successfully and economically smelted iron ore by heating it with coke, that is, coal cooked or burned sufficiently to free it from its volatile elements. Coke itself had been known as far back as 1590. Abraham Darby II developed the use of coal or coke in smelting, and improved the blast furnace with bellows worked by a water wheel. Soon he was able to outsell all other iron masters in England. In 1728, the first English rolling mill was set up to pass iron between a succession of cylinders to compress it into desired forms. In 1740, Benjamin Huntsman invented the crucible process, by which high-grade steel was produced through heating and purifying metal in clay pots. It was these developments in the marriage of coal with iron that made possible the machines of the Industrial Revolution. 3. Invention. The first half of the 18th century saw no spectacular acceleration of invention as compared with the 2 preceding centuries, and half a volume might be required to list the inventions that this age inherited from the past. As one example, the clock, so necessary in science, industry, and navigation, was almost perfected in the 17th century. By 1758 it reached a degree of accuracy, 1 minute's deviation in 600 days, not surpassed till 1877. The workers themselves, though often the source of inventions, discouraged them as threatening technological disemployment, so the hostility of labor compelled the abandonment of the first English sawmill in 1663. Not till 1767 was the attempt successfully renewed. Industrial invention was further retarded by poor roads. There was little incentive to increase production, so long as the expansion of the market was hindered by difficulties of transport. Marine transportation, however, was improving. Colonies, almost entirely agricultural, were avid customers for manufactured products. Here was a rising stimulus to invention. The profit motive helped. Parliament granted patent rights for 14 years. Foreign competition in the export trade provided another stimulus. So the textiles of India, produced by skilled but low-paid labor, spurred English manufacturers to economy of production through improved mechanical equipment. Hence it was in textile machinery that invention inaugurated the great change. The first outstanding invention in textile production was John Kay's flying shuttle in 1733. Here might be dated the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Previously, with minor exceptions, the width of the cloth to be woven had been limited to the stretch of the weaver's arms, for he had to throw the shuttle, the instrument that passed the threads of the woof through those of the warp, from one side of the loom with one hand and catch it with the other hand at the opposite side. Kay arranged a mechanism of wheels, hammers, and rods, whereby a sharp tap of the hand would send the shuttle flying from one side to an automatic stop at any predetermined width, with a considerable saving of time. When he sought to install his invention at a mill in Colchester, the weavers denounced him as trying to deprive them of their daily bread. He fled to Leeds in 1738 and offered his patent to the cloth manufacturers for a fee. They took his invention but withheld his royalties. He sued and was ruined by legal costs. He went to his native Bury, but there the populace rose in a riot against him in 1753, sacked his home, and threatened to kill him. One woman, however, greeted his machine with enthusiasm, crying, "Weel, weel, the works o' God be wonderful, but the contrivance o' man bates him at last." Kay found more acceptance in France, whose government adopted his invention and awarded him a pension. Not till 1760 did the flying shuttle surmount all opposition and pass into common use. The textile industry was hampered by the fact that weavers could weave yarn faster than spinners could spin and supply it. Till 1738, spinning was done by hand on wheels that still adorn homes idealizing the past. In that year, Louis Paul, son of a Huguenot immigrant, patented a spinning machine built apparently on lines suggested by John Wyatt. A system of rollers drew out the corded ropes of cotton or wool into threads of any desired fineness and spun it on spindles, all with a minimum of toil. Paul and Wyatt sold the patent to Edward Cave, friend of Dr. Johnson. Cave set up 5 machines in a Northampton factory in 1742, the first of a long succession of spinning mills in Old and New England. Now that iron could be treated to make strong machines, and economic conditions called for large-scale production, the problem remained of finding some mechanical power to substitute cheaply for the muscles of men and the patience of women. The earliest solution was through water power. In 100 countries, the great water wheel, leisurely turning with the flow of streams, had from time unremembered moved pumps, bellows, rollers, hammers, even, since 1500, heavy iron machines. It continued to be the main source of mechanical energy through the 18th century. It survived into the 20th, and the hydraulic installations of our time are water power transformed into portable electricity. The motive power of winds was not reliable. Comparatively little use was made of it in the calm lands of the south, but in northern latitudes the air currents were set to work turning windmills whose sails could be set into the eye of the wind by a hand-moved winch at the base. This clumsy and unsteady engine reached its zenith in the United Provinces in the 18th century and then entered into its picturesque decline. Meanwhile, the inventors were striving to bring the steam engine to a profitable efficiency. It had already a long history, from Hero's steam-operated doors and toys in the 3rd century A.D., through Jerome Cardan, 1550, Giambattista della Porta, 1601, Salomon de Caux, 1615, Giovanni Branca, 1629, the Marquis of Worcester, 1663, Samuel Morland, 1675, Christian Huygens, 1680, Denis Papin, 1681, and Thomas Savery, 1698, to Thomas Newcomen's steam engine of 1712. This is a tale 1,000 times told. Here again at 1712 is a possible birth date for the Industrial Revolution. For Newcomen's fire engine was equipped with piston, rocking beam, and safety valve, and was effectively applied to draining water from deep mines. It remained the basic model for steam-operated pumps for 3/4 of a century. 4. Capital and labor. As machines increased in size and cost and required mechanical power for their operation, enterprising men found it profitable to replace domestic industry with factories that gathered men and machines into buildings located preferably near streams that could provide both energy and transportation. Factories, as we have seen, were no novelty. Hundreds of them had existed in Elizabeth's England and Colbert's France. The factory system, if we define it as an industrial economy in which production is carried on chiefly in factories, hardly existed anywhere before the 19th century. But after the inventions of Kay and Paul, textile factories began to take over more and more of the spinning and weaving that had been done in homes. In 1717, Thomas Loam set up at Derby a textile factory 660 feet long, with 300 workers operating 26,000 wheels. Soon other structures of like immensity rose at Stockport, Leek, Birmingham, Leominster, Northampton. To buy and house machines, to secure raw materials, to hire labor and management, to transport and market the product, required capital. The capitalist, the provider or manager of capital, was also an ancient phenomenon. But as the demand for capital increased, the men who would take the risk of providing it rose in economic importance and political power. The guilds, still theoretically governing most of European industry, resisted the capitalistic reorganization of production and distribution. But the guild system was predicated on handicrafts rather than machines. It was equipped to supply local needs rather than a national, much less an international market. It could not meet the rising demands of armies, cities, and colonies. It was hampered by fidelity to traditional methods and norms, and it was deteriorating into a coterie of masters exploiting apprentices and journeymen. The capitalist was better able to organize quantity production and distant distribution. He had learned the subtle art of making money breed money, and he was favored by a parliament eager for industrial capacity to supply far-ranging commerce and wars. As factories and capitalism spread, the relation of the worker to his work was transformed. He no longer owned the tools of his trade, nor did he fix the hours and conditions of his toil. Only a minor share in determining the rate of his earnings or the quality of his product. His shop was no longer the vestibule of his home. His industry was no longer a part of his family life. His work was no longer the proud fashioning of an article through all its stages. It became, by the division of labor that would so impress Adam Smith, the impersonal and tedious repetition of some part of a process whose finished product no longer expressed his artistry. He ceased to be an artisan and became a hand. His wages were set by the hunger of men competing for jobs against women and children. As a miner, he received on the average 1 shilling 6pence a day. As a building laborer, 2 shillings. As a plumber, 3 shillings. These rates varied little between 1700 and 1770. A male weaver, toward 1750, was paid 6 shillings per week. A woman weaver, 5 shillings 6pence. A child, 2 shillings 6pence. Women spinners received from 2 to 5 shillings per week. Girls 6 to 12 years old earned 1 shilling to 1 shilling 6pence. Prices, however, were low and remained stable till 1760. Sometimes an allowance was added for bread and beer at work, and most miners received free coal. Employers contended that their workmen merited no more, being addicted to laziness, drink, unreliability, and irreligion. The only way to make workers temperate and industrious, argued one employer in 1739, was to lay them under the necessity of laboring all the time they can spare from rest and sleep in order to procure the common necessaries of life. The poor, said a writer in 1714, have nothing to stir them up to be serviceable but their wants, which it is prudence to relieve, but folly to cure. 11 to 13 hours constituted the normal working day, 6 days a week. The long stretch was relieved by an hour and a half for meals. But those who lingered unduly over their meals forfeited a quarter of a day's pay. Employers complained that their workmen stopped work to attend fairs, prize fights, hangings, or wakes. To protect themselves against these and other irregularities, the employers liked to have a pool of unemployed workers in the neighborhood, upon which they could draw in emergency or in times of quickened demand. When times were slack, workers could be laid off and left to live on the credit of the local tradesmen. Slowly, a dependent proletariat formed in the towns. An old law of Edward VI forbade working-class combinations, and this prohibition was renewed by Parliament in 1720. But the journeymen, that is, day laborers, continued to organize and appealed to Parliament for better wages. These journeymen's associations, not the guilds, became the forerunners of the trade union movement that took form in England at the end of the 18th century. In 1756, on an appeal from the textile workers of Gloucestershire, the House of Commons ordered the justices of the peace to maintain the legal minimum wage and to prevent wage-cutting in the industry. But a year later this order was withdrawn, and Parliament adopted the policy of letting the supply and demand of labor fix wages. The age of free enterprise and laissez-faire had begun. 5. Transport and trade. The development of the economy depended upon improvements in communication and transport. England had an advantage in her coastline and rivers. Half the population lived within reasonable access to the sea and could use it to carry goods. Rivers ran far inland, providing natural waterways. But the condition of England's roads was a constant sore in English life. Their soil was soft, their ruts were hard and deep in winter, many of them were turned into streams by spring or summer rains, or into sinks of mud so tenacious that carriages had to be exhumed by supplementary teams of horses or oxen, and foot travelers had to take to neighboring fields or woods. Only after Bonnie Prince Charlie had led his rebel Scots as far south as Derby in 1745, because the state of the highway thwarted the royal forces sent against him, did the government undertake for military purposes to build a system of turnpikes proper for the passage of troops, horses, and carriages at all times of the year, this in 1751. Robbers, however, still haunted the roads, and the cost of transport was high. Those who could afford it traveled on horseback or by private carriage. On long trips they could hire fresh horses at posts, that is, positions en route. There were such post houses all over Western Europe. The word post came to be applied to the transmission of mail, because at such points the mail carriers could deliver or pick up mail and change horses. By this system they could cover 120 miles per day. Even so, Chesterfield complained in 1749 that "our letters go at best so irregularly and so often miscarry totally." He thought it uncommon diligence that a letter from Verona reached London in 8 days. Most travel was by stagecoach, drawn by 2 or 4 horses, with driver and armed guard on the outside, and 6 passengers swaying within. Coaches left London on a regular schedule 2 or 3 mornings a week for the major towns of South England. They averaged 7 miles an hour and took 6 days between London and Newcastle. Hampered by roads, internal trade remained picturesquely primitive. The wholesale merchant usually accompanied the pack horses that carried his goods from town to town, and peddlers hawked their wares from house to house. Shops were distinguished from dwellings chiefly by colorful signs. Goods were kept inside, and ordinarily there was no window display. Almost every store was a general store. A haberdasher sold clothing, drugs, and ironware. The grocer was so called because he sold in gross. The grocer Henry Coward sold everything from sugar to nails. Each town had a market day when, the skies permitting, merchants would expose samples of their wares. But the great centers of domestic commerce were the annual fairs held in London, Lynn, Boston, Gainsborough, Beverley, and above all, Sturbridge. There, every August and September, a veritable city took form, with its own administration, police, and courts. Nearly all products of English industry could be found there, and manufacturers from all over the island met to compare prices, qualities, and woes. Foreign commerce was expanding, for Britain ruled the waves. Exports more than doubled in value and quantity in the first half of the century. Tonnage of vessels leaving English ports rose from 317,000 in 1700 to 661,000 in 1751 to 1,405,000 in 1787. Liverpool doubled its size and docks every 20 years. Imports came from 100 lands to tickle the fancies or stomachs of the rich, or to adorn milady's dressing table with captivating toiletries. The East India Company made such profits by buying cheap in India and selling dear in Europe that it lured 15 dukes or earls, 12 countesses, 82 knights, and 26 clergymen and physicians into the roster of its shareholders. The aristocracy did not in England turn up its nose at commerce as it did in France, but helped to finance it and shared in its prosperity. Middle-class Voltaire was delighted to find English nobles taking an active interest in trade. "It is only because the English have taken to trade," he told France in 1734, "that London has outgrown Paris both as to size and as to the number of its inhabitants, and that England can have 200 men of war and subsidize allied kings." The great merchants were now rivaling the old landowning aristocracy in riches and power, determining foreign relations, fomenting and financing wars for markets, resources, and trade routes. Merchants who managed the English trade in sugar, tobacco, and slaves controlled the life of Bristol. The shippers ruled Liverpool. The coal owners dominated Newcastle. The wealth of the merchant Sir Josiah Child, who held 50,000 pounds of stock in the East India Company, equaled that of many lords. His gardens at Wanstead were among the famous sights of England. In most countries of Europe, wrote Hume in 1748, family, that is, hereditary riches, marked with titles and symbols from the sovereign, are the chief source of distinction. In England, more regard is paid to present opulence. A considerable osmosis went on between the upper and middle classes. The daughters of rich merchants married the sons of the landed nobility. The sons of merchants bought estates from impoverished aristocrats. The gentry went into trade and law and administration. Aristocracy was passing into plutocracy. Money was replacing birth as a title to power. 6. Money. European bankers were now providing nearly all financial services. They received deposits, protected these from fire and theft, arranged payments between depositors by merely transferring from the account of one to that of another, and issued banknotes redeemable in gold or silver on demand. Since not all note holders were expected to ask for such redemption at the same time, the banks could issue notes up to 5 or 10 times the value of their mutual reserves. The circulation of money so multiplied provided additional capital for business enterprise and shared in expanding the European economy. Bankers stimulated industry by lending money on the security of land, buildings, materials, or simply on trust in a person's responsibility. Commerce was eased with letters of exchange or credit, which enabled capital to travel by mere transfer of bank paper, even across hostile frontiers. Joint stock companies were formed in England, as in Holland, Italy, and France. Promoters, then called projectors, organized industrial or commercial associations, issued shares, and promised dividends. Stock or share certificates could be transferred from one person to another, and for that purpose a stock exchange had been established in London in 1698. The early 18th century saw a brisk development of speculation in company shares, with stock jobbers who manipulated the rise and fall of market values. Defoe in 1719 described such a manipulator. If Sir Josiah Child had a mind to buy, the first thing he did was to commission his brokers to look sour, shake their heads, suggest bad news from India, and perhaps they would actually sell for 10, perhaps 20,000 pounds. Immediately the exchange was full of sellers. Nobody would buy a shilling till perhaps the stock would fall 6, 7, 8, 10%, sometimes more. Then the cunning jobber had another set of them employed to buy, but with privacy and caution, till by selling 10,000 pounds at 4 or 5% loss, he would buy 100,000 pound stock at 10 or 12% under price, and in a few weeks, by just the contrary method, set them all a-buying, and then sell them their own stock again at 10 or 12% profit. Almost as soon as stock exchanges opened, the eagerness of the public for unearned increment raised waves of speculation and deflation. The inflation and collapse of the South Sea bubble in England followed in unusual concord the rise and fall of John Law's Mississippi bubble in France. Sensitive to complaints by Bolingbroke, Swift, and others that the national debt, £52 million in 1714, laid upon the state a ruinous annual charge of £3,500,000 interest, the government conceived a plan to transfer £31 million of the debt to the South Sea Company. This had been formed in 1711 with a grant of monopoly in English trade with Spanish colonies in America and the Pacific Isles. The holders of government notes were invited to exchange them for stock in the company. King George I became its governor, and every effort was made to spread the belief that its monopoly charter promised high profits. The apparent success of Law's system in contemporary France infected England with a similar fever of speculation. Within 6 days of the company's offer to accept government notes in payment for shares, 2/3 of the note holders accepted the proposal. Many others bought shares, which in a month rose from 77 to £123.5, this in 1719. To ensure continued governmental cooperation, the company directors voted large gifts of stock to members of the ministry and to 2 mistresses of the king. Robert Walpole, not yet minister, warned the House of Commons against the scheme as pernicious stock jobbing. The project, he said, was to raise artificially the value of the stock by exciting and keeping up a general infatuation, and by promising dividends out of funds which would not be adequate to the purpose. He predicted with remarkable accuracy that the project would fail, and that if it were allowed to involve the general public, its failure would entail a general and dangerous discontent. He argued that at least some limit should be placed upon the rise of the company's stock. The House refused to heed his warning. On April 7, 1720, both Houses of Parliament approved the proposals of the company. On April 12th, the company issued new stock at £300 a share. This was subscribed for at once. On April 21st, flush with the government's payment of interest on the government notes now held by the company, it announced that it would pay a summer dividend of 10%. It took advantage of the enthusiasm aroused by this announcement to float a further issue of shares at £400. On April 23rd, this was taken up in a few hours. The rush to purchase shares raised their price to £550 on May 28th and to £890 on June 2nd. In July, a new issue was sold at £1,000 a share. The whole fashionable world came to subscribe. Dukes, clergymen, politicians, musicians, poets. Exchange Alley became the scene of such excited competition in buying as could be found only in the Rue Quincampoix in Paris at almost the same time. The nature of man revealed itself across frontiers. Shares were bargained for in taverns, coffee-houses, and milliners' shops. Each night men and women calculated how rich they had become, and how much richer they might be if they had bought sooner or more. Public money was so eager for speculation that 86 minor issues were floated. Stock was sold in companies formed to transmute metals into silver, to erect hospitals for bastard children, to extract oil from radishes, to create perpetual motion, to import jackasses from Spain. One promoter announced a company for carrying on an undertaking of great advantage, but nobody to know what it is until later. He received 1,000 subscriptions of £2 each by midday and disappeared in the afternoon. The excesses of these smaller bubbles, for so the Time called them, began the reactions against the South Sea enterprise. Walpole and others renewed their warnings and sold their shares. On June 11th, the King outlawed all stock issues except by companies licensed by Parliament. Most of the lesser ventures soon collapsed, and their failure cooled the fever of speculation. Word spread that the Spanish government was severely restricting the trade of the company in the American settlements. In July, news came that Law's Mississippi bubble had burst in Paris. Sir John Blunt and other directors of the South Sea Company secretly sold their shares at great profit. During all of August, the stock declined, until on September 2nd it was quoted at £700. The rush to sell now became a stampede. The approaches to Exchange Alley were crowded to suffocation. The shares fell to £570, to £400, to £150, to £135 by September 29th. Hundreds of English families lost their savings in the crash. Stories of ruin and suicide ran the rounds. Banks that had lent money on the security of the South Sea Company share certificates went into bankruptcy. Public meetings throughout England demanded the punishment of the directors, but absolved the public of vanity and greed. The King hurried back from Hanover and summoned Parliament. The treasurer of the company fled to France, taking with him many of the records that would have incriminated the directors. In January 1721, a parliamentary committee examining the books of the company found a scene of iniquity and corruption, startling even in that age when legislation by corruption of Parliament seemed part of the Constitution of England. Apparently the directors had spent £574,000 in bribing leaders of the government. Some members of Parliament called for drastic penalties. One proposed that the guilty directors should be sewn in a sack and thrown alive into the Thames. The debate rose to such warmth that members challenged one another to duels. One member suffered a hypertension crisis and died the next day. Directors and government ministers were summoned to trial before the House. John Aislabie, Chancellor of the Exchequer, was sentenced to the Tower. The estates of the directors, including Edward Gibbon, grandfather of the historian, were confiscated, leaving them some 10% of their fortunes. It was noted that Sir John Blunt, who had been a prime organizer of the company and among the first to sell his shares, was a man of a most religious deportment, who had constantly declaimed against the thievery and corruption of the age, and the avarice of the rich. Robert Walpole, whose predictions had been justified by the event, counseled moderation in the vengefulness of the reaction and mitigated the collapse of the company by persuading the Bank of England and the East India Company to absorb some £18 million of the troubled stock. Sufficient reserves were found in the South Sea Company to allow an early payment of 33% to its shareholders. Shorn of its privileges and its glamour, but making money on the sale of slaves, the company continued to exist in waning vitality till 1853. 2. Aspects of London. Venturesome statisticians estimate the population of Europe at some 100 millions in 1650, some 140 millions in 1750. Voltaire in 1750 reckoned the population of France at 20 millions, of Germany and Austria at 22, of Great Britain and Ireland at 10, of European Russia at 10, of Spain and Portugal at 8, of Poland at 6, and he allotted 3 millions back to European Turkey, Sweden, Denmark, plus Norway, and the United Provinces. A German jurist thought that the increase in northern Europe was largely due to the transfer of monks and nuns from celibacy to parentage by the Protestant Reformation, and urged that a statue be erected to Luther as the preserver of the species. But we must not exaggerate the continence of medieval monks. The increase in population was probably due to improvements in agriculture and transport, augmenting the supply and distribution of food, and advances in sanitation and medical treatment, reducing the death rate in infants and adults. England and Wales, which may have had no more than 3 millions population in 1500, appear to have had 4 millions in 1600, 6 in 1700, 9 in 1800. Nearly all the increase went to the towns, nourishing and nourished by industry and trade. By 1740, London prided itself on some 725,000 inhabitants. It was now the most populous city on the globe. Defoe in 1722 condemned it as overgrown. Paris came next with 675,000 in 1750. Then Amsterdam, Vienna, Naples, Palermo, Rome. London was 10 times more populous than Bristol, which was the second largest English city, and 18 times more than Norwich, the third largest. Metropolitan centers were gathering the controls of the nation's economic life and were turning the labor and products of fields and mines and shops into the subtle profits of finance. London was well situated to grow with English commerce and colonies. Ocean-going vessels could sail up the Thames, and though till 1794 the docks could not berth them, an army of profane longshoremen, using a swarm of 300 lighters, was available to transfer goods from ship to shore or other ships. So London became an animated entrepot for the re-export to the continent of imports from overseas. The riverside was not as tidy as we find it now. It was alive with lusty longshoremen, sex-starved sailors, and women loose in dress and code, foul in person and speech, living in hovels and taverns, and rivaling the seamen in drunkenness and violence. The river itself was picturesque with a motley of vessels, ranging from fishing smacks to massive men of war, while little ferries plied the stream. The king, the Lord Mayor, and some notables maintained elaborate barges, and used them to go up the river to Windsor or other palaces. Till 1750, London Bridge remained the only way of crossing on foot from the northern to the southern side of the city. But in that year Westminster Bridge was completed, and in 1757 London Bridge was freed from its burden of houses and stores. Antonio Canaletto, the Venetian painter who visited London in 1746 and 1751, was impressed by the scenes of vitality on the water, and left some famous pictures to show us the Thames as Pope and Johnson knew and loved it. Johnson probably loved the streets of London even more, though they were as yet ill-lighted, ill-paved, and cleaned chiefly by the rains. In 1684 a system of street lighting had been established by setting up a candle lantern at every 10th house, but they were lit only on moonless nights, only till midnight, and only from Michaelmas, September 29th, to Lady Day, March 25th. In 1736 the city authorities voted to install 15,000 oil lamps throughout London, and to keep them lit from the setting to the rising of the sun. This was a gala event in the life of the capital, greatly improving the nocturnal safety of its streets. Pavements, since the Great Fire of 1666, were mostly of small round stones. This remained standard till the 19th century. In the middle of each street ran a gutter that received much refuse and sluiced off the rain. There were no curbs, but a line of posts railed off a 6-foot pathway for pedestrians. The streets were noisy with carts, pack-horses, hackney coaches, and private carriages, all drawn by horses with hoofs clattering against the paving stones. There were also peddlers, many of them women, hawking 100 kinds of food or clothing, traveling artisans offering repairs, drivers disputing, dogs barking, beggars soliciting, street singers bawling ballads, organs bouncing their melodies from wall to wall. The people complained of but loved these noises, which were the vital medium of their lives. Only the pickpockets and the prostitutes worked silently. Houses began to receive street numbers in 1708. By 1750, most of them had running water. Sanitation was improving. Every householder was required by law to keep the street walk clean before his property, and every ward had a scavenger who organized the collection of waste. Toilets were usually outhouses, placed and screened off in the garden or yard. Some localities had sewers, but London had no general sewage system till 1865. Chimneys were cleaned by chimney sweeps who climbed them by pressing elbows and knees against the inner walls of brick or stone. This merciless deformation of children continued till 1817. A considerable part of the population was packed into slums filthy with garbage and offal, breeding 100 diseases. In the Wapping and Limehouse sections of London, nearly every second inhabitant lived from hand to mouth, depending on charity, theft, or prostitution to secure lodging and food. Children ran barefoot, unwashed and unkempt in the streets, clothed in rags and schooled only in crime. In these slums, men and women seldom bothered to marry. Sexual relations were a passing incident, a commodity marketable without ceremony or law. There were hardly any churches there, but beer shops and taverns abounded. Here, too, were the lairs of thieves, pickpockets, highwaymen, and professional murderers. Many of the criminals were organized in gangs. Watchmen who interfered with them had their noses slit. One group, the Mohawks, was wont to sally drunk into the streets, prick passers-by with swords, make women stand on their heads, and gouge out the eyes of unaccommodating victims. Less ferocious gangsters contented themselves with breaking the windows of shops and homes. Thieves and robbers, Smollett reported in 1730, were now become more desperate and savage than they had ever appeared since mankind were civilized. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued, Cassette 3, Side 1. Thieves and robbers, Smollett reported in 1730, were now become more desperate and savage than they had ever appeared since mankind were civilized. In 1744, the Lord Mayor and Aldermen of London drew up an address to the King, in which they stated that divers confederacies of great numbers of evil-disposed persons, armed with bludgeons, pistols, cutlasses, and other dangerous weapons, infest not only the private lanes and passages, but likewise the public streets and places of usual concourse, and commit the most dangerous outrages upon the persons of your Majesty's subjects. Said Horace Walpole in 1752, "One is forced to travel even at noon, as if one were going to battle." The great metropolis, of course, was much more than this pullulation of poverty and crime. It was also the city of Parliament and royal palaces, of 1,000 lawyers, merchants, journalists, poets, novelists, artists, musicians, educators, clergymen, courtiers. As we proceed, we must add to our vision of 18th century London the mansions, morals, and manners of the literate classes, the worshippers in the churches, the skeptics, scientists, and philosophers, the wits and belles and beaux of society, the pleasure gardens of Vauxhall and Ranelagh, the promenaders in the parks and on the Mall, the regattas and festivals and barges on the Thames, the conversations in coffee-houses and clubs, the shops of craftsmen, clothiers, jewelers, the amusements of the home and the sports of the field, the crowds at cockfights, prize-fights, puppet shows, theatres, and opera. Only then will our perspective of London life be fair and reasonably complete, and allow us to feel history in all its phases pouring through the bodies and souls of 2 generations, and 700,000 men. 3. Schools. In England, as elsewhere in this period, life began with a high percentage of infantile mortality. 59% of all children born in London died before reaching the age of 5, 64% before reaching 10. Many babies were exposed at birth. Of these, the survivors were put out to nurse at public expense and then were placed in workhouses. Carelessness of midwives and mothers resulted in a large number of physical deformities. If the parents were poor, the children might receive no schooling whatever. There were charity schools which offered elementary education to both sexes and all classes without charge. But their total enrollment in 1759 was only 28,000. They excluded dissenters, and they reached only a small fraction of the peasantry and hardly any of the urban poor. The great majority of Englishmen, says an English authority, went unlettered to their graves. In the artisan class, apprenticeship was considered the best education. For the middle-class child, there were private schools, usually kept by men broken down, bankrupt, or turned out of some other employment. And there were dames' schools, where humble schoolmistresses taught the 3 R's and much religion to boys and girls whose parents could pay. In all schools, emphasis was laid upon teaching students to be content with their native rank and to show proper subordination to the upper classes. A small minority graduated into grammar schools, where, for a modest fee that taught the teachers their humble place in the social scale, the boys could add a little Latin and Greek to their R's. Discipline was severe, class hours were long, 6 to 11:30 in the morning and 1 to 5:30 in the afternoon. Much better in quality were the public schools, chiefly Eton, Westminster, Winchester, Shrewsbury, Harrow, and Rugby, where select youngsters for some £26 per year could prepare for university and lay up classical tags for future display. As these public schools admitted only Church of England boys, the dissenters, Baptists, Presbyterians, Independents, Unitarians, Quakers, Congregationalists, Methodists, established academies for their youth. Here, as befitted a middle-class clientele, less stress was laid upon the ancient classics, more upon modern languages, mathematics, history, geography, and navigation. Dissenters were excluded from the universities. Most of the students there were from moneyed families. Some poorer lads, however, received scholarships from philanthropic individuals or institutions, and some servitors or sizars, like Newton, worked their way through the class-conscious halls. Both Oxford and Cambridge offered stagnation in this period from conservatism in curriculum, methods, and ideas. Cambridge showed more willingness to enlarge scientific studies at the expense of the classics and theology. Yet Chesterfield described Cambridge as sunk into the lowest obscurity. Oxford clung to the old theology and the fallen Stuart dynasty and allowed no visit from the crude Hanoverian kings. Adam Smith, a student at Oxford in 1745, said he had learned little there. Edward Gibbon, who studied there in 1752, denounced the dons as ignorant tipplers and regretted the years he had wasted in the university. Many families preferred to engage private tutors. Girls received rudimentary instruction in village and charity schools. Reading, writing, sewing, knitting, spinning, little arithmetic, much religion. Some girls were tutored, and a few, like Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, studied the classic languages and literatures surreptitiously. "My sex," said Lady Mary, "is usually forbid studies of this nature, and folly is reckoned so much our proper sphere, we are sooner pardoned any excess of that than the least pretensions to reading or good sense. There is hardly a creature in the world more liable to universal ridicule than a learned woman." She was inclined to suspect that men kept women ignorant in order the more inexpensively to seduce them. If we may judge from the revenues of the king's mistresses, the women managed quite well without the classics, and needed no Ovid to instruct them in the game of love. 4. Morals. Premarital relations among women were probably less common than today, in 1965, but prostitution flourished to an extent hardly known again till our time. A foreign observer reckoned them at 50,000 in London. They were found at town taverns, roadside inns, city gardens, public dances, concerts, and theaters. In Exeter Street and the Strand they sat at windows to encourage hesitant trade. In Drury Lane, sang Gay in his Trivia, "'Tis she who nightly strolls with sauntering pace, no stubborn stays her yielding shape embrace. Beneath the lamp her tawdry ribbons glare, the new-scoured manteau and the slattern air. With flattering sounds she soothes the credulous ear. My noble captain, charmer, love, my dear." The law had no mercy on them. If found soliciting, they were taken to jail, whipped, and pilloried. The Grub Street Journal for May 6, 1731, described the fate of one madam. "Yesterday the noted Mother Needham stood in the pillory in Park Place near St. James's Street and was severely handled by the populace. She was so very ill that she lay along the pillory, notwithstanding which she was severely pelted, and it is thought she will die in a day or two." But only the most impoverished prostitutes reached the pillory. Usually they evaded the law by bribery, or their landlord bailed them out, and some guardians of the law, perhaps recognizing their former hostesses, felt a degree of sympathy for women whom the statutes punished for the promiscuity of men. Probably not 10 males in a London 100 came virginal to the marriage bed. Vice was publicly denounced, virtue was privately scorned. John Cleland's Memoirs of a Woman of Pleasure, from 1749, later known as Fanny Hill, a concatenation of detailed seductions, was, and is, one of the most obscene and popular books of the century. Some men banded together for mutual satisfaction. The London Journal for April 23rd and 30th, 1725, reported the arrest of 7 homosexuals. On May 14th, it recorded the hanging of 3 others for sodomy. It added, "We learn that they, the police, have discovered 20 houses or clubs where sodomites meet. Moreover, they have an eye on nocturnal assemblies where these monsters meet in great number." On July 7th, the Journal noted the conviction of Robert Whale and York Horner for having maintained in Westminster houses where they received amateurs of this detestable vice. On July 23rd, it announced that Marguerite Clapp, convicted of keeping a house of assignation for the use of sodomites, had been condemned to the pillory, to pay a fine of 90 marks, and to spend 2 years in prison. We are told, on good authority, that a very large proportion of the people of London lived in a state of illicit cohabitation without marriage. Love marriages were rising in number, at least in the novels of Richardson and Fielding, but most marriages were still arranged by the parents after careful weighing of the bride's dowry against the bridegroom's actual or prospective income. An act of 1753 prohibited persons under 21 from marrying without the consent of their parents or guardians. As this law applied to England alone, many English elopers crossed the border into Scotland, where the parsons in the village of Gretna Green followed an easier rule. Further conveniences for eager lovers were provided by acquisitive clergymen who performed clandestine marriages in taverns, brothels, garrets, or other places in or near the Fleet, a street and the debtors' prison on it. Almost every tavern in that neighborhood had such a dominie ready, for a fee, to marry anyone without questions asked or license required. One such parson was reputed to have married 6,000 couples per year. Marriages were entered upon in heat and broken in thaw. Thousands of women were deserted. Sailors on shore for a day married, loved, and decamped. To end the evil, Parliament decreed in 1753 that no marriage in England, except between Quakers or Jews, should be valid unless performed by an Anglican priest in a parish church, after the publication of banns in that church for 3 successive Sundays. All violators of this statute were liable to deportation to the colonies. Divorce was not allowed in England before 1857 without a special act of Parliament, and the cost of such a procedure made it a luxury of the rich. Adultery flourished in all but the middle classes, with Georges I and II giving a royal example. Everybody in this society, Congreve had written in 1700, was born with budding antlers, and it was only less so in 1728, when Gay made Mrs. Peachum in The Beggar's Opera ask her husband about her daughter, "Why must our Polly, forsooth, differ from her sex and love only her husband? All men are thieves in love, and like a woman the better for being another man's property." By and large, however, the morals of women were higher in England than in France, and in the middle classes, where the Puritan tradition was still strong, purity verged on prudery, and women might be such wives as men dream of. patient, industrious, and faithful. The double standard was imposed and accepted. Nice women heard much coarse speech and read Fielding and Smollett, but they were expected to blush alluringly and to faint at a moment's notice. In all classes, woman was looked upon as naturally and irrevocably inferior to man. Even the proud and rebellious Lady Mary conceded this, though perhaps with a sharp tongue in her cheek. I am not now arguing for an equality of the sexes. I do not doubt God and nature have thrown us into an inferior rank. We are a lower part of the creation. We owe obedience and submission to the superior sex, and any woman who suffers her vanity and folly to deny this rebels against the law of the Creator and indisputable order of nature. The Puritan interlude had brought woman down from her status under Elizabeth. One student judged that about 1750, women in England had reached a new low level hardly in advance of their position in the 12th century. Social, economic, and political morality were at nadir. Gambling, which had been discouraged by Queen Anne, was restored to royal grace by Georges I and II. A special officer, the groom porter, controlled gambling at the court. Card-playing was the favorite amusement of rich and poor, seldom without stakes, often with cheating. It was not unusual for high-born wastrels to win or lose 200 guineas at one sitting. The Duke of Devonshire gambled away an estate in one game, and Lord Chesterfield gambled recklessly between lectures to his son. Under George I, gambling became a public passion to a degree probably never rivaled since. Gambling casinos were opened at White's Club, at Charing Cross, in Leicester Fields, in Golden Square, and in Bath. An engraving in Hogarth's Rake's Progress shows men and women gambling at White's and paying no attention to an announcement that the building is on fire. The game must be fought to a decision. The famous club was burned down in 1733, but was soon restored. George II forbade such organized gambling, but sanctioned the government lottery, which had been established in 1569 and which survived till 1826. Lottery tickets were sold to the public by every device of promotion. Excitement was worked up to such a pitch that servants robbed their masters, clerks their employees, to get a stake in the game. Drinking was even more popular than gambling. Beer or ale was the national drink. The London mail consumed 100 gallons a year, or a quart per day, as safer and tastier than water. The damp climate created a demand for rum, punch, brandy, gin, cordials, whiskey, and wine was a favorite medicine. Taverns and liquor stores were everywhere. Out of 7,066 houses in the parish of Holborn, 1,350 sold liquor. Landowners, and therefore Parliament, smiled on the whiskey trade since it opened an added market for their barley and wheat. Almost a third of the arable land of England was planted to barley. In the upper classes, whiskey tended to replace wine as the repeated wars with France hindered the commerce with Bordeaux and Oporto, and the Dutch and the Germans brought in their preference for hard liquor. Here, as in gambling, the government set the pace. Harley, Prime Minister under Anne, was reported to have come drunk into the presence of the Queen. Bolingbroke sometimes sat up all night drinking, and Robert Walpole had been taught drunkenness by a father resolved not to be seen drunk by a sober son. When the passion for gin spread among the populace, the government was disturbed. The spirits distilled in Britain rose from 527,000 gallons in 1684 to 5,394,000 gallons in 1735, with no comparable rise in population. On the contrary, physicians warned the government that gin drinking had rapidly increased the rate of mortality in London, and a Middlesex grand jury ascribed to that liquor much of the poverty and crime of the capital. Retailers of gin hung out signs promising to make their customers drunk for a penny and offering them free beds of straw in the cellar. The alarmed rulers tried prohibition by taxation. An Act of Parliament in 1736 laid a duty of 20 shillings a gallon on gin and required £50 a year for license to sell it. The thirsting poor rose in violent riots. As Walpole had predicted, the prohibition led to smuggling, secret distilling, and clandestine trade. The number of gin shops rose to 17,000, the distilled gallons to over 7 million, and crime increased. The experiment was abandoned, The license fee was reduced to £20, the duty to a penny per gallon. The people rejoiced and drank. In 1751, a series of moderate and ingenious measures, such as making small debts to liquor dealers irrecoverable at law, effected a mild improvement. The philosopher Berkeley illuminated the situation by denouncing the upper classes for the evil example they gave to the masses, and warning them that a nation lighted up at both ends must soon be consumed. The moral level was low in business, too. Great fortunes were derived from smuggling, piracy, and catching or selling slaves. Complaints arose that the water of the Thames was defiled by commercial as well as human waste, that wine was debased with cider and spirits of corn, that bread was adulterated with alum and chalk, that aging meats had their complexions freshened with chemicals dangerous to health and life. When attempts were made to check such practices, the patriots of business cried out for freedom and the right of every man to live in his own way without restraint. The government interfered with liberty, but chiefly to impress men into the armed services. When various financial inducements failed to man the navy, press gangs, from 1744 onward, were sent out by the state to snare, drug, or otherwise persuade men into His Majesty's ships. Intoxication was the easiest method, for in that condition a man could be led to sign away a year or more of his life. From the time they were so brought on board, said Admiral Vernon in 1746, such men were in effect condemned to death, since they are never allowed again to set foot on shore, but turned over from ship to ship, without any regard for the hardships they have undergone. No man, said Samuel Johnson, will be a sailor who has contrivance enough to get himself into a jail. The man in a jail has more room, better food, and commonly better company. Sailors secured by impressment were usually weak in body and mind, but the rough discipline and ruthless selection by ordeal of fire and flogging, as described and doubtless exaggerated in Smollett's Roderick Random, made the survivors the toughest and proudest warriors on the sea. Piracy was still winked at as a form of commerce, but it was in decline as navies grew stronger. The slave trade flourished. English, French, Dutch, and Portuguese ships competed for the privilege of selling African Negroes to American Christians. By the Treaty of Utrecht of 1713, Spain had transferred from France to England the asiento, the contract to supply the Spanish colonies annually with 4,800 slaves. Of the 74,000 slaves transported to America in the 1 year 1790, the French carried 20,000, the Dutch 4,000, the Danes 2,000, the Portuguese 10,000, and the British 38,000, more than half the total. The English alone, at a low estimate, says an English authority, carried over 2 million Negroes to America in the period between 1680 and 1786. Some Negro slaves were kept for service in English homes. The newspapers contained promises of rewards for the return of runaway slaves. One advertisement offered a Negro boy about 12 years of age to be sold. Slaves were sold at Paris till 1762, and even the popes had Turkish galley slaves from the 16th to the 18th century. The Quakers began in 1727 a movement to end the British share in the slave trade. Steele and Pope supported them. The Methodists advanced the crusade, but the campaign for abolition made no substantial progress before 1772. Political morality reflected the triumph of a hard commercial spirit. Hardly anything could be effected without bribery, and nearly every official had his price. Offices were sold, and votes in Parliament were bought like merchandise. MPs sold their franking privilege. Noble lords sold positions in their households and obstructed attempts to check the purchase of nominations to Parliament or of members of the Commons. Rotten boroughs with a handful of inhabitants sent to Parliament as many representatives as counties abounding in population and industry. Old Sarum, with not a single resident, sent 2 delegates, and such boroughs were easily controlled by men of birth or wealth. Businessmen seeking political influence commensurate with their economic power bought nominations or nominees to Parliament for some £1,500 each. All in all, this half-century was the most corrupt and merciless in English history, and the historian finds it no simple matter to explain how, from the venality of that age, Britain has risen to such high repute for the integrity of its businessmen and its government. Amid the debasement of morals and politics, there were many touches of humanitarian sentiment. There were homes, however ill-kept, for the old, the disabled, and the poor. There were guilds in which masters were kindly fathers to their apprentices. There were families that sheltered and educated orphans. There were associations, box clubs, for mutual aid in evil days. There was an impressive example, the first in modern history, of international charity when England contributed £100,000 sterling to her economic ally Portugal for the relief of sufferers from the Lisbon earthquake of 1755. Between 1700 and 1825, 154 new hospitals and dispensaries were established in Britain, 4 in London in one generation, from 1700 to 1745. Most of these institutions were financed by private subscription. The best of those set up in the first half of the 18th century was the Foundling Hospital, organized by Captain Thomas Coram. Hogarth painted him in 1740 as a gift to the hospital, rotund, white-haired, kindly, with the royal charter at his right hand and a globe at his feet. For Coram had earned his fortune as a captain in the merchant marine. Retiring, he was shocked by the high infant mortality in London and by the number of infants exposed or deserted by mothers with no funds to care for them or no father's name to give them. Coram persuaded high-born ladies to sign a petition for a foundling hospital. He secured a charter and £2,000 from George II. His appeal for contributions was met with unexpected generosity. The great Handel gave an organ and the now precious score of his Messiah, and directed concerts that raised £10,000. In 1739, the trustees commissioned Theodore Jacobson to design a spacious group of buildings and grounds, which became one of the proudest sights of London. 5. Crime and Punishment. The people of 18th century England were a tough breed, accustomed to hardship and violence, and capable of surviving anything except death. 2 corporals fought each other with bare fists till both expired. 2 sergeants duelled till both suffered mortal wounds. A soldier who asked leave to marry an army prostitute was punished with 100 lashes. He appeared the next day, his back all raw, before the same officer and repeated his plea. This time it was granted. A drummer boasted that he had received 26,000 lashes in his 14 years with the army. He received 4,000 more in the 1 year 1727. He recovered cheerfully and was soon reported as hearty and well and in no ways concerned. Brutal punishments administered in public encouraged public brutality. By a law repealed in 1790, a woman convicted of treason or of murdering her husband was to be burned alive, but custom allowed her to be strangled before burning. Men guilty of treason were cut down from the gallows while still alive. Their bowels were extracted and burned before their faces. They were then beheaded and quartered. Gallows were raised in every district of London, and on many of them the corpses were left for the nourishment of birds. A man might hang for half an hour before he died. It was usual, however, to dull the senses of the condemned with brandy, and the hangman, if well disposed, would pull on the dangling legs to hasten death. The callousness of spectators and criminals gave hangings the character of a festival. People lined the road to see the condemned ride in the carts to Tyburn. Stalls and peddlers sold gin and gingerbread, nuts and apples to the crowd. Street singers sang ballads, not quite so well as Captain Macheath in The Beggar's Opera. The public, never enthusiastic about laws or policemen, made heroes of criminals who carried off their exploits successfully, or when captured faced trial and death with scorn or smiles. Jack Sheppard, Rob Roy, i.e. Robert McGregor, Dick Turpin, Jonathan Wild, all flourished in this period. Jack, after almost daily robberies in or near London, was betrayed to the police by Jonathan Wild. He escaped, was rearrested, escaped again, was caught in his cups, and was hanged, aged 22, before a crowd of thousands that expected him to escape even with the noose around his neck. Defoe and Ainsworth told his story profitably. Sir James Thornhill painted his portrait. Turpin distributed money to mourners to follow his cart in state to the gallows. But what made him most famous was the fictitious account that Ainsworth wrote of Dick's breakneck ride from London to York. Likewise, Fielding's Life of Mr. Jonathan Wild the Great has carried that scoundrel down the centuries. Most of that powerful satire is fiction, but it is no more interesting than the facts. Jonathan, like Janus, had a double face. He organized, managed, and exploited thieves, bought their stolen goods at his own price, and betrayed them to the magistrates when his confederates rebelled. At the same time, he opened a pretty office where he received people who had been robbed. He promised, for a substantial consideration, to get their goods or money returned to them. On the proceeds he maintained several mistresses and lived in style for nearly 15 years. But his prosperity outstripped his prudence. He was arrested as a dealer in stolen goods, and he was hanged to the joy of an enormous multitude in 1725. He may have been part model for Mr. Peachum in The Beggar's Opera. Lawlessness ran the social scale from the gentle pickpocket to the smuggling merchant to the titled duellist. There were hundreds of duels, some in the open street, some in Hyde Park or Kensington Gardens, but most of them in the Field of the 40 Footsteps behind Montague House, now the British Museum. They were seldom fatal, for pistols were clumsy, and few men could aim them accurately at 30 paces. Probably many combatants were careful to fire above the head. In any case, reconciliation was normally achieved after the first drawing of blood. The duels were illegal, but were humored on the ground that they encouraged a cautious courtesy of speech. Arrests were rare except for fatalities, and if the survivor could show that he had followed the rules of the game, he was released after a brief imprisonment. In 1751, Fielding, then a magistrate, published an enquiry into the causes of the late increase of robbers, etc., with some proposals for remedying the growing evil. He ascribed the increase predominantly not to poverty, but to the rise of luxury among the lower classes. The common people now had money enough to go to taverns, amusement parks, theaters, masquerade dances, and operas, and there they met persons adept in promiscuity and crime. The second cause, the great novelist thought, was an increase in the consumption of gin. Gin is the principal sustenance, if it may be so called, of more than 100,000 people in this metropolis. Many of these wretches swallow pints of this poison within the 24 hours, the dreadful effects of which I have the misfortune every day to see and to smell, too. The third cause was gambling. The fourth was the incompetence of the law. It left the capture of criminals to watchmen, chosen out of poor old decrepit people who, armed only with a pole, which some of them are scarcely able to lift, are to secure the persons and houses of His Majesty's subjects from the attacks of gangs of young, bold, stout, desperate, and well-armed villains. Even if the watchman was not terrified by the violence of the robbers, he could be bribed. So could the constable to whom he reported. So could the magistrate to whom the constable brought a criminal. The policing of London was entrusted to 1,000 constables, 474 beadles, 747 watchmen. Between arrest and conviction lay 2,214 lawyers in London, some of them men of legal learning and reasonable integrity, some of them not quite so. Dr. Johnson said of a man who had just left the room that he did not care to speak ill of any man behind his back, but he believed the gentleman was an attorney. Fielding did not agree with Coke that the wisdom of all the wise men in the world, if they had all met together at one time, could not have equaled the excellence of the English Constitution. He would have admitted that that Constitution, as Voltaire and Montesquieu had recently pointed out, had admirably arranged for the protection of the individual and his property from the tyranny of a king. He would have praised habeas corpus and trial by jury, and the great law schools in the Inns of Court. Certainly it was no small matter that an Englishman was free from arrest without legal warrant, from imprisonment without trial, from punishment without conviction by a jury of his peers, that he could not be taxed except by consent of Parliament, that he could assemble with his fellows provided he committed no disorder, that he might say what he pleased, short of sedition, libel, obscenity, and blasphemy. But the lawmakers of England had been so eager to protect the individual from the state that they had failed to protect society from the individual. The machinery of enforcement was breaking down before the spread and organization of crime. The common law was administered by magistrates or justices of the peace, whose decisions could be appealed to judges sitting in Westminster or traveling 6 months a year to hold assize courts in the county towns. These judges enjoyed life tenure and displayed a reasonable level of integrity. Ecclesiastical courts survived, but they were limited to trying non-criminal cases involving only the clergy, or the validity of marriages, or the administration of wills. The Court of Admiralty had jurisdiction over exclusively maritime cases. Above these courts was the Court of Chancery, presided over by the Lord Chancellor. The Supreme Court of the land was Parliament itself, with the Commons trying commoners and the Lords trying peers. Equality before the law was still imperfect, for peers usually escaped punishment. The 4th Earl of Ferrers was executed in 1760 for killing his steward. But when the Duchess of Kingston was tried before the House of Lords in 1776, and was convicted of bigamy, she was freed with only the payment of fees. Latin remained the language of the courts till 1730, when English displaced it, paining Blackstone grievously. In trials for capital felony, and most felonies were capital, the accused was allowed to hire counsel if he could afford one. The counsel might cross-examine the witnesses for the prosecution, but was not permitted to address the court. This was left to the prisoner, who, through weakness of body or mind, was in many cases incapable of presenting his defense. If he was acquitted, he was returned to jail till he had paid all the fees exacted by the keepers for their services. Before this regulation was revoked in 1774, there were several instances of acquitted men dying in jail. If convicted, the prisoner faced one of the severest penal codes in the history of law. The code was an advance on the past and on continental procedures in barring torture and punishment by the wheel, and it no longer split noses or cut off ears. Otherwise it had all the barbarity that sturdy Englishmen then considered necessary to control the natural lawlessness of mankind. When the penalty was flogging at the tail of a cart drawn through the streets, the executioner would sometimes receive an extra sum, collected from the spectators, to ply the thong with special vigor. A prisoner who refused to plead on a capital charge was required by law to be laid naked on his back in a dark room. The weights of stone or iron were placed upon his breast till he was pressed or choked to death. This law, however, was not enforced after 1721 and was repealed in 1772. Throughout the 18th century, Acts of Parliament added to the number of crimes for which the statutory penalty was death. In 1689 there had been 50 such. By 1820 there were 160. Murder, treason, counterfeiting, arson, rape, sodomy, piracy, armed smuggling, forgery, destroying ships or setting them on fire, bankruptcy with concealment of assets, highway robbery, housebreaking, burglary of over 40 shillings, shoplifting above 5 shillings, maiming or stealing cattle, shooting at a revenue officer, cutting down trees in an avenue or a park, setting fire to a cornfield, sending threatening letters, concealing the death of a husband or a child, taking part in a riot, shooting a rabbit, demolishing a turnpike gate, escaping from jail, committing sacrilege. All of these and 100 more were, under the first 3 Georges, capital crimes. These laws reflected the resolve of Parliament to protect property. They may have been in some measure the result, and in part the cause, of popular lawlessness and brutality, and they may have helped to form the present law-abiding habits of the British people. The severity of the code was mitigated by the frequent refusal of judges or juries to convict, or by quashing the indictment on a technicality, or by arbitrarily fixing the value of a stolen article at less than the amount that would make the theft a capital crime. In time of war, offenders might be pardoned on condition of joining the army or navy. Lesser crimes were punished by imprisonment, the pillory, whipping, hard labor in houses of correction, or transportation to the colonies. By a law of 1718, convicted prisoners were sold to a contractor who shipped them at his own expense, generally to Maryland or Virginia, and sold them, usually at auction, to tobacco planters for the term of their sentences. The condition of the prisoners en route resulted in a high percentage of deaths, and such enfeeblement of the remainder as to make them for a time incapable of labor. One contractor reckoned that he lost 1/7 of his human cargo on an average voyage. This traffic was ended only by the American War of Independence. Such deportation was often preferred to imprisonment, for prisons were notorious for inhumanity and filth. On his entry, the new arrival was put in irons, heavy or light, according to his payment to the warden. His bed was straw. His food consisted of a pound of bread per day, unless he could arrange to supplement it with gifts from outside. Except in Newgate prison, little attempt was made to keep the prisons clean. Dirt and germs accumulated, infecting almost every prisoner with jail fever, often typhus or smallpox. Johnson thought that 25% of the permanent prisoners died through putrid fevers. The stench of foulness and disease was so strong that when a prisoner was brought to court, the judges, jury, witnesses, and spectators took frequent sniffs of camphor, vinegar, or aromatic herbs to offset the smell. In May 1750, 100 prisoners from Newgate came to trial in the Old Bailey, the chief criminal court of London. The fever they spread was so virulent that of the 6 judges who tried the case, 4 died. Of the jury and the minor officials, 40 died. After this lesson, the court ordered that thereafter all prisoners coming to trial should be washed with vinegar, and that sweet-smelling herbs should be placed in the prisoner's dock. A man sued for debt, judged guilty and unable or unwilling to pay, was committed to such a jail until he paid, or until his creditor withdrew the suit. The creditor was bound by law to pay 4d. a day toward the support of his prisoner, but if he failed to do this, the debtor had no recourse but to sue him, which cost money. If, however, the prisoner could get funds from outside, he could bribe the warden and others to let him enjoy better bed and board, wider liberties, the comfort of his wife, even now and then a holiday in the city. A penniless debtor, if unable to pay for food, might slowly starve on the bread allowed him. Samuel Johnson calculated that of 20,000 bankrupts imprisoned in an average year, 5,000 died of privation within 12 months. England had not found a milder way of protecting the rising business class from irresponsible borrowing or fraudulent bankruptcy. Some mild protests were raised against the severity of the penal code. Johnson, no sentimentalist, pointed out in 1751 the danger in making so many crimes capital. To equal robbery with murder is to incite the commission of a greater crime to prevent the detection of a less. The most powerful criticisms of prison administration appeared in the novels of Fielding and Smollett and in the drawings of Hogarth. A modest amelioration was effected by James Oglethorpe, whose varied and energetic career shows the nobler side of John Bull. In 1714, aged 18, he left college to join the army of Prince Eugene of Savoy, and served in several actions against the Turks. Returning to England, he was elected to Parliament. A friend having been imprisoned for debt and having died in jail of smallpox contracted there, Oglethorpe persuaded the Commons to appoint a committee, of which he was made head, to inquire into the conditions of the London prisons. The filth, disease, corruption, and oppression revealed by this investigation shocked for a moment the conscience of England. Some especially culpable wardens were dismissed, some new regulations mitigated old abuses, but most of the evils remained, and the actual reform of the prisons had to wait for John Howard and the final quarter of the 18th century. Oglethorpe turned to emigration as a means of reducing the pressure of poverty in England. In 1733 he founded the colony of Georgia. For a time he served as its governor. He forbade the importation of slaves and welcomed the Moravians and John Wesley and Protestant refugees from Austria. Again, in England and Parliament, he secured an act exempting the English Moravians from taking oaths or bearing arms. He became an intimate friend of Johnson, Goldsmith, and Burke, and lived to the age of 89. Pope crowned him with a couplet: "One driven by strong benevolence of soul shall fly like Oglethorpe from pole to pole." 6. Manners. The men who promenaded in the parks or on the Mall were still, as in Elizabethan or Restoration days, the more grandly dressed sex. Except at work or at home, they wore tilted three-cornered hats, often cocky with tassels, ribbons, or cockades. They bound their tresses with a pretty bow behind the neck, or covered their heads with a powdered wig. Their handsome coats, rustling about their knees, sported buttons designed to dazzle rather than to tie, and sleeves of rich brocade proclaimed income or class. Their fancy waistcoats sought the eye with their gaudy tints, yellow, orange, scarlet, pink, or blue, and dangled a watch fob of gold on a golden chain. Their shirts of fine linen were faced with frills, hiding flannel underwear. Stocks, cravats, of lawn, a fabric imported from Laon in France, were fitted snugly about their throats. Their breeches were fastened with buckles at the knees, 3 buttons at the waist, and 3 hidden in the fly. Their stockings were usually red, but would be of white silk at formal gatherings. Their shoes in 1730 had to be red in toe and heel. Even with all this equipment, the man of fashion felt naked without a sword. As the middle classes mounted, swords were replaced with canes, usually topped with some costly metal and finely carved. But since the streets were still dangerous, the cane often contained a sword. Umbrellas had entered the picture late in the 17th century, but did not become general till the end of the 18th. Specific costumes, of course, were required for riding in the park or with the hounds. And dandies, macaronis, clamored for attention with extremes of adornment or coloration. Another group, slovens, made a religion of careless manners and untidy clothes. They disheveled their hair with rebellious care, left their breeches unbuckled, and flaunted the mud on their shoes as declarations of independence and emblems of original thought. Women went on display dressed as in our wondering youth, when the female structure was a breathless mystery costly to behold. Their fluffy skirts were generally inflated with hoops that lifted them lightly from step to step and made a giddy revelation of sparkling ankles and prancing feet. Hoops, sometimes 9 yards around, were ramparts and stays were shields, so that the conquests of love required all the ardor of a knight piercing armor and scaling parapets. So much the better for poetry. The gloss and splendor of a woman's hair were partly lost in reinforced elevations so lofty that they had to be guarded against being ignited by chandeliers. Female faces were concealed by lotions, pastes, patches, powders, and adjustable eyebrows, and all the gems of the Orient were commandeered to adorn their hair and ears and neck and arms and dress and shoes. From her towering hat and scented curls to her silken and jeweled footwear, the woman of fashion was dressed to kill any hesitation on the part of circumjacent males. By 1770, the arts of the toilette had reached such wizardry that Parliament, in a jovial mood, passed an act designed to protect the precipitous sex. That all women of whatever age, rank, profession, or degree, whether virgins, maids, or widows, that shall, from and after such act, impose upon, seduce, or betray into matrimony any of His Majesty's male subjects by the scents, paints, cosmetic washes, artificial teeth, false hair, Spanish wool, iron stays, hoops, high-heeled shoes, etc., shall incur the penalty of the law now enforced against witchcraft and like misdemeanors, and that the marriage upon conviction shall stand null and void. Sumptuary laws struggled to check conspicuous expenditure in dress, but custom required all loyal Britons to don a new outfit on the birthday of Queen Caroline, who at her coronation wore a costume costing £2,400,000, mostly in borrowed gems. Home was a place where one might discard the laborious accoutrements of display. There one could dress in anything or less. Windows were not inquisitive, for their number was held down by a law that limited them to 5 and taxed any surplus as luxury. Interiors were dark and stuffy and not designed for breathing. Lighting was by candles, usually not more than one at a time per family. The rich, however, brightened their rooms with gleaming chandeliers and with torches burning oil. In the mansions of the well-to-do, walls were paneled in oak, staircases were of massive wood and unshakable balustrades, fireplaces were marbles of majesty, chairs were padded with hair and upholstered in leather. Furniture was designed in heavy Georgian style, complex with carving and glaring with gilt. Toward 1720, mahogany was introduced from the West Indies. It was too hard for existing tools. Sharper tools were made, and soon the new wood made the most brilliant pieces in English homes. Houses were heated by burning coal in stoves, or open grates, or wood in spacious hearths. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. Houses were heated by burning coal in stoves or open grates, or wood in spacious hearths. London air was cloudy with smoke. Domestic cleanliness was made difficult but imperative by the ever-threatening dust and soot. The French rated their English enemies as next only to the Dutch in the grooming of their homes. Said Nicolas de Saussure in 1726, "Not a week passes by but well-kept houses are washed twice in the 7 days, and that from top to bottom. And even every morning most kitchens, staircases, and entrances are scrubbed. All furniture, and especially all kitchen utensils, are kept with the greatest cleanliness. Even the large hammers and the locks on the doors are rubbed and shine brightly." This despite the fact that soap was expensive and water limited. Bathrooms were a luxury of the few. Most men and women bathed by standing and splashing in a tub. Commoners spent most of their indoor and waking hours in the kitchen, courting the big stove. They ate there, chatted there, sometimes slept there, for the kitchens were immense. Dining rooms were for special occasions. In all ranks the main meal came after midday, in the middle classes at 2 or 3 o'clock, among the rich at 5 or 6. Then, as now, the more money you had, the longer you had to wait for dinner. In fashionable homes, the women retired when eating was over, for then began male drinking, smoking, toasts, and tales. Dinners were substantial, but they were the city Briton's first food after breakfast and a light 11 a.m. snack. Frenchmen were astonished at the amount of food an Englishman consumed at a sitting. Most of the diet in the upper and middle classes was meat. Vegetables were negligible garniture. Heavy puddings were a favorite dessert. Tea drinking was universal, though tea cost 10 shillings a pound. Supper at 9 p.m. rounded out the exploits of the day. Most Englishmen hugged the safety of their homes at night and amused themselves with conversation, drinking, quarreling, reading, music, dancing, chess, draughts, the American checkers, billiards, and cards. "Prithee," said Marlborough's Duchess, "don't talk to me about books. The only books I know are men and cards." Bishops and parsons, even the prim dissenting preachers, played, and philosophers too. Hume rarely went to bed without having a turn at whist, now bridge. In 1742, Edmund Hoyle systematized the laws of whist in a short treatise, after which, till 1864, the game had to be played according to Hoyle. Animal pets were a household necessity, not only dogs and cats, but here and there a monkey or two. Almost every woman nursed flowers, and nearly every home had a garden. Blessed and harassed with rain, the English made garden design a national passion. Under Charles II, English gardens followed French models, chiefly Versailles, in shaping formal gardens on geometrical lines, straight, rectangular, radial, or circular, with picturesque vistas and perspectives. These three words had entered the language in the 17th century, with trees, shrubbery, and hedges clipped to line, and classical statuary symmetrically placed. The amusement gardens at Vauxhall and Ranelagh were so laid out. We can sample this formal style today at Hampton Court. Though it accorded well with the neoclassical literature of the Augustan age, Addison and Pope, the best exemplars of that age in print, rebelled against the formal garden and cried out politely for a natural garden that would leave at least a part of nature's luxuriance unclipped and untamed, and would generate delighted surprises by preserving nature's incalculable irregularity. Chinese influences entered into the rebellion. Pagodas replaced statues in some gardens. In his Kew Gardens, the Duke of Kent built a house for Confucius. The natural garden reflected the sentimental Thomson and Collins rather than the chaste Addison and the meticulous, trim, and tidy Pope. It joined with the poets of feeling in a romantic treble to a classical bass. Pope and Thomson agreed in praising the gardens designed on the Stowe estate of Richard Temple, Viscount Cobham. Charles Bridgeman had begun it in a formal design. William Kent and Lancelot Capability Brown reformed it in natural style. It became the talk of gardeners in England and France, and won the acclaim of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Beyond the gardens lay the streams where oarsmen rowed and lazy anglers dreamed of snaring fish, and the woods where men shot pheasants, grouse, partridge, or wild fowl, or where scarlet huntsmen followed their dogs to the cornered fox or the exhausted hare. Less moneyed Britons amused themselves with cricket, tennis, fives, or handball, bowling, horse racing, cockfighting, bear baiting, bull baiting, and boxing matches, between women as well as between men. Prize fighters like Fig and Piper were the idols of every class, drawing immense crowds to the ringside. Till 1743, prize fighters fought with bare fists. Boxing gloves were then introduced, but many years passed before these were accepted by the spectators as anything but an effeminate device unworthy of John Bull. Among the entertainments advertised in London in 1729-30 were a mad bull to be dressed up with fireworks and turned loose in a ring, a dog to be dressed up with fireworks over him, a bear to be let loose at the same time, and a cat to be tied to the bull's tail. In the game called cock-throwing, a cock was tied to a stake and sticks were thrown at it from a distance till it died. The most popular cockfights were those in which as many as 16 cocks were matched against another 16, till all on one side were killed. Then the victors were divided into opposing camps and fought till all on one side were killed, and so on till all but one were dead. Counties, towns, and villages pitted their cocks against one another with a noble patriotism, and an amiable writer hailed these sports as a moral equivalent for war. Nearly all sports were accompanied by betting. Those whose stomachs were not attuned to these spectacles could seek milder amusement at Vauxhall or Ranelagh, in whose shaded gardens they might for a shilling feel the comfort and security of crowds, if they kept their pockets guarded. There they could dance and masquerade, or sit under the lanterned boughs, sip tea, and watch fashionable ladies and gallants, and the passing stars of the stage. Or they could gaze at fireworks or acrobats, hear popular music, dine in state, or seek adventure in lovers' lanes gratefully obscure. At Ranelagh, under the great rotunda, they could lift themselves up to loftier music amid people of genteeler class. "Every night," wrote Horace Walpole in 1744, "I go to Ranelagh, which has totally beat Vauxhall. Nobody goes anywhere else. Everybody goes there." Vauxhall and Ranelagh were closed in winter, but then the rivers might freeze and winter sports had their day. Once, at Christmas of 1739, even the Thames froze, and the Londoners showed their spirit by staging a carnival of dancing and dining on the ice. Some enjoyed the thrill of driving by coach on the river from Lambeth to London Bridge. Lastly, there were the great fairs, where you met all the unpedigreed world and enjoyed a variety of spectacles from peep shows to flying men. Aside from some blue-stockings, manners were rough and blasphemous. Hogarth will show us the life of the commonalty, but not their speech. Harlots and rakes, draymen and bargemen, soldiers and sailors were masters of damnation and ribaldry, and the fishmongers at Billingsgate made their market immortal with their incomparable profanity. In the inns and taverns, speech was less vivid, but still coarsely free. Even in their homes, the men alarmed the women with their stories, expletives, and toasts, and the ladies themselves were not above a hearty curse and a gay obscenity. In the coffee-houses and clubs, language took on more refinement. Steele, Swift, Fielding, Cooper, and Johnson wrote on conversation as a polite art. We picture the men in their jealously male gatherings, sampling their coffee or beer, gulping their liquor, smoking their pipes, arguing about arguments in Parliament, about Robert Walpole's vote-buying, and the unseemly politics of those French dogs across the Channel. Laughter was deep in the belly and loud in the throat, despite the pleas of moralists like Shaftesbury and amoralists like Chesterfield that laughter should be left to the lowly and should simmer down to a smile. Snuff-taking, first mentioned in 1589, had become a careful ritual in both sexes. Like coffee, snuff, powdered tobacco, was supposed to have medicinal value. The sneezing it caused would clear the nasal passages, cure headache, colds, deafness, and sleepiness, soothe the nerves, and improve the brain. No man or woman of style was fully dressed without a snuff-box, and on that appendage the goldsmith, the jeweller, the enameller, and the miniaturist exercised their most delicate craft. The 3,000 coffee-houses in London were centres of reading as well as of talk. They took in newspapers and magazines, and circulated these among their customers. They provided pens, paper, and ink, accepted letters for mailing, and served as mailing addresses. Some coffee or chocolate houses, like White's, evolved in this period into exclusive clubs, where men could be sure to find only the company they preferred, and gamble in privacy. By the end of the 18th century, there were as many clubs as there had been coffee houses at the beginning. Apparently, the Freemasons began their English history as a club, the Grand Lodge, organized in London in 1717. The clubs encouraged drinking, gambling, and political intrigue, but they taught men at least half the art of conversation. The other half was missing, for the clubs were baccalaureate retreats. The finer courtesy and subtler wit required by the presence of women received no stimulus there. England was a man's land. Women had little share in its cultural life. There were no salons, and when Lady Mary Montagu tried to establish one, she was looked upon as an eccentric who did not know her place. In the upper classes, women could ply their arts at receptions, dances, and musicales at the court or in their homes. The weekend in country houses was a gracious feature of English life, tarnished a bit by the high gratuities expected by the servants. The parting guest had to run the gauntlet of valets, butlers, footmen, stewards, porters, maids, cooks, and other help standing in a double row at the door, while coachman and groom waited sternly outside. The reputed fidelity of British servants to their masters had scant reality in the first half of the 18th century. They were in many cases inattentive, insolent, rebellious, and changed domiciles readily for a better wage. Many of them robbed master, mistress, and guests when they could. They drank their master's wine and donned their mistress's finery. Next to acceptance at court, the crown of fashion was a stay at some watering place, to drink medicinal waters or bathe with select bodies rather than in the promiscuous sea. Tunbridge was famous for its wells, but its clientele was indiscriminate. Epsom wells offered music, Morris dances, performing dogs, and purgative water, though its minerals had not yet been gathered into Epsom salts. Sea bathing was not popular, though Chesterfield noted some at Scarborough. But in 1753, Dr. Richard Russell's book of Glandular Consumption and the Use of Seawater in Diseases of the Glands sent a human wave to the shore, and coastal villages like Brighton, which had known only the humble families of fishermen, blossomed into bathing resorts. The aristocracy preferred Bath. There, among the most distinguished of Britain's valetudinarians, one might drink and bathe in smelly waters touted to cure the ailments of the too well-fed. The little spa had opened its first pump room in 1704, its first theatre in 1707, and a year later the first of the assembly rooms, celebrated in Fielding and Smollett. In 1755 the great Roman bath was discovered. John Wood and his son, as we shall see, remade the town in classical style. In 1705, Beau Nash, a lawyer and gamester, became the dictator of its social life. He forbade swords in places of public amusement, and succeeded in making duels, in Bath, disreputable. He persuaded men to wear shoes instead of boots. He himself wore an immense white hat and a coat with rich embroidery. He drove in a coach behind 6 horses that had to be grey, and he announced his coming with gay French horns. He improved the streets and buildings, laid out handsome gardens, provided music, and charmed all but a few with his geniality and wit. The English nobility flocked to his realm, for he gave them gaming tables as well as baths, and when laws were passed against gambling, he invented new games of chance that bypassed the laws. Finally George II came, and Queen Caroline, and Prince Frederick Louis, and Bath was for a time a second court. The Earl of Chesterfield, who loved the town, would doubtless have applied to its elite the description that he gave of all courts, as places where you must expect to meet with connections without friendship, enmities without hatred, honor without virtue, appearances saved and reality sacrificed, good manners with bad morals, and all vices and virtues so disguised that whoever has only reasoned upon both would know neither when he first met them at court. 7. Chesterfield. Let us spend half an hour with this perceptive earl. He typified the English aristocracy of the age, except that he wrote a good book. His Letters to his Son, which it has been the fashion to depreciate, is a treasury of wisdom in sterling prose, a compact guide to the manners and ideals of his class, and an engaging revelation of a subtle and gracious intelligence. At baptism in 1694 he was Philip Dormer Stanhope, son of Philip Stanhope, 3rd Earl of Chesterfield, and of Lady Elizabeth Saville, daughter of George Saville, Marquess of Halifax, the wily Trimmer of preceding reigns. His mother died in his childhood. His father neglected him. He was brought up by the Marchioness of Halifax. Under a private tutor, he learned the classics and French uncommonly well, so that the culture of Rome and France in their maturity became part of his mind. He had a year at Cambridge, and set out in 1714 on a grand tour. At The Hague he gambled for heavy stakes. In Paris he sampled women with discriminating promiscuity. From Paris he wrote, on December 7, 1714, "I shall not give you my opinion of the French, because I am very often taken for one of them, and several have paid me the highest possible compliment they think it in their power to bestow, which is, 'Sir, you are just like ourselves.' I shall only tell you that I am insolent, I talk a great deal, I am very loud and peremptory, I sing and dance as I walk along, and above all I spend an immense sum on hair, powder, feathers, and white gloves." On his return to England he was appointed Gentleman of the Bedchamber to the current Prince of Wales, later George II. George I's favourite minister, James Stanhope, was Philip's relative. A borough was found for him to represent, and for 11 years he sat in Commons as a Whig. Becoming 4th Earl of Chesterfield on the death of his father in 1726, he was transferred to the House of Lords, which he later called the House of Incurables. Sent to The Hague as ambassador in 1728, he managed his mission so well that he was rewarded with a knightly garter and appointment as Lord High Steward. In 1732, a mistress, Mademoiselle Dubouché, presented him with a son, Philip Stanhope, future recipient of the letters. A year later he married the Countess of Walsingham, natural daughter of George I by the Duchess of Kendal. He may have expected her to bring him a royal dowry. She did not, and the marriage proved genteelly miserable. He might have risen to higher place had he not opposed Walpole's bill for an excise tax on tobacco and wine. He helped to defeat the measure, and was soon dismissed from the government in 1733. He labored for Walpole's fall, lost his health, retired to the Continent in 1741, visited Voltaire in Brussels, associated with Fontenelle and Montesquieu in Paris. Back in England he continued in opposition. The articles that he contributed as Geoffrey Broadbottom to a new journal, Old England, so pleased Sarah, Duchess of Marlborough, that she willed him £20,000. In 1744 his Broad-Bottom party won. He joined Pelham in the ministry and was sent to The Hague to persuade the Dutch to join England in the War of the Austrian Succession. He accomplished this with tact and skill, and was advanced to the Lord Lieutenancy of Ireland in 1745. His 1 year in Ireland was the most successful in his career. He established schools and industries, cleansed the government of corruption and jobbery, administered affairs with competence and impartiality. He ended the persecution of Catholics, promoted several of them to office, and so earned the respect of the Catholic population that when the Young Pretender invaded England from Scotland, and England expected a simultaneous revolt in Ireland, the Irish refused to rise against Chesterfield. He was brought back to London as Secretary of State in 1746. But now the master of delicacy and tact made a ruinous mistake. He paid court to the king's mistress rather than to the queen, and Caroline succeeded in maneuvering his fall. In 1748 he abandoned public life and retired to my horse, my books, and my friends. He was offered a dukedom by George II. He declined it. In 1751 he led the movement to adopt the Gregorian calendar and bore the brunt of popular resentment against the popish theft of 11 days from the English people. In 1755 he fell under Johnson's blunderbuss over the dedication to the dictionary. We shall look at that fracas later on. Meanwhile, since 1737 he had been writing letters to his son. His love for this byproduct of his first embassy to Holland betrays the tenderness that he kept hidden from the public through most of his career. "From the time that you have had life," he told the youth, "it has been the principal and favorite object of mine to make you as perfect as the imperfections of human nature will allow." He planned Philip's education not to make him a model Christian, but to prepare him for statesmanship and diplomacy. He began when the boy was 5, with letters on classical mythology and history. 2 years later he struck the note that was to recur so persistently in the correspondence. "In my last I wrote concerning the politeness of people of fashion, such as are used to courts, the elegant part of mankind. Their politeness is easy and natural, and you must distinguish it from the civilities of inferior people and rustics, which are always constraining or troublesome. A well-bred man shows a constant desire of pleasing, and takes care that his attentions be not troublesome. Few English are thoroughly polite. Either they are shamefaced or impudent, whereas most French people are easy and polite in their manners. And as by the better half you are a little Frenchman, so I hope you will at least be half polite. You will be more distinguished in a country where politeness is not very common." So, when Philip was 14, his father sent him to Paris as the finishing school of manners, though quite aware that Paris would finish his morals too. The young man had to learn the ways of the world if he was to be useful to his government. The proper study of a statesman is man. After schooling Philip through tutors and letters in classic and literary lore, the Earl, who had such lore at his fingers' ends, steered him back from books to men. "My dear friend, very few celebrated negotiators have been eminent for their learning. The late Duke of Marlborough, who was at least as able a negotiator as a general,
was exceedingly ignorant of books, but extremely knowing in men, whereas the learned Grotius appeared, both in Sweden and in France, to be a very bungling minister. If Philip proposed to enter government, he should above all study the governing classes, their background, morals, manners, aims, and means. He should read only the best literature in order to acquire a good style of writing, for this too is part of the art of rule, and he should be acquainted with music and the arts. But God forbid that he should aspire to be an author or a musician. He should study carefully the modern history of the European states, their kings and ministers, their laws and constitutions, their finances and diplomacy. He should read La Rochefoucauld and La Bruyère on the nature of man. They are cynical, but there would be no great mistake, at least in politics, in expecting every man to pursue his own interest as he sees it. Let us suspect any politician who pretends anything else. Don't expect men to be reasonable. Allow for their prejudices. Our prejudices are our mistresses. Reason is at best our wife, very often heard indeed, but seldom minded. Learn to flatter, for only the greatest sages and saints are immune to flattery. But the higher you go, the more delicate and indirect your flattery must be. Study the genealogy of the most important families, for men are prouder of their pedigrees than of their virtues. Make your court to women chiefly to get their help. For even powerful statesmen are influenced by weak women, especially if these are not their wives. In matters of sex, Chesterfield's advice to his son amused the French and horrified the English. He thought a few liaisons were an excellent preparation for marriage and maturity. He merely insisted that Philip's mistresses should be women of good manners, so that they might refine him while sinning. He recommended Madame Dupin because of her good breeding and delicacy. He instructed his son in the strategy of seduction. No refusal should be supinely accepted, for the most virtuous woman, far from being offended at a declaration of love, is flattered by it, if it is made in a polite and agreeable manner. If she listens and allows you to repeat your declaration, be persuaded that if you do not dare all the rest, she will laugh at you. If you are not listened to the first time, try a second, a third, and a fourth. If the place is not already taken, depend upon it, it may be conquered. The Earl, having had no luck or taste in marriage, passed on to his son no very high opinion about women. I will upon this subject let you into certain arcana that will be very useful to you to know, but which you must with the utmost care conceal and never seem to know. Women, then, are only children of a larger growth. They have an entertaining tattle, and sometimes wit. But for solid reasoning, good sense, I never knew in my life one that had, or who reasoned or acted consequentially for 24 hours together. A man of sense only trifles with them, plays with them, humours and flatters them. But he neither consults them about nor trusts them with serious matters, though he often makes them believe that he does both, which is the thing in the world that they are most proud of, for they love mightily to be dabbling in business, which, by the way, they always spoil. No flattery is either too high or too low for them. They will greedily swallow the highest and gratefully accept the lowest, and you may safely flatter any woman from her understanding down to the exquisite taste of her fan. Women who are indisputably beautiful or indisputably ugly are best flattered on the score of their understanding. In France, said the Earl, it is necessary to flatter women with both assiduity and tact, for 2 reasons. They can make or break a man at court, and they can teach him the graces of life. It is by their grace of movement, manners, and speech, rather than by their beauty, that women maintain their lure. Beauty without grace becomes invisible, but grace without beauty can still charm. Women are the only refiners of the merit of men. It is true they cannot add weight, but they polish and give luster to it. The Earl cautioned his son against speaking ill of women. That would be trite, vulgar, foolish, and unfair, for women have done much less harm in this world than men. Besides, it is never wise to attack whole bodies, classes, or groups. Individuals forgive sometimes, but bodies and societies never do. Chesterfield never tired of inculcating good manners. Good manners are the settled medium of social, as specie is of commercial life. Returns are equally expected for both, and people will no more advance their civility to a bear than their money to a bankrupt. Here a good dancing master is helpful. He will at least teach us how to sit, stand, or walk with an economy of attention and energy. Being an aristocrat, the Earl called good manners good breeding. Unconsciously, and perhaps rightly, he recognized how difficult it is to acquire good manners without being brought up in a family and moving in a circle that already has them. A characteristic of a well-bred man is to converse with his inferiors without insolence, and with his superiors with respect and ease. One must not take advantage of the accident of superiority. You cannot, and I'm sure you do not, think yourself superior by nature to the Savoyard who cleans your room, or the footman who cleans your shoes. But you may rejoice, and with reason, at the difference that fortune has made in your favor. Enjoy those advantages, but without insulting those who are unfortunate enough to want them, or even doing anything unnecessarily that may remind them of that want. For my own part, I am more upon my guard as to my behavior to my servants, and others who are called my inferiors, than I am towards my equals, for fear of being suspected of that mean and ungenerous sentiment of desiring to make others feel that difference which fortune has, and perhaps too undeservedly, made between us. Good manners are of the mind as well as of the body, and both kinds will be influenced by the company we keep. There are two sorts of good company, one which is called the beau monde, and consists of the people who have the lead in courts and in the gay parts of life. The other consists of those who are distinguished by some peculiar merit, or excel in some particular and valuable art or science. For my own part, I used to think myself in company as much above me when I was with Mr. Addison or Mr. Pope, as if I had been with all the princes in Europe. In either of these good companies, it is advisable to keep a certain reserve, not to speak too much or too candidly, to be dexterous enough to conceal a truth without telling a lie, and to appear frank while being reserved. Even where you are sure, seem rather doubtful, and if you would convince others, seem open to conviction yourself. Wear your learning, like your watch, in a private pocket, and do not pull it out merely to show. Above all things, avoid speaking of yourself, if it be possible. Say nothing about religion. If you praise it, sophisticates will smile. If you condemn it, the mature will mourn. You will profit by reading Voltaire's histories, but you will be on your guard against the philosophes who attack religion. You should by no means seem to approve, encourage, or applaud those libertine notions which strike at religions equally, and which are the poor threadbare topics of half-wits and minute philosophers. Even those who are silly enough to laugh at their jokes are still wise enough to distrust and detest their characters. For, putting moral virtues at their highest and religion at the lowest, religion must still be allowed to be a collateral security, at least to virtue, and every prudent man will sooner trust to two securities than to one. Whenever, therefore, you happen to be in company with those pretended esprits forts, or with thoughtless libertines who laugh at all religion to show their wit, let no word or look of yours intimate the least approbation. On the contrary, let a silent gravity express your dislike. But enter not the subject, and decline such unprofitable and indecent controversies. In 1752, Chesterfield recognized in the attack upon religion the first stages of a social revolution. I foresee that before the end of this century, the trade of both king and priest will not be half so good a one as it has been. And in 1753, 2 years after the appearance of the anti-clerical Encyclopédie, he wrote to his son, "The affairs of France grow serious, and in my opinion will grow more and more so every day. The king is despised. The French nation reasons freely, which they never did before, upon matters of religion and government, and begin to be spregiudicati, unprejudiced. The officers do too. In short, all the symptoms which I have ever met with in history previous to great changes and revolutions in government now exist and daily increase in France." A delighted study of Chesterfield's 800 pages has given two readers a high opinion of his mind, if not of his morals. His English contemporaries, not having read his letters, tended too readily to classify him as a wit rather than a philosopher. They relished his remark in the upper house that "we, my lords, may thank heaven that we have something better than our brains to depend upon." They saw him gamble like any rake or fool, and they knew, what he confessed to his son, that he had not been a model of chastity. The irate Johnson described the letters as inculcating the morals of a whore and the manners of a dancing master. This, like so many of the great Cham's decrees, was somewhat one-sided. Chesterfield was teaching the youth the morals of his time and class, and the manners of the polite political world. We must bear in mind that he was grooming his son for diplomacy, and no diplomat dares to practice Christianity across frontiers. Even so, much of the moral doctrine offered to Philip was excellent. I have often told you in my former letters, and it is most certainly true, that the strictest and most scrupulous honor and virtue can alone make you esteemed and valued by mankind. The advice about mistresses was probably an attempt to steer the boy away from promiscuity. Note the warning. As to running after women, the consequences of that vice are only the loss of one's nose, the total destruction of health, and, not infrequently, the being run through the body. Johnson himself, in a forgiving moment, thought that Lord Chesterfield's letters to his son might be made a very pretty book. Take out the immorality, and it should be put into the hands of every young gentleman. Perhaps the letters inadequately inculcated honor, decency, courage, and fidelity, but it is not true that Chesterfield mistook wealth or place for virtue or wisdom. He lauded Milton, Newton, and Locke far above the politicians of the time. We have seen him cultivating the friendship of the best writers of his day. He had a warm appreciation of good literature, even if he was not fascinated by a dictionary. He himself wrote an English unsurpassed in contemporary prose, simple, vigorous, clear, with just enough lightness to float the burden of his thought. Despite his polyglot and classic range, he preferred the short and racy words of Anglo-Saxon speech. Voltaire ranked the letters as the best book on education ever written, and Sainte-Beuve called it a rich book, not a page of which can be read without our having to remember some happy observation. If we judge a work by its immediate fruits, the letters failed. Young Philip Stanhope never overcame his sluggish spirit, his careless habits, his awkward manner, his hesitating speech. After all those exhortations, he had, reported Fanny Burney, as little good breeding as any man I met with. Apparently some quirk of birth or circumstances nullified 5 pounds of precept. Philip suffered the handicap of having a rich parent and an assured and comfortable place. Neither the fear of hunger nor the resentment of subordination stirred him to ambition or enterprise. As the frustrated father told him, he lacked that vivida vis animi, that living force of soul, which spurs and excites young men to please, to shine, to excel. It is touching to see the aging Earl lavish so much sage counsel and paternal affection to so little result. "Be persuaded," he wrote when the boy was 14, "that I shall love you extremely while you deserve it, but not one moment longer." However, his final letter to his son, 22 years afterward, is warm with affection and solicitude. A month later, Philip died in Paris in 1768, aged 36, leaving a widow and 2 sons. He had married without his father's knowledge, but Chesterfield had forgiven him, and now the Earl wrote to the bereaved wife letters that are models of courtesy and consideration. He himself at that time was frequently at Bath, incapacitated with gout and sadly deaf. "I crawl about this place upon my 3 legs, but am kept in countenance by my fellow crawlers. The last part of the Sphinx's riddle approaches, and I shall soon end as I began, on all 4s. He interested himself in the education of his grandchildren. Hope springs eternal in the aging breast. Returning to his estate at Blackheath, he took Voltaire's advice and cultivated his garden, proud of his melons and apples. He was content, he said, to vegetate in company with them. Voltaire wrote him consolatory letters, reminding him that a good digestion, which the Earl retained, was more conducive to pleasure than good ears. He faced the end with unfailing humour. Of himself and his friend Lord Tyrawley, also old and infirm, he said, perhaps recalling Fontenelle, "Tyrawley and I have been dead these 2 years, but we do not wish it to be known." He died March 24th, 1773, aged 79, unaware that his letters, whose publication he had forbidden, had been preserved and bequeathed by his son, and would, when printed in the following year, place him at once among the masters of worldly wisdom and English prose. Chapter 3. The Rulers. 1. George I, 1714 to 1727. The English, as Voltaire and Montesquieu were soon to perceive, were much cleverer than the French in the matter of government. Having beheaded one sovereign and sent another scurrying in fright across the Channel, they now imported a king who had left his heart and mind in Germany, who took long leaves of absence in his native Hanover, and who could readily be ruled by a Parliament whose ways and language he could never understand. The House of Hanover had its roots in medieval Germany, tracing its princely lineage through the Dukes of Brunswick-Lüneburg to Henry the Lion, 1129 to 1195, and beyond him to his Welf or Guelph ancestry. Hanover itself became an electorate of the Holy Roman Empire in 1692. Its first elector, Ernest Augustus, married Sophia, granddaughter of James I of England. After the death of Ernest, his widow, by Parliament's Act of Settlement in 1701, became heiress to the English throne. Her son George Louis, second Elector of Hanover, clouded this happy heritage by an unhappy marriage. His wife, Sophia Dorothea, resented his infidelities and planned elopement with Count Philip von Königsmarck, handsome colonel of the Guards. George discovered the plot. The Count was never heard of again and was presumably put to death in 1694. Sophia Dorothea was arrested and tried, her marriage was annulled, and she was imprisoned for the remaining 32 years of her life in the castle of Ahlden. She had borne to her husband a daughter who became the mother of Frederick the Great, and a son who became George II of England. Sophia, Dowager Electress of Hanover, died in 1714, 2 months before the passing of Queen Anne. Therefore she missed royalty, but her son was at once proclaimed George I of Great Britain and Ireland. On September 18th he reached England, beginning a new epoch in English history. He brought with him his son and daughter-in-law, a number of German aides, and 2 mistresses. Charlotta von Kielmansegge, whom he made Countess of Darlington, and Countess Melusina von der Schulenburg, whom he made Duchess of Kendal and perhaps his wife. England might have accepted this arrangement as in accord with the morals of the time, but both ladies, to British eyes and purse, were ugly and costly. Melusina sold her influence for such fat sums that even Walpole, superintendent of corruption, complained. Whereupon George asked had not Walpole himself received fees for his recommendations to office. In 1714 George I was 54 years old, tall and soldierly, a plain, blunt man who cared not a pfennig for books, but had shown his courage on more than one battlefield. Lady Mary Montague called him an honest blockhead, but he was not as dull as he seemed, and she admitted that he was passively good-natured and wished all mankind enjoyed quiet if they would let him do so. He could not be expected to feel at home in so unfamiliar an environment, so uncertain an employment. He had been hired by the British oligarchy to forestall a second Stuart restoration. He had no divine right or personal claim to the throne. He saw that these masterly Englishmen who ruled Parliament were bent on ruling him too, and he could scarcely forgive them for speaking English. He thought them inferior to his Hanoverian associates. He withdrew into the recesses of St. James's Palace, fled to Hanover almost annually, and did all that he could to divert English funds and policy to the protection of his beloved electorate. To make matters worse, his own son hated him as a murderer. George Augustus, now Prince of Wales, denounced the continuing imprisonment of his mother, rebelled against the ascendancy and heirs of the regal mistresses, quarrelled with the king's ministers, and made his views so clear that his father excluded him from the palace. The prince and his wife Caroline, separated by royal order from their children, retired to form a rival court at Leicester House in 1717. To them came Newton, Chesterfield, Harvey, Swift, Pope, and the livelier ladies of Vanity Fair, only to find the prince even surlier and duller than the king. This schism in the reigning family accorded more or less with the division of the ruling minority and the Parliament into Tories and Whigs. Voltaire estimated that some 800 men controlled municipal government, elections to Parliament, national legislation, administration, and the judiciary. There was no longer any troublesome talk about democracy, such as had been raised by Cromwell's independents and the Levellers. Voting for Parliament was limited to property owners, some 160,000 in this period, and these normally accepted the candidate recommended by the local squire or lord. Politicians were Tory or Whig, according as they favored either the titled nobility or the gentry, lesser landowners, and the commercial interests. Church of England men followed the Tory line. Dissenters supported the Whigs. The Tories had opposed the subordination of the monarch to the Parliament. They clung with the established church to the theory of divine right in kings. In the last days of Queen Anne, they had thought of recalling the exiled Stuarts to power. Naturally, now that the House of Hanover was enthroned, they were displaced by the anti-Jacobite Whigs. Whereas heretofore the ministries had usually included men from both parties, George I called only Whigs to high office, and so established government by party through a cabinet. And since, not understanding English, he soon ceased to preside over cabinet meetings, the dominant member became Prime Minister, and took over more and more of the functions and powers of the king. The ministry was led for 7 years by James Stanhope. One of his first and most popular acts was to restore John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough, who had been impeached by the Tories, to all his former offices, especially as Captain General of the Army. Returning from exile, the Duke retired to Blenheim Palace. There he suffered a long illness and died on June 16, 1722. The nation, forgiving his acquisitions and remembering his uninterrupted victories, accepted Bolingbroke's verdict. He was so great a man that I do not recollect whether he had any faults or not. His widow, the Sarah Churchill, who had for a decade ruled a queen, spent 22 years cherishing and defending his memory. When the Duke of Somerset asked her in marriage, she answered, "If I was young and handsome as I was, instead of old and faded as I am, and you could lay the empire of the world at my feet, you should never share the heart and hand that once belonged to John Churchill." In 1743, a year before her death at 84, she proposed to burn her early love letters, but reading them again she felt, "I could not do it," and let them survive. There must have been much good in a woman who could so faithfully love, and in a man who could win such devotion from so difficult a woman. Bolingbroke replaced Marlborough in exile. Dismissed from the government by George I, threatened with impeachment for secretly negotiating with the fallen dynasty, hated by the Whigs and dissenters, whom he stung with his wit, and shunned by churchmen as a scorner of Christian theology, he fled to France in March 1715, joined James III, became his Secretary of Stateless State, helped to organize a Jacobite rebellion in England, and proposed an invasion of England from France. Parliament declared him guilty of treason, confiscated his property, and condemned him to death. The movement to restore the Stuarts almost toppled George I. The Tories, hating the Hanoverians as usurpers and boors, the common people of England, rooted in old loyalties, and secretly longing for the banished dynasty, the upper and lower classes of Scotland, proud of having given a Scottish king to England and fretting under the Act of Union of 1707, which had ended the Scottish Parliament, all were ready to abet an invasion by the youth whom Louis XIV had recognized as the only legitimate king of England. James Francis Edward Stuart was now, in 1715, 27, though history knows him as the Old Pretender. He had been brought up in France, and so steeped in the Catholic faith by monastic teachers and the sufferings of his father, James II, that he rejected Bolingbroke's plea that he should strengthen the Jacobite sentiment in England by promising conversion to Protestantism. How, Bolingbroke argued, could the Presbyterian Scots and the Tory Anglicans be roused to the support of a man bringing to their throne the religion that they had through a century of turmoil fought to overthrow? James was obdurate. He declared that he would rather be a throneless Catholic than a Protestant king. Bolingbroke, free from faith and principles, pronounced him fitter to be a monk than a king. Meanwhile, in August 1714, Parliament had offered £100,000 for the capture of James III in case he should land on British soil. A personal factor appeared to turn events to the Pretender's cause. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 4, Side 1. A personal factor appeared to turn events to the Pretender's cause. John Erskine, Earl of Mar, had been Secretary of State for Scotland in the final years of Queen Anne. Dismissed by George I, he laid plans for a Jacobite rising in England, then sailed to Scotland and called upon the Scots to join his standard of revolt, this on September 6, 1715. Several nobles rallied to him, raising his forces to 6,000 foot and 600 horses. But Edinburgh, Glasgow, and the southern lowlands adhered to the Hanoverian. The British government decreed death for treason and confiscation of property against all rebels. It mobilized 13,000 men and called 6,000 more to the fleet, and it ordered the Duke of Argyll commanding the garrisons at Edinburgh and Stirling, to suppress the rebellion. He met Mar's forces at Sheriffmuir on November 13, 1715, in an engagement from which neither side could claim a decisive victory. Another Scottish force of 2,000, instead of joining Mar, advanced recklessly to within 30 miles of Liverpool, vainly hoping to inspire and protect Jacobite uprisings in the English towns. At Preston, a government army surrounded it and compelled its unconditional surrender, this on November 14th. James I must have known of these events before he sailed from Dunkirk on December 27th. Bolingbroke had warned him that no Jacobite revolt would rise in England. The Pretender was carried on by faith in the divine legitimacy of his cause, plus 100,000 crowns from the French government and 30,000 from the Vatican. Landing in Scotland, he joined Mar's army at Perth and made plans for a solemn coronation at Scone. But his taciturnity and melancholy countenance, and his complaint that he had been deceived about the extent of the rebellion, added nothing to the enthusiasm of the Scots. They complained in their turn that they never saw him smile, and rarely heard him speak. Moreover, he was shaking from the ague, and bore the northern winter hardly. Mar judged his troops unfit for battle. He ordered them to retreat to Montrose and to burn all towns, villages, and crops in their wake as a measure to halt Argyle's pursuit. James lamented the destruction and left money in part compensation for those whose property had suffered. Then, as Argyle's greatly superior army approached Montrose, James, Mar, and other leaders of the revolt fled precipitately to the coast and took ship to France on February 4, 1716. Everywhere the rebel forces surrendered or dispersed. Most of the prisoners were transported to servitude in the colonies. 57 were executed, and a dozen Scottish nobles, now refugees in France, were marked for death if ever they returned. James had hoped that Philippe d'Orléans would send troops to his rescue in Scotland, but France was now contemplating an alliance with England and urged James to leave French soil. He settled for a time at Papal Avignon and then in Rome. Bolingbroke remained in France till 1723, and, knowing French well, made himself at home in the salons and among the philosophers. Clever in everything but politics, he bought shares in Law's system and sold at great profit before the bubble burst. Having left his wife in England, he formed an almost honorable attachment with Marie Deschamps de Marcilly, the widowed Marquise de Villette. She was 40, he was 38. Like so many French women, she had kept her charm even while losing some of her beauty. Perhaps it was her grace, vivacity, and wit that drew him. He became her lover, and when Lady Bolingbroke died, he married the Marquise and went to live with her at La Source. There, as we have seen, Voltaire visited him in 1721. "I have found in this illustrious Englishman," reported the young philosopher, "all the erudition of his own nation and all the politeness of ours." The suppression of the revolt had left a few nobles headless, but it had not reduced Jacobite sentiment in Britain. By the Triennial Acts of 1641 and 1694, no parliament was to last over 3 years. Hence, the first Parliament of George I faced in 1717 the prospect of an election in which a Tory and Jacobite majority might be returned. To guard against this, the Parliament, by the Septennial Act of 1716, voted itself 4 additional years of life, and ruled that thereafter all parliaments might continue for 7 years. This, said Marlborough's most brilliant descendant, was the boldest and most complete assertion of Parliament's sovereignty that England had yet seen. George I, also fearful of a Tory victory, approved the new law. In effect, the Hanoverians had to abdicate in order to reign. To further protect the new dynasty, Stanhope concluded with France and Holland in 1717 a triple alliance that ended French support of Jacobite claims and English support of Spain against France. In 1720, Spain signed a submissive peace, and George I could sit more securely, during his 7 remaining years, on his alien throne. In 1726, his still imprisoned wife sent him a bitter letter, challenging him to meet her within a year at the judgment seat of God. Soon afterward, she died of brain fever. Tradition represents a soothsayer as having predicted that George I would not outlive his wife by a year. In 1727, the king's health began to fail. In June, he left England to visit his beloved Hanover. Near Osnabrück, a folded paper was thrown into his carriage. It was a dying curse left him by his wife. Reading it, the king fell into a fit, and on June 11th, he died. 2. George II and Queen Caroline. His son and enemy received the news as an unreasonably delayed act of justice on the part of Providence. When the Archbishop of Canterbury presented George Augustus with the late king's will, he stuffed it into his pocket, and he never let it be made public. Some said it was concealed because it proposed to put Hanover and England under separate heads. Others claimed that it left to grandson Frederick Louis, to mistress or wife the Duchess of Kendal, and to his daughter the Queen of Prussia substantial sums that would thin the royal purse. History does not know. Like his father, George II was a good soldier. At 25 he had fought valiantly under Eugene and Marlborough at Oudenarde in 1708. At 60 he was to lead his own troops to victory at Dettingen in 1743. Often he carried the manners of the camp into the court, ranting irascibly. Upon his ministers he lavished such terms as scoundrels, stinking blockheads, and buffoons. But he worked industriously at the king trade, spoke English correctly, though with a thick Westphalian accent, observed impatiently but carefully the limits placed upon his powers and income by Parliament, and for 13 years firmly supported Robert Walpole in keeping John Bull solvent and peaceful. Like his father, he retired frequently to Hanover, to the delight of all concerned. Like his father, he quarreled with the Prince of Wales, for it ran a little in the family, as Horace Walpole put it, to hate the eldest son. Like his father, he took mistresses, if only to be in the fashion. Unlike his father, he dearly loved his wife. Caroline, daughter of Margrave John Frederick of Brandenburg-Ansbach, had been brought up at the Charlottenburg court of George I's sister, Sophia Charlotte, first Queen of Prussia. There she had met Leibniz, had enjoyed the debates of philosophers, Jesuits, and Protestant divines, and had developed a scandalous degree of religious liberalism and tolerance. Charles VI, Holy Roman Emperor, offered her his hand and creed. She refused both, and married in 1705 George Augustus, the little red-faced electoral prince of Hanover. To him, with all his temper and hers, through all his mishaps and mistresses, she remained faithful and devoted to the end. George treated her harshly and wrote her long letters about his liaisons, but he respected her mind and character enough to let her rule England, with Walpole's help, in his long absences, and to let her guide his policies when he returned. After her plump, fresh-colored youth, she had no charms of body except lovely hands, and few graces of manner or speech to hold her husband. However, he admired the architecture of her bust and ordered her to expose it convincingly. She grew stouter with each pregnancy. Her face was scarred with smallpox, her voice was loud and guttural, she loved intrigue and power. But gradually the English began to like her hearty humor. They came to understand what sacrifice she was making of health and happiness to be a good wife and queen, and the intellect of England saw with surprise that this blunt Brandenburger had an appreciative mind and ear for the literature, science, philosophy, and music of the age. Her court became almost a salon. There she welcomed Newton, Clarke, Berkeley, Butler, Pope, Chesterfield, Gay, and Lady Mary Montague. She supported Lady Mary's initiative in vaccination. She saved a daughter of Milton from poverty. She supported Handel through all the changing moods of the public and the king. She contributed from her private purse the means to encourage young and needy talent. She rescued the heretic Whiston with a pension. She secured religious liberty for the Scottish Jacobites. She arranged the appointment of Anglican bishops on the ground of their learning rather than their orthodoxy. She herself was a deist with a hesitant belief in immortality, but she thought that the established church should be financed by the government as an aid to popular morality and calm. "This princess," said Voltaire, "is certainly born for the encouragement of the arts and for the good of the human race. She is an amiable philosopher seated on a throne." She had enough philosophy to see, even in her last hour, the humor in life's tragedies. Suffering mortally from a rupture that she had long concealed from all but the king, she advised him, then 50, to marry again after her death. His answer, sincere in his grief, revealed the time. "Non, j'aurai des maîtresses." "No, I will have mistresses." "Ah, mon Dieu," she exclaimed, "cela n'empêche pas." "That will not interfere." He mourned her loss with unwonted feeling. "I never yet saw a woman worthy to buckle her shoe." 23 years later, in pursuance of his will, her coffin in Westminster Abbey was opened so that his remains might lie by her side. 3. Robert Walpole. It was through her brave championship against a pack of office-seeking, warmongering enemies that Walpole was able to give England 20 years of prosperity and peace. He was no saint. He was probably the most corrupt minister that England has ever had, but he was also one of the best. In that corrupt age, only through corruption could wisdom rule. As the youngest son of an old Norfolk family, Robert had been intended for the church, and at Eton, where he was the contemporary of his future foe Bolingbroke, this was the object of his studies. But the death of his older brothers made him heir to the family fortune, and as the family controlled 3 electoral boroughs, he had no trouble in turning successfully from theology to politics. Aged 25, he entered the House of Commons as a Whig in 1701. His connections, money, quick intelligence, and mastery of administrative finance won him appointment as Secretary of War in 1708. In 1712, the victorious Tories unseated him and sent him to the Tower on a charge of corruption. But as the smell of Sterling had become so constant and ubiquitous as to produce olfactory insensibility, he was soon released, soon re-elected, soon in office as First Lord of the Treasury in 1715. Political complications led him to resign in 1717. In 1720, the collapse of the South Sea Company and the justification of his warnings convinced even his enemies that he was the man best equipped to lead England back to financial stability. As again First Lord of the Treasury in 1721, he stopped the panic, as we have seen, by putting the Bank of England behind the company's obligations. Gradually, the entire £7 million owed by it to the public was repaid. The grateful gamblers rewarded Walpole with 22 years of power. The accession of George II briefly interrupted Walpole's ascendancy. The new king had sworn unforgiving hostility to all who had served his father. He dismissed Walpole and asked Sir Spencer Compton to form a new ministry. But Compton soon displayed and acknowledged the inadequacy of his talents. Caroline advised her husband to recall Walpole, who clinched the argument by promising king and queen a larger allowance. Sir Spencer gratefully accepted an earldom, and Walpole resumed his rule. To him first the title Prime Minister was applied, originally, as with Christian, Puritan, and Methodist, as a term of abuse. And he was the first chief minister to make 10 Downing Street his official home. His character shed some light on the art of political success. He had only a year at university, and was weak in the educational equipment usual in British prime ministers. There was little elegance in his manners or his speech. When he ceased to talk politics, said Macaulay, he could talk of nothing but women, and he dilated on his favorite theme with a freedom which shocked even that plain-spoken generation. His son Horace did not hold it against him that he knew few books. He knew mankind, not their writings. He consulted their interests, not their systems. He had sufficient command of Latin to use it as his medium of communication with George I, for that king knew no English, and Walpole knew no German or French. He had all the qualities of John Bull except pugnacity. He was stout, bluff, hearty, good-natured, practical. He enjoyed dinners and drink, but would work hard when called upon, and perhaps it was also like John Bull that he rattled his purse instead of his sword. He had almost no morals. He lived for years in open adultery, showing little respect for the suave decorum of aristocratic vice. He jested with Queen Caroline on her husband's mistresses. After her death, he advised her daughters to summon these maids of honor to distract the mind of the grieving king. He laughed at religion. When Caroline was dying, he sent for the Archbishop of Canterbury. "Let this farce be played," he proposed. "The Archbishop will do it very well. You may bid him be as short as you wish. He will do the Queen no hurt, any more than any good, and it will satisfy all the wise and good fools who will call us atheists if we don't pretend to be as great fools as they are." He took no stock in noble motives or professions of unselfishness. Like Marlborough, he used public office to amass private wealth. He found political plums for his son Horace and other relatives. At a cost of £200,000, he built a magnificent mansion at his estate of Houghton, and adorned it with paintings valued by Horace at £40,000. He kept open house there for the entire county of Norfolk. He was as generous as John Bull because, if we credit his enemies, he could not clearly distinguish between John Bull's funds and his own. He used money to buy MPs as Richelieu had used it to buy armies, as Henri IV had used it to immobilize foes. Walpole employed it as a last resort, after all softer arguments had failed. The parliamentary corruption that had taken form under Charles II had reached the point where the House of Commons could be managed, for good or evil, only by massive lubrication. Walpole kept a secret reserve, even a special room, for the purchase of seats and votes and editors. It was alleged that he spent £50,000 annually in subsidizing periodicals to expound his point of view. In 1725 he prompted George I to establish the most honorable order of the Bath, to consist of the sovereign, a Grand Master, and 36 knights companions. To Walpole, as to Napoleon, it seemed more economical to rule men with ribbons than with currency. He used these corrupt methods to maintain England in prosperity and calm. His ends did not justify his means, but they revealed the better side of his character. He was a man of goodwill, resolved to keep his country on an even keel despite all the commotions of party politics, the crosswinds of class interests, the chauvinistic cries for war. It was his motto, he said, quieta, or tranquilla, non movere, to let sleeping dogs lie. And though this left his rule undistinguished by conquests or reforms, he earned the commendation of the judicious. His enemies had to admit that he was not vindictive or unforgiving, and that he was more trustworthy, even more trusting in his friendships than could have been expected of one so familiar with the baser aspects of mankind. He had no far-flung schemes for glory, but he met each problem, as it arose, with such shrewdness, tolerance, and tact that England finally forgave him all his faults, except his love of peace. His economic legislation struck a compromise between the landowning gentry and the business class. He sought to reduce taxes on land and supported extreme penalties for offenses against property. At the same time, he welcomed the rise of capitalism. He favored merchants and manufacturers with export bounties and import dues, and seemed insensitive to the poverty of landless laborers in the villages and the growing proletariat in the towns. He appears to have felt that the maldistribution of wealth was an inevitable result of nature's maldistribution of ability. Accepting those bounties and dues, he advocated, long before the French physiocrats and Adam Smith, a policy of free trade. In a single year he reduced the duties on 106 articles of export, on 38 articles of import. He removed many restraints on the commerce of the American colonies, and he argued that the English economy would prosper best under a minimum of state regulation. Time justified his view. The national wealth grew rapidly, however ill-distributed. Governmental revenues rose, and by handling them with parsimony and efficiency, Walpole won praise as the best commercial minister the country ever produced. His most spectacular defeat came on his famous Excise Bill in 1733. The smugglers of tobacco and wine were cheating the treasury of tariff dues and burdening property with more than its share of taxes. To circumvent this form of private enterprise, Walpole proposed an excise tax, a slice cut out for the government, to be levied on these articles wherever stored and whenever sold in England. Revenue officers, excisemen, were authorized to search any house at any time, and persons found hiding dutiable goods were subject to fines or imprisonment. Everybody concerned in the importation, smuggling, sale, or consumption of tobacco or wine rose in protest. Walpole's opponents in the Commons denounced the tax and the manner of its enforcement as the arbitrary action of a tyrant and a monstrous infringement of British liberty. The members of Parliament, as Frederick the Great put the matter, told Walpole that he could pay them for their ordinary mischief, but that this proposal was beyond the limits of their corruption. Or perhaps they hoped to replace him in control of public funds. Pamphlets in thousands of copies reviled the minister in enthusiastic Billingsgate. Crowds surged around Westminster Hall, burned effigies of Walpole in dozens of bonfires, and tried to lynch him as he left St. Stephen's Church. The nation was inflamed to the verge of revolution. Queen Caroline feared for the loyalty of the army and trembled for the safety of the new dynasty. Walpole withdrew the measure, acknowledging defeat, and from that moment his power declined. His enemies gathered for the kill. 4. Bolingbroke. They were many and diverse. One group, still Jacobite, plotted with the old Pretender, and would soon thrill with the romance of young bonny Prince Charlie. One coterie danced around Frederick Louis, Prince of Wales, foe and heir to the king. Against the minister were the greatest English writers of the age: Swift, Pope, Fielding, Arbuthnot, Thomson, Akenside, Gay. They ridiculed his manners, exposed his morals, censured his policies, and reproached him for discontinuing that lavish aid to authors which had distinguished the government under William III and Queen Anne. The Tories, thirsting for the ichor of office, pulled strings, manipulated poets, and roused the winds of Parliament in their resolve to replace the ministerial Falstaff at the national trough. William Pulteney, Chesterfield, and the upcoming Pitt voiced their cause, and Bolingbroke defended it unrelentingly with his lethal pen. Bolingbroke had received a royal pardon in 1723, allowing his return to England and his estates. But by Walpole's influence he was excluded from office and Parliament as a man of many treasons and dubious fidelity. He remained a power nonetheless. In his town-house the intelligentsia of England gathered, fascinated by his handsome figure, his sophisticated wit, and the aura of his name. There and in his country home he traded barbs with Swift, heresies with Pope, and ballads with Gay. There he labored to weld hungry Tories and inadequately lubricated Whigs into a united opposition to Walpole. There he organized the staff and program of a magazine, called at first, in 1726, The Country Gentleman, and then The Craftsman, which struck a blow, week after week for 10 years, at everything that Walpole did or proposed to do. Bolingbroke himself wrote the most damaging articles, the most brilliant political prose of the age after the decline of Swift. A series of 19 letters, between 1733 and 1734, a dissertation upon parties, was mockingly dedicated to Walpole. "Till I read them," Chesterfield wrote to his son, "I did not know all the extent and power of the English language." Bolingbroke's character was his defeat. His fine manners, which were his only code of morals, left him when his will was thwarted or his opinions were crossed. In June 1735 he quarreled with Pulteney, nominal leader of the opposition, and returned in anger to France. There he settled with his marquise near Fontainebleau, and salved his wounds with philosophy. His Letters on the Study and Use of History, written in 1735, described history as a vast laboratory in which events have made countless experiments with men, economics, and states. Hence it is the best guide to the nature of man, and therefore to the interpretation of the present and the anticipation of the future. History is philosophy teaching by examples. We see men at their whole length in history. We should apply ourselves to it in a philosophical spirit, aiming not merely to comprehend causes, effects, and uniform sequences, but to conduct ourselves in ways that have heretofore proved most propitious to human development and happiness. The difficulty in such studies is that there are few histories without lies and none without some mistakes. The lying spirit has gone forth from ecclesiastical to other historians. But the resolute student, by confronting liar with liar, may wriggle his way between them to the truth. In 1736, Bolingbroke returned to the arena of politics with Letters on the Spirit of Patriotism, which attacked the corruption of Walpole's administration and called for a new spirit of selfless devotion in English politics. Neither Montaigne in writing his essays, nor Descartes in building new worlds, nor Newton in discovering and establishing the true laws of nature on experiment and a sublime geometry, felt more intellectual joys than he feels who is a real patriot, who bends all the force of his understanding and directs all his thoughts and actions to the good of his country. His hope turned to the younger generation. Visiting England in 1738, he cultivated the friendship of Frederick Louis, Prince of Wales, who was now leading the opposition to Walpole. To Frederick's private secretary, Bolingbroke now addressed his most famous production, The Idea of a Patriot King. Frederick died in 1751, but his son, the future George III, derived from these pages some articles of his political creed. Essentially, the essay was a plea for a benevolent monarchy, such as Voltaire and the philosophes were to dream of in the next generation. England, Bolingbroke argued, was now so debased that no one could save it except a king who should rise above faction and party, even above Parliament, take power into his own hands, repel and punish bribery, and rule as well as reign. But the patriot king would view his power not as a divine right, but as a public trust, not as absolute, but as limited by natural law, the liberties of his subjects, the freedom of the press, and the customs of the realm. and he would judge all issues according as they affected the prosperity and happiness of the people. He would promote commerce as the chief source of a nation's wealth. He would, in Britain, strengthen the navy as the guardian of national independence and of the continental balance of power. The idea of a patriot king was an attempt to build, with displaced Tories and discontented Whigs, a new party of Tories dressed in Whig principles, renouncing Jacobitism and seeking to reconcile land with commerce, empire with liberty, public service with private wealth. When the essay was published in 1749, it became the rallying cry of young enthusiasts who, as the king's friends, looked to the monarchy to cleanse the government of England. It formed the political philosophy of Samuel Johnson and both the elder and the younger Pitt. It inspired the liberal conservatism of Benjamin Disraeli, whose Vindication of the English Constitution of 1835 hailed Bolingbroke as the father of Tory democracy, as the man whose complete reorganization of the public mind laid the foundation for the future accession of the Tory party to power. It was the Bolingbroke and Disraeli influence that remolded the defeated Tories into the progressive conservatives of England today. 5. How to get into a war. Meanwhile, Bolingbroke's propaganda shared with the bellicose spirit of a money-minded Parliament in ending Walpole's long ascendancy. Basing his tenure on tranquility preserved, the cautious minister shied away from foreign entanglements, agreed with Cardinal Fleury, who was ruling France on similar principles, to maintain as long as possible the peace established by the Treaty of Utrecht, and for the rest left the management of external relations to his able brother Horatio. But the retention of Gibraltar by England and the rivalry between England and Spain for control of America and the seas begot increasing violence as the years progressed. Both George I and his minister Stanhope, in January and June 1721, had assured Philip V of Spain that England would give up Gibraltar as soon as the finances of Britain and the temper of Parliament improved. But the British public refused to countenance such a surrender. Let us follow now the English account of how England slipped into war. It will illustrate both the jingoism of the populace and the integrity of British historians. The South Sea Company, we are told, grossly abused the privilege accorded to England by Spain of sending one trading ship per year to the Spanish possessions in the New World, and a large illicit trade had sprung up, partly managed, partly connived at by the company. Spain retaliated by boarding English vessels suspected of smuggling. Robert Jenkins alleged that in one such case, in 1731, he had lost an ear. He preserved it, displayed it in Britain, and cried out for revenge. The Spanish confiscated some English ships engaged in illicit commerce and kept English prisoners in irons. English privateers captured Spaniards and sold them as slaves in the British colonies. Smuggling continued. The Spanish government protested. Walpole, reluctant to reduce the income of the struggling South Sea Company, temporized, though he dealt severely with smuggling along the English coasts. The English merchant class favored war, confident of naval superiority, secure against invasion, and hopeful of new markets and expanded trade. The people were excited with factual and fictitious tales of Spanish brutality. Englishmen who clamored for action were hailed as manly patriots. Those who advised moderation were called lily-livered cowards. Jenkins showed Parliament his ear in a bottle in March 1738, whereupon Pulteney, Pitt, and others of the opposition to Walpole made hot speeches about the honor of England. In martial counterpoint, the Spanish public denounced the English as heretical dogs and swallowed a story that an English captain had made a noble Spaniard cut off and devour his own nose. According to Horace Walpole, when Jenkins died, he was found to have two perfectly sound ears. Burke spoke of the fable of Jenkins's ears. Another version attributed the amputation to a pirate, who was punished therefore by the Spanish government. Both governments behaved sensibly. La Quadra, Spain's chief minister, issued for public consumption a hot letter to Walpole, but privately informed him that Spain would welcome a negotiated settlement. Defying popular uproar, the British government signed with Spain the Convention of the Pardo on January 14, 1739, in which both sides made concessions, and a commission was made to settle all outstanding grievances. Half the Spanish public accepted the convention. Nearly all England rose in anger against it. The South Sea Company complained that the convention would severely limit its income and dividends, and the English ambassador at Madrid was also an agent of the company. Moreover, the asiento by which Spain allowed England to supply Negro slaves to Spanish America expired on May 6, 1739, and Philip V refused to renew the contract. Nevertheless, pursuing his Pacific policy, Walpole recalled the British fleet from the Mediterranean. Then, wrongly suspecting that Spain was signing a secret alliance with France, he revoked the order and bade the fleet protect Gibraltar. The Quadra protested. Walpole, yielding to the martial mood of Parliament and people, broke off negotiations, and on October 19, 1739, England declared war against Spain. The public, still calling Walpole a coward, rejoiced, and throughout England church bells rang. Now James Thomson wrote his stirring ballad, Rule Britannia, pledging that Britons never will be slaves. Normally, nothing so strengthens a government as a declaration of war, for then the loyal opposition muzzles its guns. But Walpole's ministry was an exception. His enemies rightly felt that his heart was not in marching armies or in squadrons belching fire. They blamed all military reverses on his mismanagement, and ascribed a naval success at Portobello, on the Isthmus of Panama, solely to the genius of Admiral Vernon, who was a member of the opposition. In February 1741, Samuel Sandys proposed to Parliament that the king be advised to dismiss his chief minister. The motion was defeated, but only by Walpole's solicitation of Jacobite votes. He survived another year. Nevertheless, he realized that his time was up and that the country wanted a change. And he was exhausted. He who in former years, his son wrote, was asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow, now never sleeps above an hour without waking. And he who at dinner always forgot that he was minister, and was more gay and thoughtless than all his company, now sits without speaking, and with his eyes fixed, for an hour together. New elections returned a Parliament overwhelmingly hostile. It defeated him in a minor matter, and on February 13, 1742, he resigned. Too old to face the tumult of the Commons, he easily persuaded George II to make him Earl of Orford, and as such he sank upward into the House of Lords. He had feathered his nest for his fall. He died after suffering stoically a long and painful illness on March 18, 1745, aged 68. England bade goodbye to peace and set out, with Pitt after Pitt, to conquer the world. 6. Ireland, 1714 to 1756. Rarely in history has a nation been so oppressed as the Irish. Through repeated victories by English armies over native revolts, a code of laws had been set up that chained the Irish in body and soul. Their soil had been confiscated until only a handful of Catholic landowners remained, and nearly all of it was held by Protestants who treated their agricultural laborers as slaves. The poor people in Ireland, said Chesterfield, are used worse than Negroes by their lords and masters. It was not unusual in Ireland, said Lecky, for great landed proprietors to have regular prisons in their houses for the summary punishment of the lower orders. Many of the landlords lived in England, and spent there, Swift estimated, a third of the rents paid by Irish tenants. The tenants, racked by rents paid to the landlord, by tithes paid to the established church, which they hated, and by dues paid to their own priests, lived in mud hovels with leaky roofs, went half-naked, and were often on the edge of starvation. Swift thought the Irish tenants lived worse than English beggars. Those landlords who remained in Ireland, and the deputies of the absentees, drugged themselves against the barbarism and hostility of their surroundings with carousals of food and drink, extravagant hospitality, quarreling and dueling, and gambling for high stakes. Having full power over Ireland, the British Parliament stifled any Irish industry that competed with England. We have seen elsewhere how an act of 1699 destroyed the nascent wool manufacturers by forbidding the export of Irish woolens to any country whatever. In like manner, such foreign commerce as Ireland had preserved amid political turmoil and military devastation was mercilessly throttled by English laws. Irish exports were saddled with export duties that cut them off from nearly all markets but England. Many Irish had lived by raising cattle and exporting them to England. Laws of 1665 and 1680 forbade the English importation of Irish cattle, sheep, or swine, of beef, mutton, bacon, or pork, even of butter or cheese. Ireland had exported her products to the English colonies. An act of 1663 required that, with a few exceptions, no European articles could be imported into English colonies except from England in English ships manned by Englishmen. The Irish merchant marine died. Said Swift, "The conveniency of ports and harbors, which nature bestowed so liberally on this kingdom, is of no more use to us than a beautiful prospect to a man shut up in a dungeon." Protestants as well as Catholics were harassed by England's legislation for her Irish subjects, and in one famous instance they joined the Catholics in overruling the British government. The export of money as rent to absentee landlords had by 1722 created a shortage of metal currency in Ireland. Walpole offered to relieve this by an issue of copper coins. The plan was reasonable, but was spotted with the usual corruption. The Duchess of Kendal was granted a patent to mint the new coinage. She sold it to William Wood, ironmaster, for £10,000, and to raise this sum plus his profit, Wood proposed to coin £100,800 in halfpennies or farthings. As the total metal currency of Ireland was then only £400,000, the Irish protested that coppers would have to be used in payments as well as making change, that foreign accounts, including the rents of absentee landlords, would have to be paid in silver or banknotes, that the cheaper coins would drive the better ones into hoarding or export, and that soon Ireland would have nothing but troublesome coppers as its currency. To meet these complaints, the British government agreed to reduce the new issue to £40,000, and it presented a report from Isaac Newton, master of the mint, that Wood's halfpennies were quite as good in metallic content as the patent required, and much better than the coins inherited from earlier reigns. At this juncture, Jonathan Swift, Anglican Dean of St. Patrick's Cathedral in Dublin, entered the argument by publishing a succession of letters under the pseudonym M.B. Drapier. With all the vehemence of his spirit and the resources of his invective, he attacked the new currency as an attempt to defraud the Irish people. He alleged that the coins sent to Newton for testing were specially minted, and that the vast majority of Wood's halfpennies were worth far less than their face value. And indeed, some economists confirmed his claim by calculating that Ireland would sustain a loss of £60,480 by the issue as first proposed. In the fourth letter, Swift advanced to a powerful indictment of all English rule in Ireland, and laid down the principle that all government without the consent of the governed is the very definition of slavery. The Irish, including the majority of Protestants among them, responded eagerly to this bold note. Ballads urging resistance to England were sung in the streets, and the English government, which had for centuries defied an entire people, now found itself in retreat before a single pen. It offered a reward of £300 for the apprehension of the author, but though hundreds knew that this was the gloomy Dean, no one dared take action against him. Nor would any Irishman face the anger of the people by accepting the new coins. Walpole acknowledged defeat, cancelled the issue, and allowed Wood £24,000 compensation for his futile expenses and his vanished gains. The structure of Irish politics made impossible any resistance to English domination except by mob action or individual violence. Since no one could hold office except by adherence to the Church of England, the Irish Parliament after 1692 was composed entirely of Protestants and was now wholly subservient to England. In 1719, the English Parliament reaffirmed its paramount right to legislate for Ireland. Laws that in England protected parliamentary or individual liberty, like the Habeas Corpus Act and the Bill of Rights, were not extended to Ireland. The relative freedom of the press enjoyed in England had no existence in Ireland. The two parliaments resembled each other only in the corruption of their electors and their members. They differed again in the dominant influence of Anglican bishops in the Irish House of Lords. The established church in Ireland included about a seventh of the population among its adherents, but it was supported by tithes taken from the peasantry, nearly all of whom were Catholics. A small proportion of the people followed the Presbyterian or other dissenting creeds and received a measure of toleration, short of eligibility to office. Catholics were excluded not only from office but from all the learned professions except medicine, and from nearly every avenue to higher education, wealth, or influence. They were forbidden to purchase land, or to invest in mortgages on land, or to hold any long or valuable lease. They could not serve as jurors, except where Protestants were not available. They could not teach in schools. They could not vote for municipal or national offices. They could not validly marry a Protestant. Their religious worship was permitted if celebrated by a priest who had registered with the government and had taken the oath of abjuration disclaiming allegiance to the Stuart line. Other priests were liable to imprisonment, but this law was seldom enforced after 1725. In 1732, a committee of the Irish Parliament reported that there were 1,445 priests in Ireland, 229 Catholic churches, 549 Catholic schools, After 1753, the zeal of the English abated, and the condition of the Catholics in Ireland improved. The disorder of religious life shared with the poverty of the people and the hopelessness of social advancement in demoralizing Irish life. The ablest and bravest Catholics, who would have raised the level of Irish capacity, morality, and intelligence, emigrated to France or Spain or America. Many Irishmen sank into beggary or crime as an escape from starvation. Robber gangs hid in the countryside, smugglers and wreckers lurked near the shores, and some property owners kept as many as 80 bravos to do their bidding regardless of the law. Thousands of cattle and sheep were slaughtered by roving bands, apparently as acts of Catholic revenge upon Protestant landlords. It was difficult for a people to respect the laws passed by an Irish parliament that often spoke of the Catholics, 3/4 of the population, as the common enemy. There were some brighter elements in Irish life. The cheerful, easygoing, laughter-loving temper of the people survived through all their hardships, and their superstitions and legends surrounded their lives with magic and poetry without leading them to such violence as marked the witchcraft persecutions in Scotland and Germany. The Anglican clergy in Ireland included some fine scholars, for example, Bishop Usher of Armagh, a prominent philosopher, George Berkeley, Bishop of Cloyne, and the greatest writer of English in the first quarter of the 18th century, Jonathan Swift, Dean of St. Patrick's Cathedral. The Dublin Society, founded in 1731, labored to improve technology in agriculture and industry, to stimulate invention, and to encourage art. There were many cases of individual Protestants helping indigent Catholics and of magistrates supplying leniently the draconian regulations of the penal code. But by and large, the Irish scene was one of the most shameful in history. A degrading poverty, a chaotic lawlessness, a nomadic pauperism, 34,000 beggars, countless thieves, an upper class living in drunken extravagance amid a starving peasantry, every crop failure bringing widespread starvation. The old and sick, said Swift, dying and rotting by cold and famine and filth and vermin. This terrible picture must find a place in our conception of man. After the long and bitter frost of 1739 came the desperate famine of 1740-41, in which, by one estimate, 20% of the population perished, leaving many deserted villages. In the county of Kerry, the number of taxpayers fell from 14,346 in 1733 to 9,372 in 1744. Berkeley calculated that the nation probably will not recover this loss in a century. He was wrong. Patiently, the women bore children to replace the dead. Religious ardor declined among the Protestants as education spread. It increased among the Catholics as their religion identified itself with the struggle of the nation for freedom. The high birth rate favored by the Catholic Church as her secret weapon against all opposition soon countervailed the depredations of famine, pestilence, and war. By 1750, the population of Ireland had risen from approximately 2 million in 1700 to some 2,370,000. In the long run, the faith and fertility of the oppressed overcame the arms and greed of the conquerors. 7. Scotland, 1714 to 1756. Why was the fate of Scotland so different from that of Ireland? This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
Why was the fate of Scotland so different from that of Ireland? First of all, Scotland had never been conquered. On the contrary, it had given the English a Scottish king. Its Highland chieftains, still unsubdued, provided a fighting class that had led the Scots again and again in invasions of England. Its lowland stock was Anglo-Saxon, basically of the same breed as the English. Its soil remained in resolute native hands. Its religion, like the Anglican, was a product of the Reformation, not a heritage from the medieval church. And it united instead of dividing the nation. After the Act of Union in 1707, Scotland shared in proportion to population in electing members of the now British, that is, English, Welsh, Scottish, Parliament. It submitted to be ruled from London, but only after extorting commercial concessions that enriched the Scottish people. Every parish in Scotland tried to set up a school for its children, and 4 universities offered the best higher education then available in the British Isles. In the course of the 18th century, this educational activity flowered into a Scottish Enlightenment, Hume, Hutcheson, Reid, Robertson, Adam Smith, that gave a heady pace to the English mind. That bright fulfillment, however, had to be earned. 50 years passed before the fruits of the Union matured. Scotland in 1714 was still basically feudal. Each district outside the cities was ruled by a great noble through his vassal lairds, and the land was worked by a loyal and letterless tenant peasantry. But now the political union with England was rapidly undermining that structure. The nobles had dominated the Scottish Parliament. When that Parliament was ended, the Scottish representatives in the British Parliament found themselves in an environment where the influence of trade and industry rivaled that of land. They adopted English ideas and technology, and by 1750 the manufacturers and merchants of Scotland were challenging the national leadership of the Argylls, the Atholls, the Hamiltons, and the Mars. The Jacobite adventure of 1745 was the last flare of Scottish feudal power. When it failed, the economic life of Scotland merged with the English economy, and the rule of the middle classes began. The Union opened the English colonies to Scottish trade. In 1718, Glasgow launched the first Scottish vessel to cross the Atlantic. Soon, Scottish merchants were everywhere. Agricultural technology and urban sanitation improved. The death rate fell. Population rose from 1 million in 1700 to 1,652,000 at the close of the century. Edinburgh, with 50,000 inhabitants, was in 1751 the third largest city in Great Britain, surpassed only by London and Bristol. The Presbyterian Kirk remained almost fanatically loyal to the Calvinist theology. Every Sunday the people walked, sometimes 2 or 3 miles, to churches sternly bare of ornament, and heard hours of preaching and prayer emphasizing the fatality of predestination and the terrors of hell. The Bible was the daily inspiration of every Scottish family. As late as 1763, Hume, in wry exaggeration, estimated 2 Bibles in Scotland to every man, woman, and child. The preachers were men of little education, but of sincere and moving piety. They lived in austere simplicity, and their example and precepts contributed forcefulness to the stability and integrity of the Scottish character. The elders and minister of each kirk watched sharply over the conduct and speech of the parishioners. They meted out penalties for swearing, slander, quarreling, witchcraft, fornication, adultery, any breach of the Sabbath, any deviation from their awful creed. The ministers condemned dancing, wedding festivities, and attendance at the theatre. They still held trials for witchcraft, though executions for it were becoming rare. In 1727, a mother and daughter were convicted on such a charge. The daughter escaped, but the mother was burned to death in a barrel of pitch. When the British Parliament in 1736 repealed the law punishing witchcraft with death, the Scottish Presbytery denounced the repeal as violating the Bible's express command. Meanwhile, the parish schools maintained by the Kirk and the burgh schools, supported by the towns, prepared students for the universities. To Edinburgh, Aberdeen, St. Andrews, and Glasgow came eager young men from every class, from farms and workshops, as well as from laird's mansions and baronial halls. A zeal for knowledge animated them, and they bore any hardship in their quest. Many of them lived in cold attic rooms, and took their chief nourishment from a sack of oatmeal periodically carried in from the paternal farm. The professors, too, were Stoics, rarely receiving over £60 a year. In the universities, hardly less than in the parish schools, theology was the core of the curriculum, but the classics were taught, and a little science, and the Scottish mind was touched by the secular thought of Europe. Francis Hutcheson, who held the chair of moral philosophy at Glasgow from 1729 to 1746, put aside dogmatic discussions and based his ethics on natural grounds. Students and professors alike became tinged with the Arian heresy, that Christ, though divine, was not co-equal or co-eternal with God the Father. A Scottish author in 1714 mentioned the great vogue among our young gentry and students of Hobbes and Spinoza. Little coteries of youngsters intoxicated with emancipation formed clubs, the Sulphur Society, the Hellfire, the Demi-Rip Dragoons, proudly preaching atheism. Probably they mingled with Jacobite malcontents. For Scotland, outside of those merchant classes that were tied to the English economy, still thrilled to the memory of the Stuarts, and dreamed of the time when James III, or his son, would lead the Scots again across the border to restore a Scottish dynasty to the British throne. 8. Bonnie Prince Charlie, 1745. James III had exhausted himself in futile attempts to lead an expedition into England or Scotland. In 1719 he married Maria Clementina Sobieska, granddaughter of Poland's most famous king. It was an unhappy marriage, but it gave James a son whose lovely face and lively temper, going back perhaps to Mary, Queen of Scots, were the pride and problem of his parents. England called Charles Edward Stuart the Young Pretender. Scotland called him Bonnie Prince Charlie. Brought up in a discordant household, taught conflicting faiths by his Catholic and Protestant tutors, Charles grew up with an indifferent education, but with all the charms of athletic youth and all the ardor of a head itching for a crown. The Duke of Lyria was thrilled by the lad's great beauty, his merry brown eyes and light brown hair, a bold rider, a good shot, a body 6 feet tall and made for war, a mighty golfer, an accomplished musician, a graceful dancer. This, said the Duke, is altogether the most ideal prince I have ever met. Charles was conscious of his virtues, which made him now and then unmanageable. In 1734, still a boy of 14, he was allowed to sample war in the Spanish army at Gaeta. Aroused by this baptism of fire, he could hardly wait for an opportunity to take England. It seemed at hand when the British Parliament, overruling Walpole, opened hostilities with Spain in 1739. Frederick the Great's attack on Silesia in 1740 swelled into the War of the Austrian Succession. England sent its main army to the continent. What better time could the Jacobites find to make another dash for the English throne? In Scotland they formed the Association in 1739, pledged to that enterprise. They sent emissaries to England to stir up a Stuart revolution. They dispatched appeals to France for money, arms, and troops. Louis XV ordered 7 ships of war and 21 troop transports to assemble at Brest and prepare to convey 10,000 men under Maréchal de Saxe from Dunkirk to England. In Italy, Prince Charles anxiously awaited an invitation from Paris to join the expedition. No invitation came, but he left Rome on January 10, 1744, rode day and night to Frascati, Lerici, and Genoa, took ship to Antibes, and drove on madly to Paris. His aging father remained in Rome and never saw him again. Charles was well received and moderately financed by the king. He went on to Gravelines and waited impatiently for orders to sail with Maréchal de Saxe, who waited impatiently for the French fleet. The winds and waves, as usual, declared for England. The French fleet, sailing from Brest on February 6th, ran into a mer affreuse, a frightful sea, and toujours un vent, always a contrary wind. Ships collided, masts broke, all was in chaos when word came that an English squadron of 52 ships was approaching. The French fled back to Brest, but many of their vessels were lost and the rest were badly hurt by the gale. With this discouraging news, word reached France that the English Jacobites were disorganized and spiritless, and that no help could be expected from them if the French came. Louis informed Saxe that the invasion scheme must be abandoned. England, not yet formally at war with France, complained that the presence of Charles on French soil was a breach of treaty commitments. Charles, disguised, hid in Paris, vowing to his friends that he would invade England even if he had to go alone in an open boat. His father sent him a plea to avoid precipitate action, which would end in your ruin and that of all those who would join with you in it. Meanwhile, Charles's supporters intrigued against one another for influence and perquisites, and denounced one another to him, until he wrote in despair, "I am plagued out of my life." This on November 16, 1744. Finally, despite all warnings and without consulting the French court, he decided to tempt my destiny and conquer or die. He sent agents to Scotland to rouse the clans. These were so little prepared that they thought of forbidding him to come. The English Jacobites, following Bolingbroke's lead, were seeking reconciliation with George II. Nevertheless, Charles borrowed 180,000 livres, accepted the offer of 2 armed vessels, and sailed for Scotland on July 15, 1745. Near Land's End, the little convoy was met by a British man-of-war. One of Charles's ships was so damaged that it returned to Brest. In the other, he passed north to the west of England, and on August 3rd he touched Scottish soil at Eriska, in the Outer Hebrides. A clan leader advised him to go home. "I am come home," answered the prince. He was warned that on August 1st the British government had proclaimed a reward of £30,000 to anyone who would bring him captive, alive or dead. Charles replied by dismissing the ship that had brought him, so cutting off his own retreat. On August 19th he raised his standard at Glenfinnan in the Highlands, and called all Jacobites to his aid. Most clan leaders remained aloof. Some professed followers plotted to betray him. Half a dozen lords declared for him. Of his 2,000 men, 1,200 were Macdonalds and Camerons. Eluding government forces under Sir John Cope, Charles led his band south. On September 17th, they entered Edinburgh, seized the guardhouse and the gates, and established their leader in the once royal palace of Holyrood, where Mary Stuart had argued with John Knox, and James VI and First had forgotten his mother. The prince, 25 years old, made an alluring picture in his Highland habit, with red velvet breeches, green velvet bonnet, and white cockade. Many a Scot, thinking that national glory had returned in this handsome reincarnation, knelt and kissed his hand, and all the ladies prayed and longed for him. He had hardly time to savour his reception when he learned that Cope was nearing Edinburgh with 2,000 troops. On September 21st, Charles led out his now 3,000 men, met Cope's army at Prestonpans, routed it, took many captives, treated them humanely, and returned to Holyrood anointed with victory. Scotland seemed won. At ease for a month, Charles requisitioned food and clothing for his soldiers and welcomed the adhesion of additional clans. Louis XV sent him money and arms from France. On November 8th, the happy prince, on foot, crossed into England with 4,500 men. He besieged and captured Carlisle. He was welcomed in Manchester. He pressed on to Derby, hoping by his dramatic advance to rouse England to receive him as its legitimate king. He issued a proclamation vowing that Anglicans and Presbyterians should suffer no more hurt from him, a Roman Catholic, than they had received from George I, a Lutheran. England did not believe him, and did not propose to begin anew the weary struggle of the younger faith against the old. Though hardly anyone in England rose against Charles, only a handful of English recruits came to his aid. The English Jacobites played safe. George II had hastened back from Hanover to protect his threatened throne, and had ordered 3 English armies to converge at Derby. Charles was all for ignoring them and rushing on to London with his 6,000 men, but his Scottish chieftains refused to follow him. They pointed out that each of the government armies was 10,000 strong, that these, in his rear, would harass and soon overwhelm him, and that the Jacobite rising which he had promised them was nowhere to be seen. They insisted on returning to Scotland, where they might raise more clans, and might receive reinforcements from France. Charles yielded and led the sad retreat from Derby to Glasgow. At nearby Falkirk, with 9,000 men, he defeated an English force of 10,000 under Hawley, this on January 17, 1746. But it was a Pyrrhic victory. His army was weakened with losses and desertions. Its supplies were running out. It was paid in oatmeal. Its leaders were quarreling like clans. Again they advised retreat. The prince pleaded for a stand. He saw nothing but disintegration and ruin in further retreat. Why should they run away from an enemy no stronger than that which they had defeated? Again he yielded, but now he knew that he was beaten. The Scottish army turned back toward the Highlands. The pessimism of its leaders swept through the ranks. Desertions ran into thousands. What remained was not so much an army as an undisciplined and disheartened crowd. Meanwhile, the main English force, under the Duke of Cumberland, entered Scotland, took control of the eastern coast, and received at Leith a reinforcement of 500 Hessians brought by George II from Austria. With 8,800 men, Cumberland marched north into Inverness County. There, on Culloden Moor, April 16, 1746, Charles faced him with 7,000 men poorly armed, poorly fed, poorly led. They fought with Scottish courage, but they were shattered by Cumberland's superior artillery firing grape-shot. "Bags of balls," said a Scottish poet, "that hewed them down, aye score by score, as grass does fall before the mower." Charles rode about wildly, seeking to rally his retreating men, but they took to precipitate and individual flight. His aides forced him to withdraw from the battlefield by seizing the bridle of his horse. His spirit broken, he fled with a few friends and wandered in hiding from one refuge to another, repeating with glory departed the tale of Charles II. At last, on September 20th, he found a vessel that took him back to France. Cumberland pursued his routed foes with orders of no quarter. Every rebel Scot was to be killed on sight. Houses were searched. Scots found with arms were summarily shot. Clans loyal to George II were let loose upon clans that had joined the revolt. Hundreds of homes were burned down. "Mild measures will not do," said the Duke. "All the good we have done is but a little bloodletting, which has only weakened the madness but not cured it." And in truth the rebel clans tried again and again to renew the rebellion. For 10 years more the Jacobites of Scotland sang and dreamed of past defeats and coming victories, until their faith was broken by the degeneration of their once bonny prince in Rome. The Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle in 1748 between England and France required the expulsion of Charles from French soil. He refused to obey. He was forcibly evicted by French troops. He returned in disguise to Paris, even in 1750 to London, seeking in vain to revive the Jacobite cause, promising in vain to abjure the Catholic faith. Finally admitting defeat, he fell into such drunkenness and debauchery that all the major Catholic powers repudiated him. He died in Rome in 1788, aged 68. Voltaire, 30 years before, had already written a just epitaph upon the Second Jacobite Revolt. Thus, with the return of Charles to France in 1746, ended an adventure which in the times of knight-errantry might have proved fortunate, but could not be expected to succeed in an age when military discipline, artillery, and above all money, in the end, determine everything. 9. The Rise of William Pitt, 1708 to 1756. The fall of Walpole bequeathed England to a succession of minor ministries that floundered in political chaos and inconclusive wars. Lord Wilmington, as First Lord of the Treasury from 1742 to 43, ruled at home while George II fought with theatrical but real heroism at Dettingen on June 27, 1743. During all the battle, wrote Frederick the Great, the King of England kept himself at the head of his Hanoverian battalion, his left foot behind, sword in hand and arm outstretched, very much like a master of fencing. Just the same, he inspired his men by his bravery, while he modestly accepted the commands of his generals. The ministry of Henry Pelham, from 1743 to 54, led England back to peace, but it continued the technique of ruling by the purchase of votes in boroughs and Parliament. His brother, the Duke of Newcastle, kept a tariff of England's politicians, on which, for budgetary convenience, he listed the current market price of each man's soul. The most lasting distinction of these two ministries is that they included the man who made the British Empire, and who stood out in his turbulent time as one of the most powerful characters in history. William Pitt was born in 1708 to money because his grandfather, Thomas Pitt, had made a vast fortune in India. Thomas himself was a man to be reckoned with. He took service as a sailor in a merchant vessel, settled in Bengal, and engaged in trade in illicit competition with the East India Company, to which Parliament had granted a monopoly. He was fined £1,000, continued to compete, brought the company to terms, joined it, and was for 12 years governor of Madras. By 1701 he was a man of sterling, rich enough to buy the famous Pitt diamond for £20,000, and clever enough to sell it to Philippe d'Orléans, Regent of France, for £135,000. Now valued at £480,000, it is preserved among the state jewels of France in the Louvre as a brilliant witness to the depreciation of currencies. Thomas invested his gains in English realty, bought a seat in Parliament, and represented there from 1710 to 1715 the rotten borough of Old Sarum. He devised his estate to Robert Pitt, his eldest son, who married Harriet Villiers, who gave him 7 children, of whom William Pitt was the second son. At Eton, William protested against the discipline. He thought the fagging would break the spirit of the students. It did not break his. At Oxford he distinguished himself by suffering from gout at the age of 18. Hoping to shake off the ailment in a warmer climate, he left the university without a degree and travelled in France and Italy, but gout remained his cross through all his victories. Nevertheless, he joined the army, served in it for 4 years, saw no battle, but came out with the conviction that war is the arbiter of history and the destiny of states. In 1735, his family, while keeping him relatively poor as a younger son, bought Old Sarum's votes for him, and he began his career in Parliament. He soon made himself heard there, for he was the most effective orator that forensic cavern has ever known. All the force of his passionate character went into his speeches, all his resolve to rise to power, to unseat Walpole, to dominate Parliament and the King, finally to remake Europe to his heart's desire. For those purposes he used logic, drama, imagination, enthusiasm, poetry, bombast, invective, sarcasm, satire, appeals to patriotism, to personal and national interest and glory. As the years progressed, he developed his oratorical mastery until it embraced all the arts of a Demosthenes or a Cicero. He could lower his voice to a whisper, or raise it to an angry roar. He could sink an enemy with a phrase. He followed Demosthenes' rule and made action the life of speech. Every line had its gesture, every feeling molded his hawk-like face and glowed in his deep-set eyes, until his whole body came into play as if the word had been made flesh. He was the greatest actor that ever shunned the stage. He was no saint. Ambition was the mast of his character and the wind in his sails, but it redeemed itself by embracing all England, and consumed itself in dragging England willy-nilly out over imperial seas to world supremacy. Feeling himself to be the voice of the state, beyond any Hanoverian gutturals or Walpolean bribes, he appropriated the ethic of governments, that all is good that advantages the state. If he used deception, calumny, intimidation, intrigue, ingratitude, perjury, treachery, these were tools of the statesman's trade, and were to be judged not by preachers, but by kings. At nearly every step in his rise, he turned his back upon a position that he had recently defended with all the sublimity of moral passion. He seldom stopped to explain or apologize. He mounted all intent toward his goal, and his success, which was England's, sanctified his sins and haloed his head. Meanwhile, there was something grand in his pride. He disdained to buy advancement with servility, he remained incorruptible amid corruption, and he attained his ends by the force of an uncompromising personality that would not be deterred. He pursued Walpole as a peacemongering merchant too chicken-livered to risk war with Spain, and too subservient to a king who, said Pitt, showed an absurd, ungrateful, and perfidious partiality for Hanover, and considered England only as a province to a despicable electorate. The ardent orator pursued his martial policy with such intensity that the Duchess of Marlborough, dying in 1744, left Pitt a legacy of £10,000, for Sarah had inherited her dead duke's love of war. When Pelham came to office, he asked the king to make Pitt Secretary of War. George II, still burning with Pitt's fire, refused. Pelham persisted. He described Pitt as the most able and useful man we have amongst us, truly honorable and strictly honest. The king yielded, and in 1746 Pitt entered the ministry, first as joint vice-treasurer for Ireland, then as paymaster of the forces. This position had become by custom a mine of personal wealth. The paymaster took for himself 0.5% of all subsidies voted by Parliament to foreign princes. And he invested at interest, which he kept for himself, the large floating balance left with him for the payment of troops. Pitt refused to take anything more than his official salary. When the King of Sardinia pressed him to accept a gift equal to the usual deduction from his subsidy, he declined it. England, which had long accounted such perquisites as a normal accommodation to the nature of man, applauded Pitt's anomalous integrity, and listened with eagerness to his pleas for a Britain that would bestride the world. In June 1755, without a declaration of war, hostilities between England and France broke out in America. In January 1756, England signed a treaty with Prussia. In May, France concluded a defensive alliance with Austria. In November, Pitt, now Secretary of State, became England's voice and arm in that 7 years' war that would determine the map of Europe till the French Revolution. Chapter 4. Religion and Philosophy. 1. The Religious Situation. The story of the 18th century in Western Europe had a double theme: the collapse of the old feudal regime and the near collapse of the Christian religion that had given it spiritual and social support. State and faith were bound together in mutual aid, and the fall of one seemed to involve the other in a common tragedy. In both aspects of the great change, England played the first act. On the political stage, her Civil War of 1642-49, preceded by 147 years, the French Revolution, in deposing a feudal aristocracy and beheading a king. In the religious realm, the deistic criticism of Christianity, antedated by half a century, the Voltairean campaign in France. The materialism of Hobbes, preceded by a century, the materialism of La Métrie. Hume's Treatise of Human Nature, from 1739, and his Essay of Miracles, from 1748, antedated the attack of the French philosophe upon Christianity in the Encyclopédie from 1751. Voltaire had learned his skepticism in France, partly from the English exile Bolingbroke, before coming to England, but his 3 years in England, from 1726 to 28, startled him with the sight of orthodoxy in decay, Catholicism humiliated, Protestantism breaking up into feeble sects, and deists challenging everything in Christianity except the belief in God, precisely the challenge that Voltaire would carry to France. "In France," said Voltaire, "I am looked upon as having too little religion, in England as having too much." Montesquieu, visiting England in 1731, reported, "There is no religion in England." This was, of course, an exercise in striking hyperbole. At that very time, John and Charles Wesley were founding the Methodist movement at Oxford. But Montesquieu, an aristocrat, moved mostly among lords and ladies of the peerage or the pen, and in these groups, he tells us, "If religion is spoken of, everybody laughs." This, too, seems extreme, but here Lord Harvey, who knew almost every man, woman, and deviate in the upper classes. This fable of Christianity was now, in 1728, so exploded in England that any man of fashion or condition would have been almost as much ashamed to own himself a Christian as formerly he would have been to profess himself none. Even the women who prided themselves at all on their understanding took care to let people know that Christian prejudices were what they despised being bound by. In those exalted ranks or minds, religion meant either the somnolence of the Anglican communion or the enthusiasm of the dissenting sects, and Dr. Johnson would soon define enthusiasm as a vain belief of private revelation, literally a God within. The established church had lost face and influence by supporting the Stuarts against the Hanoverians and the triumphant Whigs. Now it submitted to the state, and its clergy became humble dependents of the ruling class. The country parson was the favorite butt of literary satire or vulgar ridicule. Fielding honored the exceptions in Parson Adams. Class distinctions prevailed in the churches. The rich had special pews near the pulpit. The tradesmen sat behind them. The common people sat or stood in the rear. And when the service was over, the commoners remained in their places, while their superiors filed out in slow dignity. In some London churches, when too many of the poor came to worship, the periwigged members fled, locking their pews behind them and seeking fresher air. Some Anglican bishops, like Butler, Berkeley, and Warburton, were men of great learning, and 2 of these were of fine character. But most of the upper clergy, maneuvering for promotion, played politics with the skeptics and mistresses of the court, and consumed in luxury the revenues of many parishes. Bishop Chandler, we are told, paid £9,000 for advancement from Lichfield to Durham. Bishop Willis of Winchester, Archbishop Potter of Canterbury, Bishops Gibson and Sherlock of London died shamefully rich, some of them worth £100,000. Thackeray had no stomach for them. I read that Lady Yarmouth, mistress of George II, sold a bishopric to a clergyman for £5,000. Was he the only prelate of his time led up by such hands for consecration? As I peep into George II's St. James's, I see crowds of cassocks rustling up the back stairs of the ladies of the court, stealthy clergy slipping purses into their laps, that godless old king yawning under his canopy in his chapel royal as the chaplain before him is discoursing or chattering in German, so loud that the clergyman burst out crying in his pulpit because the defender of the faith and dispenser of bishoprics would not listen to him. It was a sign of the times that the established church had become broadly tolerant of different theologies and rituals among its members. Pitt described it as a Calvinist creed, a popish liturgy, and an Arminian clergy. That is, the official doctrine was predestinarian, the ritual was semi-Roman Catholic, but a latitudinarian spirit allowed Anglican ministers to reject Calvin's determinism and adopt the free will teaching of the Dutch heretic Arminius. Toleration grew because faith declined. Heresies like Hume's, which would have startled 17th-century England, made now but a slight ripple on the stream of British thought. Hume himself described England as settled into the most cool indifference with regard to religious matters that is to be found in any nation in the world. The letter of the law made the Anglican worship compulsory on all Englishmen. A man who absented himself from Sunday services was liable to a fine of £1 for each truancy. and anyone who allowed such an absentee to live with him was subject to a fine of £20 per month. These laws, however, were seldom enforced. Again, in law rather than in practice, Catholic services were outlawed. A Catholic priest who performed any sacerdotal function was subject to life imprisonment. A like penalty discouraged any Catholic from keeping a school, and no parent might send his child abroad for a Catholic education under penalty of a £100 fine. Only those citizens who took the oaths of allegiance and supremacy, acknowledging the King of England to be the head of the Church, and declared against transubstantiation, were eligible to buy or inherit land. Any Catholic who refused to take these oaths was excluded from civil or military office, from the practice of law, from bringing any action at law, and from living within 10 miles of London. Moreover, such a Catholic might at any time be banished from England and be sentenced to death if he returned. Actually, however, under Georges I and II, Catholics regularly transmitted their property and their creed to their children. They could hear Mass unhindered in their chapels and homes, and many of them took the required oaths with a mental reservation. Nearly all ardent English Protestants were now in the sects dissenting from the established Church. Voltaire laughed and rejoiced at their multiplicity. Independents, or Puritans, Presbyterians, Baptists, Congregationalists, Quakers, Socinians, or Unitarians. The Presbyterians, having lost political power, were becoming tolerant. They did not take predestination very seriously, and many of them were quietly content with a human Christ. In 1719, an assembly of Presbyterian clergymen voted 73 to 69 that subscription to the orthodox doctrine of the Trinity should no longer be required of candidates for the ministry. The Quakers were increasing not in number but in wealth, and as they rose in the social scale, they became more reconciled to the ways and sins of men. A tendency to gloom infected nearly all dissenters, even in prosperity, and while the upper classes made Sunday a day of frolic, the lower middle class, where dissent was strongest, continued the Blue Sunday of the Puritans. There, after morning prayers at home, the family went to the meeting-house for a service that lasted 2 hours. Back at home, the father read the Bible or pious books to his wife and children, who, as like as not, sat on cushions on the uncarpeted floor. Normally they went to services again in the afternoon and evening, prayed together, heard another sermon, and found some pleasure in singing sonorous hymns. No profane singing was allowed on that holy day, no card-playing, in general no amusement of any kind. Travel was to be avoided on the Sabbath, so allowing the highwayman a day of rest. Voltaire, reviewing the religious scene of England, found much in it to carry a lesson to a France where intolerance still ruled. Take a view of the Royal Exchange in London. There the Jew, the Mohammedan, and the Christian transact business together as though they were all of the same religion, and give the name of infidels to none but bankrupts. There the Presbyterian confides in the Anabaptist, and the churchman depends upon the Quaker's word. At the breaking up of this free assembly, some withdraw to the synagogue, and others to take a glass. This man goes and is baptized in a great tub in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. That man has his son's foreskin cut off, and causes a set of Hebrew words, to the meaning of which he himself is a total stranger, to be mumbled over the infant. Others, Quakers, retire to their churches, and there wait the inspiration of heaven with their hats on, and all are satisfied. If one religion only were allowed in England, the government would very possibly become arbitrary. If there were but two, the people would cut one another's throats. But as there is such a multitude, they all live happy and in peace. 2. The Deistic Challenge. Many factors work together to undermine the Christian creed in England. The association of the Church with the rise and fall of political parties, the growth of wealth and the demands of pleasure in the upper classes, the internationalism of ideas through commerce and travel, the increasing acquaintance with non-Christian religions and peoples, the multiplication and mutual criticism of sects, the development of science, the growth of belief in natural causes and invariable laws, the historical and critical study of the Bible, the importation or translation of such epical books as Bayle's Dictionnaire and Spinoza's Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, the abandonment in 1694 of state censorship of the press, the rising prestige of reason, the new attempts of philosophy and Bacon, Hobbes, and Locke to give natural explanations of the world and man, and, summing up many of these factors, the campaign of the Deists to reduce Christianity to a belief in God and immortality. That movement had begun with Lord Herbert of Charbury's De Veritate in 1624. It had grown through the 17th and early 18th centuries with Charles Blount, John Toland, and Anthony Collins. Now it proceeded with cumulative effect in Whiston, Woolston, Tyndall, Middleton, Chubb, Annet, and Bolingbroke. William Whiston, who had succeeded Newton as Lucasian professor of mathematics at Cambridge, was dismissed from that post in 1710 for expressing some doubts on the Trinity. He defended his Arianism in Primitive Christianity Revived in 1712, and labored to show that Old Testament prophecies had no reference to Christ. When the defenders of Christianity abandoned the argument from prophecy and based the divinity of Christ upon the miracles related in the New Testament, Thomas Woolston let loose his irreverent ebullience in 6 discourses on the miracles of our Savior, 1727 to 1730. Never, said Voltaire, was Christianity so daringly assailed by any Christian. Woolston argued that some of the miracles were incredible and others absurd. He found it especially unbelievable that Christ had cursed a fig tree for not producing figs so early in the year as Easter. He wondered what the English wool-growers would have done to Jesus if he had sent a flock of their sheep to death as he had done with the Gadarene swine. They would have made him swing for it, for English law made such an action a capital crime. Woolston thought that the story of Christ's resurrection was an elaborate deception practiced by the apostles upon their audiences. He covered all this with protestations that he remained a Christian as sound as a rock. However, he dedicated each of his discourses to a different bishop with such condemnation of their pride and avarice that they indicted him for libel and blasphemy in 1729. The court condemned him to pay a fine of £100 and to give security for future good behavior. Unable to raise the required sums, he went to jail. Voltaire offered a third of the amount, the remainder was raised, and Woolston was freed. Doubtless the trial advertised the discourses. They sold 60,000 copies in a few years. An anonymous Life of Woolston in 1733 told how, when he was walking in St. George's Fields, a jolly young woman met him and accosted him in the following manner: "You old rogue, are you not hanged yet?" To which Mr. Woolston answered, "Good woman, I know you not. Pray, what have I done to offend you?" To which the woman replied, "You have writ against my Saviour. What would become of my poor sinful soul if it was not for my dear Saviour, who died for such wicked sinners as I am?" The deistic propaganda reached its climax in Matthew Tyndall, a Fellow of All Souls College, Oxford. After a quiet and respectable life, marked chiefly by conversions to and from Catholicism, he published at the age of 73 the first volume of Christianity as Old as the Creation in 1730. At his death 3 years later, he left the manuscript of a second volume, which fell into the hands of a bishop who destroyed it. We may estimate the impact of Volume 1 from the 150 replies that sought to counter it. It was this book that called forth Bishop Butler's Analogy of Religion and Bishop Berkeley's Alciphron. Tyndall ranged with no tender mercy through all the fantasies of theology. He asked why God should have given his revelation to one small people, the Jews, had let it remain their exclusive possession for 4,000 years, and then had sent his Son to them with another revelation that after 1,700 years was still confined to a minority of the human race. What sort of God could this be who used such clumsy methods with such tardy and inadequate results? What ogre of a God was this who punished Adam and Eve for seeking knowledge and then punished all their posterity merely for being born? We are told that the absurdities in the Bible are due to God's adapting his speech to the language and ideas of his hearers. What nonsense! Why could he not speak the simple truth to them intelligibly? Why should he have used priests as his intermediaries instead of speaking directly to every man's soul? Why should he have allowed his specially revealed religion to become an engine of persecution, terror, and strife, leaving men no better morally after centuries of this dispensation than before, making them indeed more fierce and cruel than under the pagan cults? Is there not a finer morality in Confucius or Cicero than in the Christianity of history? The real revelation is in nature herself and in man's God-given reason. The real God is the God that Newton revealed, the designer of a marvelous world operating majestically according to invariable law. And the real morality is the life of reason in harmony with nature. Whoever so regulates his natural appetites as will conduce most to the exercise of his reason, the health of his body, and the pleasures of his senses taken and considered together, since herein his happiness consists, may be certain he can never offend his Maker, who, as he governs all things according to their natures, can't but expect his rational creatures should act according to their natures. This is the true morality, this is the true Christianity, as old as the creation. Conyers Middleton carried on the attack from the historical angle. Graduating from Trinity College, Cambridge, he took holy orders and, while dealing blow after blow at orthodox belief, continued the external practices of Christian worship. He wrote some of the best prose of his time, and his Life of Cicero from 1741, though it borrowed heavily from its predecessors, remains to this day an admirable biography. He pleased his fellow clergymen when he sent to England letters from Rome in 1729, showing in scholarly detail the residue of pagan rites in Catholic ritual, incense, holy water, relics, miracles, votive offerings, and lights set up before sacred shrines, and the Pontifex Maximus of antiquity become the supreme pontiff of Rome. Protestant England applauded, but it soon discovered that Middleton's penchant for history could trouble Protestant as well as Catholic theology. When Daniel Waterland defended against Tyndall the literal truth and inspiration of the Bible, Middleton, in a letter to Dr. Waterland in 1731, warned the Protestant divines that to insist on all the legends of the Bible as actual history was suicidal. Sooner or later, the progress of knowledge would discredit such fables and compel Christian apologists to retreat shamefacedly to some more modest stand. Then Middleton resorted to an argument that betrayed the effect which his study of history had had upon his religious faith. Even if Christian theology is incredible, a good citizen will support Christianity and the Christian Church as a bulwark of social order, providing admirable deterrence to the barbarism latent in mankind. Finally, Middleton issued his most substantial work, A Free Inquiry into the Miraculous Powers which are supposed to have existed in the Christian Church through successive ages, in 1748, a book that Hume later ranked as superior to his own contemporary essay of Miracles, also from 1748. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 5, Side 1. Finally, Middleton issued his most substantial work, A Free Inquiry into the Miraculous Powers which are supposed to have existed in the Christian Church through successive ages, in 1748. A book that Hume later ranked as superior to his own contemporary essay of Miracles, also from 1748. He began by acknowledging the authority of the miracles ascribed in the canonical New Testament to Christ or his apostles. He proposed to show only that the miracles attributed to the fathers, saints, and martyrs of the Church, after the first Christian century, were undeserving of belief. Merely to relate those stories sufficed to reveal their absurdity. Some fathers of the Church had sanctioned such tales while knowing them to be false, and Middleton quoted Mosheim, the learned ecclesiastical historian, as intimating his fear that those who search with any attention into the writings of the greatest and most holy doctors of the 4th century will find them all, without exception, disposed to deceive and to lie whenever the interest of religion requires it. There were many defects in Middleton's book. He forgot that he, too, had recommended wholesale deception in support of Christianity, and he ignored the possibility that some strange experiences, like the exorcism of diabolical possession, or St. Anthony's hearing the devil at his door, were due to the power of suggestion or imagination, and may have seemed truly miraculous to those who honestly reported them. In any case, the effect of the free inquiry was to throw back upon the miracles of the Old Testament, then of the New, the same methods of criticism that Middleton had applied to the patristic period, and his Catholic opponents were quite right in contending that his arguments would weaken the whole supernatural substructure of Christian belief. Perhaps Middleton had intended it so, but he kept his ecclesiastical preferments to the end. The conversion of Bolingbroke to deism was a secret and a contagion in the aristocracy. In writings cautiously kept from publication during his life, he directed his scornful invective against almost all philosophers except Bacon and Locke. He termed Plato the father of theological mendacity, St. Paul a fanatical visionary, Leibniz a chimerical quack. He called metaphysicians learned lunatics, and described as pneumatical, or windy, madmen, all who thought soul and body distinct. He laughed at the Old Testament as a farrago of nonsense and lies. He professed belief in God, but rejected the remainder of the Christian creed. All knowledge is relative and uncertain. We ought always to be unbelieving. In religion, government, and philosophy, we ought to distrust everything that is established. He put behind him the last consolation of the skeptic, the belief in progress. All societies go through cycles, from generation to corruption, and from corruption to generation. In 1744, Bolingbroke inherited the family estate at Battersea, and left France to spend there the concluding years of his struggle against disease and despair. His former friends deserted him as his political influence fell and his temper rose. The death of his second wife in 1750 ended his interest in human affairs. "I become every year more and more isolated in this world," the nemesis of selfishness. In 1751 he was seized with cancer spreading from the face. He dictated a pious will, but refused to let any clergyman attend him. He died on December 12th after 6 months of agony, without hope for himself or mankind. Already the decline of religious belief was begetting the pessimism that would be the secret malady of the modern soul. 3. The Religious Rebuttal. The defenders of Christianity did not meet the deistic attack in any spirit of resignation to defeat. On the contrary, they fought back with as hearty a vigor, as extensive a learning, as virulent a style as anything in Tyndall, Middleton, or Bolingbroke. The weaker apologists, like Bishop Chandler of Lichfield and Bishop Newton of London, relied on trite arguments, that the Jews were fervently expecting a Messiah when Christ came, and that many Jewish prophecies had been fulfilled by his career. Or, like Bishops Sherlock of London and Pierce of Rochester, they appealed to the multiple testimony for the resurrection of Christ. Sherlock and others insisted that the evidence for the Christian miracles was overwhelming and sufficed to uphold the divinity of Christ and Christianity. To reject a well-attested event because it contradicts our experience, said Sherlock, is a very risky procedure. On the same basis, the inhabitants of the tropics refuse to believe in the reality of ice. When we assume that things cannot be otherwise than we have known them to be, we outrun the information of our senses, and the conclusion stands on prejudice, not on reason. Despite our wide but really narrow experience, we cannot be sure that a man may not rise from the dead. Consider how many marvels now accepted as routine events in our lives were once held to be inconceivable. George Berkeley, who had made his mark in philosophy in the years 1709 to 1713, sent from Rhode Island his contribution to the debate in Alciphron, or the Minute Philosopher, in 1733. A dialogue sparkling with bold thought and sprightly style. Alciphron describes himself as a freethinker who has progressed from latitudinarianism to deism to atheism. Now he rejects all religion as a deception practiced upon the people by priests and magistrates. He refuses to believe in anything but the senses, the passions, and the appetites. Euphraner, voicing Berkeley, warns the deists that their doctrine leads to atheism, and that atheism will lead to the collapse of morality. There may be a few good atheists, but will not their doctrine, if accepted by the masses, issue in libertinism and lawlessness? These skeptics of religion should be skeptics of science, too, for many statements of scientists, as in higher mathematics, are quite beyond the evidence of our senses or the reach of our understanding. Certainly the doctrine of the Trinity is no more incomprehensible than the square root of -1. William Warburton was not the man to rest his faith or his ecclesiastical revenues upon so frail a base as Berkeley's surds. Trained as a lawyer, ordained as an Anglican priest, he fought his way through the theological jungle with all the alert resourcefulness of the legal mind. Perhaps he was fitter for the army than for either the bar or the cloth. He relished battle, and could hardly sleep at night if he had not slain some adversary during the day. He described his life as a warfare upon earth, that is to say, with bigots and libertines, against whom I have denounced eternal war, like Hannibal against Rome at the altar. His darts ranged far and wide, and when they ran out of foes, they slaughtered friends. He gave succinct descriptions of his contemporaries: Johnson, a malign and insolent bully; Garrick, whose sense, when he deviates into it, is more like nonsense; Smollett, a vagabond Scot who writes nonsense 10,000 strong; Voltaire, a scoundrel wallowing in the dirtiest sink of free-thinking. His immense two-volume masterpiece appeared in 1737-41 as The Divine Legation of Moses Demonstrated on the Principles of a Religious Deist. Its argument was original and unique. The belief in a future state of reward and punishment is, as many deists agreed, indispensable to social order. But Moses succeeded in organizing Jewish life to prosperity and morality without that belief. This miracle can be explained only by the divine guidance of Moses and the Jews. Therefore, the mission and laws of Moses were divine, and the Bible is the Word of God. Warburton felt that this demonstration fell very little short of mathematical certainty. His theological colleagues were not quite happy over his view that God had guided the Jews through 613 laws and 4,000 years without letting them know that their souls were immortal. But the lusty author had filled his pages with such learned disquisitions on the nature of morality, on the necessary alliance of church and state, on the mystery religions and rituals of antiquity, on the origin of writing, on the meaning of hieroglyphics, on Egyptian chronology, on the date of the Book of Job, and on the errors of freethinkers, antiquaries, scholars, historians, Socinians, Turks and Jews, that all England gasped at the weight and reach of his erudition. Warburton advanced from battle to battle against Crousaz, Theobald, Bolingbroke, Middleton, Wesley, Hume, to the lucrative and comfortable bishopric of Gloucester. Joseph Butler was less tough of fiber, but of finer grain, a man of great gentleness, modesty, and benevolence, who suffered deeply from his realization that the religion which had helped to wean European civilization from barbarism was facing a trial for its life. He was shocked by the popularity of Hobbesian materialism in the upper classes. When, in 1747, he was offered the Archbishopric of Canterbury, the ecclesiastical primacy of England, he refused it on the ground that it was too late for him to try to support a falling church. In 1751, he expressed his dismay at the general decay of religion in this nation. The influence of it is more and more wearing out in the minds of men. The number of those who profess themselves unbelievers increases, and with their numbers their zeal. As if he felt that a people might suffer a spiritual amnesia through the abandonment of its religious and moral heritage, he surprised his friend Dean Tucker by asking, might not a nation, as well as an individual, go mad? Nevertheless, he gave his life to seeking an intellectual rehabilitation of Christian belief. When he was still a young priest of 34, he published 15 sermons in 1726, in which he modified Hobbes's pessimistic analysis of human nature by claiming that man, though in many ways naturally vicious, is also by nature a social and moral being, with an inborn sense of right and wrong. Butler argued that the nobler elements in the constitution of man owed their origin to God, whose voice they are, and on this basis he built a general theory of divine design as permeating the world. Caroline liked the argument, and in 1736 Butler was appointed Clerk of the Closet to the Queen. In that year he issued what remained for a century the chief buttress of Christian argument against unbelief, the analogy of religion, natural and revealed, to the constitution and course of nature. The preface revealed the mood of the time. It is come, I know not how, to be taken for granted by many persons that Christianity is not so much as a subject of inquiry, but that it is now at length discovered to be fictitious. And accordingly they treat it as if in the present age this were an agreed point among all people of discernment, and nothing remained but to set it up as a principal subject of mirth and ridicule, as it were by way of reprisals for its having so long interrupted the pleasures of the world. Intended as an answer to the deists, the analogy assumed the existence of God. The natural religion of the deists had accepted the God of nature, the great designer and artificer of the world, but it had rejected as quite incompatible with that lofty conception the apparently unjust God of the Bible. Butler proposed to show that there are in nature as many signs of injustice and cruelty as in the Jehovah of the Old Testament, that there is no contradiction between the God of nature and the God of revelation, and that those who accepted the one deity should logically accept the other. The good Clerk of the Closet seems never to have dreamed that some hardy skeptics might conclude from his argument, as James Mill did, that neither of these two gods deserved to be worshipped by civilized men. That both gods existed and were one, Butler argued from probability. Our minds are imperfect and subject to every manner of error. We can never have certainty, whether about God or about nature. It is enough to have probability, and probability supports the beliefs in God and immortality. The soul is clearly superior to the body, for the bodily organs are the tools and servants of the soul. The soul, as obviously the essence of man, need not perish with the body. Probably at death, it seeks other instruments in a higher stage. Is it not conformable to nature that an organism should be transformed from a lower to a finer form, as creeping things become winged ones, as the chrysalis changes into a butterfly? And another analogy makes it probable that in the life of the soul after the death of the body there will be rewards and punishments, always assuming the existence of God. For just as we punish criminals for their offenses against society, so does nature, in most cases, punish men for the evils they do. But since there are many instances in which vice meets with no evident penalty, and virtue no visible reward in this life, it is incredible that God will not restore in another life a juster relationship between conduct and fate. Our conscience, or moral sense, could have come to us only from a just God. Butler's arguments are now of interest chiefly as illustrating a stage in the evolution of the modern mind. As against the deists, they had considerable point. Those who accepted the evidence of divine design in nature had no reason to reject the Bible because of the cruel God revealed in the Old Testament, for the God of nature is quite as cruel. It was a highly original way to defend Christianity. Butler apparently did not suspect that his argument might lead not to Christianity, but to something more desperate than atheism, to Thomas Henry Huxley's conclusion that the ultimate forces in or behind the universe are unmoral and run harshly counter to that sense of right and wrong upon which Butler, like Kant, based so much of his theology. In any case, the analogy marked an advance, if only in its good temper. Here was no odium theologicum, no unctuous vituperation, but an earnest attempt to be courteous even to those who seemed to be destroying the most precious hopes of mankind. Queen Caroline held the book as the best defense yet made of the Christian creed. Dying, she recommended Butler for ecclesiastical advancement. George II made him Bishop of Bristol, then Dean of St. Paul's, finally Bishop of Durham. There Butler set an example to his peers by living simply and giving much of his income to the poor. His analogy left so many openings to unbelief that many churchmen advised an end to debate and preferred to rest their faith on religious needs and sentiments beyond the shafts of reason. So Henry Dodwell's Christianity Not Founded on Argument, from 1742, rejected reasoning in spiritual concerns. It is no guide to truth, much less to happiness, but is merely an enervating dance of pros and cons. No man ever builds his faith upon such fluid foundations. The arguments of Clarke, Warburton, Butler, and other Christian defenders, said Dodwell, had shaken more religious belief than they had reinforced. There might have been no atheism if the Boyle lectures had not annually refuted it. Christ did not argue. He taught as one having authority. Look at any really religious person, and you will find an inner conviction, not an intellectual conclusion. For the simple soul, faith must be an accepted tradition. For the mature spirit, it must be a direct feeling of a supernatural reality. William Law, after making his mark in controversy with the deists, was moved by reading Jacob Boehme to turn from argument to mysticism. And in this half-century of triumphant materialism and cynicism, he wrote of the inner presence and redeeming love of Christ as fervently and confidently as if he had been Thomas à Kempis reborn and unchanged. He sacrificed all worldly prospects by refusing to take the oath acknowledging George I to be the head of the English Church. He was deprived of his fellowship at Cambridge, and his degrees were revoked. He became tutor to Edward Gibbon's father, and remained with that family long enough to be remembered by the historian. In our family, said the skeptic, he left the reputation of a worthy and pious man who believed all he professed and practiced all that he enjoined. Johnson praised Law's serious call to a devout and holy life, from 1729, as the finest piece of hortatory theology in any language. Certainly its mysticism was healthier than that which loses itself in supernatural visions, celestial or infernal. There is nothing that is supernatural, Law wrote, in the whole system of our redemption. Every part of it has its ground in the workings and powers of nature, and all our redemption is only nature set right. Hell is not a place, but the condition of the disordered soul. Heaven is not a place. It is no foreign, separate, and imposed state, but the happiness of a soul in order and at peace. And though Law was a faithful member of the Church of England, he dreamed of a regenerate and Protestant monasticism. If, therefore, persons of either sex, desirous of perfection, should unite themselves into little societies, professing voluntary poverty, virginity, retirement, and devotion, that some might be relieved by their charities, and all be blessed with their prayers and benefited by their example, such persons, so far from being chargeable with any superstition or blind devotion, might justly be said to restore that piety which was the boast and glory of the Church when its greatest saints were alive. Law's ideals and fine prose so moved Gibbon's Aunt Hester Gibbon that she and a rich widow went to live near him in his native town of Kingscliff, Northamptonshire, and devoted most of their income to charities under his supervision. He, who had once been an eager scholar, loved learning and polite company, now found his happiness in distributing food, clothing, and homilies to the poor, the sick, and the bereaved. He carried his austerity to a condemnation of nearly all worldly pleasures. He renewed the Puritan campaign against the theatre as the house of the devil, or at least the porch of hell. The English character and the temper of the times proved inhospitable to Law's mysticism, and he seemed to be ending his life in a futile obscurity when John Wesley came to sit at his feet. 4. John Wesley, 1703 to 1791. To understand his place in history, we must remind ourselves again that when he and his brother Charles founded the Methodist movement at Oxford in 1729, religion in England was at lower ebb than at any time in modern history. Not more than 5 or 6 members of the House of Commons went to church. The Anglican clergy had so far accepted rationalism as to base nearly all their writings on reasoning. They seldom mentioned heaven or hell, and stressed social virtues rather than otherworldliness. An English sermon, as described by Voltaire, was a solid but sometimes dry dissertation which a man reads to the people without gesture and without particular exaltation of the voice. Religion was active and fervent only in the dissenting sects of the middle class. The town workers were almost wholly ignored by the Anglican clergy. There was a huge contingent consisting of the lowest class who were outside the reach of education or religion, who had no religion, and had never been taught any. They were abandoned to a poverty only dimly lightened by religious hope. It was against this background that John Wesley and George Whitefield effected a powerful revival of Puritan beliefs and ethics, and established the Methodist Church. Wesley's ancestry was shot through with theology and rebellion. His great-grandfather, Bartholomew Wesley, was ejected from his rectories in Dorset because he continued the dissenting worship after the restoration of the Anglican Church to ecclesiastical monopoly in England. John's grandfather, John Wesley, became a minister in Dorset, was imprisoned for refusing to use the Book of Common Prayer, was ejected from his rectory, and became a dissenting pastor at Poole. John's father, Samuel Wesley, dropped the T from his name, worked his way through Oxford, abandoned dissent, was ordained an Anglican priest, married Susanna Annesley, a preacher's daughter, and became rector of Epworth in Lincolnshire. Of his 19 children, 8 died in infancy, illustrating the labors of women, the careless virility of clergymen, and the quality of medicine in 18th-century England. The father was a stern disciplinarian at home and in the pulpit. He brought up his children to fear a vengeful God, convicted one of his parishioners of adultery, and compelled her to walk through the street in a garment of repentance. His wife rivaled him in strictness and piety. When her most famous son was 29, she explained to him her philosophy of moral training. "I insist upon conquering the will of children betimes, because this is the only strong and rational foundation of a religious education, without which both precept and example will be ineffectual. But when this is thoroughly done, then a child is capable of being governed by the reason and piety of its parents, till its own understanding comes to maturity. When turned a year old, they, her children, were taught to fear the rod and cry softly, by which means they escaped abundance of correction they might otherwise have had." The eldest of her sons, Samuel Wesley II, became a poet, a scholar, and an Anglican priest who deprecated the Methodism of his brothers. The 18th child was Charles Wesley, who powerfully seconded John's preaching with 6,500 hymns. John himself was the 15th, born at Epworth in 1703. When he was 6, the rectory burned down. He was left for lost amid the flames, but he appeared at a second-story window and was rescued by a neighbor standing on the shoulders of another. Thereafter he called himself a brand plucked from the burning, and never overcame his vivid fear of hell. In his father's house any unexplained noise was interpreted as a supernatural presence, demonic or divine. At 11, John was sent to Charterhouse Public School, and at 17 to Christ Church, Oxford. He overcame his poor health by resolute walking, riding, and swimming, and lived to be 88. He read widely and kept careful notes and abstracts of his reading. He relished, above all other books, Jeremy Taylor's Holy Living and Holy Dying, and Thomas à Kempis's Imitation of Christ. Even in his college days he began, partly in cipher and shorthand, that journal which is one of the classics of English literature and Protestant piety. In 1726 he was made a Fellow of Lincoln College. In 1728 he was ordained an Anglican priest. It was his brother Charles who first gathered at Oxford a little group of some 15 students and teachers resolved to practice Christianity with methodical thoroughness. It was their enemies who in derision gave them the names Holy Club and Methodists. They read together the Greek Testament and the classics. They fasted every Wednesday and Friday. They received the Lord's Supper every week. They visited prisoners and invalids to offer them comfort and religious hope. They accompanied condemned men to the scaffold. John Wesley came to the leadership of the group through his greater enthusiasm and devotion. He rose every day at 4, a habit which he maintained into extreme old age. He planned methodically every morning the tasks allotted to each hour of the day. He lived on £28 a year and distributed the remainder of his income in charity. He fasted so frequently that at one time he seemed to have ruined his health beyond repair. He made pilgrimages on foot to William Law to solicit his advice. Law's serious call to a devout and holy life became his spiritual guide. From this book, his journal records, "The light flowed in so mightily upon my soul that everything appeared in a new view." In 1735, he and Charles were invited by General Oglethorpe to accompany him as missionaries to Georgia. As their father had died, they consulted their mother. "If I had 20 sons," she told them, "I should rejoice if they were all so employed, though I should never see them more." How shall we divested ones understand this devotion? The Holy Club adjourned sine die, and on October 14th, John and Charles, with 2 other Methodists, sailed on the Simmons for Savannah. On board they were impressed by the cheerful piety of some Moravian brethren who had left Germany to settle in America. When a severe storm buffeted the little vessel, the Moravians showed no fear. They rivaled the tempest winds with their sturdy hymns. The Wesleys felt that this was a faith stronger than their own. Arrived in Georgia on February 5, 1736, the brothers took different posts. Charles became secretary to Governor Oglethorpe, John became pastor to the new community, and occasional missionary to the neighboring Indians. At first he praised these as eager to receive the gospel, but 2 years later he described them as gluttons, thieves, dissemblers, liars, murderers of fathers, murderers of mothers, murderers of their own children. We are told that he was not a success with the Indians. The white population, which included hundreds of transported criminals, resented his Oxford accent, his masterful spirit, and his insistence on the strictest rules of ritual and discipline. For baptism he required total and triple immersion, and when a parent objected he refused to baptize the child. Still a high churchman of a very narrow type, he repulsed from the communion table a man of respected life who confessed himself to be a dissenter. He refused to read the funeral service over a colonist who had not renounced his dissenting sect. He forbade the ladies of his congregation to wear rich dresses or gold ornaments, and he persuaded the governor to ban fishing and hunting on Sunday, the only day on which his parishioners had time to fish or hunt. He became enamored of Sophia Hopkey, the 18-year-old niece of Savannah's chief magistrate, but his Moravian friends disapproved of her. Tired of his hesitation, she married a Mr. Wilkinson. When she presented herself for communion, he refused her the sacrament on the grounds that she had communicated only 3 times in the last 3 months, and had neglected to ask her pastor to announce the banns for her marriage. Her husband brought suit against him for defaming the wife's character. The court condemned Wesley's conduct as a suitor and his severities as a clergyman. He rejected its right to try him. Popular feeling against him mounted. He fled to Charleston and embarked for England on December 22, 1737. In London he renewed his austerities in the hope that they would restore his confidence. But Peter Burler, a Moravian preacher en route to America, assured him that his faith was still inadequate, that no matter how perfect his morals might be, or how zealous his piety and ritual, he would remain in a state of damnation until, by a divine flash of illumination and conviction quite distinct from any process of reasoning, he should realize that Christ had died for him and had expiated his sins. Only after such conversion would a man be secure from sinning and certain of salvation. Wesley commemorated in his journal the Magna Dies, or Great Day, May 24, 1738, when this final conversion came to him. In the evening I went very unwillingly to a society in Aldersgate Street, where one was reading Luther's preface to the Epistle to the Romans. About 9:15, while he was describing the change which God works in the heart through faith in Christ, I felt my heart strangely warmed. I felt I did trust in Christ, Christ alone, for salvation, and an assurance was given me that he had taken away my sins, even mine, and saved me from the law of sin and death. I began to pray with all my might for those who had in a more especial manner despitefully used me and persecuted me. I then testified openly to all there what I now first felt in my heart. In brief, he had recapitulated the evolution of Christianity from salvation by faith and works to salvation by faith alone, Luther, to salvation by a personal and divine illumination, the Quakers. Grateful to Burler, Wesley crossed over to Germany in the summer of 1738 and spent several weeks in Herrnhut, the Saxon village where a colony of Moravian brethren had been established on the estates of Count von Zinzendorf. Meanwhile, Charles Wesley, on his return to England, had experienced a similar conversion. In his more gentle way, he had begun to preach to the prisoners in Newgate, and from every pulpit to which he was admitted. Still more important, a personality only less powerful than John Wesley was coming to the fore in the Methodist movement. George Whitefield was born to an innkeeper at Gloucester in 1714. For a year and more he served as a drawer of liquor for his father's guests. He worked his way through Pembroke College, Oxford, and was one of the first members of the Holy Club. He followed the Wesleys to Georgia in 1738, but returned to England in the fall of that year to be ordained an Anglican priest. Not satisfied with the opportunities given him in pulpits, and eager to bring the inspiration of his faith to the masses of the people, he began in February 1739 to preach in the open fields near Bristol to coal miners who had seldom dared or cared to enter a church. His voice was so clear and strong that it could reach 20,000 hearers, and his fervent oratory so moved these hardened and weary men that he could see, he tells us, the white gutters made by their tears, which plentifully fell down their black cheeks. The reputation of the new preacher and the reports of his open-air preaching stirred the imagination of England. Where Whitefield went, immense crowds gathered to hear him. His preaching was unforgettable. He made no pretense to erudition, but he claimed to have talked intimately with God. His language, said Wesley, inclined to be luscious and amorous, using some startling images. So he spoke of Christ being roasted, as it were, in the Father's wrath, and therefore fitly styled the Lamb of God. Whitfield in the fields, like Pitt in Parliament, brought the arts of acting to his speech. He could weep at a moment's notice and apparently with sincere emotion, and he could make his simple auditors feel with immediate intensity the sense of sin, the terror of hell, and the love of Christ. Orators like Bolingbroke and Chesterfield, skeptics like Franklin and Hume, actors like Garrick, admitted his power. Welcomed everywhere, he made England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, and America his parish. 13 times he crossed the Atlantic, 12 times he traversed Scotland. It was not unusual for him to preach 40 hours in a week. By the age of 50, he was worn out. Too late, he reduced his program to strict allowance. That is, he preached only once each weekday and only 3 times on Sunday. In 1769, he made his 7th visit to the colonies, and he died at Newburyport, Massachusetts, in the following year. John Wesley, returning from Herrnhut, could not quite approve of Whitefield's hortatory style, and hesitated to follow his example of preaching under the sky. Having been all my life, till very lately, so tenacious of every point relating to decency and order, I should have thought the saving of souls almost a sin, if it had not been done in a church. He overcame his distaste and took his message to the fields and streets. I submitted to be more vile, or common, in the highway. This in April 1739. His oratory was less passionate than Whitfield's. His language was that of a scholar and a gentleman, but he too spoke to the emotions of his audiences. He made the daily lives of simple folk seem to be part of a vast and noble drama in which their souls were the battleground of Satan and Christ. They moved with him into a world of portents and miracles, and they heard in him, as he claimed to be, the voice of God. And whereas Whitefield preached and then passed on, Wesley organized his followers into little societies in one town after another and guided them to permanence. Their meetings were called the agapes of the early Christians, feasts of religious joy and communal love. They confessed their sins to one another, submitted to scrutiny of their moral life, and joined in prayer and pious song. John had already composed or translated some stirring hymns, and Charles had begun his voluminous hymnology. In 1740, Charles wrote the most famous of his many beautiful hymns, Jesus, Lover of My Soul. In these fervent groups, John Wesley trained lay preachers who carried on the new gospel when the leaders could not remain. Without ordination, without any fixed parishes, with or without a pulpit, these helpers, spread over England, Scotland, and Wales, brought the fears and hopes of the Protestant theology to the working classes and prepared for the revivalist visits of Wesley and Whitefield. Wesley himself traveled, on horseback, in coaches, or on foot, to the remotest corners of England, often 60 miles in a day, averaging 4,000 miles a year for 40 years. He preached at every opportunity, in jails to prisoners, in coaches to fellow passengers, in inns to wayfarers, on vessels crossing to Ireland or from port to port. At Epworth, being refused use of the pulpit which his father had held, he preached in the churchyard, standing on his father's tomb. What did he preach? Essentially the Puritan creed that had seemed mortally stricken by the moral riot of the Stuart Restoration. He rejected, whereas Whitefield accepted, predestination. Following the Arminian wing of the established church, he insisted that man had enough freedom of will to decide his own choice or refusal of divine grace. He repudiated all appeals to reason. Religion, he felt, went beyond the reach of man-made logic and depended upon divine inspiration and inward conviction. But he turned away from mysticism on the ground that it left everything to God and did not spur men to active goodness. He shared most of the superstitions of his class and time. He believed in ghosts, in the diabolical origin of strange noises, in the reality and criminality of witchcraft. To give up belief in witchcraft, he argued, is to give up belief in the Bible. He had no doubt about miracles. He thought they were happening every day among his followers. A headache, a painful tumor, a violent rupture, a broken leg were cured by his prayers or those of the Methodist societies. And he told of a Catholic girl who lost her sight whenever she read the Catholic Mass book, but always recovered it when she read the New Testament. He accepted the accounts of women who claimed to have seen angels, Christ, heaven, or hell, and he recorded in his journal a number of cases where adversaries of Methodism had been struck down by miraculous punishments. His preaching was so vivid that many individuals in his audiences were moved to hysteria and convulsions. The journal tells of sinners who, hearing him, were overcome with physical pain and rolled in agony on the ground, while other believers knelt beside them and prayed for their deliverance from satanic possession. Wesley describes a meeting at Baldwin Street, London, in 1739. My voice could scarce be heard amidst the groanings of some and the cries of others. A Quaker who stood by was not a little displeased when he himself dropped down as if thunderstruck. The agony he was in was even terrible to behold. We besought God not to lay folly to his charge, and he soon lifted up his head and cried aloud, Now I know that thou art a prophet of the Lord. An eyewitness quoted by Wesley describes a Methodist meeting at Everton in 1759. Some were shrieking, some roaring aloud. The most general was a loud breathing, like that of people half-strangled and gasping for life. And indeed almost all the cries were like those of human creatures dying in bitter anguish. Great numbers wept without any noise. Others fell down as dead. I stood upon the pew seat, as did a young man in the opposite pew, an able-bodied, fresh, healthy countryman. But in a moment, when he seemed to think of nothing else, down he dropped with a violence inconceivable. I heard the stamping of his feet ready to break the boards as he lay in strong convulsions at the bottom of the pew. Almost all on whom God laid his hand turned either very red or almost black. A stranger, well-dressed, who stood facing me, fell backward to the wall, then forward on his knees, wringing his hands and roaring like a bull. He rose and ran against the wall till Mr. Keeling and another held him. He screamed out, "Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do? Oh, for one drop of the blood of Christ!" As he spoke, God set his soul at liberty. He knew his sins were blotted out, and the rapture he was in seemed too great for human nature to bear. Probably these hysterical outbreaks were caused by conditions affecting the victims before the Methodist meeting, and the hellfire sermon merely capped a climax beyond control. Wesley interpreted such seizures as satanic possessions followed by divine cures. Sometimes, he thought, they brought no permanent good in conduct or character, but often he felt they cleansed the soul of sin and inaugurated a new life. The greatest success of Methodism was among the poor. The preachers themselves were men of modest learning, simple in their sentiments and speech. There was no barrier of class or culture between them and their audience. They brought their message of sin and repentance to peasants, miners, and criminals, and though they preached a faith that was based on fear rather than love, they gave to the letterless an ethical code that shared in the moral rehabilitation of England in the second half of the 18th century. It was the Puritan ethic against which our own time has moved into an extreme reaction. Wesley was hostile to almost all amusement. He allowed card-playing, but thought it a sin to go to fairs, to wear jewelry or fine clothes, to attend a theater or to dance. In the school that he founded at Kingswood, no time was allotted for play, for he that plays when he is a child will play when he is a man. But that Puritan ethic comported with the English character. It could be borne by strong men and patient women, and it gave to the working classes of England a proud sense of election and destiny that upheld them in poverty and made them hostile to any revolution that questioned Christianity. Conservatives later felt grateful to Wesley that he had saved the British poor from deism and free thought, and had turned their aspirations from social revolt to individual salvation, from an earthly utopia to a posthumous paradise. Wesley himself inclined to conservatism in politics. He was ahead of his class in advocating some long-due reforms. He denounced the rotten borough system, the inequalities of representation in Parliament, the corrosive corruption of English politics, the inhumanity of slavery, the horrors of British jails. But he accepted the class structure of society as natural and just. He opposed any relaxation of the laws against Catholics, and in the revolt of the American colonies his sympathies were all with George III. He remained an Anglican by creed, but he rejected the Anglican view that only a bishop in the apostolic succession could validly ordain a priest. He himself ordained ministers for Scotland and America. When he said, "The world is my parish," he proposed to preach wherever he wished, without episcopal permission or allocation. To that extent he seceded from the established church. But he exhorted his followers to attend Anglican services, to shun dissenting assemblies and creeds, and to refrain from antagonizing the Anglican clergy. At first, some Anglican pulpits were opened to Methodist ministers, but when Wesley's lay preachers assumed the right to administer the sacrament, and Methodist doctrine reverted to the medieval emphasis on hell and the Puritan preoccupation with sin, the Anglican divines withdrew their support, as Erasmus had withdrawn from Luther. They preferred an orderly development and excluded the Methodists from Anglican pulpits. Persecution of the new sect came far less from the established church than from the simple commoners who could not tolerate new ways of preaching old ideas. In town after town, the open-air preachers, like their later counterparts preaching a new social gospel, were assaulted by mobs happy to be cruel without fear and without reproach. At Monmouth, a lay preacher was struck on the head by a rock and died of the blow. At Wednesbury, a crowd wrecked the homes of Methodists, abused their women, beat their men. When Wesley appeared, it cried out for his blood and applauded those who cudgeled him. He prayed aloud, and it let him go. At Bolton, the house where he was preaching was invaded by an angry assemblage. Amid a shower of stones, tiles, and eggs, he continued his sermon to the end. At Devizes, a water engine was turned upon the residence of Charles Wesley, and bulldogs were loosed upon his followers. At Exeter, Whitefield was stoned almost to death. At Hoxton, an ox was prodded into a Methodist congregation. At Pensford, a bull, maddened by baiting, was driven full against the table at which John Wesley was preaching. The courage of the preachers appealed to the British character and gained them tolerance and support. Wesley was a little man, 5 feet 3 inches tall, weighing 128 pounds. He was impressive in old age by his white hair, but already in middle age he arrested attention by his ascetic chiseled features and dominating eyes. He took it for granted that he was made to govern. His nervous energy and intellectual force put him naturally in the lead. His unquestioning self-confidence sometimes carried him to an arrogance that a Methodist bishop pronounced quite overbearing. He was not an easy man to get along with, for he thought and moved too fast for others to keep his pace. He married in 1751, having fallen in love, as we all do, with the nurse who tended him in illness. For 2 years his wife traveled with him on his hectic rounds. Then her health and nerves broke down, and she left him, as one might leap from an unmanageable steed. He attributed his health and vitality to his perpetual journeys on horseback or foot. Perhaps we should add that oratory is an aerating exercise. In 1735 he became a vegetarian. A year later he and a friend decided to live on bread alone, to try whether life might not as well be sustained by one sort as by variety of food. We were never more vigorous and healthy than when we tasted nothing else. But they soon relapsed into diversity. What were the results of the Methodist preaching? This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 5, Side 2. What were the results of the Methodist preaching? In one generation, religion, which had seemed to be dying under Anglican dignity and deist doubts, became a vibrant element in English life, subordinate only to politics and war. At Wesley's death in 1791, his followers numbered 79,000 in England, 40,000 in North America. In 1957, there were 2,250,000 Methodists in Great Britain, 12 million in the United States, 40 million in the world. Outside of its own membership, it influenced other denominations. So, in the Anglican Church that rejected Methodism, Methodist ideals aroused the evangelical movement in the later half of the 18th century, and may have entered into the Oxford movement of the 19th. Politically, the results were a conservative resignation among the working classes till 1848. Morally, Methodism improved personal conduct and family life among the poor, shared in reducing electoral and official corruption, shamed many of the master class out of frivolity and vice, and prepared the English revulsion against the trade in slaves. Culturally, the movement was negative. It gave the people sacred songs, but it continued the Puritan hostility to art. From an intellectual point of view, it was a step backward. It based its creed on fear, its ritual on emotion, and condemned reason as a snare. In the great conflict between faith and reason, it placed all its hopes on faith. It put no trust in the progress of knowledge and science. It ignored or scorned the Enlightenment that was setting France on fire. It felt that the sole purpose and meaning of life were to escape everlasting damnation, and that the one thing needed for this end was faith in the redeeming death of Christ. In January 1790, aged 86, Wesley wrote in his journal, "I am now an old man, decayed from head to foot. My eyes are dim, my right hand shakes much, my mouth is hot and dry every morning, I have a lingering fever almost every day. However, blessed be God, I do not slack my labor. I can preach and write still." 2 months later, he began a speaking tour that lasted 5 months and took him through England and Scotland. A year later, he died on March 2nd, 1791. If we judge greatness by influence, he was, barring Pitt, the greatest Englishman of his times. 5. Of Bees and Men. 2 minor figures stop us on our way to David Hume. Bernard Mandeville was a London physician of French ancestry and Dutch birth, who published in 1705 a 6-penny 10-page pamphlet in rollicking verse, The Grumbling Hive. Its theme was a paradox, that the prosperity of the hive is due to the vices of the individual bees, to their selfish greed, reproductive ecstasy, and collective pugnacity. Applying the paradox to the human hive, the impish doctor held that the wealth and strength of the state depend not upon the virtues of its citizens, but upon those
life might not as well be sustained by one sort as by variety of food.
What would happen if all acquisitiveness, vanity, dishonesty, and pugnacity were suddenly to end? If men and women ate only so much food as they required, wore only so much clothing as would suffice to protect them against the elements, never cheated or injured one another, never quarreled, always paid their debts, scorned luxuries, and were faithful to their mates. At once the whole society would come to a standstill. The lawyers would starve, the judges would be left without cases or bribes, doctors would waste away for lack of patients, wine-growers would go bankrupt, taverns would fail for lack of tipplers, millions of artisans producing fancy foods, ornaments, raiment, or houses would be thrown out of work. No one would want to be a soldier. Soon the society would be conquered and enslaved. The doggerel form of the grumbling hive debarred it from influence. Pitt, the vain, acquisitive, pugnacious doctor, reissued it in 1714, and again in 1723, as The Fable of the Bees, repeatedly enlarged with prefaces, notes, and commentaries that expanded 10 pages into 2 volumes. This time England and France listened, for these appendages constituted one of the most biting analyses of human nature ever written. Mandeville took the 3rd Earl of Shaftesbury as literally his pièce de résistance, for the Earl had interpreted human nature with optimistic eloquence, and had assumed in man an innate sense of right and wrong, as natural to us as natural affection, and being a first principle in our Constitution. "Pretty nonsense," answered Mandeville. "Human nature, before education and moral training, makes no distinction between virtue and vice, but is governed solely by self-interest." He agreed with the theologians that man is by nature evil, meaning lawless. But instead of threatening men with hell, he complimented them on the clever adaptation of individual vice to social good. So private prostitution protects public chastity, the greed for products and services stimulates invention, supports manufactures and trade. Great fortunes make possible philanthropy and massive art. While the theologians preached austerity, Mandeville defended luxury, and argued that the desire for luxuries, that is, anything but the bare necessities of life, is the root of industry and civilization. Remove all luxury and we would be savages again. While the moralists were supposed to condemn war, it was by the ability to wage war, said Mandeville, that a nation survived, for most states were beasts of prey. He saw no morality in nature. Good and bad are words applicable to social or antisocial actions in man. But nature herself pays no heed to our words or homilies. She defines virtue as any quality that makes for survival. And in our prejudiced terms, the world of nature is a scene of voracity, lust, cruelty, slaughter, and meaningless waste. Yet out of that awful struggle, Mandeville thought, man had evolved language, social organization, and moral codes as instruments of social cohesion and collective survival. Praise and blame are not warranted by nature, but they are justified as means by which, appealing to man's vanity, fear, and pride, we may encourage in others forms of action advantageous to ourselves or the group. Nearly everybody who heard of Mandeville berated him as a cynical materialist. Voltaire, however, agreed with him on the beneficence of luxuries, and the laissez-faire physiocrats of France applauded his view that if human greed is let alone, it will make the wheels of industry hum. The whimsical doctor would probably have admitted that his paradox, "private vices are public goods," was largely a play upon words too loosely defined. Vices, like acquisitiveness, amorousness, pugnacity, and pride, were once virtues in the primitive struggle for existence. They became vices only when carried in society beyond social good. They became public benefits through being controlled by education, public opinion, religion, and law. How different from this scandalous doctor was Francis Hutcheson. Born in Ireland of a Presbyterian minister, he diverged from the paternal groove and opened a private academy in Dublin. There, conscious of his obligation to turn young savages into citizens, he wrote an Inquiry Concerning Moral Good and Evil in 1725, in which he defined a good citizen as one that promoted the general good. And, anticipating verbatim utilitarian Bentham's formula, he described the general good as the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Promoted to the chair of moral philosophy in the University of Glasgow, he troubled the presbytery by defending the right of private judgment, the legitimacy of pleasure, and the ingenious arts of music, sculpture, painting, and even the manly diversions. He did not share Mandeville's pessimistic conception of human nature. He admitted the faults and sins of men, their wild passions and violent crimes. But the greatest part of their lives is employed in offices of natural affection, friendship, innocent self-love, or love of country. And he added a wholesome caution to historians. Men are apt to let their imaginations run out upon all the robberies, piracies, murders, perjuries, frauds, massacres, assassinations they have either heard of or read in history. thence concluding all mankind to be very wicked, as if a court of justice were the proper place for making an estimate of the morals of mankind, or an hospital of the healthfulness of a climate. Ought they not to consider that the number of honest citizens and farmers far surpasses that of all sorts of criminals in any state? That it is the rarity of crimes in comparison of innocent or good actions which engages our attention to them and makes them to be recorded in history, while incomparably more honest, generous domestic actions are overlooked only because they are so common. As one great danger or 1 month's sickness shall become a frequently repeated story during a long life of health and safety. Here was a healthy mind. 6. David Hume, 1711 to 1776. 1. The Young Philosopher. Hutcheson was a modest part of the Scottish Enlightenment. Hume was its greatest luminary. In his simple 8-page autobiography, he tells us that he was born at Edinburgh, April 26, 1711, of a good family both by father and mother. My father's family is a branch of the Earl of Holmes, or Humes. My mother was daughter of Sir David Falkner, President of the College of Justice. The father died in 1712, leaving the estate to David's elder brother, John Hume, and to David an income of £80 a year, enough for survival on an abstemious regimen. The family, all Presbyterian, gave the boy a strong infusion of Calvinist theology, which remained as determinism in David's philosophy. Every Sunday morning he attended a church service 3 hours long, including 2 hours of preaching. Every Sunday afternoon he returned to the kirk for an hour, to which were added morning prayers at home. If David had any character in him, he was bound to react into heresy. At the age of 12 he entered the University of Edinburgh. After 3 years he left without a degree, resolved to give himself completely to literature and philosophy. At 16 he wrote to a friend reproaching himself because, "My peace of mind is not sufficiently confirmed by philosophy to withstand the blows of fortune. This greatness and elevation of soul is to be found only in study and contemplation. You must allow me to talk thus like a philosopher. 'Tis a subject I think much on, and could talk all day long of." Soon his religious faith faded away. I found a certain boldness of temper growing on me, which was not inclined to submit to any authority in these subjects, philosophy and literature. When I was about 18 years of age, there seemed to be opened up a new scene of thought, which transported me beyond measure, and made me, with an ardor natural to young men, throw up every other pleasure or business to apply entirely to it. He said later that he never had entertained any belief in religion since he began to read Locke and Clarke. By the time he was 17, he had already planned a treatise on philosophy. His relatives urged upon him that philosophy and £80 a year would give him but a meagre existence. He must reconcile himself to making money. Could he not study law? He tried for 3 painful years, from 1726 to 29. His health broke down, and almost his spirit too. For a time he lost his interest in ideas. The law appeared nauseous to me. He abandoned it and returned to philosophy with perhaps one deviation. Toward the end of February, 1734, he left Edinburgh for London to make a very feeble trial for entering into a more active scene of life. On March 5th, Agnes Galbraith appeared before the Reverend George Hume, David's uncle, and confessed that she was with child. Brought before a session of the kirk, she declared that Mr. David Hume is the father. Doubting her veracity, the session remitted her to the next meeting of the local presbytery. Before this, on June 25th, she repeated the accusation. According to the minutes of the presbytery of Churnside, the moderator exhorted her to be ingenuous and confess if any other person was guilty with her. The presbytery having considered the affair, and being informed that the said David Hume was gone out of the kingdom, they remitted her to the session of Churnside to make satisfaction to the rules of the church. This required that she should appear in sackcloth before the kirk and be exposed in the pillory on 3 Sundays. In 1739 Agnes was again convicted of fornication. After a stop in London, Hume proceeded to Bristol and took a position in a merchant's office. In a few months I found that scene totally unsuitable to me. He crossed over to France, where he could live more cheaply than in England. For a while he stayed at Reims. Then he moved to La Flèche, some 150 miles southwest of Paris, for the Jesuit college there had an extensive library. The canny Scot entered into cordial relations with the priests and was allowed to use their books. One of the fathers described him in later perspective as too full of himself, his spirit more lively than solid, his imagination more luminous than profound, his heart too dissipated with material objects and spiritual self-idolatry to pierce into the sacred recesses of divine truths. In the shade of the Jesuits, Hume composed the first two books of his skeptical masterpiece, A Treatise of Human Nature. In September 1737 he returned to England, bursting with manuscript. He had trouble with publishers, for in December he wrote to Henry Hume, "I am at present castrating my work, that is, cutting out its noble parts, endeavoring it shall give as little offense as possible." The chief excisions were Reasonings Concerning Miracles. These were stored away for use in safer days. The remainder, guaranteed to be unintelligible to antediluvians, was published anonymously in 2 volumes in January 1739 by John Noon of London. Hume sold the volumes outright for £50 and 12 copies. Not so bad a bargain for a book on logic and theory of knowledge by an unknown youth of 27. However, it was one of the peaks of modern philosophy. 2. Reason Deflated. The introductory advertisement revealed Hume's confidence in his powers. He proposed to study human nature in understanding and passions, and in a 3rd volume forthcoming, in morals and politics. He proceeded to analyze impression, or sensation, perception, memory, imagination, thought, reason, and belief. This investigation of how we come to know is fundamental, for the validity of science, philosophy, religion, and history depends upon the nature, origin, and reliability of knowledge. It is a difficult discipline, for it deals with abstract ideas rather than with concrete objects. And thought is the last thing that thought seeks to understand. Hume begins by accepting as a starting point the empiricism of Locke. All ideas are ultimately derived from experience through impressions. These are external sensations like light, sound, heat, pressure, odors, taste, or internal sensations like stupor, hunger, pleasure, pain. A perception is a sensation interpreted. Noise is a sensation, but a knock at the door is a perception. Hume is not always precise or consistent in his use of these terms. A man born blind or deaf has no idea of light or sound because he has had no sensation of either. The ideas of space and time are derived from experience. The first is the idea of visible or tangible points distributed in a certain order. The second is the perception of sequence in our impressions. Ideas differ from impressions only in the lesser force and liveliness with which they strike upon the mind. Belief is nothing but a more vivid and intense conception of any idea. It is something felt by the mind which distinguishes the ideas of the judgment from the fictions of the imagination. In these definitions, Hume seems to think of the mind as a real entity or agent experiencing, possessing, remembering, or judging impressions or ideas. As he proceeds, however, he denies the existence of any mind additional to the mental states, to the impression, perception, idea, feeling, or desire occupying consciousness at the moment. That which we call a mind is nothing but a heap or collection of different perceptions, united together by different relations, and supposed, though falsely, to be endowed with a perfect simplicity and identity. For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other, of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I never can catch myself at any time without a perception, and can never observe anything but the perception. When my perceptions are removed for any time, as by sound sleep, so long am I insensible of myself, and may truly be said not to exist. And were all my perceptions removed by death, and could I neither think, nor feel, nor see, nor love, nor hate after the dissolution of my body, I should be entirely annihilated, nor do I conceive what is further requisite to make me a perfect nonentity. Aside from some metaphysicians, I may venture to affirm of the rest of mankind that they are nothing but a bundle or collection of different perceptions, which succeed each other with inconceivable rapidity and are in perpetual flux. The successive perceptions constitute the mind. So, at one blow from this brash youth, 3 philosophies fell. Materialism, for, as Berkeley had shown, we never perceive matter, and know nothing but our mental world of ideas and feelings, and spiritualism, for we never perceive a spirit additional to our particular and passing feelings and ideas, and immortality, for there is no mind to survive the transitory mental states. Berkeley had demolished materialism by reducing matter to mind. Hume compounded the destruction by reducing mind to ideas. Neither matter nor mind exists. Forgivably, the wits of the time dismissed both philosophers with, "No matter, never mind." Freedom of will in this dissolving view is impossible. There is no mind to choose between ideas or responses. The succession of mental states is determined by the order of impressions, the association of ideas, and the alternation of desires. Will is merely an idea flowing into action. Personal identity is the feeling of continuity when one mental state recalls previous mental states and relates them through the idea of cause. But cause, too, is only an idea. We cannot show it to be an objective reality. When we perceive that A, for example flame, is regularly followed by B, heat, we conclude that A has caused B. But all that we have observed is a sequence of events, not a causal operation. We cannot know that B will always follow A. All our reasonings concerning cause and effect are derived from nothing but custom. The laws of nature that we talk of are merely sequences customary in our experience. They are not invariable and necessary connections in events. There is no guarantee that they will hold tomorrow. Science, therefore, is an accumulation of probabilities, subject to change without notice. Metaphysics, if it pretends to be a system of truths about ultimate reality, is impossible, for we can know neither the causes behind the sequences, nor the matter behind sensations, nor the mind allegedly behind the ideas. And so far as we base our belief in God on a chain of causes and effects supposedly leading back to a prime mover unmoved, we must abandon that Aristotelian sophistry. All things flow, and certainty is a dream. After spreading devastation about him with the invincible Excalibur of his intellect, Hume pauses for a moment of modesty. When I reflect on the natural fallibility of my judgment, I have less confidence in my opinions than when I consider the objects concerning which I reason. He knows as well as we do that certainty is not necessary for life, nor for religion, nor even for science, that a high degree of probability suffices for crossing a street or building a cathedral, or saving our souls. In an appendix he admits that there might be, after all, a self behind ideas, a reality behind sensations, a causal connection between persistent sequences. Theoretically, he stands his ground. I have not yet been so fortunate as to discover any very considerable mistakes in the reasonings delivered in the preceding volumes. But in practice, he amiably confesses, he abandons his skepticism as soon as he drops his pen. Should it be asked me whether I sincerely assent to this argument which I have been to such pains to inculcate, and whether I be really one of those skeptics who hold that all is uncertain, I should reply that neither I nor any other person was ever sincerely and constantly of that opinion. I dine, I play backgammon, I converse and am merry with my friends, and when, after 3 or 4 hours' amusement, I would turn to these speculations, they appear so cold and strained and ridiculous that I cannot find in my heart to enter into them any further. Thus the skeptic still continues to reason and believe, though he asserts that he cannot defend his reason by reason, and by the same rule he must assent to the principle concerning the existence of body, though he cannot pretend by any arguments of philosophy to maintain its veracity. In the end, Hume turns his back upon argument as a guide to life, and trusts to animal faith, to the belief, based upon custom, that reality is rational, permeated with causality. And by asserting that belief is more properly an act of the sensitive than of the cognitive part of our natures, Hume, 27, holds out his hand to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 26, in youth and theory, as he was destined to do later in friendship and tragedy. The cleverest reasoner in the age of reason not only impeached the causal principle of reason, he opened a door to the romantic reaction that would depose reason and make feeling its god. The second book and volume of the treatise continues the dethronement of reason. Hume rejects the attempts of philosophers to build an ethic upon the control of passion by reason. By passion, Hume means emotional desire. In order to show the fallacy of all this philosophy, I shall endeavor to prove, first, that reason alone can never be a motive for any action of the will, and secondly, that it can never oppose passion in the direction, or against the force, of the will. Nothing can oppose or retard the impulse of passion but a contrary impulse. An echo of Spinoza. To still further épater le bourgeois, Hume adds, reason is and ought to be the slave of the passions, the illuminating and coordinating instrument of desires, and can never pretend to any other office than to serve and obey them. He proceeds to a subtle analysis of the passions, chiefly love, hate, compassion, anger, ambition, envy, and pride. The relation which produces most commonly the passion of pride is that of property. All passions are based upon pleasure and pain, and ultimately our moral distinctions have the same secret source. We tend to give the name of virtue to any quality in others that gives us pleasure by making for our advantage, and to give the name of vice to any human quality that gives us pain. Even the concepts of beauty and ugliness are derived from pleasure and pain. If we consider all the hypotheses which have been formed to explain the difference betwixt beauty and deformity, we shall find that all of them resolve into this: that beauty is such an order and construction of parts as either by the primary constitution of our nature, as in the beauty of the human body, by custom, as in admiring slenderness in women, or by caprice, as in the idealizing delusions of impeded desire, is fitted to give pleasure and satisfaction to the soul. Pleasure and pain, therefore, are not only necessary attendants of beauty and deformity, but constitute their very essence. Beauty is nothing but a form which produces pleasure, as deformity is a structure of parts which conveys pain. Love between the sexes is compounded of this sense of beauty, plus the bodily appetite for generation and a generous kindness and goodwill. In March 1739, Hume returned to Edinburgh. He eagerly searched the journals for reviews of his 2 volumes, and suffered the consequences. Never literary attempt was more unfortunate than my treatise of human nature. It fell dead-born from the press, without reaching such distinction as even to excite a murmur among the zealots. But when he wrote this in old age, he had forgotten, perhaps through obliviscence of the disagreeable, that several reviews appeared within a year after the publication of his book. Nearly all of them complained that it was hard to understand, and that the author allowed his youth to show by frequent references to himself and to the epical novelty of his ideas. What is most offensive, said a typical censor, is the confidence with which he delivers his paradoxes. Never has there been a Pyrrhonian more dogmatic. The Locks and Clarks are often in his eyes but paltry and superficial reasoners in comparison with himself. Saddened but resolute, Hume prepared for the press the 3rd volume of his treatise, containing Book 3, of Morals. It appeared on November 5, 1740. Its analysis of morality displeased the rationalists as much as the theologians. The rules of morality are not supernatural revelations, but neither are they the conclusions of reason. For reason, Hume repeats, has no influence on our passions or actions. Our moral sense comes not from heaven but from sympathy, fellow-feeling with our fellow men. And this feeling is part of the social instinct by which, fearing isolation, we seek association with others. Man's very first state and situation may justly be esteemed social. A state of nature in which men lived without social organization is to be regarded as a mere fiction. Society is as old as man. Being members of a group, men soon learn to commend actions advantageous and to condemn actions injurious to the community. Furthermore, the principle of sympathy inclined them to receive or imitate the opinions that they heard around them. In this way they acquired their standards and habits of praise and blame, and consciously or not they applied these judgments to their own conduct. This, and not the voice of God, as Rousseau and Kant were to imagine, is the origin of conscience. This law of sympathy, of communal attraction, is, says Hume, as universal and illuminating in the moral world as the law of gravitation in the material cosmos. Thus, upon the whole, he concluded, I am hopeful that nothing is wanting to an accurate proof of this system of ethics. Volume 3 attracted even less attention than Volumes 1 and 2. As late as 1756, the remnants of the 1,100 copies that constituted the first edition of the treatise were still cluttering the publisher's shelves. Hume did not live to see a second edition. 3. Morals and Miracles. It was clear that he could not subsist by his pen. In 1744 he made an unsuccessful attempt to secure a professorship in the University of Edinburgh. Doubtless with some humiliation he accepted in April 1745 a position as tutor to the young Marquess of Annandale at a fee of £300 a year. The Marquess went insane. Hume found that he was expected to be the keeper of a lunatic. There were quarrels. He was dismissed in April 1746 and had to sue for his salary. For a year, from 1746 to 47, he served as secretary to General James St. Clair. The salary was good, the food was good, and in July 1747 Hume returned to Edinburgh owning and weighing many more pounds than when he left. In 1748 the general re-engaged him as secretary and aide-de-camp on a mission to Turin. Now David encased himself in a flaming scarlet uniform. James Caulfield, future Earl of Charlemont, then a student in Turin, was impressed by Hume's intellect and character, but dismayed by his flesh. The powers of physiognomy were baffled by his countenance, to discover the smallest trace of the faculties of his mind in the unmeaning features of his visage. His face was broad and fat, his mouth wide and without any other expression than that of imbecility. The corpulence of his whole person was far better fitted to communicate the idea of a turtle-eating alderman than that of a refined philosopher. The same Caulfield claims to have seen Hume, aged 37, on his knees before a married countess, aged 24, professing his devotion and suffering the pangs of despised love. The lady dismissed his passion as a natural operation of your system. According to the same reporter, Hume fell into a fever and tried to kill himself, but was prevented by the servants. Another Scot relates that in his illness Hume received extreme unction from a Catholic priest. Hume, we are told, excused both gallantry and unction on the ground that the organization of my brain was impaired, and I was as mad as any man in Bedlam. In December 1748 he retired to London and philosophy, having now raised his fortune to £1,000. Resolved to get another hearing for the ideas of the treatise, he published in 1748 an enquiry concerning the human understanding, and in 1751 an enquiry concerning the principles of morals. In an advertisement prefixed to a posthumous edition, from 1777, of these enquiries, he disclaimed the treatise as a juvenile work, and asked that the following pieces may alone be regarded as containing his philosophical sentiments and principles. Students of Hume have in general found more meat in the earlier than the later works. These cover the same ground in perhaps a less belligerent and incisive style, but they reach the same conclusions. After repeating his skeptical analysis of reason, Hume offered, as section 10 of the first enquiry, that essay of miracles which the publisher had refused to print in the treatise. He began with his usual self-assurance. I flatter myself that I have discovered an argument which, if just, will, with the wise and learned, be an everlasting check to all kinds of superstitious delusion, and consequently will be useful as long as the world endures. And then he let loose his most famous paragraphs. No testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle, unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavors to establish. When anyone tells me that he saw a dead man restored to life, I immediately consider with myself whether it be more probable that this person should either deceive or be deceived, or that the fact which he relates should really have happened. I weigh the one miracle against the other, and according to the superiority which I discover, I reject the greater miracle. There is not to be found in all history any miracle attested by a sufficient number of men, of such unquestioned good sense, education, and learning, as to secure us against all delusion in themselves, of such undoubted integrity as to place them beyond all suspicions of any design to deceive others, of such credit and reputation in the eyes of mankind as to have a great deal to lose in case of their being detected in any falsehood, and at the same time attesting facts performed in such a public manner and in so celebrated a part of the world as to render the detection unavoidable, all which circumstances are requisite to give us a full assurance in the testimony of men. The maxim by which we commonly conduct ourselves in our reasonings is that the objects of which we have no experience resemble those of which we have, that what we have found to be most usual is always most probable, and that where there is an opposition of arguments, we ought to give the preference to such as are founded on the greatest number of past observations. It forms a strong presumption against all supernatural and miraculous relations that they are observed chiefly to abound among ignorant and barbarous nations. It is strange that such prodigious events never happen in our days, but it is nothing strange that men should lie in all ages. Hume went on to allege other obstacles to Christian belief: the calm neutrality of nature as between man and his rivals on the earth, the prolific variety of evils in life and history, the apparent responsibility of God for Adam's sin, and for all sins in a world where, by Christian hypothesis, nothing can happen without God's consent. To avoid the charge of atheism, Hume put into the mouth of a friend who loves skeptical paradoxes, and whose principles I can by no means approve, a defense of Epicurus's fancy that the gods exist but pay no attention to mankind. The friend wonders why there cannot be an agreement between religion and philosophy not to molest each other, as he supposes there was in Hellenistic civilization. After the first alarm was over, which arose from the new paradoxes and principles of the philosophers, these teachers seem ever after, during the ages of antiquity, to have lived in great harmony with the established superstition, and to have made a fair partition of mankind between them, the former claiming all the learned and wise, the latter possessing all the vulgar and illiterate. What a way to offer a truce! In 1749, Hume returned to Scotland to live with his brother and sister on their estate at Ninewells. 2 years later, John Hume took a wife, and David moved to Edinburgh. Now he sent to the press the Enquiry Concerning the Principles of Morals, which he hoped would replace the third volume of the treatise. He reaffirmed the derivation of the moral sense from sympathy or social feelings. He rejected the Socratic identification of virtue with intelligence, and emphatically repudiated La Rochefoucauld's notion that altruistic actions are egoistically motivated by the hope of pleasure from the social esteem they are expected to earn. The pleasure that we feel in such actions, said Hume, is not their cause, but their accompaniment and result. The actions themselves are the operation of our social instincts. But the most noticeable feature of this second enquiry is its elaboration of a utilitarian ethic. 23 years after Hutcheson, 38 years before Bentham, Hume defined virtue as every quality of the mind which is useful or agreeable to the person himself or to others. On this basis he justified the healthy pleasures of life as useful to the individual, and the double standard of morality as useful to society. The long and helpless infancy of men requires the combination of parents for the subsistence of their young, and that combination requires the virtue of chastity or fidelity to the marriage bed. An infidelity of this nature is much more pernicious in women than in men, hence the laws of chastity are much stricter over the one sex than over the other. Of this enquiry concerning the principles of morals, the fond author wrote, "In my own opinion, who ought not to judge on that subject, it is of all my writings incomparably the best." He added, "It came unnoticed and unobserved into the world." 4. Darwinism and Christianity. In 1751 he composed Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion. Of all the productions of his Mephistophelian mood, this is the most devastating and irreverent. 3 persons converse: Demea, who defends orthodoxy, Cleanthes, the deist, and Philo, who is transparently Hume. Demea argues that unless we posit some supreme intelligence behind phenomena, the world becomes unbearably unintelligible, but he admits that his God is quite incomprehensible to human reason. Cleanthes reproaches Demea for trying to explain one unintelligibility with another. He prefers to prove God's existence by the evidences of design in nature. Philo laughs at both arguments. Reason, he claims, can never explain the world or prove God. What peculiar privilege has this little agitation of the brain called thought, that we must make it the model of the whole universe? As for design, the adaptation of organs to purposes may have resulted not from divine guidance, but from nature's slow and bungling experiments through thousands of years. Here is natural selection, 1,800 years after Lucretius, 108 years before Darwin. And even if we admit supernatural design, the imperfection of the adaptations and the myriad sufferings in the human and animal world reveal at best a God of limited powers and intelligence, or one quite indifferent to mankind. Ultimately, the life of a man is of no greater importance to the universe than the life of an oyster. One would imagine that this grand production has not received the last hand of the maker, so little finished is every part, and so coarse are the strokes with which it is executed. Thus the winds assist men in navigation, but how oft, rising up to tempests and hurricanes, do they become pernicious? Rains are necessary to nourish all the plants and animals of the earth, but how often are they defective, how often excessive? There is nothing so advantageous in the universe but what frequently becomes pernicious by its excess or defeat, nor has nature guarded with the requisite accuracy against all disorders or confusion. Worse yet, there is not only disorder amid the order, if you view the world as designed, there is amid the abounding life an always futile struggle against death. A perpetual war is kindled amongst all living creatures. Necessity, hunger, want, stimulate the strong and courageous. Fear, anxiety, terror agitate the weak and infirm. The first entrance into life gives anguish to the newborn infant and to its wretched parent. Weakness, impotence, distress attend every stage of that life, and it is at last finished in agony and horror. Observe, too, the curious artifices of nature in order to embitter the life of every living being. Consider that innumerable race of insects, which either are bred on the body of each animal or flying about, infix their stings in him. Every animal is surrounded with enemies which incessantly seek his misery and destruction. Man is the greatest enemy of man. Oppression, injustice, contempt, contumely, violence, sedition, war, calumny, treachery, fraud. By these they mutually torment each other. Look around this universe. What an immense profusion of beings, animated and organized, sensible and active. You admire this prodigious variety and fecundity, but inspect a little more narrowly these living existences. How hostile and destructive to each other! The whole presents nothing but the idea of a blind nature, impregnated by a great vivifying principle, and pouring forth from her lap, without discernment or parental care, her maimed and abortive children. The conflicting evidences of good and evil in the world suggest to Philo a duality or multiplicity of competing gods, some of them good, some bad, and perhaps of diverse sex. He maliciously suggests that the world was only the first rude essay of some infant deity, who afterwards abandoned it, ashamed of his lame performance. Or it is the production of old age and dotage in some superannuated deity, and ever since his death has run on at adventure from the first impulse and active force which it received from him. As like as not the world, as the Brahmins asserted, arose from an infinite spider who spun this whole complicated mass from his bowels. Why may not an orderly system be spun from the belly as well as the brain? So creation would be generation, or conceivably, the world is an animal and the deity is the soul of the world, actuating it and actuated by it. After all this badinage, Philo comes back to design and admits that the cause or causes of order in the universe probably bear some analogy to human intelligence. And he apologizes for his scandalous cosmologies. I must confess that I am less cautious on the subject of natural religion than on any other. You in particular, Cleanthes, with whom I live in unreserved intimacy, you are sensible that notwithstanding the freedom of my conversation and my love of singular arguments, no one has a deeper sense of religion impressed upon his mind, or pays more profound adoration to the divine being, as he discovers himself to reason in the inexplicable contrivance and artifice of nature. A purpose, an intention, or design strikes everywhere the most careless, the most stupid thinker, and no man can be so hardened in absurd systems as at all times to reject it. Despite this peace offering, Hume's friends pleaded with him not to publish the dialogues. He yielded and locked the manuscript in his desk. It did not see print till 1779, 3 years after his death. But his fascination with religion lured him back to the subject, and in 1757 he published 4 dissertations, of which one attempted a natural history of religion. At his publisher's insistence, he withdrew 2 other essays which were printed when he was beyond fear and reproach. One on immortality, the other a justification of suicide when a person has become a burden to his fellow men. The natural history combines Hume's old interest in religion with his new interest in history. He has passed beyond attacking old beliefs to inquiring how mankind came to adopt them. But he is not inclined to patient research, even among the scanty materials then available on social origins. He prefers to approach the problem by psychological analysis and deductive reasoning. The mind of primitive man interpreted all causation on the analogy of his own volition and action. Behind the works and forms of nature, rivers, oceans, mountains, storms, pestilences, prodigies, etc., he imagined acts of will by hidden persons of supernatural power. Hence polytheism was the first form of religious belief. Since many forces or events were harmful to man, fear had a large share in his myths and rituals. He personified and sought to propitiate these evil forces or demons. Perhaps, Hume slyly suggests, Calvin's God was a demon, cruel, malicious, arbitrary, and difficult to appease. Since the good gods were conceived as like human beings, except in power and permanence, they were supposed to give aid and comfort in return for gifts and flattery, hence the rituals of offerings, sacrifices, adoration, and solicitous prayer. As social organization increased in size and reach, and local rulers submitted to greater kings, the world of divinities underwent a like transformation. An order of hierarchy and obedience was ascribed in imagination to the gods. Monotheism grew out of polytheism, and while the populace still knelt to local deities or saints, cultured men worshipped Zeus, Jupiter, God. Unfortunately, religion became more intolerant as it became more unified. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 6, Side 1. Unfortunately, religion became more intolerant as it became more unified. Polytheism had allowed many varieties of religious belief. Monotheism demanded uniformity. Persecution spread, and the cry for orthodoxy became the most furious and implacable of all human passions. Philosophy, which among the ancients had been left relatively free as the religion of the elite, was compelled to become the servant and apologist of the faith of the masses. In these monotheistic creeds, Judaism, Christianity, Mohammedanism, merit and salvation were more and more divorced from virtue and attached to ritual observance and unquestioning belief. In consequence, educated persons became either martyrs or hypocrites, and as they rarely chose martyrdom, the life of man was tarnished with lip service and insincerity. In less combative moods, Hume condoned a measure of hypocrisy. When he was consulted as to whether a young clergyman who had lost his faith should remain in the church and accept its preferments, David answered, "Remain." Civil employments for men of letters can scarcely be found. It is putting too great a respect on the vulgar and their superstition to pique oneself on sincerity with regard to them. Did ever one make it a point of honor to speak the truth to children or madmen? The ecclesiastical profession only adds a little more to our innocent dissimulation, or rather simulation, without which it is impossible to pass through the world. 5. Communism and Democracy. Tiring at last of debate on issues that, on his own view, were determined by feeling rather than by reason, Hume in his later years turned more and more to politics and history. In 1752 he published Political Discourses. He was surprised by its favorable reception. Britain was glad to forget the destructiveness of his theology in the conservatism of his politics. He had some sympathy with aspirations toward a communistic equality. It must indeed be confessed that nature is so liberal to mankind that, were all her presents equally divided among the species and improved by art and industry, every individual would enjoy all the necessaries and even most of the comforts of life. It must also be confessed that wherever we depart from this equality, we rob the poor of more satisfaction than we add to the rich, and that the slight gratification of a frivolous vanity in one individual frequently costs more than bread to many families and even provinces. But he felt that human nature makes an egalitarian utopia impossible. Historians and even common sense may inform us that, however precious these ideas of perfect equality may seem, they are really at bottom impracticable, and were they not so, would be extremely pernicious to human society. Render possessions ever so equal, men's different degrees of art, care, and industry will immediately break that equality. Or if you check these virtues, the most rigorous inquisition is requisite to watch every inequality in its first appearance, and the most severe jurisdiction to punish and redress it. So much authority must soon degenerate into tyranny. Democracy, like communism, received Hume's sympathetic rejection. It is, he thought, a principle noble in itself, but belied by all experience, that the people are the origin of all just government. He dismissed as childish the theory, soon to be revived by Rousseau, that government had originated in a social contract among the people or between people and ruler. Almost all the governments which exist at present, or of which there remains any record in history, have been founded originally either on usurpation or conquest or both, without any pretense of a fair consent or voluntary subjection of the people. It is probable that the first ascendant of man over multitudes began in a state of war. The long continuance of that state, common among savage tribes, inured the people to submission. In this way, monarchy became the almost universal, the most lasting, and therefore, presumably, the most practical form of government. An hereditary prince, a nobility without vassals, a people voting by their representatives, formed the best monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. Besides disposing in advance of Rousseau, Hume used his lucid Addisonian style to discard in advance Montesquieu's theory of climate as a determinant of national character. In Essays, Moral and Political, whose second edition appeared almost simultaneously in 1748 with The Spirit of Laws, Hume wrote, "As to physical causes, I am inclined to doubt of their operation in this particular, nor do I think that men owe anything of their temper or genius to the air, food, or climate. National character follows national boundaries rather than climatic zones. It is determined principally by laws, government, the structure of society, the occupations of the people, and the imitation of neighbors or superiors. Under these local varieties, human nature is basically the same in all times and climes. The same motives and instincts, made necessary by the demands of survival, produce in all ages and places essentially the same actions and results. Ambition, avarice, self-love, vanity, friendship, generosity, public spirit, these passions, mixed in various degrees and distributed through society, have been from the beginning of the world and still are the source of all the action and enterprises which have been observed among mankind. Would you know the sentiments, inclinations, and course of life of the Greeks and Romans? Study well the temper and actions of the French and English. You cannot be much mistaken in transferring to the former most of the observations which you have made with regard to the latter. Mankind are so much the same in all times and places that history informs us of nothing new or strange in this particular. Its chief use is only to discover the constant and universal principles of human nature, by showing men in all varieties of circumstances and situations, and furnishes us with materials from which we may form our observations and become acquainted with the regular springs of human action and behavior. These records of wars, intrigues, factions, and revolutions are so many collections of experiments by which the political or moral philosopher fixes the principles of his science. In the Political Discourses and in Essays and Treatises on Various Subjects, from 1753, Hume made substantial contributions to economic thought. He rejected the view of the French physiocrats that all taxes fall ultimately upon land. They fall at last, he believed, upon labor. For, here he echoes Locke, everything in the world is purchased by labor. Even before the Industrial Revolution had taken form, he foresaw that the workers would heighten their wages by combination. He condemned the financing of governmental expenditures and enterprises by high taxes and frequent bond issues, and predicted that such fiscal measures would bring free governments to the same state of servitude with all the nations that surround us. Money is not wealth. To mint more of it than is needed for the convenience of commerce is to raise prices and hamper foreign trade. The false mercantile theory that still led European states to stress exports, block imports, and accumulate gold would deprive Europe of the international benefits derivable from the ability of each nation, through soil and climate and special skills, to produce specific goods at minimal cost and of optimal quality. He dared to pray, not only as a man but as a British subject, for the flourishing commerce of Germany, Spain, Italy, and even France itself. I am at least certain that Great Britain and all those nations would flourish more did their sovereigns and ministers adopt such enlarged and benevolent sentiments towards each other. The increase of riches and commerce in any one nation, instead of hurting, commonly promotes the riches and commerce of all its neighbors. These ideas, perhaps influenced by the laissez-faire physiocrats, influenced in their turn Hume's friend Adam Smith, played a part in developing a British policy of free trade, and are finding fulfillment in Western Europe today. 6. History. In 1752, after a campaign of the Orthodox party against him as an insolent infidel, Hume was elected keeper of the library of the Faculty of Advocates in Edinburgh. Despite the modest salary of £40 a year, the appointment meant much to him, for it made him master of 30,000 volumes. It was through access to this library that he was able to write his History of England. In 1748 he had confessed to a friend, "I have long had an intention in my riper years of composing some history." He called history the great mistress of wisdom. He hoped to discover in it the causes of the rise and fall of nations. Besides, to see all the human race pass as it were in review before us, appearing in their true colors, without any of those disguises which, during their lifetime, so much perplexed the judgment of beholders. What spectacle can be imagined so magnificent, so various, so interesting? What amusement, either of the senses or of the imagination, can be compared with it? It is one of the glories of the 18th century that it produced within a generation three of the world's greatest historians, Voltaire, Hume, and Gibbon, all grounded in philosophy, seeking to reinterpret history in non-theological terms and in the broadest perspective of the knowledge accumulated by their time. Gibbon never tired of praising Hume and acknowledging his influence. He valued Hume's praise of the initial volume of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, from 1776, above any other commendation. Did Hume in turn owe much to Voltaire? He had reached and formulated his own philosophy as debtor to the English deists rather than to the French skeptics. The Treatise of Human Nature antedated all the major works of Voltaire, Diderot, and Montesquieu. But Hume's History of England, from 1754 to 1762, may have owed something to Voltaire's Age of Louis XIV, from 1751, even to the Essai sur les Mœurs, parts of which were printed in 1745 and 1755. All three of these historians agreed in exposing superstition, rejecting supernatural explanations, and identifying progress with the development of knowledge, manners, and arts. Hume wrote his history backward. Its first volume, in 1754, covered the reigns of James I and Charles I, the years 1603 to 1649. The second, in 1756, ran from 1649 to 1688. The third and fourth, from 1759, from 1485 to 1603. The fifth and sixth, in 1761, from the invasion of England by Julius Caesar to the accession of Henry VII in 1485. The furor of criticism that fell upon the first volume surprised him. He believed that the domination of England by the Whigs since their importation of William III in 1688 and their fear of the Jacobite revolts of 1715 and 1745 had discolored English historiography with anti-Stuart passion, and he supposed that he was free from contrary predilections. I thought that I was the only historian that had at once neglected present power, interest, and authority, and the cry of popular prejudice. He forgot that he was a Scot, that Scotland was still secretly mourning her bonny Prince Charlie, and that the Scots, probably including Hume, had never forgiven England for killing the half-Scot Charles I and bringing in first a Dutchman and then a German to rule England, Scotland, and Wales. So, while admitting that Charles had overstretched the royal prerogative and deserved to be dethroned, he pictured Parliament as likewise overreaching its privilege and equally guilty of the Civil War. He admitted the right of the nation to depose a bad king, but he wished that no one had ever pushed that right to extremes. He feared the fury and injustice of the people, and felt that the execution of the mild and benign Charles had dangerously loosened popular habits of respect for government. He scorned the Puritans as sanctified hypocrites who polluted their language with mysterious jargon and interlaced their iniquities with prayers. He dismissed the Commonwealth as a period of murderous piety, military tyranny, and social disorder, cured only by the Stuart Restoration. Voltaire, reviewing the history, thought Hume quite impartial. Mr. Hume is neither pro-Parliament nor royalist, neither Anglican nor Presbyterian. He is simply judicial. The fury of parties has for a long time deprived England of a good historian as well as of a good government. What a Tory wrote was disowned by the Whigs, who in their turn were given the lie by the Tories. But in the new historian we find a mind superior to his materials. He speaks of weaknesses, blunders, cruelties, as a physician speaks of epidemic diseases. British critics did not agree with Voltaire. They did not complain that Hume had seldom consulted original sources, but, he recalled, he was assailed by one cry of reproach, disapprobation, and even detestation. English, Scotch, and Irish, Whig and Tory, churchman and sectary, freethinker and religionist, patriot and courtier, united in their rage against the man who had presumed to shed a generous tear for the fate of Charles I and the Earl of Strafford. And after the first ebullitions of their fury were over, what was still more mortifying, the book seemed to sink into oblivion. Mr. Miller told me that in a 12-month he sold only 45 copies of it. He was so discouraged that for a time he thought of moving, as in his youth, to some provincial town in France where he could live under an assumed name. However, France and England were at war, and Volume 2 was nearly finished. He resolved to persevere. His prejudice grew from being opposed. In revising Volume 1, he made Above 100 alterations, but he tells us with all the puckish delight of a mountainous imp, I have made all of them invariably to the Tory side. Nevertheless, the succeeding volumes had a good sale. The Tories now hailed him as their stout defender, and some Whigs admitted the charm of a style simple, clear, incisive, and direct, sometimes anticipating Gibbon's judicial dignity. The account of the dramatic conflict between Henry II and Thomas à Becket rivals Gibbon's narrative of the capture of Constantinople by the Turks. The cumulative impression made by the 6 volumes raised Hume's fame to its peak. In 1762, Boswell rated him as the greatest writer in Britain, but Boswell was a Scot. In 1764, Voltaire modestly pronounced the book perhaps the best history ever written in any language. Gibbon and Macaulay have thrown it into the shade, and Macaulay has balanced its prejudice. We are not advised to read Hume's History of England today. Its record of the facts has long since been improved upon, but one reader, who began it as a task, found it an illumination and a delight. 7. The Old Philosopher. In 1755 a movement was begun by some Scottish divines to indict Hume before the General Assembly of the Kirk on a charge of infidelity. Meanwhile, the Scottish Enlightenment had generated a liberal movement among the young ministers, and they were able to prevent any open condemnation of the philosopher-historian. But ecclesiastical attacks upon him continued, stinging him again into meditating flight. His opportunity came when, in 1763, the Earl of Hertford invited him as a deputy secretary on an embassy to France, and secured for him a pension of £200 a year for life. He had long since admired French intellect, had been influenced by the earlier writers of the French Illumination, and had corresponded with Montesquieu and Voltaire. His works had received far more praise in France than in England. The Comtesse de Boufflers fell in love with him through print, wrote ingratiatingly to him, came to London to see him. He escaped her. But when he reached Paris, she took him in tow, made him the lion of her salon, and struggled to arouse a manly passion in his breast. She found him too stabilized for amours. He was feted in one gathering after another. No feast is complete without him, said Madame d'Épinay. The aristocracy opened its arms to him. Great ladies, even the ailing Pompadour, fluttered about him. I am convinced, he wrote, that Louis XIV never, in any 3 weeks of his life, suffered so much flattery. He met Turgot, d'Alembert, d'Holbach, and Diderot, and Voltaire, from his distant throne at Ferney, called him my Saint David. The Earl of Hertford was astonished to find that his secretary was far more sought after and bowed to than himself. Horace Walpole resented all this, and some of the philosophes, growing jealous, made fun of Hume's corpulence. At one party, when Hume entered, d'Alembert, quoting the 4th Gospel, remarked, Et verbum caro factum est, and the word was made flesh, whereupon a lady admirer is reported to have retorted with incredible wit, Et verbum carum factum est, and the word was made lovable. No wonder Hume, harassed in Edinburgh, unpopular in London, wrote, There is a real satisfaction in living at Paris, from the great number of sensible, knowing, and polite company with which that city abounds. In November 1765, a new British ambassador came, and Hume's appointment ended. He returned to Edinburgh, but in 1767 he accepted the post of Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office in London. It was in this period that he brought Rousseau into England, and had famous trouble with him there. This story must wait. In August 1769, aged 58, he retired finally to Edinburgh, being now very opulent, for I possessed a revenue of £1,000 a year, healthy, and though somewhat stricken in years, with the prospect of enjoying long my ease and of seeing the increase of my reputation. His home on St. David Street became a salon, with Adam Smith, William Robertson, and other Scottish celebrities gathering about him as their acknowledged sovereign. They liked him not only for his mind. They saw that despite his iconoclastic reasoning, he was amiable in discourse, cheerful of mood, moderate in controversy, tolerant of contrary views, not letting diversity of ideas abate the cordiality of his friendships. He seems, like Montaigne and Voltaire, to have valued friendship above love. Friendship is the chief joy of human life. Yet he was popular with women, perhaps because he had no wife. He was a favorite guest in many homes, If his corpulence ruined the chairs, his wit atoned for his weight. He suggested a tax on obesity, but expected that some divines might pretend that the church was in danger. He blessed the memory of Julius Caesar for having preferred fat men. "Upon the whole," said Adam Smith, "I have always considered him as approaching as nearly to the idea of a perfectly wise and virtuous man as perhaps the nature of human frailty will admit." If one must seek flaws in so amiable a character, or blind spots in so brilliant a mind, the hardest to forgive are the references to the hideous hypothesis of the atheist Spinoza, which must have aimed at protective discoloration. Hume's psychology was the most penetrating of his time, but it did not quite account for the sense of personal identity. One mental state does not merely recall another, it may recall it as mine. The replacement of cause with regular sequence has required only a change of phrase. Regular sequence is enough for science and philosophy, and the history of England still seeks to explain events by causes. A skepticism that confessedly is abandoned in actual life must be wrong in theory, for practice is the final test of theory. And it is strange that while reducing cause to custom and morality to sympathetic feeling, Hume gave so little weight to custom and feeling in his interpretation of religion, and showed such lack of sympathy for the persistent functions of religion in history. He was quite insensitive to the consolations of faith, the comfort it brought to souls shivering in the immensity of mystery, or the loneliness of grief, or the harsh fatality of defeat. The success of Wesley was history's answer to Hume. Despite these cavils, we acknowledge again the cutting edge of Hume's catalytic mind. He was in himself the Enlightenment for the British Isles. There, except in political vision, he was essentially all that a dozen philosophes were for France. While feeling French influence deeply, he came to the ideas of the Enlightenment and struck some of its most telling blows before the philosophes, even before Voltaire, had bared their fangs against l'infâme. They owed as much to him as he to them. "I salute you," wrote Diderot. "I love you. I revere you." In England, he ended deism by challenging the capacity of reason to defend even the simplest fundamentals of religious faith. He carried the war not merely to the walls, but to the citadel of the ancient creed. Gibbon was the offspring of Hume in philosophy, and his transcending disciple in history. In Germany, the Enquiry Concerning the Human Understanding woke Kant from his dogmatic slumber by apparently undermining all science, metaphysics, and theology through questioning the objectivity of cause. After reading the manuscript of Hamann's translation of the Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, Kant incorporated in the final preparation of his Critique of Pure Reason, in 1781, Hume's criticisms of the argument from design, and accounted them unanswerable. "May it be my fate, for my own sake and for that of all my friends," Hume wrote, "to stop short at the threshold of old age and not to enter too far into that dismal region." Fate took him at his word, says his autobiography. "In the spring of 1775 I was struck with a disorder in my bowels, which at first gave me no alarm, but has since, as I apprehend it, become mortal and incurable. I now reckon upon a speedy dissolution. I have suffered very little pain from my disorder, and what is more strange, have, notwithstanding the great decline of my person, never suffered a moment's abatement of my spirits, insomuch that were I to name the period of my life which I should most choose to pass over again, I might be tempted to point to this later period. I possess the same ardor as ever in my study, and the same gaiety in company. I consider, besides, that a man of 65, by dying, cuts off only a few years of infirmities." Diarrhea, the favorite vengeance of the gods upon the human great, conspired with internal hemorrhages to reduce him 70 pounds in that one year, 1775. To the Comtesse de Boufflers he wrote, "I see death approaching gradually, without anxiety or regret. I salute you with great affection and regard for the last time." He went to take the waters at Bath, but they proved useless against chronic ulcerated colitis. His mind remained calm and clear. He returned to Edinburgh July 4th, 1776, prepared to die as fast as my enemies, if I have any, could wish, and as easily and cheerfully as my best friends could desire. When he read in Lucan's Dialogues of the Dead the various excuses that the dying gave to Charon for not promptly boarding his boat to cross the Styx into eternity, he remarked that he could not find any excuse fit to his own case, except perhaps to plead, "Have a little patience, good Charon. I have been endeavoring to open the eyes of the public. If I live a few years longer, I may have the satisfaction of seeing the downfall of some of the prevailing systems of superstition." But Charon answered, "You loitering rogue, that will not happen these many 100 years. Do you fancy that I will grant you a lease for so long a term? Get into the boat this instant." Boswell, importunate and impertinent, insisted on putting the dying man to the question. Did he not now believe in another life? Hume replied, "It is a most unreasonable fancy that we should exist forever." "But," persisted Boswell, "surely the thought of a future state is pleasing." "Not at all," answered Hume. "It is a very gloomy thought." Women came and begged him to believe. He diverted them with humor. He died quietly, free from much pain, said his doctor, on August 25, 1776. Despite a heavy rain, a large crowd attended his burial. A voice was heard to remark, "He was an atheist." Another answered, "No matter, he was an honest man." Chapter 5. Literature and the Stage, 1714 to 1756. 1. The Realm of Ink. England was throbbing, if not with literature, at least with print. Not only had population grown, especially in the towns and above all in London, but literacy had spread as a necessity of commerce and industry and city life. The burgeoning bourgeoisie took to books as a distinction and a relief. Women took to books and thereby gave audience and motives to Richardson and the novel. The reading public was further expanded by circulating libraries, of which the first on record was set up in 1740. Soon there were 22 in London alone. The collective middle class began to replace the individual aristocrat as the patron of literature. So Johnson could flout Chesterfield. Government subsidies no longer, as formerly with Addison, Swift, and Defoe, commanded superior pens through political plums. The bitter conflicts of Whigs and Tories, of Hanoverians and Jacobites, and the increasing involvement of England in continental and colonial affairs whetted the appetite for news, and made the newspaper a force in British history. In 1714 there were 11 newspapers regularly published in London, most of them weekly. In 1733 there were 17, in 1776 53. Many of them were subsidized by political factions. For as Demos raised its voice, moneyed minorities bought newspapers to dictate its thoughts. Nearly all newspapers contained advertisements. The Daily Advertiser, founded in 1730, was at first given over entirely to advertisements. But soon, like our morning Leviathans, it added a fillip of news to bolster its circulation and raise its advertising fees. Some historic magazines were born in this period: The Craftsman in 1726, Bolingbroke's Scourge of Walpole, the Grub Street Journal from 1730 to 1737, The Sharp Tongue of Pope, the Gentleman's Magazine, 1731, which gave Johnson a berth, the Edinburgh Review, from 1755, which died only temporarily in 1756. Many English newspapers and journals are still alive after 200 years of publication. All these periodicals, daily, weekly, or monthly, gave the press a power that added something to the perils and vitality of British life. Robert Walpole, while forbidding the publication of parliamentary debates, allowed journalists to attack him with all the virulence of 18th century literature. Montesquieu, coming from censored France, marveled at the liberty with which Grub Street pelted Downing Street with poisoned ink. A member of Parliament complained to the Commons in 1738 that "the people of Great Britain are governed by a power that never was heard of, as a supreme authority, in any age or country before. This power, sir, does not consist in the absolute will of the prince, in the direction of Parliament, in the strength of an army, in the influence of the clergy. It is the government of the press. The stuff which our weekly newspapers are filled with is received with greater reverence than acts of Parliament, and the sentiments of these scribblers have more weight with the multitude than the opinion of the best politicians in the kingdom." Printers worked with new fury to meet the widened demand. In London there were 150, in all England 300. Two of them in this age, William Caslin and John Baskerville, left their names on fonts of type. Printing, publishing, and bookselling were still in most cases united in the same firm. One living firm, Longmans, was born in 1724. The word publisher usually denoted the author. The man who brought out the book was the bookseller. Some booksellers, like Johnson's father, carried their wares to the fairs or peddled them from town to town, opening a stall on market days. Their charge for a bound volume varied from 2 to 5 shillings, but a shilling in 1750 was worth approximately $1.25 in 1965. Parliament had passed a Copyright Act in 1710, which secured to an author or his assigns the property rights to his book for 14 years, with an extension to 28 years if he survived the first period. This law, however, protected him only in the United Kingdom. Printers in Ireland and Holland could publish piratical editions and, till 1739, sell them in England in competition with the bookseller who had paid for the book. Under these conditions of risk, the booksellers drove hard bargains with authors. Usually, the writer sold his copyright for a flat sum. If the volume went unexpectedly well, the bookseller might give the author an added sum, but this was not obligatory. For a book by a known author, the fee ranged from £100 to £200. Hume received the exceptionally high price of £500 per volume for his History of England. An author might take subscriptions for his work, as Pope did for his translation of the Iliad. Usually, in such cases, the subscriber paid half the purchase price in advance and the other half on delivery, and the author paid the printer. The great majority of authors lived in a galling poverty. Simon Ockley, after working for a decade on his History of the Saracens, from 1708 to 1757, had to complete it in a debtor's prison. Richard Savage used to tramp the streets at night for lack of a lodging. Johnson was poor for 30 years before he became the sovereign of English letters. Grub, now Milton Street, was the historic habitat of poetry and poverty, Johnson's phrase, where hack writers, journalists, translators, compilers, proofreaders, magazine contributors, editors, sometimes slept 3 in a bed and dressed in a blanket for want of other clothes. This poverty was due not so much to the tightness of booksellers and the indifference of Walpole as to the unprecedented glutting of the literary market by mediocre talents underselling one another. The predominance of failures over successes in the word business shared with the divorce of literature from aristocratic patronage in debasing the social status of authors. At the same time, when in France poets, philosophers, and historians were being welcomed into the fanciest homes and bosoms, in England, with 2 or 3 exceptions, they were excluded from polite society as unwashed bohemians. Perhaps that was why Congreve begged Voltaire not to class him as a writer. Alexander Pope challenged the prejudices of his time by claiming to be both a poet and a gentleman. By the latter word he meant a man of gentle birth, not a man of gentle ways. On the contrary. 2. Alexander Pope, 1688 to 1744. Johnson, who despised biographies that begin with a pedigree and end with a funeral, began his remarkable biography of Pope by telling us that Alexander Pope was born in London May 22, 1688, of parents whose rank or status was never ascertained. The father was a linen merchant who made a modest fortune and then retired to Binfield, near Windsor Forest. Both parents were Roman Catholics, and the year of Pope's birth was also the year when the dethronement of James II dashed the hopes of Catholics for the abatement of the anti-Catholic laws. The mother was especially gentle to the boy, who was her only child. He inherited from her a tendency to headaches, and from his father such curvature of the spine that he never grew beyond 4.5 feet in height. His early education was entrusted to Catholic priests who made him proficient in Latin and less so in Greek. Other tutors taught him French and Italian. As his religion closed the universities and the professions to him, he continued his studies at home, and as his crooked figure and frail health handicapped him for active enterprise, his parents indulged his fondness for writing poetry. He tells us that, "As yet a child, nor yet a fool to fame, I lisped in numbers, for the numbers came." At 12, he had a glimpse of Dryden pontificating in Will's coffee house. The sight stirred in him a wild desire for literary glory. At 16, he composed some pastorals which circulated in manuscript and won intoxicating praise. They were accepted for publication in 1709. Then in 1711, in all the ripe wisdom of his 23 years, He astonished the wits of London with an essay on criticism, in which, even while warning authors, "A little learning is a dangerous thing, drink deep or taste not the Pierian spring," of the Muses, he laid down with magisterial finality the rules of literary art. Here Horace's Ars Poetica and Boileau's Art Poétique were digested into 744 lines of good sense, marvelously, often monosyllabically, phrased. What oft was thought, but ne'er so well expressed. The youth had a flair for epigram, for compressing reams of wisdom in a line and rounding each idea with a rhyme. He took his versification from Dryden, but his theory from Boileau. Having leisure to file his verse, he readily accepted the classic counsel to perfect the form, to make the goblet more precious than its wine. Though still professing the Catholic faith, he adopted Boileau's doctrine that literature should be reason aptly dressed. Nature, yes, but nature tamed by man. Feeling, yes, but chastened by intelligence. And what better guide could there be to such controlled and chiseled art than the practice of the ancient poets and orators, their resolution to be rational, and to make each part of every work an orderly element integrated into a harmonious whole? Here was the classic tradition, coming down through Italy and France, through Petrarch and Corneille, and now conquering England through Alexander Pope, as it seemed to Voltaire to have conquered Shakespeare through Addison's Cato, and as classic architecture, coming down through Palladio and Serlio, through Perrault and Rennes, had overlaid or overridden Gothic fantasies and exaltation with sober pediments and calm colonnades. So was formed the young poet's concept of the classic mind functioning in an ideal critic. But where's the man who counsel can bestow, still pleased to teach, and yet not proud to know, unbiased, or by favor or by spite, not dully prepossessed, nor blindly right, though learned, well-bred, and though well-bred sincere, modestly bold and humanly severe, who to a friend his faults can freely show and gladly praise the merits of a foe, blessed with a taste exact yet unconfined, a knowledge both of books and humankind, generous converse, a soul exempt from pride, and love to praise with reason on his side. There were a few such critics ready to hail such verse and measured virtue from a lad of 23. So Addison, who must have felt himself here described, offered the poet, in number 253 of the Spectator, a precious acclaim soon to be forgotten in wordy wars. Another poet, John Dennis, author of the play Appius and Virginia, thought himself abused in Pope's uncautious lines, but Appius reddens at each word you speak, and stares tremendous with a threatening eye like some fierce tyrant in old tapestry, and countered with reflections critical and satirical in 1711. He picked real flaws in Pope's thought and diction and served them up in peppered sauce. He described Pope as an ugly hypocrite shaped like Cupid's bow or a hunchbacked toad, and congratulated him on not having been born in classic Greece, which would have exposed him at birth for his deformity. Pope licked his wounds and bided his time. He followed up his success by publishing The Rape of the Lock in 1712. It was a frank imitation of Boileau's Le Lutrin from 1674, but by general consent it excelled its original. Lord Robert Petre had expressed his enthusiasm for Mrs. Arabella Fermor by cutting off and running off with a lock of her lovely hair. A coolness ensued between raper and rapee. Mr. Carroll suggested to Pope that Arabella's resentment might soften if the poet would tell the story in humorous verse and present the poem to her. It was so done, and it so transpired. Mrs. Fermor forgave the lord and consented to the publication of the poem. But then Pope, against the advice of Addison, enlarged and cluttered the lay with mock-heroic machinery of participating sylphs, salamanders, nymphs, and gnomes. This light militia of the lower sky fell in with the fancies of the time, and the amended rape proved a success with everyone but Dennis. George Berkeley paused in his campaign against matter to compliment the author on the flexibility of his muse. All the felicity of Pope's versification and his inexhaustible mint of imagery and phrase make the poem sparkle like the gems in Belinda's hair. He describes with feminine learning the cosmetics with which a fairy arms the heroine for the wars of love, and he lists with sarcastic equivalence the vital issues of her day. Whether the nymph shall break Diana's law of virginity, or some frail china jar receive a flaw, or stain her honor, or her new brocade, forget her prayers, or miss a masquerade, or lose her heart or necklace at a ball. Belinda joins the gossip and gambling of titled company at Hampton Court, where at every word a reputation dies, and the poet marshals his artistry to recount a game of cards. Then, as Belinda bends to drink, the lusty baron snips her curl and steals away. This iambic flux is catching. Furious, she pursues and finds him, and throws a charge of snuff into his face. Sudden, with starting tears each eye o'erflows, and the high dome re-echoes to his nose. Meanwhile the gnomes, or sylphs, or salamanders themselves rape the lock and draw it, trailing clouds of glory, to the skies, where it becomes a comet, out-coruscating Berenice's hair. All this delighted the lords and ladies, the clubs and coffee-houses of London. Pope found himself hailed as the cleverest poet in England, and all other poets became his foes. He added nothing to his fame with wearisome verses describing Windsor Forest in 1713, nor did the Whigs, victorious in 1714, forget that in that poem he revealed his Catholic sympathies for the fallen dynasty. But he recaptured his audience in 1717 by carving into couplets the fabled letters of Heloise and Abelard. Eloisa, self-immured in a nunnery, bids the emasculated Abelard flaunt the laws of church and state and come to her arms. Come, if thou darest, all charming as thou art. Oppose thyself to heaven, dispute my heart. Come, with one glance of those deluding eyes, blot out each bright idea of the skies. Snatch me just mounting from the blessed abode, assist the friends, and tear me from my God. Then, in another mood, she tells him, No, fly me far as pole from pole, rise Alps between us, and whole oceans roll. Ah, come not, write not, think not once of me, nor share one pang of all I felt for thee. Yet she trusts that in her dying hour he may come to her, not as a lover, but as a priest. In sacred vestments mayst thou stand, the hallowed taper trembling in thy hand. Present the cross before my lifted eye, teach me at once, and learn of me, to die. Like almost every poet in those days, Pope dreamed of writing an epic. He had begun one at the age of 12. Later, studying Homer, the thought came to him that he might translate the Iliad into those heroic couplets that seemed to be almost his natural speech. He asked his friends about the idea. They approved. One of them, Jonathan Swift, introduced him to Harley, Bolingbroke, and other heads of government, hoping to get him a sustaining sinecure. Failing in this, he undertook to get subscriptions that would support the new Alexander prancing over Troy. Strategically placed between place-seekers and ministry, Swift proclaimed that the best poet in England was Mr. Pope, a papist, who had begun a translation of Homer into English verse, for which he must have them all subscribe, for the author shall not begin to print till I have 1,000 guineas for him. Pope proposed to render the Iliad in 6 volumes quarto for 6 guineas, or about $180, the set. Despite this lordly price, the subscriptions were so many, and the enthusiasm so great, that Bernard Lintott, bookseller, agreed to pay Pope £200 for each volume, and to supply him gratuitously with copies for his subscribers. As the 575 subscribers took 654 sets, Pope earned £5,320, or about $148,960 for the Iliad. No author in England had yet received so handsome a sum. The first volume, containing 4 cantos, appeared in 1715. It encountered unexpected competition from the publication on the same day of a translation of Canto 1 by Thomas Tickell. Addison lauded Tickell's version, which Pope took to be really Addison's. He felt the simultaneous publication to be an unfriendly act, and added Addison to his foes. If scholarship had been the only test, Pope's translation would have deserved little praise. He had only a modest knowledge of Greek. He had to engage scholastic help. He accomplished most of his task by collating earlier translations and rephrasing them in the iambic pentameter couplets that were his special forte. Bentley, prince of then-living Hellenists, judged the performance well. "A pretty poem, Mr. Pope, but you must not call it Homer." The couplets and the drumbeat of their rhymes, the balanced phrases, clauses, and antitheses, halted the swift and surging style of the Greek hexameters. Nevertheless, there was a marching grandeur and a resource of language in those marvelously sustained verses that carried them over Bentley's protests through the 18th into the 19th century as the favored translation of the Iliad. "The noblest version of poetry that the world has ever seen," said Johnson. "No other translation would ever equal it," said Gray. So Britain judged until Keats looked into Chapman's Homer, and Wordsworth called down a plague upon the pompous artificial style that pleased so many in England's Augustan age. Pope's Iliad was published in 1715 to 1720. Its success brought competing booksellers to his door. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued. Cassette 6, Side 2. Pope's Iliad was published in 1715 to 1720. Its success brought competing booksellers to his door. One of them begged him to edit Shakespeare's plays. He foolishly agreed, blind to the chasm that divided him from Shakespeare in mind and art. He toiled impatiently at the uncongenial task. The edition appeared in 1725 and was soon riddled as incompetent by Louis Theobald, the best Shakespearean scholar of the day. Pope crucified him in the Dunciad. Meanwhile, Lintot persuaded him to translate the Odyssey, offering £100 for each of 5 volumes, and subscribers took 819 sets. But now, lacking the stimulus of youth and need, Pope tired of cutting couplets and delegated half the work to 2 Cambridge scholars, who soon learned to counterfeit his style. He had forewarned subscribers that he would use aids, but in publishing his Odyssey, between 1725 and 1726, far inferior to his Iliad, he credited these assistants with 5 books of the 24. Actually, they had translated 12. He paid them £770. He himself netted £3,500, rightly feeling that his name had sold the book. The 2 translations made him financially independent. Now, thanks to Homer, he said, he could live and thrive indebted to no prince or peer alive. In 1718 he bought a villa at Twickenham, with a garden of 5 acres sloping to the Thames. He designed the garden in natural style, avoiding the classical regularity that he practiced in his verse. A tree, he said, is a nobler object than a prince in his coronation robes. From his house he had a tunnel dug under an intervening highway to emerge into the garden. This grotto he decorated fancifully with shells, crystals, coral, petrifacts, mirrors, and little obelisks. In that cool retreat he entertained many famous friends: Swift, Gay, Congreve, Bolingbroke, Arbuthnot, Lady Mary Wortley, Montague, Princess Caroline, and Voltaire. Lady Mary was his neighbour in what they both called Twittenham. Bolingbroke lived at Dawley, close by. London was only 11 miles away by a pleasant boat ride on the Thames, and nearer still were the royal palaces at Richmond, Hampton Court, and Kew. Dr. John Arbuthnot, whose History of John Bull from 1712 had given England a personality and a name, joined Swift, Congreve, Gay, and Pope in the famous Scriblerus Club from 1713 to 1715, dedicated to ridiculing every kind of quackery and ineptitude. All their victims were added to the swelling roster of Pope's foes. With Lady Mary he had a half-real, half-literary romance that ended in bitter enmity. Swift sometimes stayed with him, as when publishing Gulliver in 1726. The 2 exchanged misanthropies and some letters that revealed the tenderness under their carapaces. Pope's acquaintance with Bolingbroke began about 1713 and developed into a philosophical tutelage. Each paid the other fulsome compliments. "I really think," said Pope, "that there is something in that great man which looks as if it were placed here by mistake from some higher sphere." And Bolingbroke, when Pope was dying, said, "I have known him these 30 years, and value myself more on this man's love." Whereat, we are told, his voice failed. There must have been something to love in this poet whom tradition, and sometimes his own pen, have pictured as quarrelsome, deceitful, mean, and vain. We should always remember that he was forgivably embittered by the daily humiliation of his physical disabilities. In early life he had been beautiful of face and of pleasant temper, and his face always remained attractive, if only by the animation of his eyes. But as he grew up, the curvature of his spine became more painfully pronounced. He described himself as a lively little creature with long legs and arms. A spider is no ill emblem of him. He has been taken at a distance for a small windmill. We are reminded of the pitiful Scarron. At table, to be on a level with others, he had to be propped up on a raised seat like a child. He required almost constant attendance. He could not go to bed or get up without help. He could not dress or undress himself, had difficulty in keeping himself clean. On rising, he could scarce hold himself erect until his servant laced him in a bodice of stiff canvas. His legs were so thin that he wore 3 pairs of stockings to enlarge their size and keep them warm. He was so sensitive to cold that he wore a kind of fur doublet under a shirt of coarse, warm linen. He rarely knew the zest of health. Lord Bathurst said of him that he had headaches 4 days a week and was sick the other 3. It is a marvel that Jonathan Richardson could have painted so presentable a portrait of Pope, all alertness and sensitivity, but in the bust by Roubilliac we can see the tortured body torturing the mind. It would be cruel to expect such a man to be even-tempered, complacent, cheerful, or kind. Like any invalid, he became irritable, demanding, and morose. He seldom came closer to laughter than a smile. Deprived of all physical charm, he comforted himself with pride of place and vanity of intellect. Like a weak or wounded animal, and as one of an oppressed minority, he developed cunning, evasion, and subtlety. He soon learned to lie, even to practice dishonesty with his friends. He flattered the aristocracy, but he scorned to write acquisitive dedications. He had the courage to refuse a pension offered him by a government that he despised. We see some lovable qualities in his private life. Swift called him the most dutiful son I've ever known or heard of. His affection for his mother was the purest and most lasting sentiment of his troubled spirit. In her 91st year, he wrote that her daily company made him insensitive to any lack of other domestic attachments. His sexual morals were better in practice than in speech. His frame was not adapted to fornication, but his tongue and pen could be licentious ad nauseam. Even to the 2 women with whom he thought he was in love, he wrote with a loose freedom that none but a trull would tolerate today. And yet one of these, Martha Blount, developed for the infirm poet a devotion that gossip mistook for a liaison. In 1730 he described her as a friend with whom I have spent 3 or 4 hours a day these 15 years. In his premature old age he became dependent upon her affection, and he bequeathed to her nearly all of his substantial estate. Always conscious of his bodily defects, he felt with double keenness every word critical of his character or his poetry. It was an age preeminent in the vindictiveness of its literary wars, and Pope returned abuse with abuse, sometimes unfit to print. In 1728 he gathered his foes and critics into the corral of his verse and let loose upon them all the arrows of his wrath in his most powerful and disagreeable work. It was anonymous, but all literate London saw his signature in its style. Treading the rugged path of Dryden's Macflecknoe from 1682, Pope's Dunciad hailed the scribes of Grub Street as the leading dunces of the court of dullness, where Theobald is king. He mourned the death of Wren and Gay, and the hiberniating exile of Swift, who was dying like a poisoned rat in a hole, that is, Dublin Cathedral. For the rest he saw nothing about him but a venal and tasteless mediocrity. Theobald, Dennis, Blackmore, Osborne, Curll, Cibber, Old Mixon, Smedley, Arnold, received in their turn their meed of lashes, taunts, and filth. For the poet, perhaps as an attribute of impotence, had a flair for awful. In a later edition, Pope, through the mouth of the poet Savage, told with pleasure how, on the date of first publication, a crowd of authors besieged the bookseller, threatening him with violence if he published the poem, how this made the public more avid for copies, how one edition after another was demanded and consumed, how the victims formed clubs to concert vengeance upon Pope and destroyed him in effigy. Dennis's son came with a cudgel to beat Pope, but was diverted by Lord Bathurst. Thereafter, for a while, Pope took with him on his walks 2 pistols and his Great Dane. Several victims countered with pamphlets. Pope and his friends started in 1730 the Grub Street Journal to continue the war. In 1742 he issued a 4th book of the Dunciad, in which, hungry for new enemies, he attacked the pedagogues and the freethinkers, who boast that we nobly take the high priori road, and reason downward till we doubt of God, make nature still encroach upon his plan, and shove him off as far as e'er we can. Or at one bound, o'erleaping all his laws, make God man's image, man the final cause, find virtue local, all relations scorn, see all in self, and but for self be born. Of naught so certain as our reason still, of naught so doubtful as of soul and will. Obviously, Pope had been delving into philosophy, and not only with Bolingbroke. Hume's dissolvent treatise of human nature had appeared in 1739, 3 years before this Book 4 of the Dunciad. There is some evidence that the Viscount had already transmitted to the poet the deism of Shaftesbury, sharpened with the wisdom of the world. "Enough of satire and trivialities," said Bolingbroke. "Turn your muse to divine philosophy." "Lord Bathurst," reported Joseph Warton, "repeatedly assured me that he had read the whole scheme of the Essay on Man in the handwriting of Bolingbroke, and drawn up in a series of propositions which Pope was to versify and illustrate." Pope seems to have done this, even to using specific phrases of the lordly skeptic, but he added some saving remnants of his Christian creed. So he issued his Essay on Man, Epistle 1 in February 1733, Epistles 2 and 3 later in that year, Epistle 4 in 1734. Soon it was translated into French, and a dozen Gauls hailed it as one of the most brilliant unions of poetry and philosophy ever composed. Today it is remembered chiefly for lines that everyone knows. Let us do Pope the justice to see them in the setting of his art and thought. He begins with an apostrophe to Bolingbroke. "Awake, my St. John, leave all meaner things to low ambition and the pride of kings. Let us, since life can little more supply than just to look about us and to die, expatiate free o'er all this scene of man, a mighty maze, but not without a plan. Together let us beat this ample field, laugh where we must, be candid where we can, but vindicate the ways of God to man." Here, of course, is a memory of Leibniz's Theodicy and Milton's Paradise Lost. Pope proceeds to warn philosophers against hoping or pretending to understand. Can a part contain the whole? Let us be grateful that our reason is limited and our future unknown. "The lamb thy riot dooms to bleed today, had he thy reason, would he skip and play? Pleased to the last, he crops the flowery food, and licks the hand just raised to shed his blood." There is a secret pessimism here. Hope can survive only through ignorance. Hope humbly, then, with trembling pinions soar, wait the great teacher, death, and God adore. What future bliss he gives not thee to know, but gives that hope to be thy blessing now. Hope springs eternal in the human breast. Man never is, but always to be blessed. We cannot see the reason for the apparent injustices of life. We must recognize that nature is not made for man, that God must order all things for all things, not for man alone. Pope describes the vast chain of being between the lowest creatures through man and angel to God, and he keeps his faith in a divine order, however hidden from our ken. "All nature is but art, unknown to thee, all chance, direction which thou canst not see, all discord, harmony not understood, all partial evil, universal good. And, spite of pride, in erring reason's spite, one truth is clear: whatever is right." The first lesson is intellectual humility, then a magnificent remembrance of Pascal. "Know then thyself, presume not God to scan. The proper study of mankind is man. Placed on this isthmus of a middle state, a being darkly wise and rudely great, sole judge of truth, in endless error hurled, the glory, jest, and riddle of the world." Within these human limits, let us agree that self-love, the spring of motion, activates the soul, but also that reason must enter to give order and balance to our passions and save us from vice. For vice is a monster of so frightful mien, as to be hated needs but to be seen. Yet seen too oft, familiar with her face, we first endure, then pity, then embrace. These passions, though they are all modes of self-love, are parts of the divine design, and may tend to an end good even to our blind vision. So the lust for the flesh continues the race, and mutual interest begots society. Social organization and religious beliefs are obvious boons, though kings and creeds have stained history with human blood. For forms of government let fools contest. Whate'er is best administered is best. For modes of faith let graceless zealots fight. His can't be wrong whose life is in the right. The fourth epistle of the Essay on Man examines happiness and labors to equate it with virtue. If the good man suffers misfortunes and the wicked sometimes prosper, it is because the universal cause acts not by partial but by general laws. God ordains the whole, but leaves the parts to the laws of nature and to man's free will. Some of us mourn the inequality of possessions as a source of unhappiness, but class divisions are necessary to government. Order is heaven's first law, and this confessed, some are and must be greater than the rest. This is not as clear as a day in June, but what else could be said to, or by, Viscount Bolingbroke? And despite the inequality of natural and acquired gifts, happiness is evenly distributed. The poor man is quite as happy as the king. Nor is the prosperous villain really happy. He hugs his gains, but feels the world's contempt, while the just man, even in injustice, has a soul at peace. What strikes us first in the essay on man is the unrivaled compactness of the style. "I chose verse," said Pope, "because I found I could express ideas more shortly this way than in prose." No one, not Shakespeare himself, equaled Pope in gathering infinite riches, at least considerable meaning, in a little room. Here in 652 couplets are more memorable lines than in any equal area of literature outside the New Testament. Pope knew his limits. He explicitly disclaimed originality of ideas. He proposed to rephrase a deistic and optimistic philosophy in syncopated art, and he succeeded. In this poem he laid aside his Catholic creed, at least pro tempore. He kept God as the first cause only, who exerts no particular providence to help the virtuous man from the wiles of the wicked. There are no miracles in this system, no God-given scriptures, no falling Adam or atoning Christ, a vague hope of heaven, but no word of hell. Many critics assailed the poem as versified humanism. The proper study of mankind is man defined one aspect of humanism and seemed to scuttle all theology. When the essay was translated into French, it was pounced upon by a Swiss pastor, Jean Crouzas, who argued that Pope had left God off on a siding in a poem supposed to vindicate the ways of God to man. No other than the potent William Warburton came to Pope's defense against this alien attack. The poem, vouched the future bishop, was a work of impeccable Christian piety. To calm the clergy, Pope published in 1738 a lovely hymn, the Universal Prayer. The Orthodox were not quite satisfied, but the storm died down. On the Continent the essay was hailed with hyperboles. In my opinion, Voltaire judged, the finest, the most useful, the sublimest didactic poem that has ever been written in any language. In 1735, Pope prefaced a volume of satires with an epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, defending his life and works, and dispatching further enemies. Here came the famous picture of Addison as Atticus, and the murderous exposure of the ambisexual Lord Harvey, who had made the mistake of calling Pope hard as thy heart, and as thy birth obscure. Pope transfixed him as Sporus in lines that show the poet at his best and worst. What? That thing of silk? Sporus, that mere white curd of ass's milk? Satire or sense, alas, can Sporus feel, who breaks a butterfly upon a wheel? Yet let me flap this bug with gilded wings, this painted child of dirt, that stinks and stings, whether in florid impotence he speaks, and as the prompter breathes, the puppet squeaks, or at the ear of Eve, familiar toad, half froth, half venom, spits himself abroad, in puns or politics or tales or lies, or spite or smut or rhymes or blasphemies, his wit all seesaw between this and that, now high, now low, now master up, now miss, and he himself one vile antithesis, amphibious thing, that acting either part, the trifling head or the corrupted heart, fop at the toilet, flatterer at the board, now trips a lady, and now struts a lord. Pope was proud of his facility in such assassinations. Yes, I am proud. I must be proud to see men not afraid of God, afraid of me. He excused his bitterness on the ground that the age was threatened with the triumph of stupidity and needed a scorpion to sting it into sense. But in 1743 he concluded that he had lost the battle. In his last revision of the Dunciad, he painted a powerful picture, Donne's forebodings in Miltonic tones, of religion, morals, order, and art in universal darkness and decline. The goddess of dullness, enthroned, yawns upon a dying world. She comes! She comes! The sable throne, behold, of night primeval, and of chaos old. Before her fancy's gilded clouds decay, and all its varying rainbows die away, as one by one at dread Medea's strain the sickening stars fade off the ethereal plain. Thus at her felt approach and secret might, art after art goes out, and all is night. See, skulking truth to her old cavern fled, mountains of casuistry heaped o'er her head. Philosophy, that leaned on heaven before, shrinks to her second cause, and is no more. Physic, meaning science, of metaphysic begs defense, possibly against Hume. And metaphysic calls for aid on sense, meaning Locke. See mystery to mathematics, meaning Newton, fly in vain. They gaze, turn giddy, rave, and die. Religion blushing veils her sacred fires, and unawares morality expires. Lo, thy dread empire chaos is restored. Light dies before thy uncreating word. Thy hand, great anarch, lets the curtain fall, and universal darkness buries all. Perhaps he mistook his own decomposition for the collapse of the cosmos. At the age of 55, he was already dying of old age. Dropsy made it difficult for him to walk. Asthma made it painful for him to breathe. On May 6, 1744, he fell into delirium, from which he emerged at intervals. In one of these he expressed his confidence in life after death. A Catholic friend asked if he should call a priest. Pope answered, "I do not think it essential, but it will be very right, and I thank you for putting me in mind of it." He died on May 30th, so placidly, if we may believe Johnson, that the attendants did not discern the exact time of his expiration. As a Catholic, he was ineligible for burial in Westminster Abbey. He was interred beside his father and mother in Twickenham. Was he a gentleman? No. His vituperative hatreds shared in poisoning the literary air of England in the first half of the 18th century. His physical sufferings produced acrid acids, and deprived him of the strength that overflows in charity. Was he a genius? Of course, not in thought, which he borrowed, but in form, which he perfected in his genre. Thackeray called him the greatest literary artist that the world has seen. In felicity of speech, compression of expression, fertility of phrase, he was the paragon of his time. Even the French accepted him as the greatest poet of his generation. Voltaire looked up to him and imitated him, as in the Discours sur l'Homme. For 30 years, longer than any other poet, he was the sovereign of English verse, and for 30 more he was the model of English bards, till Wordsworth announced another age. For us today, hurried with all our leisure, Pope's couplets, mechanically sliced or rising and falling like a seesaw, possess a virtus dormitiva, periodically arousing us with epigrams. Even the brilliant essay on man is poetry only in its feet and rhymes. Its workmanship is too visible. The artist has forgotten Horace's counsel to hide his art. He forgot, too, Horace's warning that the poet must himself have feeling before he can convey it. Pope felt, but mostly to scorn and revile. He lacked the sense of beauty for noble actions or feminine grace. His imagination was exhausted in finding correct, incisive, concentrated words for old ideas. It did not reach out to grasp the ideal forms that inspire great poets and philosophers. Only his hatreds gave him wings. He remains the chief poetic symbol of England's Augustan age, whose bounds might be defined by his life, 1688 to 1744. The growing familiarity of the British mind with the classics of Greece and Rome, and with the French drama of the Grand Siècle, the influence of aristocracy, of class dominating mass, in speech, manners, polite vocabulary, and gracious ease, the reaction of reason and realism after Elizabethan extravagance and Puritan converse with God, the passage of French norms to England with the Restoration, the new prestige of science and philosophy, all these collaborated to bring the prevalent forms of English poetry under the classic rules of Horace and Boileau. An age of criticism succeeded an age of imagination. Whereas in Elizabethan England poetry invaded and colored prose, now in Augustan England prose degraded and discolored poetry. The impress of this neo-classic literature on the English language was good and bad. It gave a new precision, clarity, and elegance. It forfeited the vitality, force, and warmth of Elizabethan speech. The old ebullience and individualism of character and expression yielded to a superimposed order that compelled conformity in life and form in literature. Youth became middle age. This neoclassical style spoke for only a part of English life. It had no room for rebellion, sentiment, or idealizing love. Even during Pope's pontificate, there were British poets who cried out against artificiality and logic, turned from reason to nature, and found a voice for feeling, wonder, imagination, brooding melancholy, and grieving hope. At the peak of England's classic age, the Romantic movement began. 3. The Voices of Feeling. Neoclassic poetry contemplated hardly anything but the world of print. It saw Homer and Horace, Addison and Pope more vividly than the men and women who passed in the streets, or the weather and landscapes that entered daily into human moods. But now literature again discovered what philosophers had so long argued, that man is a general and abstract notion, that only men exist, fondly individual and jealously real. Poets deepened themselves by touching the earth, by feeling and responding to fields, hills, sea, and sky, and by reaching down beneath ideas to the secret sentiments that speech less manifested than concealed. They shrugged off discourse and resolved to sing. The lyric returned, the epic died away. The longing for supernatural comfort, for some mystic wonder enlarging life, survived the deistic attack on miracles, and sought increasingly in medieval myths, oriental romances, and Gothic forms some escape from the harsh realities of this nether world. Of course, there had always been voices of feeling. Had not Steele's Christian Hero from 1701 lauded old faith and kindly sentiment? Had not Shaftesbury's Characteristics of 1711 centered human life on passion and affection? Would not the skeptic Hume and the economist Smith derive all morality from fellow feeling, sympathy? Nevertheless, it was James Thomson who struck the first clear blow for sensibility. He was the son of a poor parson in the hills of Scotland. He went down to Edinburgh to study for the ministry, but was deterred by professorial condemnation of his diction as profanely poetical. He migrated to London, was robbed en route, approached starvation, and sold his poem Winter, in 1726, to buy a pair of shoes. However, its dedication to Sir Spencer Compton brought him 20 guineas for his compliments. The English nobles were not as deaf or tight as Johnson thought. Thomson recalled the crunch of boots in the crust of snow, and how he had heard the winds roar and the deep torrent burst, or seen the deep fermenting tempest brood in the grim evening sky. How he had watched from the shore the winds plough up the sea, turning from its bottom the discolored deep, tearing ships from their anchorage, lifting them precariously upon one wave, pressing them down ominously beneath the next, flinging them upon sharp rock or shoal insidious, and scattering them in loose fragments floating round. He pictured the peasant caught in a blizzard of blinding snow, sinking icy feet into deeper drifts as he struggles on, until he can lift his boots no more and falls exhausted into a frozen death. Ah, little think the gay, licentious proud, how many feel this very moment death and all the sad variety of pain. How many pine in want and dungeon glooms, shut from the common air and common use of their own limbs. How many drink the cup of baleful grief, or eat the bitter bread of misery, sore pierced by wintry winds. How many shrink into the sordid hut of cheerless poverty. It was a new note of pity to shame Pall Mall and Downing Street, and a refreshing return to Milton's blank verse after what Thomson called the little glittering prettiness of Pope's rhymes. Another year in Patron saw Thomson's Summer through the press in 1727, and in that year he joined with the famous poem In the Cry for War with Spain. When Britain first at heaven's command arose from out the azure main, this was the charter of her land, and guardian angels sung this strain. Rule Britannia, rule the waves, Britons never will be slaves. From London he wandered for days and weeks into the countryside, absorbing with the poet's doubled senses each rural sight, each rural sound, loving the smell of dairy coming from the farms, thrilled by the sun triumphing after rain, or anticipating Keats's autumnal melancholy mood. So he published Spring in 1728, and adding Autumn, the envenomed leaf begins to curl, united all four poems in The Seasons in 1730. He was rewarded with a tour of the continent as companion to Charles Talbot, son of the current Chancellor. Returning, he lived in ease and wrote poor poetry till the Chancellor died in 1737. After another stay with poverty, he was introduced to the Prince of Wales, who asked him about the state of his affairs. Thomson replied that they were in a more poetical posture than formerly, and received a pension of £100 for his quip. Suddenly a cold caught on the Thames ended his life at the age of 48. The Seasons set a style in the minor verse of England and found followers in France. There, Jean-François de Saint-Lambert, who stole Émilie from Voltaire, composed Les Saisons in 1769. While heroic couplets strutted across the century, Edward Young, William Collins, William Shenstone, Mark Akenside, and Thomas Gray widened the romantic road to Wordsworth and Chatterton. Young, after writing Gay Nothings till 60, feathered his celestial nest with Night Thoughts on Life, Death, and Immortality from 1742 to 1744. Voltaire dismissed this nocturnal emission as a confused mixture of bombast and obscure trivialities. But perhaps this was because Young had pricked him with an epigram. You are so witty, profligate, and thin, at once we think you Milton, death, and sin. William Collins lived half as long as Young and wrote twice as little and as well. Evading a call to the ministry, he spent his last pennies polishing to perfection the 1,500 lines he composed before he went mad and died in 1759, aged 38. Finer than his lauded Ode to Evening is his epitaph for the British soldiers who had fallen in battle in 1745. How sleep the brave who sink to rest by all their country's wishes blessed, when spring, with dewy fingers cold, returns to deck their hallowed mould? She there shall dress a sweeter sod than fancy's feet have ever trod. By fairy hands their knell is rung, by forms unseen their dirge is sung. There honor comes, a pilgrim gray, to bless the turf that wraps their clay, and freedom shall awhile repair to dwell a weeping hermit there. Most memorable among these poets of sensibility was the strange spirit who gave our youthful melancholy many a tender phrase. Thomas Gray was one of 12 children born to a London scrivener. 11 of them died in infancy. Thomas survived that dangerous age only because his mother, seeing him in convulsions, used her scissors to open his vein. At 11 he went to Eton, where he began fateful friendships with Horace Walpole and Richard West. Then to Cambridge, which he found full of doleful creatures and dreary dons. He proposed to study law, but slipped into entomology and poetry. Eventually he became so learned in languages, sciences, and history that his verse was stifled with scholarship. In 1739 he toured the continent with Horace Walpole. Crossing the Alps in winter, he reported that not a precipice, not a torrent, not a cliff, but is pregnant with religion and poetry. In 1740, writing from Rome, he introduced the word picturesque into the English language. Even in 1755, Johnson's dictionary knew it not. In Reggio Emilia, he and Walpole quarreled. Horace had been too conscious of his pedigree, Thomas too proud of his poverty. A mutual friend betrayed to each of them the other's private opinion. They parted, and Gray went on alone to Venice, Grenoble, and London. The death of his friend West in 1742 at the age of 26 made him resent life. He retired to the home of an uncle at Stoke Poges. There, amid his continued studies, he wrote in 1742 his Ode on a Distant Prospect of Eton College. Looking from a safe remove upon those scholastic scenes, he thought of his friend so prematurely dead, and beyond the sports and gaiety of those youths he saw with morose vision their troubled destinies. These shall the fury passions tear, the vultures of the mind, disdainful anger, pallid fear, and shame that skulks behind. Or pining love shall waste their youth, or jealousy with rankling tooth that inly gnaws the secret heart, and envy wan and faded care, grim-visaged, comfortless despair, and sorrow's piercing dart. Lo, in the vale of years beneath, a grisly troop are seen, the painful family of death, more hideous than their queen. This racks the joints, this fires the veins, that every laboring sinew strains. Those in the deeper vitals rage. Lo, poverty to fill the band that numbs the soul with icy hand and slow-consuming age. To each his sufferings, all are men, condemned alike to groan, the tender for another's pain, the unfeeling for his own. Yet, why should they know their fate, since sorrow never comes too late, and happiness too swiftly flies? Thought would destroy their paradise. No more. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise. Late in 1742, Gray returned to Cambridge to resume his studies. To Walpole, reconciled, he sent in 1750 his Elegy Written in a Country Churchyard. Walpole gave it some private circulation. A pirate publisher printed and garbled it. To protect his verse, Gray let Dodsley issue a better, though still imperfect version in 1751. In this, one of the finest poems of the century, Gray clothed a romantic melancholy in chiseled classical form, replacing Pope's clanging couplets with quiet quatrains, moving in melodious dignity to their somber end. In 1753 his mother died. He wrote a tender epitaph and buried himself in poetry. In an ode on the progress of poesy, he hailed the passage of the Muses from Greece and Rome to Albion. He confessed his boyhood aspiration to rival Pindar, and begged of poetry the gift of an unconquerable mind. A still loftier ode, The Bard, saw in the poets a redeeming feature of British life, exposing vice and tyranny. These two Pindaric odes, published by Walpole's press at Strawberry Hill, were so artificial in form, so recondite in classical and medieval allusions, that only scholars could understand them. Gray wrapped his solitude in pride. "I would not have put another explanatory note to save the souls of all the owls in London. It is extremely well as it is. Nobody understands me, and I am perfectly satisfied." The owls were familiar with such whistling in the dark. Morose in his room at Peterhouse, Cambridge, too poor and timid to marry, too sensitive for the scuffle of life, Gray became a melancholy introvert. Some undergraduates, resenting his distance and dignity, and knowing his fear of fire, startled him one night by shouting under his window that the hall was aflame. In his nightshirt, says a disputed story, he let himself out of the window and slid down a rope into a tub of water placed by the pranksters to receive him. In 1769 he toured the English lakes. In the journal that he wrote, in a remarkably beautiful hand, he first made England realize the loveliness of that region. In another tour at Malvern he received a copy of The Deserted Village. "This man," he exclaimed, "is a poet." Then gout ended his travels, and soon afterward his life, in 1771. For a time his reputation was extreme. By common consent, in 1757 he stood at the head of English poets. He was offered the laureateship, but declined. Cooper, passing over Milton, called Gray the only poet since Shakespeare entitled to the character of sublime. Adam Smith, passing over Shakespeare, added, "Gray joins to the sublimity of Milton the elegance and harmony of Pope, and nothing is wanting to render him perhaps the first poet in the English language, but to have written a little more." Johnson admired the elegy, but was learned enough to find a score of flaws in the odes. Gray has a kind of strutting dignity and is tall by walking on tiptoe. I confess that I contemplate his poetry with less satisfaction than his life. We might justly invert that oracle. Gray's was an unhappy, unprepossessing life, from the quarrel with Walpole to the tale of a tub. Its noblest events were 3 or 4 poems that will remain for yet many generations among the most convincing arguments for the progress of poesy, from Greece to Rome to Albion. 4. The Stage. What were the London theatres doing in this half-century? They were chiefly the Drury Lane and, from 1733, the Covent Garden. There were minor stages in Lincoln's Inn Fields and Goodman's Fields. The Haymarket had a little theatre for comedies, and His Majesty's Theatre for opera. Altogether, London had twice as many theatres as Paris. Performances began at 6 p.m. The audience had changed its character since Restoration days. Society now withdrew from the theatre to the opera. Favored or moneyed auditors still sat on the stage. The pit and galleries seated almost 2,000 persons. There the middle class predominated, and determined by its applause the reception and quality of the plays, hence the rising competition of bourgeois with romantic themes. Women took all female parts and many male hearts. Now began the reign of famous actresses like Kitty Clive and Peg Woffington, whom Hogarth painted and Charles Reade novelized. As the first great ruling passion of actors, said Garrick, is to eat, they preferred plays spiced with sex. Said Fielding's Parson Adams, I never heard of any plays fit for a Christian to read but Addison's and Steele's The Conscious Lovers. However, Fielding himself produced bawdy comedies. Voltaire described the theatres in England as without decency. Sir John Barnard appealed to the House of Commons in 1735 for some check on the theatres, alleging that the British nation were now so extravagantly addicted to lewd and idle diversions that it was astonishing to all Europe that Italian eunuchs and signoras should have set salaries equal to those of the lords of the Treasury. Nothing was done about immoral scenes and lines, but when Fielding and Gay made the theatre a vehicle of political satire, attacking both Robert Walpole and George II, the minister, usually tolerant of opposition, carried through Parliament a licensing act in 1737, directing the Lord Chamberlain to exercise more rigor in granting permission for dramatic representations. In the Encyclopédie, Diderot went out of his way to praise a play, The London Merchant, produced in London in 1731. It interested Diderot because it marked the introduction of middle-class tragedy to the British stage. The French classic drama had established the principle that tragedy belonged to the aristocracy and would lose caste and dignity if it descended to bourgeois scenes. George Lillo took a double risk. He brought tragic drama down to a tradesman's home, and he wrote in prose. Thorogood, the honest merchant, upholds the dignity of our profession, and trusts that, as the name of merchant never degrades the gentleman, so by no means does it exclude him. The plot is the ruin of a merchant's apprentice by a seductive courtesan. The theme is embroidered with moral exhortations and is swathed in sentiment. It was applauded by a middle class glad to see its virtues and ideals presented on a British stage. Diderot welcomed and imitated it in his campaign to introduce tragédie domestique et bourgeoise to the French theatre. Lessing adopted its tone in Miss Sarah Sampson in 1755. The middle classes were asserting themselves in literature as in politics. In Scotland, the dramatic pot was set to boiling by John Hume, who offended his fellow clergymen by writing and producing, in 1756, Douglas, the most successful tragic drama of its time. John's cousin, David Hume, in a burst of enthusiasm hardly becoming a skeptic philosopher, hailed him as a true disciple of Sophocles and Racine, who might in time vindicate the English stage from the reproach of barbarism. When Garrick refused the play, Hume, Lord Kames, Henry Hume, and the moderates among the Scottish clergy arranged for its production in Edinburgh, and David acted as ticket seller. The event was a triumph for all Humes and for the rest of Scotland, for Hume had transformed an old Scottish ballad into a patriotic drama that brought tears of joy to Scottish eyes. We must accept the Edinburgh Presbytery of the Kirk, which denounced Hume as a disgrace to his cloth, and reminded him of the opinion which the Christian Church has always entertained of stage plays and players as prejudicial to the interest of religion and morality. Formal accusations were issued against Hume and another minister, Alexander Carlyle, for attending the performance. David Hume, aflame with kinship, dedicated his 4 dissertations to his cousin, and wrote a hot indictment of intolerance. John resigned from the ministry, went to London, and saw his Douglas produced with Peg Woffington in the female lead, this in 1757. There, too, it was a triumph. The Scots in London gathered to applaud it, and at the close of this London premiere a Scot called down from the gallery, "Oh, fie, lads! What think ye o' your Willie Shakespeare now?" The play, as dead today as Addison's Cato, kept the stage on and off for a generation. When Mrs. Siddons played it in Edinburgh in 1784, the General Assembly of the Kirk was obliged to fix all its important business for the alternate days when she did not act. The most hilarious success of the London stage in this period was The Beggar's Opera. John Gay began as a merchant's apprentice, rose to be secretary to the Earl of Clarendon, and became one of the liveliest members of the Scribblers' Club. Pope described him as of manners gentle, of affections mild, in wit a man, simplicity a child, with native humour tempering virtuous rage, formed to delight at once and lash the age. Gay made his mark in 1716 with trivia, or the art of walking the streets of London. The clatter of wagon wheels on paving stones, the drivers urging their horses with whip and tongue, the draggled damsel bearing fish for Billingsgate, the serenity of Pell-Mell with fragrant ladies leaning on the arms of beaux, the pedestrian weaving his way through a game of football filling the street, the gentle thieves who with unfelt fingers make thy pocket light, and the burly watchman who with friendly light will teach thy reeling steps to tread aright and guide you to your door. Trivia still provides all this and more for those who would visualize the London of 1716. In 1720, Gay's poems were published by subscription and brought him £1,000. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 9, The Age of Voltaire, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 7, Side 1. In 1720, Gay's poems were published by subscription and brought him £1,000. These he lost in the crash of the South Sea Company. Pope and others came to his aid, but in 1728 he lifted himself to renewed prosperity with The Beggar's Opera. The introduction presents the beggar, who presents his opera. This begins with a ballad sung by Peacham, who, like Jonathan Wild, pretends to serve the law by reporting thieves when they refuse to serve him, but actually is a dealer in stolen goods. He calls himself an honest man because all professions berogue one another and are moved by the greed for gain. His affairs are muddled by the fact that his daughter Polly has fallen in love with, perhaps is married, the dashing, handsome highwayman Captain Macheath. This will interfere with the use of Polly's charms in managing buyers, sellers, and constables. Mrs. Peacham reassures him, "Why must our Polly, forsooth, differ from her sex, and love only her husband? And why must our Polly's marriage, contrary to all observation, make her the less followed by other men? All men are thieves in love, and like a woman the better for being another's property." However, Mrs. Peacham warns her daughter, "You know, Polly, I am not against your toying a trifle with a customer in the way of business, or to get out a secret or so, but if I find that you have played the fool and are married, you jade you, I'll cut your throat." Polly excuses her marriage in a ballad. "Can love be controlled by advice? Will Cupid our mothers obey? Though my heart were as frozen as ice, at his flame 'twould have melted away. When he kissed me, so closely he pressed, 'twas so sweet that I must have complied. So I thought it both safest and best to marry, for fear you should chide." Peacham rages. He is afraid that Macheath will kill him and his wife to inherit their fortune through Polly. He schemes to betray Macheath to the law and have him safely hanged. Macheath comes on the scene, comforts Polly with pressures, and assures her that henceforth he will be monogamous. "My heart was so free, it roved like the bee, till Polly my passion requited. I sipped each flower, I changed every hour, but here every flower is united." She begs him to swear that if transported he will take her with him. He swears, "Is there any power that could tear me from thee? You might sooner tear a pension from a courtier, a fee from a lawyer, a pretty woman from a looking-glass." And they join in a charming duet. He, "Were I laid on Greenland's coast, and in my arms embraced my lass, warm amidst eternal frost, too soon the half-year's night would pass." She, "Were I sold on Indian soil, soon as the burning day was closed, I could mock the sultry toil when on my charmer's breast reposed." He, "And I would love you all the day." She, "Every night would kiss and play." He, "If with me you'd fondly stray." She, "Over the hills and far away." She confides to him that her father plans to surrender him to the law, and sorrowfully she bids him hide for a while. He goes, but stops in a tavern to give his aides instructions for a robbery. When they are gone, he dances and toys with the tavern tarts. Peacham has bribed them to betray him. While they fondle him, they steal his pistols, then summon the constables. In the next scene he is in Newgate jail. There Polly and another of his wives contend for his person. They free him, but he is recaptured and is sent to the gallows. En route he comforts his ladies with a song. "Then farewell, my love, dear charmers, adieu. Contented I die, 'tis the better for you. Here ends all dispute for the rest of our lives, for this way at once I please all my wives." The beggar author now appears and prides himself on having made vice meet its due punishment, as in all proper plays. But an actor protests that an opera must end happily. How customs change. The beggar yields, saves Macheath from one noose and gives him Polly as another. All dance around the couple while the captain wonders, has he met a fate worse than death? Gay had had the luck to secure the services of Johann Pepusch, a German composer resident in England. Pepusch chose the music for Gay's ballads from Old English airs. The result was irresistible. Despite the satire of corruption and hypocrisy, the audience at the premiere in Lincoln's Inn Fields Theatre on January 29, 1728, responded enthusiastically. The play ran for 63 consecutive nights, exceeding all precedents. It had long runs in the major towns of Britain. It still holds the stage on 2 continents, and has been made into one of the most delightful motion pictures of our time. The actress who played Polly became the toast of gay blades and the favorite of salons. Her biography and her picture were sold in great number. Her songs were painted on fans. She married a duke. But a high churchman denounced Gay for making a highwayman his hero and letting him go unpunished. When Gay tried to produce a continuation under the title Polly, the Lord Chamberlain refused to license it. Gay had Polly published. It sold so well, and the proceeds from the Beggar's Opera mounted so pleasantly that, as a wit said, the play made Gay rich, and rich, the manager, gay. 4 years after his triumph, colic carried the poet away. 5. The novel. The outstanding event in the literary history of this period was the rise of the modern novel. Clarissa and Tom Jones are more important historically than any English poem or play of the age. From 1740, as the scope of significant life broadened from the court to the people, and from actions to sentiments, the novel replaced the drama as the voice and mirror of England. Stories were as old as writing. India had had her tales and fables. Judea had included in her literature such legends as those of Ruth, Esther, and Job. Hellenistic Greece and medieval Christendom had produced romances of adventure and love. Renaissance Italy had turned out thousands of novelle, little novelties, as in Boccaccio and Bandello. Renaissance Spain and Elizabethan England had written picaresque accounts of picturesque rogues. 17th century France had weighted the world with love stories far longer than love. Lesage had spun out Gil Blas. Defoe had perfected the narrative of adventure to illustrate human courage. Swift had used a travelogue to excoriate mankind. But were these productions novels in our present sense? They resembled 18th century fiction in being imaginary narratives. Some had the substance of indubitable length. Some portrayed character with an effort at reality. But, perhaps excepting Crusoe, they lacked a plot that would unify events and characters in a developing whole. Mrs. Aphra Bain's Orinoco, from 1688, the story of an African slave, had a unifying plot. So did Defoe's Captain Singleton from 1720, Moll Flanders from 1722, and Roxana from 1724. But all these were still a string of episodes rather than a structural unity in which every part advances a unifying theme. When Richardson and Fielding seized this art of development, portrayed character growing through events, and made their novels picture the manners of an age, the modern novel was born. 1. Samuel Richardson, 1689 to 1761. The man who inaugurated the new novel was the son of a Derbyshire carpenter who moved to London soon after Samuel's birth. The family hoped to make him a clergyman, but was too poor to give him the requisite schooling. He managed, however, to do some preaching in his books. The circle in which he grew retained the Puritan morality. He was apprenticed to a printer, and his reputation for calligraphy enabled him to add to his income by composing letters for illiterate lovesick girls. This accident determined the epistolary form of his novels and their extensive exploration of feminine psychology and sentiment. His industry and thrift served him well. He set up his own printing shop, married his ex-master's daughter in 1721, and begot by her 6 children, of whom 5 died in infancy. She too died in 1730, still young and loved, and these bereavements helped to form his rather somber mood. He married again, begot 6 more children, suffered more bereavements, and rose to be printer to the House of Commons. He was 50 years old before he published a book. In 1739, two printer friends engaged him to write a little volume of sample letters as a guide for those country readers who were unable to indict for themselves, and also as instruction in how to think and act justly and prudently in the common concerns of human life. While preparing this book, and here genius took hold of circumstance, Richardson conceived the idea of weaving a succession of letters into a love story that would illustrate a virgin's wise morality. The theme, chastity preserved through a long succession of temptations, may have been suggested by Marivaux's Vie de Marianne, 1731 to 1741. In any case, Richardson, in November 1740, set a milestone in English literature by issuing in 2 volumes Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded, a series of familiar letters from a beautiful young damsel to her parents, now first published in order to cultivate the principles of virtue and religion in the minds of the youth of both sexes. The book went well, and Richardson added 2 more volumes in 1741, Pamela in her exalted condition, telling of her virtues and wisdom after her marriage. The first half of the story is still interesting, for we are never too old to be interested in seduction, though after 1,000 pages even seduction becomes a bore. The stress on sentiment begins on the first page, where Pamela writes, "Oh, how my eyes run! Don't wonder to see the paper so blotted." She is a model of goodness, gentleness, and modesty. Sent out to service at 16, she remits to her parents the first money she earns. "For Providence will not let me want. If I get more, I am sure it is my duty, as it shall be my care, to love and cherish you both. For you have loved and cherished me when I could do nothing for myself." The cautious parents refuse to use the money until they have assurance that it is not her bachelor employer's advance payment for Pamela's favors. They warn her that her beauty imperils her countenance. "We fear, yes, my dear child, we fear, lest you should be too grateful and reward him with that jewel, your virtue, which no riches can make up to you." She promises to be chary, and adds, "Oh, how amiable a thing is doing good! It is all I envy great folks for." Her sentiments are admirable, though they lose some charm by being professed. In a culminating catastrophe, her employer enters her bed without the proper preliminaries, and clasps her to his agitated bosom. She faints, and his program is disturbed. Recovering consciousness, I put my hand to his mouth and said, "Oh, tell me, yet tell me not, what have I suffered in this distress?" He assures her that his intentions had miscarried. Appreciating the compliment of his desire, she gradually learns to love him, and the gradations by which her fear is shown turning to love are among the many subtle touches that support Richardson's reputation as a psychologist. Nevertheless, she resists all his sieges, and finally he breaks down and offers her marriage. Happy to have saved her virtue and his soul, Pamela resolves to be a perfect English wife, to stay at home, avoid grand parties, keep the household accounts carefully, distribute charity, make jellies, cookies, candies, and preserves, and be grateful if her husband, descending the ladder of class, will give her now and then the grace and benefit of his conversation. Richardson concludes Volume 2 with a homily on the advantages of virtue in the bargaining of the sexes. The editor of these sheets will have his end if it, Pamela's virtue, inspires a laudable emulation in the minds of any worthy persons, who may thereby entitle themselves to the rewards, the praises, and the blessings by which Pamela was so deservedly distinguished. Some Englishmen, like the lusty Fielding, laughed, but thousands of middle-class readers entered sympathetically into Pamela's throbs. The clergy praised the book, glad to have found such reinforcements of their sermons in a literature that had seemed sold to Beelzebub. 4 editions of Pamela were taken up in 6 months. Naturally, the publishers urged Richardson to dig further in the same rich vein. But he was not mercenary, and besides, his health had begun to fail. He took his time and proceeded with his printing. It was not till 1747 that he sent forth the masterpiece that brought all bourgeois Europe to his feet. Clarissa, or The History of a Young Lady, 2,000 pages long, came out in 7 volumes between November 1747 and December 1748. Hurt by the charge that Pamela had shown virtue as merely a bargaining strategy and had pictured a reformed rake as a good husband, Richardson undertook to show virtue as a divine gift to be rewarded in heaven, and an unreformed rake as inevitably bound for an evil and shattering end. The impetuous Lovelace, reputed a devil with women, seeks the hand of Clarissa Harlowe. She distrusts him, but is insensibly fascinated by his reputation. Her family forbids her to meet such a scoundrel. It closes its doors to him, and offers her Mr. Solmes, a man of no vices and no character. She refuses. To make her yield, they scold her, torment her, lock her up. Lovelace hires an aide to simulate an armed attack upon her by her relatives. To escape them, she allows him to abduct her to St. Albans. She is willing to marry him, but he thinks this too desperate a venture. He writes to a friend, "Determined to marry I would be, were it not for this consideration, that once married I am married for life. That's the plague of it. Could a man do as the birds do, change mates every Valentine's Day, there would be nothing at all in it. Such a change would be a means of annihilating 4 or 5 very atrocious capital sins: rape, vulgarly so called, adultery, and fornication. Nor would polygamy be panted after. Frequently it would prevent murders and duelling. Hardly any such thing as jealousy, the causes of shocking violences, would be heard of. Nor would there possibly be such a person as a barren woman. Both sexes would bear with each other in the view that they could help themselves in a few months. The newspapers would be crowded with paragraphs concerned to see who and who's together. Then would not the distinction be very pretty, Jack? As in flowers. Such a gentleman or such a lady is an annual, and such a one is a perennial." He tries to seduce Clarissa. She warns him that if he touches her she will kill herself. He keeps her in durance vile but genteel, during which she sends heartbroken letters to her confidante, Anna Howe. He invents one scheme after another to break through her defenses. She resists him, yet considers her honor irrevocably tarnished by her half-consenting to elope. She writes pitiful letters to her father, begging him not to forgive her, but to withdraw the curse which he has laid upon her, and which, she thinks, forever closes to her the gates of paradise. He refuses. She falls into a wasting illness, in which her only support is her religious faith. Lovelace disappears into France, and is killed in a duel by Clarissa's uncle. At last her parents come, offering forgiveness, and find her dead. It is a simple story, too long drawn out on a single note to hold the attention of our hectic minds, but in 18th century England it became a national issue. Hundreds of readers in the intervals of publication wrote to Richardson imploring him not to let Clarissa die. One father described his 3 daughters as having at this moment each a separate volume of Clarissa in her hand, and all their eyes like a wet flower in April. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, as sophisticated as any Englishwoman of her time, took up the book as a concession to middle-class sentiment and the popular furor, but it offended her aristocratic taste. I was such an old fool as to weep over Clarissa Harlowe like any milkmaid of 16 over the Ballad of the Lady's Fall. To say truth, the first volumes softened me by a near resemblance to my maiden days, but on the whole it is miserable stuff. Clarissa follows the maxim of declaring all she thinks to all the people she sees, without reflecting that in this mortal state of imperfection fig leaves are as necessary for our minds as our bodies, and 'tis as indecent to show all we think as all we have. The women of England now importuned the triumphant Richardson to depict for them an ideal man, as he had, they thought, portrayed an ideal woman in Pamela. He hesitated before this ensnaring task, but he was goaded on by Fielding's satire of Pamela in Joseph Andrews, and Fielding's full-length portrait of a man in Tom Jones. So between November 1753 and March 1754, he sent forth in 7 volumes the history of Sir Charles Grandison. The blasé mood of our time finds it hard to understand why this 3rd novel had as great a success as the other 2. The 20th century reaction against Puritanism and the mid-Victorian compromise has closed our hearts to pictures of ideal goodness, at least in the male. We have found good men, but none without redeeming faults. Richardson tries to embellish Sir Charles with some minor shortcomings, but we still resent the impassable distance between him and ourselves. Moreover, virtue loses charm when it is put on parade. Grandison barely escaped canonization. Richardson was so intent on preaching that he allowed some flaws into his literary art. He was almost devoid of humor and wit. His attempt to tell a long story through letters involved him in many improbabilities, remembering such reams of conversation. But it allowed him to present the same events from a variety of views, and it gave the narrative an intimacy hardly possible in a less subjective form. It was quite in the custom of the time to write long and confiding letters to trusted relatives or friends. Furthermore, the epistolary method gave scope to Richardson's forte, the display of feminine character. There are faults here, too. He knew men less than women, nobles less than commoners, and he seldom caught the variations, contradictions, and development in the soul. But 1,000 details show his careful observation of human conduct. In these novels, English psychological fiction was born, and the subjectivism that came to a fever in Rousseau. Richardson took his success modestly. He continued his work as a printer, but he built himself a better home. He wrote long letters of advice to a wide circle of women, some of whom called him Dear Papa. In his later years, he paid with nervous sensitivity and insomnia the price of concentrated thought and diffuse art. On July 4th, 1761, he died of a paralytic stroke. His international influence was greater than that of any other Englishman of his time, except Wesley and the elder Pitt. At home, he helped to mold the moral tone of Johnson's England, and to raise the morals of the court after George II. His ethical and literary legacy shared in forming Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield from 1766, and Jane Austen's Sense and Sensibility from 1811. In France, he was considered without a rival in English fiction. In no language whatsoever, said Rousseau, has a novel the equal of Clarissa, or even approaching it, ever been written. Richardson was translated by the Abbé Prévost. Voltaire dramatized Pamela in Nanine. Rousseau modeled La Nouvelle Héloïse on Clarissa in theme, form, and moral aim. Diderot rose to an ecstatic apostrophe in his Éloge de Richardson in 1761. If, he said, he had to sell his library, he would keep, of all his books, only Homer, Euripides, Sophocles, and Richardson. In Germany, Gellert translated and imitated Pamela, and wept over Grandison. Klopstock went into raptures over Clarissa. Wieland based a play on Grandison. Germans made pilgrimages to Richardson's home. In Italy, Goldini adapted Pamela to the stage. No one reads Richardson today except through the compulsions of scholarship. We have no leisure to write such letters, much less to read them, and the moral code of an industrial and Darwinian age flees impatiently from Puritan cautions and restraints. But we know that these novels represented, far more than the poetry of Thomson, Collins, and Gray, the revolt of feeling against the worship of intellect and reason. And we recognize in Richardson the father, as in Rousseau the protagonist, of that romantic movement which, toward the end of the century, would triumph over the classical artistry of Pope and the lusty realism of Fielding. 2. Henry Fielding, 1707 to 1754. When he came upon London in 1727, everyone admired his tall figure, stalwart presence, handsome face, jolly speech, and open heart. Here was a man equipped by nature to enjoy life in all its relish and disreputable reality. He had everything but money. Forced, as he put it, to be a hackney coachman or a hackney scribe, he harnessed himself to a pen and buttered his bread with comedies and burlesques. His second cousin, Lady Mary Montague, used her influence to have his play, Love in Several Masks, produced at the Drury Lane Theatre in 1728. She went twice to see it, graciously conspicuous, and in 1732 she helped his modern husband to a good run. He persisted with one mediocre play after another, and struck a vein of good-natured satire in The Tragedy of Tragedies, or The Life and Death of Tom Thumb the Great, in 1731. After 4 years' courtship, he married Charlotte Craddock in 1734. Soon she inherited £1,500, and Fielding retired with her to ease as a country gentleman. He fell in love with his wife. He described her uxoriously as the shyly beautiful Sophia Western and the infinitely patient Amelia Booth. Lady Bute assures us that the glowing language she knew how to employ did no more than justice to the amiable qualities of the original, or to her beauty. In 1736 he was back in London producing unmemorable plays. But in 1737 the Licensing Act laid restrictions upon the drama, and Fielding withdrew from the stage. He studied law and was admitted to the bar in 1740. The course of his life was diverted in that year by the appearance of Richardson's Pamela. All of Fielding's propensity to satire was provoked by the conscious virtues of the heroine and her creator. It was as a parody of Pamela that he began The History of the Adventures of Joseph Andrews and his friend Mr. Abraham Adams, written in imitation of the manner of Cervantes, in 1742. Joseph, who was introduced as Pamela's brother, is as pure and beautiful a youth as Pamela was a maiden. Like her, he is repeatedly tempted by his employer, and resists. Like her, he details in his letters the insidious attempts upon his virginity. His letter to Pamela is almost, not quite, Richardsonian. Dear Sister Pamela, hoping you are well, what news I have to tell you. My mistress has fallen in love with me. That is what great folks call falling in love. She has a mind to ruin me, but I hope I shall have more resolution and more grace than to part with my virtue to any lady on earth. Mr. Adams hath often told me that chastity is as great a virtue in a man as in a woman. He says he never knew any more than his wife, and I shall endeavor to follow his example. Indeed, it is owing entirely to his excellent sermons and advice, together with your letters, that I have been able to resist a temptation which, he says, no man complies with, but he repents in this world and is damned for it in the next. What fine things are good advice and good examples! But I am glad she turned me out of the chamber as she did, for I had once almost forgotten every word Parson Adams had ever said to me. I don't doubt, dear sister, but you will have grace to preserve your virtue against all trials, and I beg you earnestly to pray I may be enabled to preserve mine, for truly it is very severely attacked by more than one. But I hope I shall copy your example, and that of Joseph, my namesake, and maintain my virtue against all temptation. He succeeds and remains a virgin till he marries the virgin Fanny. Pamela, lifted a social notch as wife of her rich employer, condemns Fanny for presuming to marry Joseph, whose social status has been raised by Pamela's genteel marriage. Richardson complained that Fielding had committed a lewd and ungenerous engraftment on Pamela. Fielding's appetite for satire was not sated by parodying Richardson. He burlesqued the Iliad by invoking the Muses and making his book an epic. His fount of humor bubbled over in the various characters that Joseph and Adams meet on their way, and especially the innkeeper Towwows, who was surprised by Mrs. Towwows in flagrante delicto with Betty the chambermaid, is forgiven, and quietly and contentedly bore to be reminded of his transgressions once or twice a day during the residue of his life. And since it was not in Fielding's nature to make a hero and a whole novel out of an impeccable youth, he soon lost interest in Joseph and made Parson Adams the central figure of his book. This seemed an unlikely choice, for Adams was an honestly orthodox divine who carried with him a manuscript of his sermons in search of a reckless publisher. But his creator endowed Adams with a strong pipe, a tough stomach, and a hard pair of fists, and though the parson is against war, he is a good fighter, and lays low a succession of scoundrels in the wake of his tale. He is by all odds the most lovable character in Fielding, and we share the author's pleasure in putting him through strange encounters with pigs, mud, and blood. Those of us who in youth were deeply moved by the Christian ideal must feel a warm affection for a clergyman who is utterly without guile and overflows with charity. Fielding contrasts him with the money-grubbing Parson Trulliber, who was one of the largest men you should see, and could have acted the part of Sir John Falstaff without stuffing. Flushed with success, Fielding issued in 1743 3 volumes modestly entitled Miscellanies. Volume 3 contained a masterpiece of sustained irony in The Life of Mr. Jonathan Wild the Great. It was not a factual biography of the famous 18th-century Fagin. My narrative is rather of such actions which he might have performed. In its first form it was a hit at Sir Robert Walpole as a dealer in stolen votes. After Walpole's death, it was reissued as a satire of greatness, as usually rated and achieved. Most great men, Fielding held, had done more harm than good to mankind. So Alexander was called the Great because, after he had with fire and sword overrun a vast empire, had destroyed the lives of an immense number of innocent wretches, had scattered ruin and desolation like a whirlwind, we are told, as an act of his clemency, that he did not cut the throat of an old woman and ravish her daughters. The thief should have an easier conscience than the statesman, since his victims are fewer and his booty less. In the style of a political biography, Fielding gives Jonathan a lofty ancestral tree, tracing his lineage to Wulfstan Wild, who came over with Hengist. His mother had a most marvelous glutinous quality attending her fingers. From her Jonathan learned the art and ethics of thievery. His superior intelligence soon enabled him to organize a gang of brave youths dedicated to separating superfluous people from their superfluous goods or a meaningless life. He took the lion's share of their gains and rid himself of disobedient subalterns by surrendering them to the forces of law and order. He failed to seduce the chaste Chased Letitia, who preferred to be ruined by his assistant Fireblood, who, in a few minutes, ravished this fair creature, or at least would have ravished her, if she had not by a timely compliance prevented him. Thereafter she married Wilde. 2 weeks later they indulged in a dialogue matrimonial, wherein she explains her natural right to promiscuity. He calls her a bitch, they kiss and make up. He rises higher still and higher in the grandeur of his crimes, until his wife has the satisfaction of seeing him condemned to death. A clergyman attends him to the gallows. Wilde picks his pocket en route, but gets only a corkscrew, for the dominie was a connoisseur of vintages. And Jonathan Wilde the Great, after all his mighty exploits, was, what so few great men can accomplish, hanged by the neck till he was dead. Toward the end of 1744, Fielding lost his wife. The event darkened his mood until he purged his grief by portraying her fondly, through the pathos of distance, as Sophia and Amelia. He was so grateful for the loyal devotion of his wife's maid, who remained to take care of his children, that in 1747 he married her. Meanwhile he suffered both in health and in income. He was rescued by appointment in 1748 as Justice of the Peace for Westminster, and shortly thereafter for Middlesex. It was a laborious office, precariously paid by the fees of the litigants who came to his court in Bow Street. He called the aggregate £300 a year the dirtiest money upon earth. During these troubled years, from 1744 to 48, he must have been working on his greatest novel, for in February 1749 it appeared in 6 volumes as The History of Tom Jones, a Foundling. The book was composed, he tells us, in some thousands of hours, salvaged from law and hack writing, and no one could tell, from its robust humor and virile ethic, that these were years of grief and gout and thinning purse. Yet here were 1,200 pages of what many consider the greatest English novel. Never before in English literature had a man been so fully and frankly described in body and mind, morals and character. Famous are the words of Thackeray introducing Pendennis. Since the author of Tom Jones was buried, no writer of fiction among us has been permitted to depict to his utmost power a man. We must drape him and give him a certain conventional simper. Society will not tolerate the natural in our art. You will not hear what moves in the real world, what passes in society, in the clubs, colleges, mess rooms, what is the life and talk of your sons. Tom makes his debut as an illegitimate infant found in Mr. Allworthy's virtuous bed. Between this and Tom's concluding marriage, Fielding squeezed 100 episodes, apparently in picaresque and unconnected succession. But the reader is surprised, if he persists to the end, to find that nearly all those incidents were necessary to the skillfully woven plot, or to the exposition and development of the characters. The threads are unraveled, the knots are untied. Several of the personnel are idealized, like the almost Grandisonian Allworthy. Some are too simplified, like the unfailingly despicable Blifil, or the Reverend Mr. Thwackum, the pedagogue whose meditations were full of birch. But many of them show the sap of life. Squire Western, of all things in this world, held most dear his guns, dogs, and horses, then his bottle, then his incomparable daughter Sophia. Here is a Clarissa who knows her ways among the snares of men, a Pamela who snares her man without ado about his premarital experiments. Tom is a little loose in the loins, but otherwise he is almost too good to survive. Adopted by Allworthy, schooled and thrashed by Thwackum, he grows into a sturdy manhood, disturbed only by malicious reminders of his mysterious parentage. He robs an orchard and steals a duck, but his adoptive father forgives these pranks as in the best Shakespearean tradition. Sophia admires him from a chaste distance, but Tom, conscious of his illegitimacy, never dares to fall in love with a lady so remote from him in status and means. He contents himself with Molly Seagrim, the gamekeeper's daughter, and confesses himself as possibly the father of her child. He is much relieved to find that he is only one of several such possibilities. Sophia suffers when she learns of this liaison, but her admiration for Tom is only transiently cooled. He catches her in his arms as she falls from her horse while hunting. Her blushes reveal her feeling for him, and now he loses no time losing his heart. Squire Western, however, has set his purse on marrying her to Mr. Blifil, who is the legitimate nephew and heir of the wealthy and childless Allworthy. Sophia refuses to marry this young hypocrite. The squire insists, and the battle between father's will and daughter's tears saddens several volumes. Tom shies away and lets himself be discovered in a grove with Molly in his arms. Sophie comes upon the scene and faints. Tom is reluctantly dismissed by Allworthy and begins those episodic travels without which Fielding, still apparented to Cervantes and Lesage, found it difficult to write a novel. His heart remains with the broken-hearted Sophia, but thinking her forever lost to him, he slips into Mrs. Waters's bed. After many tribulations and complications surpassing all belief, he is pardoned by Allworthy, replaces Blifil as heir, clears up matters with shy but forgiving Sophia, and is heartily welcomed as son-in-law by Squire Western, who a week before had been ready to slay him. The squire is now all haste for consummation. "To her, boy, to her, go to her. Is it all over? Has she appointed the day, boy? What shall it be, tomorrow or the next day? I shan't be put off a minute longer than the next day. Zudikers, she'd have the wedding night with all her heart. Wouldst not, Sophie? Where the devil's Allworthy? Harkee, Allworthy, I'll bet thee £5 to a crown we have a boy tomorrow 9 months. Not since Shakespeare had anyone depicted English life so abundantly or so frankly. It is not all there. We miss the tenderness, devotion, heroism, civilities, and pathos that can be found in any society. Fielding preferred the man of instinct to the man of thought. He scorned the Baudelarizers who in his time were trying to fumigate Chaucer and Shakespeare, and those poets and critics who supposed that serious literature should deal only with the upper class. He interpreted love between the sexes as physical love, and relegated other aspects of it to the world of delusion. He despised the money madness that he saw in every rank, and he abominated humbug and hypocrisy. He made short shrift of preachers, but he loved Parson Adams, and the only hero in Amelia is Dr. Harrison, an Anglican clergyman. Fielding himself preached at every opportunity. After publishing Tom Jones, he turned his pen for a while to the problems that he faced as a magistrate. His experience was bringing him daily into contact with London's violence and crime. He suggested methods of tightening the guard of public order and the administration of justice. Through his efforts, and those of his half-brother Sir John Fielding, who succeeded him as magistrate in Bow Street, one of the gangs that had terrified London was broken up, and nearly all its members were hanged. An optimist reported in 1757 that the reigning evil of street robberies has been almost wholly suppressed. Meanwhile, in December 1751, Henry had published his last novel, Amelia. He could not forget his first wife. He had forgotten any faults she may have had. Now he raised a monument to her as the faultless mate of an improvident soldier. Captain Booth is kind, brave, and generous. He adores his Amelia, but he gambles himself into debt, and the book opens with him in jail. He takes 100 pages to tell his story to another inmate, Miss Matthews. He expounds to her the beauty, modesty, fidelity, tenderness, and other perfections of his wife, and then accepts Miss Matthews's invitation to share her bed. He continues a whole week in this criminal conversation. In these and later prison scenes, Fielding displays, with perhaps some exaggeration, the hypocrisies of men and women, the venality of constables and magistrates, the brutality of jailers. Here already are the debtors' prisons that will linger on for a century more to stir Dickens's ire. Justice Thrasher can tell a prisoner's guilt from his brogue. "Sirrah, your tongue betrays your guilt. You are an Irishman, and that is always sufficient evidence with me." The number of villains rises with every chapter until Amelia cries out to her pauperized children, "Forgive me for bringing you into the world." Amelia is Fielding's patient Griselda. She has her nose broken in an early chapter, but rhinoplasty repairs it, and she becomes again so beautiful that an attempt is made on her virtue in almost every alternate chapter. She admits her intellectual inferiority to her husband. She obeys him in everything except that she refuses to go to a masquerade. She attends an oratorio by Handel, but hesitates to expose herself to the gaze of the philanderers in Vauxhall. When Booth returns to her after one of his escapades, he finds her performing the office of a cook with as much pleasure as a fine lady generally enjoys in dressing herself for a ball. She receives a letter from the evil Miss Matthews betraying Booth's prison adultery. She destroys the letter, says nothing about it to her husband, and continues to love him through all his drinking, gambling, debts, and imprisonments. She sells her trinkets, then her clothing, to feed him and their children. She is discouraged less by his faults than by the cruelty of the men and institutions that enmesh him. Fielding, like Rousseau and Helvetius, supposed that most men are by nature good, but are corrupted by evil environments and bad laws. Thackeray thought Amelia the most charming character in English fiction, but perhaps she was only a husband's dream. In the end, of course, Amelia turns out to be an heiress. She and Booth retire to her estate, and Booth becomes a good man. The conclusion is hardly justified by the premises. Once a Booth, always a Booth. Fielding tried to bring all the tangles of his plot to a happy unity, but here his sleight of hand is too obvious. The great novelist was tired, and he was sickened by his entourage of thieves and murderers. After completing Amelia, he wrote, "I will trouble the world no more with any children of mine by the same muse." In January 1752, he started the Covent Garden Journal, contributed some vigorous articles, answered Smollett's criticism, took a shot at Roderick Random, and then, in November, he let the journal die. The winter of 1753-54 was too much for his constitution, broken down by work, dropsy, jaundice, and asthma. He tried Bishop Berkeley's tar water, but the dropsy grew worse. His doctor recommended travel to a sunnier clime. In January 1754, he sailed on the Queen of Portugal with his wife and daughter. En route, he composed his Journal of a Voyage to Lisbon, one of his most amiable productions. He died in Lisbon, October 8, 1754, and was buried there in the English cemetery. What was his achievement? He established the realistic novel of manners. He described the life of the English middle classes more vividly than any historian has done. His books opened a world. He did not succeed so well with the upper classes. Here, like Richardson, he had to be content with an outsider's view. He knew the body of his country's life better than its soul, and the body of love better than its spirit. The more delicate and subtle elements of the English character escaped him. Even so, he left his mark upon Smollett, Sterne, Dickens, and Thackeray. He was the father of them all. 3. Tobias Smollett, 1721 to 1771. Smollett did not like him, for they competed for the same applause. The younger man was a Scot who agreed with Hume in regretting that England obstructed the way to France. His grandfather, however, had actively promoted the parliamentary union with England in 1707 and had been a member of the United Parliament. His father died when Tobias was 2 years old, but the family financed the boy's education at Dumbarton Grammar School and Glasgow University, where he took pre-medical courses. Instead of completing work for his degree, he succumbed to the infection of authorship and rushed off to London and Garrick with a worthless tragedy. Garrick refused it. Tobias, after a little starvation, signed as surgeon's mate on the battleship Cumberland and sailed with it in 1740 into the War of Jenkins's Ear. He took part in the bungled attack on Cartagena off the Colombian coast. In Jamaica, he left the service. There he met Nancy Lascelles, whom he married soon after his return in 1744 to England. He took a house in Downing Street and practiced surgery. But the itch to write was too much for him, and his experiences in the Navy demanded at least one recital. So in 1748 he published the most famous of his novels. The Adventures of Roderick Random is the old picaresque romance of events strung upon a character. Smollett acknowledged no debt to Fielding, but much to Cervantes and Lesage. He was more interested in men and deeds than in books and words. He packed his story with incidents, gave it the stench of offal and the color of blood, and peopled it with characters reeking with personality and lusty speech. This is one of the first and best of 1,000 English novels of the sea. But before being dragooned into the Navy, Roderick, like his creator, samples English inns and London morals. What have we not missed by not traveling in those 18th-century coaches and putting up in those inns? Such a gallery of conflicting egos, decaying soldiers, pimps and bawds, peddlers lugging their bundles and hiding their money, men turning over chamber pots in search of the wrong bed, women shrieking rape and quieted with coin, every poor soul pretending magnitude, and every one swearing. Miss Jenny calls the peddler, "You old cent-per-cent fornicator," and asks the captain, "Damn you, sir, who are you? Who made you captain, you pitiful trencher-scraping, pimping curler? It's death. The army has come to a fine pass when such fellows as you get commissions." In London, Roderick, who here equals Smollett, becomes a journeyman apothecary, a druggist's assistant. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.